Welcome, dear listener. As the world outside grows colder, we invite you to cozy up and let the gentle narration guide you into a realm of tranquility. This is the perfect time of the year to enjoy calming stories that transport you to whimsical worlds where imagination knows no bounds. With the comforting crackle of the fireplace in the background, we hope you find a moment of peace and relaxation. Let go of the day's worries and drift into sweet dreams. Story 1. In the realm where magic danced on the breeze, and the whispers of ancient trees carried secrets untold, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her sandy curls framed a face beaming with curiosity, and her hazel eyes sparkled with a thirst for adventure. Her village was nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, its charming cottages adorned with colorful flowers that spilled from window boxes like cascades of laughter. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of jasmine and honeysuckle, mingling with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, heady fragrance of pine resin. Willow's home was a modest cottage, overgrown with ivy and surrounded by a wild garden where the scent of lavender mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Her mother, a gentle soul, with hands always busy weaving tapestries of stories, and her father, a quiet man who found solace in the symphony of nature, had instilled in Willow a deep respect for the world around her. Her mother often spoke of the magic that lingered in the wind, while her father taught her to listen to the songs of the earth. The walls of their cottage were lined with books, their spines worn from years of eager hands, and Willow would lose herself in their pages, dreaming of lands far and wide. It was on one sun-dappled morning when Willow's world shifted, forever altering the course of her life. As she wandered through the familiar paths of the forest, her bare feet caressing the soft moss underfoot, she stumbled upon an object that would become the catalyst for an extraordinary journey. The forest was alive with the chatter of birds, their songs weaving an intricate melody that resonated with Willow's own heart. The sun streamed through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, where wildflowers swayed gently in a breeze that carried the promise of adventure. Nestled amidst the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree lay a peculiar stone, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. Willow's breath caught in her throat as she reached out and gently grasped the warm, pulsating crystal. A jolt of energy coursed through her veins, igniting a spark deep within her soul. The stone seemed to hum with a resonance that echoed the heartbeat of the earth itself, and she felt as if she had tapped into a current of life that flowed beneath the surface of all things. From that moment on, Willow's world was infused with magic. The stone, now her constant companion, bestowed upon her the ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest, a gift that would unveil a hidden realm woven into the very fabric of the natural world. She found herself listening intently to the rustling leaves, as though they were imparting secrets meant only for her ears. The trees whispered of ancient times when magic was the breath of the earth, and the wind carried tales of forgotten realms where dreams were born. As the days passed, Willow discovered that the trees were not mere silent sentinels, but living beings, their branches whispering tales of ancient wisdom. The crystalline streams murmured secrets of faraway lands, and the wind carried the melodies of long-forgotten songs. Each morning, she would sit at the base of the ancient oak, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns of the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her very being. Her heart would swell with a sense of belonging, as though she had been stitched into the tapestry of the forest itself. In this enchanted realm, Willow forged an unbreakable bond with an unlikely friend, a majestic stag named Bramble. His coat was a rich tapestry of browns and golds, and his eyes held a wisdom that belied his youthful appearance. Their friendship defied expectations, transcending the boundaries of species and language. Together, they embarked on a journey that would challenge their courage, test their resilience, and ultimately transform them in ways they could never have imagined. One fateful day, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a mysterious trail of shimmering dust. Curiosity piqued, they followed the glittering path, which led them to a hidden glade where the very air hummed with ancient magic. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the ground. The air was filled with the sound of a distant waterfall, its steady rhythm a soothing lullaby that beckoned them forward. In the center of the glade stood a towering willow tree, its slender branches swaying in an unseen breeze. Willow felt an inexplicable pull towards the majestic tree, and as she approached, she realized that the shimmering dust emanated from its bark. The air was thick with anticipation, as though the forest itself held its breath. With a trembling hand, Willow reached out and gently touched the willow's trunk, and in an instant a portal unfurled before her, revealing a realm beyond her wildest dreams. Bramble, ever the faithful companion, pressed against her side, his warm breath a reassuring presence. The portal shimmered like a mirage, its edges tinged with the colors of twilight. Together, they stepped through the shimmering veil and found themselves in a world where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred. Crystalline waterfalls cascaded from floating islands, and iridescent flowers bloomed in meadows of stardust. Mythical creatures roamed freely, their forms shifting and shimmering in the ethereal light. This was a world where the impossible became possible, and the ordinary became extraordinary. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling colors, and the air was alive with the scent of lilac and rain. As they ventured deeper into this wondrous realm, Willow and Bramble encountered a group of mystical beings who welcomed them with open arms. These beings, guardians of the hidden world, revealed that a dark force had taken root, threatening to extinguish the magic that sustained their existence. Their leader, a wise and ancient creature named Elowin, spoke with a voice that resonated like the gentle rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. Her eyes, deep pools of night sky, held a sorrow that told of battles long fought and victories hard won. The days in this new realm were governed not by the sun, but by the luminescent glow of moonflowers that opened to reveal the hours of the night. Willow found herself learning the ways of the Guardians, blending her unique affinity with nature with their age-old wisdom. She spent time with Azura, a creature with wings like stained glass, who taught her the art of listening to the stars. The stars, Azura explained, held stories of their own, and through their twinkle, they communicated the fates of those who dared to listen. With heavy hearts, they entrusted Willow and Bramble with a sacred quest to unravel the mystery surrounding the dark force and restore the balance of magic. Armed with her newfound powers and the unwavering friendship of Bramble, Willow embarked on a perilous journey that would test the limits of her courage and her faith. They navigated treacherous landscapes where shadows lurked in every crevice and riddles whispered from the very stones beneath their feet. Each challenge they overcame strengthened the bond between Willow and Bramble, forging a friendship that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. The journey was fraught with danger, but also with moments of quiet beauty that reminded them of the world they sought to protect. Along the way, they encountered allies in the most unexpected places, a wise old owl who guided them through the labyrinth of mysteries, and a mischievous sprite whose laughter dispelled the shadows that threatened to consume them. These encounters taught Willow that even in the darkest of times, hope could be found in the most unlikely corners. The owl, with feathers like moonlight, shared stories of the stars, while the sprite, a flicker of light and mischief, reminded them of the joys of laughter in the face of fear. As they drew closer to the heart of the dark force, Willow felt the weight of her quest pressing heavily upon her shoulders. But it was in those moments of doubt and fear that Bramble's steadfast presence grounded her, reminding her of the strength that lay within. She realized that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the determination to face it head-on. In a climactic confrontation, Willow and Bramble stood face to face with the embodiment of the dark force, a twisted, shadowy entity that sought to consume all light and magic. With her heart pounding in her chest, Willow summoned the courage that had been forged through her journey, and with a brilliant flash of light from her enchanted stone, she banished the darkness once and for all. As the shadows dissipated, the hidden realm was bathed in a radiant glow, and the guardians rejoiced, their voices echoing through the ethereal plains. Willow and Bramble had not only saved this wondrous world, but had undergone a profound transformation themselves. Willow, once a wide-eyed child, now stood tall and resolute, her heart overflowing with the wisdom of 100 lifetimes. Bramble, too, had shed his physical form, emerging as a majestic spirit guide, his essence woven into the very fabric of the enchanted forest. As they bid farewell to the hidden realm and returned to the familiar paths of their earthly home, Willow carried with her the knowledge that magic resided not only in distant realms, but within the heart of every living being. Her journey had taught her that true courage lies in embracing the unknown, and that the most extraordinary friendships can blossom in the most unexpected places. Upon returning, Willow found her village unchanged, yet she felt an undeniable shift within herself. She began to share her tales with those who would listen, gathering children and elders alike in the village square. Her stories, once filled with youthful wonder, now carried the weight of experience and the promise of adventure beyond the horizon. In the evenings, as the village settled into a hushed calm, Willow often sought the solitude of her garden, where wildflowers danced in the moonlight. There she would sit, gazing at the stars, and feel the presence of Bramble beside her, his spirit enveloping her like a warm embrace. The enchanted stone, ever glowing against her chest, pulsed in time with her heartbeat, a constant reminder of the journey that had shaped her. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues across the whispering canopy, Willow would sit beneath the ancient oak, her fingers tracing the patterns of the enchanted stone. In those quiet moments, she could hear the echoes of Bramble's wise counsel, guiding her on the never-ending path of discovery and growth. For in the realm where magic dances on the breeze, and the whispers of ancient trees carry secrets untold, the journey of a young girl named Willow had only just begun. As she gazed into the heart of the forest, she knew that the world was a tapestry of stories, each waiting to be lived and told. And with each step she took, Willow wove her own thread into the rich and vibrant fabric of life, the narrative of her adventures ever unfolding. Now, Willow began to explore her own village with fresh eyes, seeing the magic in the mundane, unraveling secrets hidden in plain sight. She found herself aiding her mother with her storytelling, weaving her own experiences into new tapestries that captured the imaginations of those who listened. Her father, too, began to share with her the symphonic sounds of nature he had long cherished, from the rustle of leaves in the wind to the babbling of brooks that sang of journeys untold. Her newfound knowledge became a beacon of inspiration, a reminder that even the smallest voices can create echoes of change. The village, once a quiet place on the edge of a forgotten forest, became a hub of wonder and enchantment, a place where dreams took flight and magic was woven into the very air they breathed. Willow's journey was far from over, and as she stood at the threshold of infinite stories yet to be told, she knew that the spirit of adventure would always guide her path. In the quiet moments of twilight, when the world seemed to pause in breathless anticipation, Willow would often return to the ancient oak. There she would close her eyes and let the whispering winds carry her to realms unseen, knowing that the heart of the forest held endless mysteries, each waiting to be unveiled. She understood now that the magic she had discovered was not an end, but a beginning, a doorway to countless adventures and a testament to the boundless wonder of the world. Days turned into weeks, and Willow's fame as a storyteller grew beyond the village. Travelers from distant lands began to visit, drawn by tales of the young girl who had ventured into realms unknown. They gathered in the village square, eager to hear her recount her incredible journey. One evening, as the stars twinkled above, a group of travelers approached Willow with a proposition. They spoke of a distant land where the stars seemed to fall from the sky, leaving trails of silver in their wake. A land where the night sky held more mysteries than the day. Intrigued and driven by the insatiable curiosity that had always been her guide, Willow agreed to accompany them. The journey to this new land was fraught with challenges, yet with each obstacle, Willow found herself growing stronger, more attuned to the magic that danced around her. She learned to read the language of the stars, guided by the teachings of Azura and the wisdom of the owl. Upon reaching their destination, Willow discovered a world bathed in the soft glow of celestial light. Moonlit forests whispered secrets of the universe, and in the distance, mountains shimmered like beacons, their peaks touching the sky. Here the river ran not with water, but with liquid silver, and the air hummed with the music of the cosmos. This new realm held its own mysteries, its own challenges, and Willow was ready to face them all. The bond she shared with Bramble, though now a spirit guide, remained unbroken, a testament to the power of friendship and the enduring magic of the world. In this land of falling stars, Willow realized that her journey was far from over. The stories she had lived, the adventures she had embarked upon, were but a prelude to the wonders that lay ahead. With each step she took, she wove a new thread into the tapestry of life, a narrative filled with courage, friendship, and the boundless magic of the universe. As she gazed into the night sky, Willow knew that the world was a tapestry of stories, each waiting to be lived and told. And with each step she took, she wove her own thread into the rich and vibrant fabric of life, the narrative of her adventures ever unfolding, ever expanding, into realms unknown. Story 2. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets of old, there existed a hidden world brimming with life and magic. The forest was thick with towering oaks and whispering pines, their limbs draped in moss like the tattered robes of ancient druids. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of gold and green, while a gentle brook wound its way through the underbrush, its waters singing a perpetual lullaby. But beneath this serene beauty lay a landscape teeming with stories, each leaf and stone holding the echoes of ages past. In this enchanted realm lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Beneath the roots of the great trees, the wise old badger named Bramble had made his home. His burrow was a cozy warren, lined with soft ferns and leaves, and the scent of earth and wildflowers filled the air. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's history, his mind a repository of tales passed down through generations. His eyes, though clouded with age, gleamed with the knowledge of countless seasons. Often he would sit by the entrance of his burrow, the soft glow of twilight casting long shadows, as he pondered the mysteries of the forest and the stories yet to unfold. Nestled nearby, in the branches of a venerable oak, was a family of squirrels, the eldest of whom was Nutkin. Nutkin was a spry and clever squirrel, always curious and eager to learn. His fur was as red as autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the mischief of youth. He often visited Bramble to hear the old badger's stories, for he knew that the tales held more than mere entertainment. They were imbued with the wisdom of the forest itself. Nutkin's insatiable curiosity often led him to explore beyond the familiar branches of his home, seeking new adventures and knowledge. He saw himself as a bridge between the old and the new, the keeper of the past and the harbinger of the future. One crisp morning, the forest awoke to the sound of rustling leaves and the gentle caress of a cool breeze. A change was in the air, one that the creatures could feel in their bones. It was the time of the equinox, a magical moment when day and night stood in perfect balance. The equinox was a sacred time, a moment of reflection and renewal, when the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds grew thin. The creatures of the forest sensed this profound shift, their hearts attuned to the ancient rhythms that governed their lives. As the sun rose, casting a warm glow over the forest, the creatures gathered at the clearing known as the Circle of Stones. This was a place of ancient power, where moss-covered stones formed a perfect ring, each one inscribed with runes that glowed faintly in the early light. It was here that the forest held its council, where creatures great and small came together to seek harmony and balance. The ground beneath the stones felt warm and alive, as if the forest itself breathed with anticipation. A gentle hum resonated through the air, an ancient song of unity and purpose that bound them all together. Bramble, with his deep, rumbling voice, began the council. Friends and kin, as the equinox graces us once more, we gather to honor the balance that sustains our home. Let us speak of the changes we have seen and the lessons we have learned. His voice was like the earth itself, solid and reassuring, and it resonated with the ancient stones. As he spoke, the memories of the forest came alive, the stories unfolding like a tapestry of time woven with threads of wisdom and experience. The animals listened intently as Bramble shared stories of the past, tales of seasons long gone, and the challenges that had been overcome. His words painted vivid pictures in the minds of his listeners, a springtime flood that had once threatened their home, a drought that had tested their resourcefulness, and the harmonious efforts of all creatures to restore balance. Each tale was a reminder of the resilience and unity that defined their world. Nutkin, perched attentively on a low branch, was inspired by the stories. His young heart brimmed with a desire to contribute, to learn from the wisdom of the past, and ensure a bright future for their beloved forest. As the council continued, Nutkin spoke up, his voice clear and earnest. "Wise Bramble, and all gathered here," he began, "I have seen that the brook that feeds our forest is running slower than in years past. The waters are not as full, and the fish are fewer. I fear for the balance of our home." His voice wavered slightly with the weight of his concerns, but his resolve was unyielding. He knew that the forest thrived on the delicate balance of its elements, a balance that was now threatened. There was a murmur among the animals, a ripple of concern. The brook was the lifeblood of the forest, providing nourishment and sustenance for all. If its flow was diminished, so too would be the vitality of their world. Each creature, from the tiniest ant to the largest deer, depended on the brook's life-giving waters. The forest's future hung in the balance, and the urgency of the situation was palpable. Bramble nodded gravely, his eyes thoughtful. "Your observations are keen, young Nutkin. The brook is indeed quieter, and it is a matter we must address. Let us consider what we have learned from our ancestors, and how we might restore what is lost." His gaze swept over the gathered creatures, each one a vital thread in the tapestry of their home. The forest's history was rich with lessons, and it was in these lessons that they would find their path forward. From the shadows of the trees, the voice of an elderly turtle, known as Elder Shell, resonated with a measured wisdom. In times of scarcity, we must remember the lesson of the seasons. They teach us that all things are cyclical, that after every winter, spring must come. We must seek the source of this imbalance and work together to mend it. Elder Shell's words were like the slow, steady pulse of the earth, grounding and wise. His presence was a reminder of the enduring strength that lay in patience and perseverance. Inspired by Elder Shell's words, the creatures resolved to investigate the brook's decline. Nutkin, with his nimble agility, volunteered to lead an expedition upstream to explore the source of the waters and uncover the cause of their troubles. His heart raced with a mixture of excitement and responsibility, knowing that the task ahead was crucial for the well-being of their forest home. As Nutkin set off, accompanied by a small band of forest dwellers, a chatty robin named Redbeak, a cautious hedgehog called Prickle, and a wise old owl known as Sage, the air was filled with a sense of purpose and unity. They traveled through the forest, each step a promise of discovery, their senses attuned to the whispers of the trees and the murmurs of the earth. The journey through the forest was both familiar and new, each familiar path revealing hidden wonders as they ventured deeper into the heart of their world. The journey was one of wonder and revelation. Nutkin marveled at the beauty of the forest, at the intricate dance of life that unfolded with every step. The scent of pine needles was sharp and invigorating, while the rustling of leaves created a symphony of nature's music. The brook, though diminished, still sang its gentle song, guiding them onward. As they traveled, Nutkin found himself reflecting on the stories Bramble had shared, each tale a reminder of the courage and unity that had seen the forest through difficult times. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the brook led them to a place where sunlight pierced the canopy, illuminating a small clearing. Here, they discovered the source of the trouble, a fallen tree, its roots tangled in the brook, obstructing the flow of water. The tree had been uprooted by a storm, its trunk now lying across the brook like a slumbering giant. The sight was both awe-inspiring and daunting, a reminder of nature's power and the fragility of balance. Nutkin and his companions understood the task before them. With determination, they set to work, using their combined skills and strengths to clear the obstruction. The robin and the owl worked together to lift smaller branches, while the hedgehog rolled away debris. Nutkin, with his nimble paws, navigated the tangled roots, helping to free the brook from its constraints. Each creature played a vital role, their efforts a testament to the power of collaboration and unity. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the forest, the water's flow gradually resumed its natural course. The brook, now clear of obstacles, gurgled with renewed vigor, its melody once more filling the air. The creatures watched as the water danced and sparkled, a testament to their efforts and unity. The brook's song was a promise of life and renewal, a reminder that the forest's balance had been restored. With their task complete, Nutkin and his companions returned to the circle of stones, where the forest awaited their news. As they shared the tale of their journey, a collective sigh of relief swept through the gathering. The forest's future was secure, and the creatures celebrated their success with gratitude and joy. Bramble, his eyes shining with pride, addressed the assembly. Through your courage and cooperation, you have restored balance to our home. Let this be a reminder that together we can overcome any challenge. His words resonated with the ancient stones, a testament to the power of unity and the enduring strength of the forest's inhabitants. The council concluded with a celebration, a joyous gathering beneath the stars. The creatures feasted on nuts and berries, their laughter and songs echoing through the night. As the forest embraced the peace of the equinox, a gentle rain began to fall, a blessing from the heavens, a promise of renewal and harmony. The rain was a gentle reminder of the cycles of life, a symbol of hope and the unending dance of balance. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of a bright future. As the seasons turned and the years rolled by, the forest remained a sanctuary of balance, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and unity. Nutkin continued to learn and grow, his adventures and discoveries enriching the tapestry of the forest's history. In this enchanted realm, the lessons of the forest were passed down through generations, whispered on the wind, and carried in the hearts of all who dwelled there. And in the glow of the equinox, the forest stood as a beacon of hope, a reminder that true magic lies in the harmony of nature and the bonds that unite us all. Yet, as the years passed and seasons unfolded their stories, a new chapter began to weave itself into the fabric of the forest. Nutkin, now a seasoned storyteller in his own right, found himself visited by a strange dream, a dream where the forest's heart, the very essence of its magic, was dimming. The dream, vivid and haunting, showed the forest's vibrant colors fading to a muted gray, the songs of its creatures growing faint. Disturbed by this vision, Nutkin sought the wisdom of Bramble, whose age and knowledge had only deepened with time. The old badger, now more of a legend than a mere creature, welcomed Nutkin with a warm gaze. I, too, have felt a shift, young one. The forest speaks in whispers, and it is for us to listen. Together they contemplated the meaning of Nutkin's dream, pondering the signs that had begun to manifest, a subtle waning of the forest's magic, like a candle flickering in the wind. Bramble suggested a pilgrimage to the Heartstone, a mystical place said to be the source of the forest's life force, nestled deep within the most ancient part of the woods, a region few dared to tread. The journey to the Heartstone was unlike any Nutkin had undertaken before. The air was thick with the scent of ancient earth and the weight of countless secrets. The path was narrow and winding, flanked by towering trees whose trunks twisted like ancient sentinels. Nutkin felt the eyes of unseen creatures watching, guardians of the forest's deepest mysteries. As Nutkin and his companions, now including Bramble, who had vowed to see this journey through, traveled deeper, they encountered signs of the forest's fading vitality. The once vibrant foliage was tinged with an unfamiliar pallor, and the songs of the birds were subdued, as if the very air were holding its breath. Finally, they arrived at the Heartstone, a massive crystal embedded in the earth, pulsating with a faint rhythmic glow. The stone was surrounded by a circle of ancient runes, their meanings lost to time, but their power undeniable. The atmosphere was charged, as if the forest itself had gathered here to witness this moment. Bramble stepped forward, placing a paw on the Heartstone. The forest has given us its life and stories, and now it calls for our aid. His voice was a soft echo in the silent clearing. Nutkin, feeling the weight of his dream, approached the stone, his heart filled with determination. Together, Nutkin, Bramble, and their companions formed a circle around the Heartstone, their hands and paws linked in unity. They closed their eyes, focusing on the warmth of the stone beneath them and the silent plea it carried. In that moment of stillness, They offered their energy and love to the forest, a gesture of faith and hope. As they stood united, the heartstone began to glow brighter, its light spreading through the clearing, touching each tree and leaf with a renewed vibrancy. The air hummed with an ancient melody, the song of the forest reborn. Nutkin felt a surge of warmth and gratitude, knowing they had reignited the forest's heart. The journey back was filled with a new sense of vitality. The forest, once again vibrant and alive, sang a song of gratitude and renewal. Nutkin and Bramble, now bound by their shared experience, returned to the circle of stones, where the creatures of the forest awaited with eager anticipation. As Nutkin told the tale of their pilgrimage, the forest rejoiced. Songs of celebration echoed through the trees, mingling with the rustle of leaves and the babble of the brook. The creatures danced beneath the moonlight, their hearts filled with the promise of a future where the magic of the forest would endure. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, the lessons of unity, courage, and renewal were etched into the very soul of the land. The forest stood as a testament to the enduring power of nature's magic and the bonds that united its inhabitants, a sanctuary where the whispers of the past guided the light of the future. Years passed, and Nutkin, now an elder among his kin, watched as a new generation of creatures came to inhabit the forest. One day, a young mouse named Fennel approached him, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Nutkin," she said, "I've heard whispers of the Heartstone and the journey you took to save the forest. Will you share the story with me?" Nutkin smiled, his heart swelling with pride and nostalgia. "Of course, young Fennel. Gather around, and I shall tell you of a time when the forest's magic was at risk, and how we, together, renewed its heart." As Nutkin began to weave the tale once more, the forest listened, the ancient trees swaying gently in the breeze, the brook murmuring its eternal song. The story of the Heartstone became a beacon of inspiration for future generations, a reminder of the strength found in unity and the magic that resided in the heart of the forest. With each retelling, the forest's legacy was enriched, the threads of its history woven ever tighter, ensuring that the heart of the ancient forest would never dim again. For in this enchanted realm, where magic and reality intertwined, the lessons of the past were cherished, and the promise of a bright future was always within reach. Story 3. In a quaint village cradled between rolling green hills and dense, whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Owen. The village, a harmonious blend of nature and community, was a tapestry of life, woven with stories of laughter, love, and the occasional whisper of magic. Cobblestone streets wound through rows of colorful cottages, their chimneys puffing gentle wisps of smoke into the crisp air. In the center of the village, a fountain gurgled merrily, its waters clear as crystal, catching the light in a dance of shimmering rainbows. Owen was a young man with a heart as warm as the golden sun that kissed the early morning dew. His eyes held the kindness of 1,000 sunsets, and his demeanor was as gentle as the breeze that rustled through the village. He lived in a modest, thatched cottage with his grandmother, who was as wise as the ancient oak that stood at the edge of their garden. Her stories were treasures, woven from threads of wisdom and love, and Owen cherished every moment spent in her company. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the scent of ripe apples and fallen leaves, Owen found himself in the attic of their cottage. His task was to find the old knitting needles his grandmother had requested. Dust danced in the beams of light that filtered through the small attic window, and the wooden floor creaked under his weight, a symphony of age and history. As Owen sifted through boxes of memories and forgotten treasures, he marveled at the remnants of lives lived before him, faded photographs, letters penned with love, and trinkets that whispered stories of yesteryears. His fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curiosity piqued. He pulled it out, revealing an intricately carved silver key that shimmered with a strange, otherworldly light. The key was unlike anything he had ever seen, with delicate engravings of stars and swirling patterns that seemed to move as he turned it in his hand. Beneath the key, an old journal lay nestled in the folds of a worn quilt. The journal's leather cover was cracked with age, and its pages, though yellowed, promised tales untold. Owen tucked it under his arm, intending to explore its contents later. With the key in hand, Owen descended the narrow staircase and made his way to the heart of the cottage, where his grandmother sat by the fireplace. Her knitting needles clicked rhythmically, creating a melody of comfort. Her eyes, though framed by wrinkles, sparkled with a youthful curiosity as she examined the key. "This, my dear, is no ordinary key," she said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves outside. "It is said to open the door to the glimmering grove, a place where magic flows as freely as the brook in spring." Owen's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. The glimmering grove was a place of legend, a mystical forest said to hold wonders beyond imagination. It was a place where the ordinary became extraordinary, where dreams danced in the shadows of the trees. With his grandmother's blessing and a packed satchel of provisions, Owen set off on his journey to find the fabled grove. The path to the glimmering grove was not marked by signs or maps, but by intuition and heart. Owen walked through fields of wildflowers, their colors vibrant against the muted hues of the season. The air was filled with the sweet scent of earth and the distant echo of birdsong. Along the way, he unfolded the old journal. Its pages revealed sketches of fantastical creatures and notes of ancient spells, speaking of a journey much like his own, taken by a distant ancestor whose adventures had been lost to time. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Owen reached the edge of the woods. Here, the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering with a hint of silver as though they were kissed by moonlight. It was here that Owen met his first helper, a small, sprightly creature named Fen. Fen had eyes as bright as emeralds and a mischievous smile that hinted at secrets untold. He was a forest sprite, a guardian of the woods, and he had been waiting for Owen. "You're the one with the key," Fen said, his voice like the tinkling of bells. "The grove awaits, but the path ahead requires more than just courage. It requires understanding." Owen nodded, feeling a sense of kinship with the little sprite. Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, the trees closing in around them in a protective embrace. The air grew cooler, and the light dimmed, but Owen felt a warmth in his heart, a guiding light that led him forward. As they walked, Fen shared stories of the forest, tales of creatures who lived in harmony with the magic around them. Owen listened, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the world he had always taken for granted. He realized that the village stories, often dismissed as mere folklore, held a deeper truth that connected him to this enchanted realm. Their journey was not without challenges. They encountered a river that roared with the power of 1,000 storms, its waters too wild to cross by conventional means. Here, Owen was tested not by strength but by wisdom. He sat by the riverbank, listening to the rhythm of the water, its voice carrying stories of ages past. It was then that he noticed the pattern of the currents, a dance of nature that revealed a hidden path. With Fen's encouragement, Owen followed the rhythm, stepping from stone to stone until they reached the other side. Their journey continued through fields of glowing mushrooms, their luminescence casting a gentle light that softened the night's embrace. It was here that they met their second helper, a wise old owl named Eldrick. His feathers were of the deepest midnight, speckled with stars, and his eyes held the wisdom of the ages. "To enter the grove," Eldrick hooted, "one must first understand the harmony of the world. The key you hold is not just metal, but a promise to cherish the wonders you find." Owen nodded, feeling the truth in Eldrick's words resonate within him. Together with Fen and Eldrick, they approached the entrance to the glimmering grove, a magnificent archway formed by the intertwining branches of ancient trees. Before unlocking the grove, Owen paused to reflect on his journey. The path had not only been about reaching a destination, but about understanding the delicate balance of life and magic. His internal struggle eased as he realized that his initial apprehension had transformed into a deeper understanding of himself and his place in the world. The key glowed with a radiant light as Owen held it to the lock. With a gentle turn, the door creaked open, revealing a world of enchantment beyond. Inside the grove, the air shimmered with magic. Flowers bloomed in colors Owen had never imagined, and creatures of myth and legend roamed freely. The trees whispered secrets, their leaves rustling with laughter and song. Owen felt a profound peace settle over him, a connection to the world and its wonders. He understood now that the true magic lay not in the key or the grove, but in the journey itself and the friends he had made along the way. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Owen knew it was time to return home. He bid farewell to Fen and Eldrick, promising to cherish the memories and lessons they had shared. The journey back seemed shorter, his heart light with joy and gratitude. When Owen finally returned to his grandmother's cottage, he found her waiting by the fire, her eyes filled with love and understanding. Owen shared his tale, the warmth of the fire wrapping them in its embrace. His grandmother listened, her smile soft and knowing, as she understood the magic of the journey her grandson had undertaken. And so, in that cozy cottage by the crackling fire, Owen learned that the greatest adventures are those that open our hearts to the wonders of the world and the bonds of friendship that light our way. As the night deepened, Owen drifted into a peaceful sleep, the silver key resting on the mantel, a reminder of the magic within and the endless possibilities that awaited with the dawn. The next morning, as the first light of day filtered through the cottage window, Owen awoke with a sense of purpose. The grove had left its mark on him, and he felt a great responsibility to share its wonders with others. He decided to organize a gathering in the village square, where he would recount his adventures and inspire his fellow villagers to seek their own journeys. The village square was abuzz with excitement. People gathered around, eager to hear Owen's tale. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread and the cheerful sounds of children playing. Owen stood in the center, surrounded by friends and neighbors, and began to speak. His words painted vivid pictures of the grove's splendor and the lessons he had learned. As he spoke, Owen noticed a change in the crowd. Eyes widened with wonder, and smiles spread across faces. The villagers were captivated, their imaginations ignited by the possibilities beyond their familiar world. Owen realized that, in sharing his story, he had not only opened doors to the grove, but also unlocked the magic within each listener. The gathering sparked a renewed sense of community and curiosity. People began to share their own stories, dreams, and desires. The village became a living tapestry of adventure, woven together by the common thread of exploration and discovery. In the days that followed, Owen found himself at the heart of this newfound spirit. He led groups on walks through the fields, teaching them to see the beauty in the everyday and the extraordinary in the ordinary. Together they explored the woods, uncovering hidden paths and marveling at the wonders of nature. Owen's journey to the Glimmering Grove had not only transformed him, but had also rekindled a sense of wonder in the village. The magic of the grove lived on, not just in Owen's heart, but in the hearts of all who heard his tale. As seasons changed and years passed, the village thrived, its people bound together by the power of story and the promise of adventure. Owen continued to share his journey, knowing that the true magic lay in the connections forged and the dreams inspired. And so, the legacy of the Glimmering Grove endured, a testament to the enduring power of imagination, friendship, and the unquenchable thirst for discovery that resides in every soul. Story 4. In the quaint little village, nestled among the rolling green hills and ancient whispering woods, a peculiar occurrence continued to captivate the townsfolk, infusing their lives with a gentle wonder. Each morning, as the sun began to paint the sky with hues of pink and gold, the cobblestone streets glimmered with tiny, mysterious footprints. These prints, like ethereal dances frozen in time, sparkled like silver under the early morning light, leaving a trail that beckoned the curious and the dreamers alike. The village itself was a tapestry of charm, bordered by fields of wild lavender that swayed in the breeze, releasing waves of fragrance that mingled with the scent of fresh earth. The cottages, with their thatched roofs dusted in moss and lichen, leaned towards one another as if in quiet conversation. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, carrying the aroma of baking bread, while the rhythmic clucking of chickens and the distant murmur of a brook added a symphony to the serene morning air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her keen eyes and curious mind, often spending her afternoons at the edge of the woods, collecting stories from the trees and streams, which she claimed whispered secrets to her. With her chestnut hair tied back with a ribbon and her pockets always full of interesting finds, Clara was determined to uncover the mystery of the sparkling footprints. Her fascination with the unknown was fueled by a deep-seated belief that the world was brimming with wonders waiting to be discovered. She often wondered if her curiosity was inherited from her grandmother, who used to tell her tales of hidden realms and forgotten paths during long winter nights. One morning, Clara set out with her best friend, Oliver, a gentle boy with a knack for puzzles and a heart as big as his imagination. Oliver, with his golden curls and eyes that seemed to reflect the sky, was the kind of boy who could see patterns in the clouds and music in the rustling of leaves. He relished the opportunity to explore the mystery with Clara, their friendship a tapestry of shared dreams and whispered secrets. Though he often appeared carefree, Oliver carried with him the desire to prove himself, to show that his dreams could lead to real discoveries. Together, they followed the trail of shimmering prints which seemed to lead away from the village and into the depths of the forest. The air was filled with birdsong, and shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, creating pools of light on the forest floor. As they ventured deeper, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with strange, swirling patterns that seemed to tell stories of time long past. The air took on a cooler, more mystical quality, the scent of pine mingling with the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers. It was here that they met Tobias, an old, wise tortoise resting by a clear, bubbling brook. Tobias had lived in the forest for many, many years and knew its secrets well. "Ah, young ones," Tobias greeted them with a slow, warm smile. "I see you are following the trail of the moonlit dancers." "The moonlit dancers?" Clara echoed, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Indeed," Tobias nodded sagely. "They are tiny, magical beings who come out to dance under the moonlight, leaving a trail of stardust in their wake. They mean no harm and are in fact quite shy, but something has disturbed them, causing them to wander into the village." "What could have disturbed them?" Oliver asked, crouching down to hear Tobias better. Tobias closed his eyes, thinking deeply. "There is a sadness in the forest, a discord among the creatures. Perhaps if you find the source, the moonlit dancers will return to their peaceful glen." Clara and Oliver, filled with gratitude and determination, thanked Tobias and continued their journey. The forest became more enchanting with each step, flowers glowing softly in the shade and vines humming gentle tunes as the wind passed through them. Occasionally, a curious squirrel or a watchful owl would pause to observe the pair, lending a sense of companionship to their quest. The forest held secrets, and Clara was drawn to them, her heart resonating with the stories the trees whispered. She remembered her grandmother's tales of the forest, stories of brave souls who had once ventured into its depths and emerged changed. These tales fueled her resolve, reminding her that courage was born from the heart's willingness to seek truth in the unknown. As they walked, the forest began to reveal more of its magic. They came upon a grove where the trees seemed to hum with life. This grove, known among the villagers only in fleeting, half-remembered legends, was said to be the heart of the forest, a place where the magic of the woods was most potent. The air here was thick with an energy that made their skin tingle, and the colors of the foliage were impossibly vibrant, as if every leaf and flower had been painted by an unseen artist. It was in this grove that they stumbled upon an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and surrounded by a circle of mushrooms. Intrigued, Clara and Oliver approached cautiously, feeling as though they were stepping into a sacred space. The altar bore inscriptions in a language neither of them understood, but Clara felt a familiarity, an echo of her grandmother's stories resonating within her. She reached out, tracing the patterns with her fingers, and closed her eyes. In that moment, she felt a connection to the very soul of the forest, a bond that transcended time and space. She sensed the presence of the guardian of the forest, a protector and keeper of balance, who watched over the land with a gentle, unwavering gaze. It was a guardian that responded to the pure of heart, those who sought to preserve harmony rather than disrupt it. Soon they arrived at a clearing where they found a tiny, distressed creature, a pixie with wings like gossamer and eyes like dew-kissed violets. She was caught in a tangle of thorny brambles, her silvery tears glistening on her cheeks. "Oh, poor thing," Clara whispered, carefully freeing the pixie with Oliver's help. What happened? The pixie, freed and grateful, fluttered her wings and introduced herself as Lyra. Thank you, kind friends. I was trying to help a lost moonlit dancer when I got caught. Something is amiss in their realm. A shadow has fallen, and they cannot find their way home. Clara and Oliver exchanged a knowing glance. We will help, they promised. Guided by Lyra, they made their way to the realm of the moonlit dancers, a hidden glen where the air shimmered with magic. There they found the dancers, their tiny forms flickering with worry, like stars about to wink out. In the center of the glen lay the source of the disturbance, a large, dark stone that pulsed with a dull, gloomy light. It had fallen from a nearby cliff, blocking the dancers' path and casting an ominous shadow over their home. We need to move it, Oliver said, examining the stone. But it's too heavy for us, Clara lamented, looking around for a solution. As they pondered their predicament, Clara's mind wandered back to a story the trees had once whispered to her. It was about the guardian of the forest, a mythical entity said to be the protector of balance and harmony, capable of wielding great power when called upon by those with pure intentions. Perhaps this was the time to seek its aid. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her heart and thoughts, hoping the forest would hear her plea. Just then, a soft musical hum filled the air. The creatures of the forest, the birds, the squirrels, even the trees, seemed to join in a harmonious effort, as if responding to Clara's call. With a gentle rustling, the forest lent its strength. Together, Clara, Oliver, and the forest creatures pushed against the stone, their combined efforts slowly shifting it. Lyra and the moonlit dancers fluttered around them, their presence adding a lightness to the task. Finally, with one last heave, the stone rolled away, revealing a hidden path bathed in moonlight. The glen transformed before their eyes. The shadows lifted, replaced by a soft, luminescent glow that filled the space with warmth and peace. The moonlit dancers, relieved and joyous, resumed their gentle dance, their laughter like tinkling bells, a melody that seemed to weave through the very fabric of the night. Thank you, Lyra whispered, her eyes shining with gratitude. You have restored our home. Clara and Oliver watched the dancers for a while, their hearts filled with a quiet joy. As the first light of dawn began to touch the sky, they bid farewell to the magical creatures and made their way back to the village. Each step felt lighter than the last, as though the journey had lifted not only the stone, but the weight of the world's mysteries from their hearts. With each step, the forest seemed to sing a song of gratitude, the leaves rustling in a melodic whisper. When they emerged from the woods, the village was just waking, the chimneys puffing gentle plumes of smoke into the morning air, and the familiar sounds of daily life beginning anew. As they walked down the cobblestone streets, Clara and Oliver noticed that the mysterious footprints had faded, leaving behind only a faint shimmer, as if a dream had passed through. The villagers, unaware of the night's adventures, continued their routines, their lives touched by a magic they did not see, but somehow felt. The village returned to its peaceful routine, and the story of the moonlit dancers became a cherished tale, shared by the fireside on chilly nights. Clara and Oliver knew that whenever they looked towards the forest, they would remember their adventure, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the familiar, and the power of friendship and kindness to light the way. As time passed, Clara and Oliver found themselves returning to the forest, not to solve mysteries, but to bask in the tranquility it offered. They carried with them the lessons learned of courage, friendship, and the beauty of the unknown. And though the village remained unchanged, the bond between them and the enchanted woods grew stronger, a silent promise of future adventures yet to unfold. One day, as they sat by the brook where they'd first met Tobias, Clara turned to Oliver, a thoughtful expression on her face. Do you think there are more mysteries out there waiting for us? Oliver smiled, his eyes reflecting the endless possibilities. I think the world is full of them, Clara, and as long as we have each other, we'll find them. Their laughter echoed through the forest, a sound as timeless as the whispering woods themselves, as they set off once more, hand in hand, ready to embrace whatever wonders awaited beyond the horizon. Unbeknownst to them, their adventure had not gone unnoticed. In the village, an enigmatic figure had been observing them, a scholar named Alara, who had recently moved into a cottage at the edge of the village. She was drawn to the village by the tales of the moonlit dancers, seeking inspiration for her writings on the mysteries of the world. Alara was intrigued by Clara and Oliver's ability to uncover the magic hidden in everyday life, and she saw in them the potential to unearth even greater secrets. Alara, with her raven-black hair and eyes that seemed to hold the depth of 1,000 stories, approached the pair one evening as they sat by the village fountain, recounting their latest foray into the woods. "Your journey into the forest has sparked something remarkable," Alara said, her voice smooth and melodic. "The way you see the world, the way you listen to its whispers, it is a gift." Clara and Oliver exchanged a curious glance, intrigued by Alara's presence. "What do you mean?" Clara asked, her curiosity piqued. "I've been studying the legends of this village, and there is much more to discover," Alara explained. "The moonlit dancers are just one piece of a larger puzzle. There are ancient pathways and forgotten realms that connect our world to others. Together, we could explore these paths, uncovering the tales that have been lost to time." Alara's words resonated with Clara and Oliver, igniting a new spark of curiosity within them. They realized that their adventure with the moonlit dancers was just the beginning, a prelude to a greater journey that awaited them. With Alara's guidance, they could delve deeper into the mysteries of the world, unraveling the threads of magic and wonder that wove through their lives. With renewed determination, Clara, Oliver, and Alara formed a pact to explore the hidden wonders of the village and beyond. They would listen to the whispers of the woods, follow the trails of forgotten stories, and uncover the secrets that lay just beyond the horizon. Together, they would embark on a journey that would take them to places unknown, guided by the light of curiosity and the bonds of friendship. And so, under the twinkling stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Clara, Oliver, and Alara set forth on their new adventure, their hearts open to the boundless possibilities of the world and the magic that lay waiting to be discovered. Story 5: The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Twilight. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and winding streams, lay the village of Elderwood. This quaint settlement, surrounded by ancient oak trees that stood like silent sentinels, was known for its peaceful demeanor and the gentle hum of life threading through its narrow cobblestone streets. The air was often filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the earthy aroma of fresh bread wafting from the village bakery. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones of the Whispering Woods, a mysterious forest just beyond the village borders, where the trees were said to murmur secrets carried by the wind. In the heart of Elderwood lived a young girl named Leona, whose curious spirit and gentle heart made her beloved by all. Her auburn hair caught the sunlight like 1,000 autumn leaves, and her eyes, the color of the deepest forest green, sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 untold stories. Leona's days were filled with the simple joys of village life, tending to the garden with her grandmother, weaving garlands of wildflowers, and listening to the elders' tales under the starlit sky, where the constellations seemed to wink with ancient knowledge. Despite her contentment, Leona was drawn irresistibly to the Whispering Woods, where it was said a magical object lay hidden, a lantern that held the twilight within its glass, capable of illuminating the unseen paths and revealing the truth hidden in shadows. Legends whispered that this lantern of twilight could also mend broken hearts and forge unbreakable bonds. Yet the woods were a mystery, and few dared to venture into their depths, for they were ever-changing and filled with secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost lay like a lace veil upon the earth, Leona awoke with a sense of purpose. The soft golden light of dawn filtered through her window, casting a warm glow across her room. Her heart was a fluttering bird in her chest, a mix of excitement and gentle trepidation. The scent of cinnamon and freshly brewed tea lingered in the air as she prepared for her journey. After a hearty breakfast of porridge sweetened with honey, Leona kissed her grandmother's cheek, noticing the wisdom etched in her gentle smile, and set out, her footsteps echoing softly on the cobblestones as she made her way to the edge of the village. The villagers watched her go with a mix of pride and concern, their silent prayers accompanying her into the morning mist. Her grandmother, with a knowing nod, handed her a small woven pouch filled with lavender for protection and comfort. As Leona entered the whispering woods, the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming an archway of welcome. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets only the forest could tell. Birdsong filled the air, a symphony of nature's own making, and a gentle breeze played with the tendrils of her hair. The sunlight danced through the leaves, painting the forest floor with a mosaic of light and shadow. Leona followed a narrow path, worn by the passage of time and the feet of countless wanderers. Her senses were alive, attuned to every sound and movement. The rustling of a squirrel in the underbrush, the call of a distant owl, the sigh of the wind through the trees. She walked with purpose, yet her heart remained open to the wonders around her. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leona came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of a benevolent giant. At its base lay a small pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky's azure depths. The air was thick with the scent of moss and wild thyme, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard as they flitted from flower to flower. Leona paused, her eyes drawn to the pond where something shimmered beneath the water, a glint of gold catching the light. She knelt at the edge, her reflection mingling with the leaves that floated lazily on the surface, and her fingers skimmed the water, cool and crisp against her skin, as she reached for the object. To her amazement, she drew forth a tiny key, its ornate design intricate and beautiful. It seemed to pulse with a soft inner light, as if it held a secret of its own. Leona tucked the key into her pocket, sensing that it was meant to guide her on her quest. She took a moment to breathe in the tranquility of the clearing, feeling a deep sense of connection to the forest around her. Continuing her journey, Leona felt the woods become denser, the light filtering through the canopy in a kaleidoscope of colors. The path grew narrower, and the air was tinged with a sense of ancient magic. As she walked, she heard a soft melody, a haunting tune that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. The melody was like a thread pulling at the edges of her awareness, weaving its way into her very soul. Following the music, Leona soon arrived at a hidden glade. In its center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a lantern of unparalleled beauty. Its glass was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the light, while its frame was wrought from silver, aged and tarnished by time. Leona's heart leaped with recognition. This was the Lantern of Twilight, the very object of her quest. As she approached, the melody grew stronger, resonating within her very soul. She reached for the lantern, her fingers brushing its cool surface, when suddenly she realized she was not alone. Emerging from the shadows was a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a fox with fur as white as snow, eyes that glimmered with wisdom, and a presence that exuded kindness. The fox's fur was as soft as freshly fallen snow, and its eyes, a deep amber, seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. The fox regarded her with a gaze both gentle and knowing, and Leona felt a sense of calm wash over her. "Greetings, traveler," the fox spoke, its voice a soft, melodic whisper. "You have found the Lantern of Twilight, but its power is not freely given. Only those with pure intentions and a heart open to the truth can unlock its magic." Leona nodded, understanding that her journey was not merely about finding the lantern, but about discovering her own strength and the bonds that connected her to the world. She withdrew the key from her pocket, feeling its warmth in her palm, and placed it gently into a hidden lock upon the lantern. With a soft click, the lantern sprang to life, its light spilling forth like liquid dusk. The glade was bathed in a gentle glow, the shadows retreating to reveal a world vibrant and alive. In that moment, Leona felt a profound connection to the forest and all its inhabitants, a sense of unity and peace that transcended words. The fox nodded approvingly, its eyes twinkling with joy. "You have unlocked the Lantern of Twilight, and with it, the truth of your own heart. Remember, its light is not for you alone, but to be shared with others in need." Leona understood the wisdom in the fox's words, for the journey had taught her the importance of friendship, kindness, and the courage to seek the truth. She thanked the fox, her heart full of gratitude, and promised to use the lantern's light to guide others on their paths. As she made her way back to Elderwood, the lantern's glow lighting her way, Leona felt a profound sense of fulfillment. She had ventured into the Whispering Woods seeking a magical object, but had found so much more, a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. Upon returning to the village, Leona shared her tale with the villagers, their eyes wide with wonder and awe. The lantern became a symbol of hope and unity, its light a beacon in the darkest of times. And though the Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and magic, Leona knew that its secrets were not to be feared, but embraced with an open heart. Months passed, and the lantern's magic began to weave itself into the fabric of Elderwood. Each time someone was in need, be it a farmer whose crops had failed, a child lost in the woods, or a family torn by discord, the lantern's light would guide Leona to them. It was as if the lantern had woven itself into the very fabric of the village, its magic touching every life, every story. One day, a stranger arrived in Elderwood. He was a traveler from a far-off land, his clothes worn and his eyes weary, reflecting the weight of distant sorrows. He spoke of a great darkness spreading across his homeland, a shadow that consumed everything in its path. The villagers listened, their hearts heavy with the stranger's sorrow. Leona felt the lantern warm in her hands, its glow intensifying as if in response to the stranger's plight. She realized then that her journey was not yet complete, that the lantern's light had a far greater purpose. With the support of her fellow villagers, Leona decided to accompany the stranger back to his homeland, to share the lantern's light and offer hope to those in need. The journey was long and arduous, across mountains wrapped in mist and valleys shrouded in shadow. Yet, with each step, Leona felt the strength of the lantern's light guiding her, illuminating paths that seemed impossible to cross. Along the way, they encountered others who had lost their way, and with each encounter, the lantern's glow grew stronger, its magic binding them in a shared purpose. When they finally reached the stranger's homeland, they found a land cloaked in darkness, its people living in fear. Leona held the lantern high, its light piercing the shadows, revealing the hidden beauty of the land and the strength of its people. In the lantern's glow, hope was rekindled, and the people found the courage to stand together, united against the darkness. As the darkness receded, Leona realized that the true magic of the Lantern of Twilight lay not in its ability to illuminate the unseen, but in its power to reveal the light within each heart, to forge connections that transcended distance and despair. Leona returned to Elderwood, her spirit enriched by the journey, her heart full of the stories of those she had met. The village of Elderwood thrived, its people bound together by the light of friendship and the wisdom of the woods. Leona's journey had transformed not only her own life, but had woven a tapestry of connection that would endure for generations to come. On evenings when the village gathered in the square, the lantern was placed at the heart of the gathering, its glow a reminder of the power of unity and hope. Children would sit at Leona's feet, their eyes wide with wonder as she recounted her adventures, their hearts alight with dreams of their own journeys. And as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, the villagers knew that the true magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the love and kindness they shared with one another, and the belief that even the smallest light could illuminate the darkest path. Thus, in the gentle embrace of night, the village of Elderwood slumbered, wrapped in the comfort of dreams and the promise of a new dawn, where the whispering trees stood as guardians of a legacy woven in light and love. Story 6. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and the gentle embrace of a winding river, there lived a young woman named Mira. The village, with its cobblestone streets and cottages adorned with creeping ivy, was a place of simple joys and timeless traditions. Mira, with her curious eyes and gentle heart, often felt a stirring within her, a whisper of something ancient and enduring that called to her from beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, Mira's grandmother beckoned her to the attic of their cozy stone cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of memories, filled with the scent of cedarwood and old parchment. Dust motes floated lazily in the shafts of sunlight that streamed through the small window, casting a warm glow over the room. "Come, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice a soft melody of wisdom and warmth. "There is something I wish to show you." From beneath an old quilt, she carefully pulled out a wooden chest, its surface intricately carved with symbols of their ancestors. "This," she continued, "is our family's legacy, passed down through generations. It holds the stories and treasures of those who came before us." With reverence, Mira opened the chest to find an assortment of objects, each with its own tale to tell. There were faded letters, a delicate silver locket, and a beautifully crafted journal bound in worn leather. Among these was a curious object that caught Mira's eye, a small, intricately carved stone, warm and smooth to the touch, with symbols etched into its surface. "What is this, grandmother?" Mira asked, tracing the carvings with her fingers. "Ah, that is the Heartstone," her grandmother replied, her eyes twinkling with the light of remembrance. "It is said to hold the spirit of our ancestors, connecting us to their wisdom and strength. It is a reminder of who we are and where we come from." Intrigued and inspired, Mira decided to embark on a journey to uncover the stories behind the Heartstone. She set out into the lush countryside, where the river sang sweetly, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and wildflowers. Her path led her through sun-dappled forests and across fields of swaying grass, each step bringing her closer to the heart of her heritage. Along the way, Mira met many kind souls who shared their own stories and traditions. An elderly farmer taught her to listen to the whispers of the wind, which carried the wisdom of the land. A gentle herbalist showed her the magic of the forest, where every leaf and petal had a story to tell. And a wise storyteller shared tales of old, where courage and kindness had triumphed over adversity. Through these encounters, Mira learned that the Heartstone was more than just an artifact. It was a symbol of the enduring bond between past and present. It taught her that the strength and resilience of her ancestors lived on within her, guiding her through life's challenges with grace and compassion. As the sun set behind the hills, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mira returned to her village, her heart full of newfound understanding. She gathered her friends and family by the fireside, where the flames crackled softly and the air was filled with the scent of pine and cinnamon. "There is so much we can learn from those who walked before us," Mira said, her voice carrying the warmth of the fire. "Their stories remind us of our strength and our connection to one another. We are never alone, for we are part of something greater." And so, with the Heartstone resting in her hands, Mira shared her journey with the village, weaving tales of courage, friendship, and the timeless legacy of her ancestors. The villagers listened, their hearts open and their spirits lifted, as the night wrapped them in its gentle embrace. In that moment, Mira understood that the true magic of her heritage lay not in the artifacts themselves, but in the love and wisdom passed down through generations, a legacy that would continue to shine brightly in the hearts of those who cherished it. And so, under the starlit sky, the village slept peacefully, cradled by the comforting knowledge that they were part of a story that was as old as time and as enduring as the stars above. Story 7. In a cozy corner of the evergreen forest, where towering pines swayed in the gentle breeze, there stood a charming cottage. Its thatched roof and flower-lined windows radiated warmth and magic. This was the home of Hazel, a kind-hearted witch who spent her days tending to her enchanted garden and crafting helpful potions for the forest folk. One crisp autumn morning, Hazel woke to find her usually vibrant garden in disarray. Leaves were scattered about, and her prized pumpkin patch lay trampled. Perplexed, she set out to investigate, basket in hand to gather any clues. As she surveyed the area, Hazel noticed a trail of tiny footprints leading deeper into the woods. Intrigued, she followed the trail, her curiosity piqued by the strange occurrences. The path led her to a clearing where a circle of mushrooms stood tall and proud. In the center, a group of forest sprites huddled together, chattering excitedly. "Oh, hello there!" Hazel called out, her voice warm and inviting. The sprites, startled by her presence, scattered momentarily before realizing she meant no harm. One brave sprite, named Willow, fluttered forward. "Greetings, Hazel," Willow chirped. "We were just admiring these magnificent mushrooms that seem to sprout overnight." Hazel's brow furrowed as she examined the mushrooms closely. They were indeed extraordinary, their caps adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered like stardust. Suddenly, a wise old oak tree nearby creaked to life. "Ah, those are no ordinary mushrooms, my friends," rumbled the tree's deep, sage-like voice. "Those are the rare and enchanted luminous caps, known to appear only once every 100 years." The sprites and Hazel listened, captivated, as the oak tree explained the legend of the luminous caps. Apparently, when the first autumn leaf fell, marking the changing of the season, these special mushrooms would sprout, their patterns holding clues to the location of a hidden treasure. Hazel's heart raced with excitement. A treasure hunt! But why had the mushrooms caused such a disturbance in her garden? "The luminous caps are guarded by mischievous forest imps," continued the oak tree. "They must have been the ones to trample your pumpkin patch, trying to throw us off the trail." Realization dawned on Hazel. Of course, those pesky imps were known for their tricks and pranks. With renewed determination, Hazel and the sprites examined the patterns on the mushroom caps, working together to decipher the clues. They noticed symbols representing various landmarks in the forest: a twisted oak, a babbling brook, and a mossy boulder. Armed with this knowledge, they set off on their adventure, following the trail of clues. Along the way, they encountered helpful forest creatures who aided them in their quest. From a wise old owl who pointed them in the right direction, to a family of friendly beavers who ferried them across the brook. Finally, they reached the mossy boulder, the last clue leading them to a hollow tree trunk. Inside, they discovered a glittering chest filled with treasures beyond their wildest dreams. Gems that sparkled like rainbows, enchanted instruments that played the sweetest melodies, and ancient tomes brimming with magical wisdom. But the true treasure, they realized, was the journey itself and the bonds of friendship they had forged along the way. From that day on, the luminous caps became a symbol of unity and wonder in the evergreen forest. And whenever autumn arrived, Hazel and her sprite friends would gather to admire the mushroom's ethereal glow, remembering the magical adventure that brought them all closer together. Story 8. In a galaxy far beyond the reach of ordinary stars, where the nebulae painted the skies with hues of lavender and emerald, there existed a small planetoid named Lumara. Lumara was a place of gentle breezes and whispering trees, where the luminous creatures known as Luminari thrived. They were beings of light, their forms ever shifting like the flickering of a candle's flame, and they communicated through the softest of glows and radiant harmonies. On the opposite end of the cosmos, a robust and vibrant world called Terranex orbited a distant sun. Here, the rugged Terrans made their home. These were beings of stone and earth, with skin as tough as granite and hearts as warm as molten lava. They spoke in deep, resonant tones that could be felt as much as heard, and they cherished the strength of their community above all else. One day, by a twist of fate, or perhaps the playful hand of the universe, a young luminary named Zephyr found himself caught in a peculiar cosmic storm. The storm's tendrils reached across the stars, snatching Zephyr from Lumara and casting him towards the distant world of Terranex. As Zephyr tumbled through the starry expanse, he was both terrified and mesmerized by the swirling vortex of iridescent colors. He landed softly in a lush grove on Terranex, where great trees with emerald leaves rustled like the gentle murmur of distant waves. Zephyr's soft glow illuminated the shadows beneath the canopy, casting a warm light on the rugged ground. Nearby, a young Terran named Braun was gathering stones to build a new hearth for his family. He was a stout creature with eyes like polished amber and a heart that beat with the steady rhythm of the earth itself. When he saw the unfamiliar glow emanating from the grove, curiosity pulled him from his task and towards the source of the light. Braun approached with caution, for he had never seen anything like Zephyr before. The Luminari's form was delicate and ethereal, a stark contrast to Braun's own solid and enduring presence. Zephyr, in turn, was wary of the Terran's formidable appearance. Yet, beneath the surface of their differences, there was a flicker of understanding, a recognition of another being seeking connection. "Greetings," rumbled Braun, his voice like distant thunder. "What brings you to Terranex, creature of light?" Zephyr's glow flickered with uncertainty, but he attempted to communicate, his light pulsing in rhythmic patterns. At first, the two struggled to understand one another, for their languages were as different as night and day. Misunderstandings led to awkward moments. Zephyr's attempts at humor lost in translation, and Braun's earnestness sometimes misinterpreted as gruffness. Yet as days turned into weeks, they found common ground through simple acts of kindness. Braun showed Zephyr how to gather the smoothest stones and shape them with care, while Zephyr illuminated the paths at night, revealing hidden wonders in the forest that even Braun had never noticed before. Their first challenge came when a fierce storm swept across Terranex, tearing at the trees and threatening to flood the grove where Zephyr had made his temporary home. Together, they worked tirelessly, Braun using his strength to build barriers against the rising waters, and Zephyr guiding him with light to the places that needed fortifying the most. As the storm raged on, Zephyr and Braun took shelter in a small cave, the entrance hidden by a curtain of vines. There, with the rain drumming a gentle lullaby on the stone roof, Braun spoke of his family and the warmth of their hearth, while Zephyr shared tales of Lumara, where the air was alive with music and color. Through these stories, they discovered the true essence of each other's worlds. Braun learned that strength could be found in the most delicate of things, and Zephyr realized that even the sturdiest of beings could possess a heart as tender as moonlight on water. When the storm finally passed, the grove was transformed. The air was fresh and clean, and rainbows danced between the leaves, painting the world in vibrant arcs of color. Zephyr's glow was brighter than ever, and Braun's laughter rumbled like a contented mountain. Though their time together was short, the bond they forged was timeless. Zephyr knew he must return to Lumara, and Braun understood that his place was among his kin on Terranex. Yet, they parted not with sadness, but with the joy of having found a friend in the vastness of the universe. Before Zephyr departed, he and Braun stood together on a hill overlooking the land, the setting sun casting long shadows and filling the sky with shades of gold and crimson. Zephyr's light shimmered as he said, "In every corner of the cosmos, may we carry this light of friendship." Braun nodded, his voice deep with emotion. "Our worlds may be different, but our hearts beat as one." With a gentle pulse of light and a grounding hum, they exchanged a promise to remember each other, no matter the distance between their worlds. As Zephyr ascended towards the stars, Braun watched until the glow was but a twinkle in the endless sky. And so, the unlikely companions taught each other the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended the stars and united hearts from worlds apart. In their story, the universe found a new harmony, a reminder that even the most different of beings could come together to create something beautiful and everlasting. In quiet moments, under the same stars, Braun would look up and remember the light that had brightened his world, while Zephyr, amidst the radiant harmonies of Lumara, would gaze upon the distant stars and feel the steady warmth of the earth beneath his light. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Bramblebrook. The villagers were a kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with the rhythm of the seasons. At the heart of Bramblebrook was a cobblestone square, where every Saturday morning a market would bloom like a field of wildflowers, colorful and bustling with laughter. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose heart beat with the quiet strength of 1,000 stories untold. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who often spoke of the magic woven into the fabric of everyday life. "Look closely, dear Lila," she would say, "and you will see the world hum with secrets." One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, Lila wandered through the market. Her attention was caught by an unusual stall she had never seen before. It was draped in deep blue velvet, and a sign hung above it, painted with the words, "Treasures of Time and Wonder." Behind the stall stood an elderly gentleman with a twinkle in his eye and a beard as white as the first winter snow. "Good day, young one," he greeted, his voice as warm as a summer evening. "Care to explore the wonders of yesteryears?" Drawn by the allure of mystery, Lila approached and noticed a peculiar item, a small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than her palm. "What is this?" she asked, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into the wood. "Ah," the old man whispered, That, my dear, is the whispering box. It holds within it the power to reveal the hidden stories of any object you choose. Intrigued, Leela exchanged her pocket money for the box. As she walked home, she felt the box hum gently in her hand, as if it were alive with anticipation. Curiosity turned to wonder when she discovered the box's magic for herself. That evening, under the soft glow of candlelight, Lila placed her grandmother's old locket into the box. A comforting warmth enveloped her, and she found herself listening to the locket's story, a tale of young love and cherished memories. The next morning, with her heart full of stories yet to be discovered, Lila set off on a journey through the village, seeking objects that whispered of the past. She met a tapestry weaver whose loom sang of a distant homeland, a baker whose rolling pin echoed with laughter from generations past, and a gardener whose trowel murmured of seeds sown with hope. Each story she uncovered was a thread in the rich tapestry of Bramblebrook, and with every tale, Lila's understanding of her home deepened, as did her connection to its people. However, one day she encountered a challenge unlike any other. The village's ancient oak, a towering sentinel that had stood for centuries, was wilting. Its leaves, once vibrant, now lay crisp and lifeless. The villagers were heartbroken, for the oak was a symbol of their unity and strength. Lila knew that the oak held stories untold, and she hoped the whispering box might reveal the wisdom needed to help it. With great care, she placed a fallen acorn into the box and listened intently. A gentle, rustling voice filled her mind, telling of a time when the oak was but a sapling, nurtured by the kindness of the forest spirits. It spoke of the harmony between the trees and the land, a balance now disrupted by a forgotten stream that once whispered beneath its roots. Armed with this knowledge, Lila gathered her friends, Orin, the thoughtful gardener, Mina, the cheerful baker, and Rowan, the wise weaver. Together, they embarked on a quest to find the hidden stream. Guided by the oak's story, they followed subtle signs, a line of moss on stones, a trail of wildflowers blooming out of season, until they unearthed the stream, now a mere trickle. With gentle hands and open hearts, they cleared the debris, allowing the water to flow freely once more. As the stream whispered its gratitude, the oak's leaves shimmered anew, vibrant and full of life. The village rejoiced, their spirits lifted by the renewal of their beloved oak. Lila's heart swelled with joy, for she had learned that wisdom lay not just in the stories themselves, but in listening, understanding, and acting with kindness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Lila sat beneath the oak, the whispering box nestled in her lap. She smiled, knowing that every object, every story was a gift, waiting to be unwrapped by those willing to listen. And so, in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, Bramblebrook flourished, its stories weaving a tapestry of wonder and wisdom, held dearly in the hearts of its people for generations to come. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit as gentle as the evening breeze, Lila fell asleep beneath the oak, cradled by its ancient arms, dreaming of stories yet to be discovered. And as the stars twinkled above, the village of Bramblebrook slept soundly, knowing that the magic of their world was safe in the hands of those who cherished its secrets. Story 10. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where emerald leaves danced gently in the breeze and sunlight dappled the ground in soft golden patches, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was always filled with the comforting scent of wildflowers and pine. In this village lived a young woman named Amara. She was known for her gentle nature and kind spirit, yet she carried a quiet yearning within her heart, a yearning to grow beyond the boundaries of her familiar world. Amara loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, but she felt an unexplainable pull towards something more. Yet, change was something Amara found daunting. The thought of stepping beyond what she knew filled her with both excitement and trepidation. Her dreams were vivid, filled with lands beyond her imagination, and though she awoke each morning with their echoes in her mind, she hesitated to pursue them. Amara's closest confidant was her grandmother, a wise woman who had seen many seasons pass. Grandmother lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, its windows adorned with colorful blooms that seemed to spill over the sills like laughter. It was here, amid the warmth of the hearth and the scent of freshly baked bread, that Amara often sought solace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Amara shared her longing for something more with her grandmother. "I feel as if there is a world waiting for me," she confessed, her voice barely more than a whisper, "but I don't know how to begin." Her grandmother listened, her eyes twinkling with a wisdom born of years. "Change is a dance, my dear," she said, "a dance between what you know and what you have yet to discover. Sometimes, the first step is simply allowing yourself to be open to the magic around you." Amara pondered her grandmother's words, and as she did, a gentle resolve began to unfurl within her. That night, as she lay in her bed listening to the song of the crickets and the soft rustle of leaves, she made a promise to herself to seek out the magic that lay beyond the edges of her comfort. The following morning, Amara set out into the forest, her heart a fluttering mix of anticipation and uncertainty. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. As she walked, each step seemed to whisper encouragement, urging her forward. It was not long before she came upon a clearing, bathed in the gentle light of the sun. In its center stood a towering maple tree, its leaves shimmering with a silvery glow that seemed almost otherworldly. Amara approached it with a sense of awe, feeling a strange yet comforting connection to the ancient tree. As she stood beneath its branches, a soft breeze stirred the leaves, and a single leaf detached, spiraling gracefully downward until it landed in her outstretched hand. Holding it, Amara felt a warmth spread through her, and she heard a gentle voice in her heart, words that were not spoken but understood. Growth comes from within, and just as the seasons change, so too must we. Amara spent the day in the clearing, feeling a sense of peace envelop her as she contemplated the leaf's message. When she returned to Willowbrook, she found herself seeing her village through new eyes. The familiar cobblestones seemed to whisper their own stories, and the laughter of the children playing filled her with a newfound joy. In the days that followed, Amara embraced small changes. She sought out new paths through the forest, befriended travelers passing through Willowbrook, and even took up painting, a hobby she'd long admired from afar. Each small step seemed to open her heart a little more, revealing hidden strengths and desires she had never before realized. Her grandmother watched her transformation with a knowing smile. "You are like a flower unfurling its petals," she said one evening as they sat by the fireplace, the flames casting a warm glow across the room. "Every day brings new colors, new possibilities." Amara nodded, feeling the truth of her grandmother's words deep within her. She realized that the magic she had sought was not so much a place, but a journey of discovering who she was and who she could become. As the seasons turned and the days grew longer, Amara found herself more connected to her village than ever before. She shared her newfound wisdom and joy with others, becoming a beacon of light and encouragement for those around her. Her fear of change had transformed into a love for discovery, filling her life with unexpected beauty. And so in the heart of Willowbrook, amidst the laughter of children and the gentle rustle of leaves, Amara's story unfolded, a tale of personal growth and magical transformation. She had learned that true change comes from within, and that every step, no matter how small, is part of the dance of life. In the quiet of the forest, beneath the shimmering leaves of the ancient maple tree, Amara found her place in the world, a place where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of wonder and joy. And in Willowbrook, where time seemed to slow and the air was always fragrant with wildflowers, Amara's journey continued, guided by the magic of her own heart. Once upon a time, in the serene village of Eldergrove, nestled at the foot of whispering, verdant hills, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. This village was known for its towering oak trees, their branches weaving a canopy that danced with the sunlight during the day and cradled the stars at night. Eldergrove was a place where magic lingered like the soft scent of lilacs in the air, subtle yet undeniably present. Leora was a kind-hearted young woman, known for her warm smile and the way she cared for the village's gardens, coaxing flowers to bloom with just a whisper and a touch. However, Leora carried a quiet struggle within her. a fear of change that pinned her to the familiar comforts of her little cottage and the garden paths she knew so well. The village had long told tales of the enchanted glade, a hidden place where time seemed to stop, and where those who ventured within emerged transformed. The glade was said to hold the essence of personal growth and the whispers of ancient wisdom. Yet, Leora had never dared to seek it out, afraid of what she might discover about herself and the world beyond her garden gate. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves whispered secrets in shades of amber and gold, Leora sat on her porch, wrapping a shawl around her shoulders. Her friend, Bram, a jovial woodcarver with laughter that rolled like distant thunder, joined her. He carried with him the scent of pine and the comforting weight of companionship. "Change is the wind in our sails, Leora," Bram said softly, his voice mingling with the rustle of the leaves. "But you never know where it'll take you if you never leave the harbor." Leora sighed, tracing patterns in the blanket of stars above. "I fear what I do not know, Bram. The thought of leaving what I understand is like stepping into the shadows." Bram nodded, his eyes twinkling like the night sky. "Sometimes the shadows are where we find our light." His words lingered in the air, a gentle nudge towards the path she'd long avoided. The next morning, as dawn painted the world in hues of rose and gold, Leora awoke with a resolve as new and fragile as the morning frost. She packed a small satchel with a few essentials and, with a heart both heavy and hopeful, set off towards the enchanted glade. The path was strewn with fallen leaves, a mosaic of the seasons that crunched softly underfoot. As Leora walked, she noticed the gentle hum of the forest, a symphony of life that she had never truly heard before. The scent of earth and moss embraced her, and the cool breeze carried with it the promise of discovery. It wasn't long before Leora reached the edge of the glade. The air shimmered with a faint luminescence, a breath of magic that beckoned her forward. She hesitated, her heart pounding like a distant drum, but Bram's words echoed in her mind, urging her to take the step beyond fear. Crossing into the glade, Leora was enveloped in a warmth that felt like the embrace of an old friend. The trees here were ancient, their bark etched with stories of time gone by. In the center of the glade stood a crystal-clear pool, its surface mirroring the sky like a sheet of liquid glass. As she approached, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, an invitation to peer within. The pool's depths swirled with colors and images, a tapestry of dreams and memories. Leora saw herself as a child, her laughter bright and free, unburdened by the chains of doubt. She saw moments of kindness she had given and received, each one a thread in the fabric of her life. And she saw the shadows too, the fears that clung to her, but they were smaller now, dwarfed by the luminous tapestry of who she was. Tears welled in her eyes, not of sorrow but of understanding. In that moment, Leora realized that change was not to be feared but embraced, a path to becoming who she truly was. The magic of the glade had shown her that growth was not about leaving behind who she had been, but about becoming more of who she was meant to be. As the sun began to set, casting the glade in a warm golden glow, Leora turned to leave. But she did not leave empty-handed. She carried with her a newfound peace, a lightness of spirit that made her footsteps seem to float upon the earth. Back in Eldergrove, Bram waited by the cottage, his eyes lighting up as he saw her approach. Leora's smile was radiant, her eyes bright with the light of discovery. She embraced her friend, the warmth of gratitude flowing between them like a river. "I found my light, Bram," she whispered, her voice filled with the gentle strength of newfound understanding. The days that followed were filled with small, steady changes. Leora tended to her garden with a new sense of purpose, planting seeds not just in the earth, but in her heart. She ventured beyond the village more often, guided by curiosity and the promise of discovery. And as the seasons turned, she found herself embracing each change with grace and wisdom. In the quiet moments of evening, when the world settled into the hush of twilight, Leora would often sit with Bram by the fire, sharing stories and dreams. The crackling flames cast a warm glow that wrapped around them like a cozy blanket, and the scent of pine mingled with the sweet aroma of chamomile tea. Leora's journey had taught her that life was a tapestry of moments, each one a delicate thread that, when woven together, created a masterpiece of existence. She learned that change was not something to be feared but celebrated, for it was through change that she discovered her true self. And so, in the peaceful village of Eldergrove, where the oak trees whispered secrets and the stars danced like fireflies, Leora found her place within the grand tapestry of life. Her heart was at peace, cradled by the magic of the enchanted glade and the wisdom of friendship. And, in that quiet corner of the world, where magic lingered like the soft scent of lilacs, Leora's story became a part of the village tales, an everlasting reminder that within each of us lies the power to change and the light to guide us home. Story 12. On the outskirts of a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and verdant forests, there stood a little cottage adorned with ivy and morning glories. The cottage was home to an elderly woman named Marigold, whose gentle nature and warm heart made her beloved by all who knew her. Marigold spent her days tending to her lush garden, where blossoms of every hue swayed in the gentle breeze, and birds sang sweetly from the branches of the old oak tree that shaded her home. One afternoon, as the sun lazily dipped toward the horizon, Marigold discovered something peculiar while weeding near the garden's edge. Beneath a tangle of wild violets lay a small, unassuming teapot. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that shimmered softly in the fading light, as though the designs themselves were alive. Marigold, intrigued by the teapot's unexpected beauty, decided to take it inside and give it a good cleaning, curious to see what secrets it might hold. As she polished the teapot, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a soft, melodious hum filled the air. Marigold's eyes widened in surprise as a delicate wisp of steam curled from the spout, forming into the translucent shape of a tiny, ethereal creature. The creature had eyes like shimmering dewdrops and wings that glistened like morning mist. It hovered before Marigold, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "Thank you for freeing me, kind Marigold," the creature said. "I am Thistle, a guardian of small wonders. For many years I have been trapped within this teapot, waiting for someone with a heart as pure as yours to find me." Marigold, though startled, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "What a curious thing you are, Thistle. How can I be of help to you?" she asked gently. Thistle explained that he had once protected a grove hidden deep within the forest, a place where the magic of the land flowed freely. But over time, the grove had fallen into disarray, and its magic had begun to wane. Only by restoring the grove could the balance of nature be returned to the village. With a heart full of resolve, Marigold agreed to help Thistle. Together, they set off on a journey through the winding forest paths, where the air was thick with the scent of pine, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the grove's history and its importance to the surrounding land. Along the way, Marigold and Thistle encountered an array of woodland creatures, each with their own distinct personalities. There was Clover, the playful squirrel who loved to chatter about the secrets of the forest. Fern, the wise old turtle who moved slowly but saw much with her sharp eyes, and Willow, the gentle deer who guided them along hidden trails. These creatures, enchanted by Marigold's kindness and Thistle's mission, offered their assistance. Clover scampered ahead, scouting for safe paths, while Fern shared her knowledge of the forest's ancient lore. Willow used her keen senses to alert them to any dangers that might lie ahead. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, Marigold learned to listen to the quiet wisdom of her companions. She discovered that the forest was alive with its own language, a symphony of rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and the distant call of owls. In this world of wonders, she found a new appreciation for the harmony that bound all living things together. At long last, they arrived at the grove. It was a place of serene beauty, with a crystal-clear pond at its center and trees that reached toward the sky like ancient sentinels. But Marigold could see that the grove's magic had indeed faded. The leaves were dull, and the once vibrant flowers drooped sadly. Thistle fluttered beside Marigold, his wings shimmering with determination. "To restore the grove, we must rekindle the spark of its magic," he said. "But this task requires something that cannot be found in the forest, a deep understanding of what it means to nurture and cherish life." Marigold pondered Thistle's words, her mind turning over the lessons she had learned on their journey. She realized that the grove's magic was not something that could be forced or commanded. It was a reflection of the care and love that one gave to the world. With this newfound understanding, Marigold knelt by the pond, her hands cupping the cool, clear water. She whispered a simple, heartfelt prayer, asking for the strength to renew the grove's spirit. As she spoke, a gentle glow emanated from her hands, spreading across the pond's surface like sunlight breaking through clouds. Slowly the grove began to awaken. The leaves shimmered with vibrant hues, the flowers lifted their heads to the sky, and the air filled with the sweet, soothing scent of blossoms in full bloom. The magic of the grove flowed once more, a testament to the love and wisdom Marigold had shared. Thistle, clover, fern, and willow watched in wonder as the grove returned to life, their hearts swelling with gratitude for Marigold's gentle strength. The creatures of the forest gathered to celebrate, their voices joining in a harmonious chorus that echoed through the trees. As dusk settled over the grove, Marigold and her companions rested beneath the boughs of a great oak tree. The air was warm and comforting, and the stars twinkled above like tiny beacons of hope. Marigold knew that she would return to her cottage with a heart forever changed. Her connection to the world around her deepened by the journey she had undertaken. And so, as the gentle night embraced the grove, Marigold drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the soft whispers of the forest and the warmth of the friendships she had forged. In the quiet of that magical place, she understood the true power of kindness and the enduring beauty of a heart open to the wonders of the world. Story 13. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her wild, curly hair that seemed to dance with the wind and a pair of bright, curious eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage at the edge of town, surrounded by a garden blooming with lavender and daisies. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of amber and gold, Clara was helping her grandmother tidy up the attic. The air was filled with the scent of old books and cedar wood, and dust motes danced lazily in the beams of sunlight streaming through the small attic window. While sorting through boxes of forgotten treasures, Clara discovered an old, ornate mirror tucked away in a corner. Its frame was carved with intricate patterns of vines and leaves, and it seemed to hum with an ancient energy. As Clara wiped the dust from its surface, she noticed that her reflection shimmered unusually, as if the mirror held a secret world within. Curious, Clara leaned in closer, and to her amazement, the mirror's surface rippled like water, pulling her into its depths. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a glimmering forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft, emerald moss. In this magical woodland, Clara met a wise old owl perched on a gnarled oak tree. The owl's feathers were as soft as moonlight, and its eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stories. "Welcome, young traveler," the owl hooted gently. "I am Alwyn, and I sense that you seek something beyond the ordinary." Clara, still amazed by the mirror's magic, nodded. "I didn't mean to intrude," she began, "but I was drawn here by the mirror. What is this place?" Alwyn fluffed his feathers and replied, "This is the enchanted glade, a realm where ordinary objects reveal their extraordinary secrets. But be mindful, for to truly see the magic, one must look not with the eyes, but with the heart." As Clara wandered deeper into the forest, she encountered a lively band of woodland creatures. A mischievous squirrel named Pip, a gentle deer called Fay, and a wise tortoise named Humphrey. Each offered their friendship and guidance. Pip, with eyes like shiny acorns, chattered excitedly, "If you ever need help, just call for us, and we'll be there." Fay, her coat as soft as velvet, spoke with a voice as soothing as the rustling leaves. "Remember, Clara, the heart sees what is invisible to the eye." Humphrey, slow but thoughtful, offered, "In every challenge, seek the wisdom within you, for it is the key to unlocking true magic." With her newfound friends by her side, Clara embarked on a journey through the glade, where every step revealed wonders beyond her wildest dreams. She discovered a brook whose waters sang the sweetest lullabies, and meadows where butterflies danced like living rainbows. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Clara and her companions came upon an ancient stone archway draped in ivy. Beyond it lay a grove where time seemed to stand still, and at its center was a pedestal holding a radiant, glowing crystal. Olwen, who had silently followed them, landed nearby. "This crystal," he explained, "holds the power to harmonize the worlds of magic and reality, but it must be awakened by someone pure of heart and wise in spirit." Clara gazed at the crystal, feeling an inexplicable pull towards it. Yet as she reached out, a shroud of doubt clouded her mind. "What if I'm not worthy?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Pip scampered onto her shoulder and chirped, "Clara, you've already shown your worth through kindness and courage." Faye nuzzled her gently, adding, "Your heart has led you here, and that is proof enough." Humphrey, ever patient, advised, "Do not let doubt cloud your vision. Believe in yourself, and the path will become clear." Taking a deep breath, Clara closed her eyes and placed her hands upon the crystal. She focused on the warmth and friendship she had found in the glade, letting those feelings flow through her like a gentle stream. As she did, the crystal began to pulse with light, illuminating the grove with a serene glow. When Clara opened her eyes, she found herself back in the attic, the mirror standing quietly before her, its surface smooth and still. Yet she felt different, lighter, as if she carried a piece of the glade within her heart. From that day on, Clara viewed the world through new eyes, finding magic in the most unexpected places. A dewdrop catching the morning sun, the laughter of the village children, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. And so, with wisdom and friendship as her guides, Clara lived a life filled with wonder, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness she shared with the world around her. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, night wrapped the village of Willowbrook in its gentle embrace, and a peaceful hush fell over the land, inviting dreams of enchanted forests and shimmering crystals. Story 14. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, where the air was always filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of distant streams, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village was a place where stories whispered through the leaves of ancient oaks, and dreams danced upon the ripples of the winding river. It was a place where magic lingered, just out of sight, like the fluttering wings of a hidden butterfly. Finn was a gentle soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, and a heart as open as the wide, starry sky. He spent his days exploring the meadows and forests that surrounded the village, his imagination painting the world with colors only he could see. The villagers often watched him with fond smiles, for Finn had a way of seeing beauty in the simplest of things, a pattern in the clouds, the way sunlight filtered through the trees, the delicate architecture of a spider's web. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Finn sat beneath an ancient willow by the riverbank. The willow's branches draped over him like a protective curtain, its leaves whispering secrets of old. As he gazed into the rippling water, something caught his eye. A glimmering stone, smooth and round, nestled among the pebbles at the river's edge. Curiosity piqued, Finn reached into the cool, clear water and plucked the stone from its resting place. It was unlike any he had seen before, shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse gently like a heartbeat. As he held it in his hand, a warmth spread through his fingers, and he felt a connection to something greater, something ancient and wise. The stone, it seemed, was not merely a stone, but a vessel of magic, a key to a hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a touch of fear, for he sensed that his life was about to change in ways he could not yet comprehend. That night, as he lay in bed beneath a quilt stitched with care by his grandmother, Finn dreamt of the stone. In his dreams, it spoke to him in a language that resonated deep within his soul, a melody of stars and moonlight. It told him of a world beneath the roots of the willow, a realm of wonder and mystery, where creatures of legend roamed, and the air was alive with magic. When Finn awoke with the first light of dawn, he knew what he must do. Clutching the stone, he made his way back to the willow by the river. The morning mist clung to the land like a silken shawl, and the world was hushed as if holding its breath in anticipation. As he approached the willow, the stone began to glow softly in his hand, casting a gentle light that danced upon the leaves. The ground beneath the tree shimmered, and with a gasp, Finn watched as a doorway appeared, a portal to the hidden world of his dreams. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Finn stepped through the portal. The air on the other side was different, crisp and filled with the scent of lilac and honey. He found himself in a forest unlike any he had ever seen, where the trees towered like giants, their bark etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. The leaves sang a soft, ethereal tune, and the grass beneath his feet was as soft as the finest velvet. As Finn ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, he marveled at the wonders that surrounded him. Birds with feathers as bright as jewels flitted through the trees, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around him like a comforting embrace. Flowers bloomed in riotous colors, their petals whispering secrets of the earth to those who would listen. It was in this magical place that Finn met his first companion, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. The fox approached him with a cautious curiosity, its tail flicking in the air like a brushstroke of fire. "Greetings, young traveler," the fox said, its voice smooth and warm, like honey dripped over toast. "I am Rowan, and I sense that you are new to our world." Finn, though startled by the fox's ability to speak, felt an instant kinship with the creature. "I am Finn," he replied, his voice tinged with wonder. "I found this stone, and it led me here." Rowan nodded, his eyes gleaming with understanding. "Ah, the Stone of Whispers. It is a rare gift, young Finn, and it has chosen you for a reason." Together they journeyed through the forest, Rowan sharing tales of the land and its inhabitants, of the ancient magic that flowed through every root and leaf. Finn listened with rapt attention, his heart swelling with the joy of discovery. As they walked, Finn learned that the hidden world was not without its challenges. A shadow had fallen over the land, a creeping darkness that threatened to snuff out the light and magic that sustained it. The creatures of the forest spoke of a mysterious figure known as the Shadow Weaver, who sought to bend the realm to his will. Finn felt a stirring of determination within him. Though he was but a boy, he knew that he could not stand by and watch this world, so full of beauty and wonder, fall to despair. He vowed to find the source of the darkness and restore balance to the land. With Rowan by his side, Finn embarked on a quest to seek the wisdom of the elders, ancient beings who dwelled in the heart of the forest. Their journey took them through glades of silver light, across streams that sang with the voices of the stars, and over hills where the grass whispered stories of long ago. Along the way, they encountered others who joined their cause, a gentle giant named Bramble, whose strength was matched only by his kindness, and a wise owl named Lyra, whose eyes held the knowledge of 1,000 lifetimes. Together, they formed a bond of friendship that transcended their differences, united by a common purpose. As they drew closer to the elders' sanctuary, the land grew darker, the air heavy with the scent of storm and sorrow. But Finn's resolve did not waver, for he had come to understand that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it for the sake of others. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, where the elders awaited them. The elders were beings of light and shadow, their forms shifting and shimmering like the play of sunlight on water. They welcomed Finn and his companions with grace and wisdom, their voices resonating with the harmony of the earth. "You have come to seek our guidance," one of the elders said, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "The darkness you face is not born of malice, but of imbalance, a disruption in the harmony of our world." The elders explained that the Shadow Weaver was a being of great power, a guardian of shadows who had lost his way. He had forgotten the balance between light and dark, seeking to dominate rather than coexist. To restore harmony, Finn must remind the Shadow Weaver of his true purpose, to protect and nurture both light and shadow. With the elders' blessing and a newfound understanding of the task before him, Finn set out to confront the Shadow Weaver. His heart was steady, buoyed by the strength of his friends and the knowledge that he was not alone. The journey to the Shadow Weaver's lair was fraught with peril, the land twisted by the darkness that emanated from its core. But Finn and his companions pressed on, their light a beacon of hope in the encroaching gloom. When they finally stood before the Shadow Weaver, Finn was struck by the sadness in the being's eyes, a reflection of his own soul, lost and yearning for redemption. With gentle words and a heart full of compassion, Finn spoke to the Shadow Weaver, reminding him of the beauty that lay in balance, of the light that could not exist without the dark. The Shadow Weaver listened, his heart stirred by the boy's kindness and wisdom. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, and light once more touched the land. The realm was restored, vibrant and alive, its magic renewed by the harmony of light and shadow. As Finn and his friends returned to the village, they carried with them the lessons of their journey, the power of friendship, the importance of balance, and the strength found in understanding and compassion. Finn's life was forever changed by his adventure, his heart and mind opened to the wonders of the world and the magic that lay within it. And though the stone had served its purpose, its light now dim, Finn knew that the true magic had always been within him, waiting to be discovered. With each passing day, he shared the stories of his journey, his words weaving a tapestry of hope and wonder that inspired all who heard them. And as the village slept beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, the air was filled with dreams of a world where light and shadow danced in harmony, and where the magic of friendship could conquer even the deepest darkness. And so, the tale of Finn and his journey to the hidden world became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a reminder of the power of courage, the beauty of balance, and the enduring light of friendship. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, lay the village of Everwood. This quaint little hamlet was like a painting come to life, with cobblestone streets weaving through clusters of thatched cottages, their chimneys puffing gentle wisps of smoke into the crisp evening air. The scent of baked bread and blooming lavender mingled, creating a fragrance that wrapped around the village like a comforting shawl. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing the simple pleasures of life to take center stage. In the heart of Everwood, there was a cottage with a blue door, slightly ajar and inviting. This was the home of young Finn, a boy of curious nature and gentle spirit. His hair was the color of chestnuts, and his eyes, a bright, inquisitive green, always seemed to be searching for secrets hidden beneath the ordinary. Finn was well loved in Everwood, known for his kindness and the way he could coax a smile even from the grumpiest of villagers. One sunny morning, while the dew still clung to the grass, Finn set off on his usual jaunt to the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a tapestry of greens and browns, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams, painting the ground with patterns of light. Finn had always felt a deep connection to these woods, as if they whispered to him in a language only he could understand. As he wandered deeper, a flicker of something unusual caught his eye. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was a small, ornate box. Its surface shimmered with an iridescent sheen, as if it had been crafted from the very essence of twilight. Finn's heart quickened with the thrill of discovery. He knelt and gently brushed away the leaves and soil that partly hid the box, then carefully lifted it into his hands. The box was surprisingly light, and as he turned it over, he noticed strange symbols etched into its sides, symbols that seemed to dance and shift as the light played over them. Finn's fingers traced these markings, feeling a warmth spread through his fingertips, a sensation both comforting and curious. Driven by an irresistible urge, he lifted the lid. Inside lay a single glowing feather, its light pulsating softly like the heartbeat of a sleeping creature. Finn marveled at its beauty, the feather's luminescence casting a gentle glow on his face. He knew without question that this was no ordinary feather. It seemed to hum with a magic that was both ancient and alive. As Finn held the feather, a soft breeze stirred the leaves around him, carrying with it a voice as gentle as the wind itself. "Guard the feather of dawn, young seeker, for it will guide you to the truths of your heart." Finn, though taken aback, felt an inexplicable calm settle over him. He understood that this feather was a gift, a key to something far greater than he could yet comprehend. With a renewed sense of purpose, he tucked the feather safely into his pocket and made his way back to the village, the path before him seeming to glow with the promise of adventure. Days turned to weeks, and Finn found himself drawn back to the forest time and again. Each visit seemed to unveil more of the forest's hidden wonders. A stream that sang a melody only he could hear, a glade where the flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any he'd seen. Yet, it was the feather that occupied his thoughts most of all. It had become a companion of sorts, its gentle light a constant source of comfort. One afternoon, as Finn sat by the stream, he noticed a shadow moving among the trees. At first, he thought it might be a deer or a fox, but as the figure approached, he realized it was a girl, about his age, with hair like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with a mischievous light. She moved with a grace and confidence that suggested she belonged to the forest as much as any creature within it. "Hello," she said, her voice as bright as a sunbeam. "I've seen you here often, wandering with such wonder. I'm Cora." Finn smiled, feeling an instant kinship with this mysterious girl. "I'm Finn," he replied. "The forest is my favorite place." Cora nodded, her gaze settling on him with a knowing look. It speaks to those who listen. From that day onward, Finn and Cora became inseparable. They explored every nook of the forest, shared stories and laughter, and as their friendship blossomed, Finn found himself confiding in her about the feather. Cora listened intently, her eyes widening with interest. "The feather of dawn," she mused, her voice tinged with awe. "I've heard of such treasures in the old tales. They say it holds the power to reveal hidden truths and bring light to dark places." Finn nodded, feeling the weight of the feather's potential. "I feel it too, but I don't know how to use it." Cora smiled, her expression as warm as the sun. "Perhaps it's not about using it, but about understanding it." With Cora's encouragement, Finn began to carry the feather with him everywhere. He noticed that it seemed to respond to his emotions, glowing more brightly when he was happy or calm, and dimming when he felt uncertain or afraid. It was as if the feather was teaching him to be more attuned to his own heart and the world around him. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn and Cora sat by the edge of a sparkling lake. The water mirrored the sky's colors, a perfect reflection of the world above. They spoke of dreams and hopes, of fears and doubts, and in that moment, Finn felt a bond with Cora that transcended words. As they sat in companionable silence, Finn suddenly felt a tug in his chest, a gentle pull that seemed to be urging him toward the lake. Without thinking, he took the feather from his pocket and held it aloft. It glowed with a brilliance that rivaled the stars, casting a circle of light around them both. To his amazement, the surface of the lake began to ripple, and the water parted to reveal a pathway of shimmering stones leading into its depths. Finn and Cora exchanged a glance, a mix of excitement and wonder in their eyes. Together, they stepped onto the path, the water cool and refreshing against their feet. As they ventured further, the world around them transformed. The lake's depths revealed a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between land and water blurred. Trees with crystalline leaves arched overhead, their branches swaying in a gentle, unseen breeze. Luminescent fish darted through the air, their scales shimmering like rainbows. Finn and Cora walked hand in hand, their hearts alight with the magic of this hidden world. It was a place filled with secrets and stories, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. At the heart of this realm, they found a circle of stones, each one engraved with symbols like those on the feather's box. In the center stood a figure, its form shifting and changing like the patterns of the stars. "Welcome, seekers," the figure intoned, its voice echoing like the song of the forest. "You have found the realm of reflections, where truths are revealed and hearts are laid bare." Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging and understanding. The feather had guided him here, to a place where he could see his own heart reflected in the world around him. "What truths do you seek?" the figure asked, its gaze gentle yet penetrating. Finn hesitated, then spoke from his heart. "I want to understand the magic of the feather, and how it can help me bring light to those who need it." The figure nodded, its form shimmering with approval. "The feather of dawn is a gift, a beacon of hope and wisdom. Its magic is not one of power, but of illumination. It reveals what is hidden and guides those who seek with open hearts." Finn felt a sense of clarity wash over him, the realization that the feather's true power lay not in its magic, but in the way it allowed him to see and understand the world more deeply. "And you, child of the forest," the figure said, turning to Cora. "What truths do you seek?" Cora smiled, her eyes bright with determination. I seek to be a guardian of this realm, to protect its wonders and share its stories with those who will cherish them. The figure nodded once more, its form becoming more defined, as if in agreement with their desires. Then go forth together and let your hearts be your guide. The magic of this realm is yours to share, and the feather of dawn will light your way. With those words, the figure dissolved into a shower of stardust, and the realm began to fade. Finn and Cora found themselves back by the lake, the feathers glow a soft, steady presence in the twilight. As they walked back to Everwood, hand in hand, Finn felt a profound sense of peace. He understood now that the journey was not just about the feather, but about the friendships and truths he had discovered along the way. From that day on, Finn and Cora continued to explore the forest, sharing the magic of the Feather of Dawn with those who needed hope and light. They became known as the keepers of the forest's secrets, their bond a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of an open heart. And in the quiet village of Everwood, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient trees, the story of the Feather of Dawn was told and retold, a gentle reminder that the greatest magic is often found within. As the sun set each evening, casting its golden glow over the village, the people of Everwood would pause to watch the sky, grateful for the light that shone within them all. Story 16. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in a vast dark ocean, there existed a peculiar stretch of space known as the Celestial Confluence. Here, paths of interstellar travelers often crossed, each drifting from their own unique worlds with stories as varied as the colors of the cosmos. It was at a small spaceport on the planet Elysia, with its lush emerald forests and skies painted in serene shades of lavender, that two unlikely companions first met. One was a Zithian, a gentle giant from the icy planet of Zinthor, known for their impressive height and shimmering blue skin that glistened like frosted glass. His name was Thal, and despite his formidable appearance, his heart was as warm as the hearths of his home. The other was a diminutive and sprightly creature from the desert planet of Iridia, a place of endless golden sands and brilliant azure skies. Her people, the Iridians, were small and swift, with skin like the softest leather, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She was called Lyra, and her laughter was as light as the breeze that danced through the dunes of her homeland. Their meeting was by chance, though perhaps destiny played a hand. Thal had traveled to Elysia seeking rare minerals that could withstand the coldest of temperatures, while Lyra was there to learn about the planet's unique flora for her studies. As they both reached for the last flask of Elysian dew at a bustling market stall, their hands brushed against each other. Thal, startled by the sudden contact, withdrew with an apologetic murmur. Lyra, ever curious, looked up into his kind, albeit nervous eyes and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you," she chirped, her voice as bright as the sunlit sands of her home. No, it is I who should apologize," Thal rumbled, his voice deep and gentle, like distant thunder. "Please, you take it." Lyra, sensing his kindness, insisted they share the flask, proposing they explore the marketplace together, and so began their unexpected partnership. At first, their differences were apparent and occasionally led to comical misunderstandings. Thal's heavy footsteps often set off vibrations that sent Lyra's delicate instruments tumbling, while Lyra's rapid speech and quick movements sometimes left Thal feeling a step behind. Yet, each misunderstanding became a lesson in patience and understanding, slowly knitting their friendship closer together. Their journey took an unexpected turn when a sudden storm swept across Elysia, grounding all flights and leaving travelers stranded. As the winds howled through the trees, Thal and Lyra found themselves sheltering in a small, welcoming inn at the edge of the spaceport. Inside, the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting a soft glow that made Thal's skin shimmer like polished ice and highlighted the honeyed tones of Lyra's laughter. During those stormy nights, they shared stories of their worlds. Thal spoke of Zinthor's ethereal ice caves, where light played in colors indescribable, while Lyra painted vivid pictures of Iridia's endless horizons and the music of its shifting sands. In those moments, they discovered a shared love for the wonders of the universe and an appreciation for each other's perspectives. As the storm continued, the inn's power supply began to falter. The air grew cold, and the darkness encroached. Thal, with his natural resilience to the cold, offered warmth by setting up a makeshift campfire using his innate ability to harness heat from within. Lyra, agile and inventive, crafted small lanterns from the local flora, filling the room with a soft, calming glow. Their collaboration not only brought comfort to themselves, but to the other stranded travelers as well. Together, they turned a potentially dreary situation into an opportunity for shared warmth and camaraderie. Finally, the storm subsided, and the skies cleared, revealing a tapestry of stars that seemed to celebrate the newfound friendship forged in the heart of the tempest. As they prepared to part ways, Thal and Lyra exchanged tokens of their friendship, a small polished stone from Zinthor and a delicate glass-like seed from Iridia. "Thank you for teaching me the value of seeing beyond appearances," Thal said, his voice a gentle rumble that carried gratitude and warmth. "And thank you for showing me the beauty of patience and kindness," Lyra replied, her smile bright as the dawn. With heartfelt goodbyes, they promised to meet again, knowing that the vast distances between their worlds were but a small obstacle in the face of true friendship. As Lyra boarded her ship and Thal set off towards his own, the universe seemed a little smaller, a little brighter, and infinitely more connected, thanks to the bonds they had formed. And somewhere in the vast tapestry of stars, the celestial confluence continued to weave its magic, bringing hearts together across the endless expanse of space. Story 17. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured soft secrets to the breeze and the moonlight danced gently on dew-kissed leaves, there lay a quaint little village named Moonshadow Hollow. The village was nestled within a grove that seemed to glow under the starlit sky, and it was known far and wide for its warm hearths and welcoming smiles. In Moonshadow Hollow, there lived a young girl named Leora, who had a gift for noticing things that others overlooked. She had a keen eye and a curious mind, always eager to uncover the stories hidden within the rustling leaves and the shifting shadows. Her cottage, a snug little place with ivy climbing its walls and a garden filled with fragrant herbs, was a haven of tranquility. Her mother, a kind woman with laughter lines and eyes that twinkled like the stars, nurtured Leora's curiosity with gentle wisdom. One crisp autumn evening, as a soft mist curled around the village, Leora noticed something peculiar. The Heartstone, a large, smooth rock that sat at the center of the village square and was said to hold the spirit of Moonshadow Hollow, had begun to glow with a faint, ethereal light. It pulsed gently, like the heartbeat of the forest, and cast an enchanting glow that drew the villagers together in awe. But with the light came a mystery. Strange things began to happen. The lanterns that lined the cobbled paths flickered and whispered with voices not their own. The wind seemed to carry stories from far-off lands, and the animals in the forest behaved unusually, gathering in silent, watchful circles under the trees. Leora, intrigued by these happenings, decided she must understand the mystery of the glowing Heartstone. She wrapped herself in a cozy woolen cloak and set off into the woods, her breath misting in the cool night air. Her lantern cast a warm circle of light as she walked, illuminating the path ahead, where leaves crunched softly underfoot. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she came across an ancient oak, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Perched upon one of its lower limbs was an owl, its feathers a tapestry of browns and whites, eyes wide and wise. "Greetings, young seeker," the owl hooted softly, its voice like a gentle breeze rustling through autumn leaves. "I am known as Sage, the keeper of the forest's wisdom. What brings you to these woodland shadows?" Leora, feeling a comforting warmth from the owl's presence, explained the strange occurrences in the village and her quest to solve the mystery. Sage listened intently, nodding its feathery head. "The Heartstone's glow is a rare and wondrous thing," Sage mused, "a sign that the forest and the village are in harmony. But sometimes, such harmony can attract curious spirits who wish to understand or perhaps even test the bonds of that balance." Leora pondered this as she watched the moonlight dance upon the forest floor. "How can we help them understand, Sage? How can we show them that our world is one of peace and friendship?" Sage fluttered down to a lower branch, its eyes glinting with a playful wisdom. "Perhaps, dear Leora, The answer lies in the stories we tell and the kindness we share. The spirits who visit may only wish to learn of the world they see from afar. With this advice in her heart, Leora thanked Sage and made her way back to Moonshadow Hollow. The village was bathed in the soft glow of the Heartstone, and the villagers gathered around, speaking in hushed tones of the wonders unfolding before them. Leora approached the Heartstone, feeling its gentle warmth seep into her bones. She sat beside it and began to speak, her voice a soothing melody in the night. She told stories of the villagers' kindness, of the laughter that filled the air during festivals, and the warmth of their hearths on cold winter nights. She spoke of the harmony between the people and the forest, of the respect they held for all living things. As her words filled the air, the strange occurrences began to fade. The lanterns grew silent, the winds calmed, and the animals returned to their usual habits. The Heartstone's glow softened, a serene, contented light that seemed to hum with understanding. The villagers, seeing the change, gathered closer, their hearts lifted by Leora's tales. They joined in, each sharing their own stories of friendship and joy, until the night was filled with a tapestry of voices, woven together in a harmonious chorus. And so, the spirits who had been drawn to Moonshadow Hollow listened and learned, understanding the beauty of the balance they had witnessed. They left with newfound respect and affection for the charming village and its gentle people. As dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora and the villagers felt a deep sense of peace. The Heartstone, though no longer glowing, seemed to resonate with a quiet happiness, its spirit entwined with that of the village. From that day on, Moonshadow Hollow remained a place of enchantment and warmth, where the stories told under the moonlit sky reminded all who heard them of the power of kindness and the magic of understanding. And Leora, with her keen eye and kind heart, continued to explore the wonders of the Whispering Woods, forever a guardian of its gentle mysteries. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village of Moonshadow Hollow slumbered peacefully, cradled by the forest and the stories that bound them all together in a tapestry of love and light. Story 18. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her home was a cozy treehouse nestled among the towering oaks built by her father, a skilled woodcrafter. Willow's life was one of simple pleasures, tending to her garden, listening to the melodies of the birds, and exploring the winding trails that crisscrossed the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow ventured into the woods to gather wild berries, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Half buried beneath a fallen log was a glimmering object, shining with an otherworldly radiance. Curiosity piqued, Willow brushed away the leaves to reveal an intricately carved wooden staff, adorned with intricate symbols she had never seen before. As her fingers traced the intricate patterns, a warmth seemed to pulse through the staff, and Willow felt a strange connection, as if the ancient wood recognized her touch. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying the faint whispers of forgotten melodies. Willow gasped, clutching the staff tightly as the world around her transformed. The trees stretched their branches higher, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. Tiny lights danced among the ferns, and the forest floor was carpeted with vibrant blooms that seemed to defy the changing seasons. In that moment, Willow realized she had stumbled upon a hidden realm, a world within the world she knew, a place of magic and wonder. With the staff as her guide, she embarked on an extraordinary journey, one that would change her forever. As Willow ventured deeper into the enchanted forest, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in fables. Pixies flitted among the glowing mushrooms, their laughter tinkling like tiny bells. Wise old traints stood as sentinels, their bark-covered faces etched with ancient wisdom. And in the heart of a crystalline pool, a mesmerizing water sprite sang a haunting melody that beckoned Willow closer. With each encounter, Willow's understanding of the natural world deepened. The staff pulsed in her hand, resonating with the magic that flowed through the realm. She learned to communicate with the creatures, exchanging knowledge and forging surprising friendships. One day, as Willow sat beneath a weeping willow, sharing stories with a group of curious pixies, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. A young unicorn, its ivory coat shimmering like moonlight, burst through the foliage, its eyes wide with fear. Closely pursuing it was a dark, shadowy figure, a malevolent force that seemed to leech the very life from the forest. Without hesitation, Willow raised the staff, its carved symbols glowing with a brilliant light. A wave of warmth and energy rippled outward, shielding the unicorn and driving back the shadowy entity. As the darkness retreated, the forest seemed to sigh with relief, the colors intensifying and the air filling with the sweet scent of renewal. From that day on, Willow became the protector of the enchanted realm, using the staff's magic to maintain the delicate balance and safeguard the creatures who called it home. She forged deep bonds with her newfound friends, learning valuable lessons about courage, compassion, and the interconnectedness of all living things. One of Willow's dearest companions was a wise old trant named Oakroot. With a bark-covered face carved by centuries of experience, Oakroot guided Willow in the ways of the forest, teaching her the ancient lore and the importance of respecting the natural order. The realms of magic and nature are intertwined, Oakroot rumbled in his deep, earthy voice. We are all part of the great cycle, each creature playing its role in the intricate tapestry of life. Under Oakroot's tutelage, Willow learned to wield the staff's power with precision and restraint. She discovered that true strength came not from dominating the forces of nature, but from working in harmony with them. As the seasons turned and Willow grew into a young woman, she faced many challenges and mysteries within the enchanted realm. There was the time when a mischievous band of gnomes, led by the impish Nutkin, nearly unleashed chaos by tampering with the delicate balance of the forest's waterways, or the occasion when a dark sorcerer sought to harness the realm's magic for nefarious purposes, forcing Willow to confront her deepest fears and find the courage within. Through it all, Willow remained steadfast, guided by the wisdom of her friends and the magic of the staff. She learned that true strength came not from dominating the forces of nature, but from working in harmony with them, respecting the delicate balance that sustained all life. And as the years passed, Willow herself transformed, no longer the wide-eyed girl who had stumbled upon the enchanted realm, but a confident young woman, her heart filled with love for the natural world and a deep understanding of its mysteries. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to a brilliant tapestry of reds and golds, Willow stood beneath the ancient oak that had been her childhood home. The staff pulsed in her hand, its magic now as familiar to her as the beating of her own heart. Oakroot, his ancient bark creaking, approached her with a solemn expression. "The time has come, my dear Willow, for you to pass on the mantle of protector," he said, his voice heavy with emotion. Willow felt a pang of sadness, but she knew in her heart that this moment was inevitable. The enchanted realm had been her home, her sanctuary, and her greatest teacher. But now it was time for her to venture forth and share her wisdom with the world beyond the forest. With tears glistening in her eyes, Willow embraced Oakroot, whispering her gratitude for all he had taught her. Then, with a final, reverent glance at the glowing trees and shimmering pools, she turned and stepped through the veil that separated the realms. As she emerged into the familiar world of her childhood, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose. The staff, now a part of her very being, pulsed with ancient magic, reminding her of the lessons she had learned and the responsibility that now rested upon her shoulders. With each step, Willow felt the magic of the enchanted realm flowing through her, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that existed all around, if only one knew how to look. And as she ventured forth, she carried with her the stories, the friendships, and the wisdom she had gained, a living embodiment of the harmony between magic and nature, ready to share her knowledge with all who would listen. For Willow understood that the true magic lay not in wielding power over the natural world, but in embracing its lessons, in finding the courage to grow and transform, and in forging bonds of friendship that transcended all boundaries. And with the staff as her constant companion, she would forever carry the enchantment of the hidden realm within her heart. Story 19. In the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, lay the planet of Luminara. Luminara was renowned for its lush, iridescent forests and skies that shimmered with hues of violet and gold. The beings who called this planet home were the Lumari, gentle creatures with gossamer wings that sparkled in the sunlight. Among them was a curious young Lumari named Lyra, whose wings were a rare shade of silver. Lyra spent her days exploring the emerald canopies, often venturing farther than most Lumari dared to go. Her heart was filled with a restless longing for adventure, a yearning to see what lay beyond the familiar confines of Luminara. One evening, as the twin moons of Luminara began their celestial dance across the horizon, Lyra stumbled upon a peculiar sight. At the edge of a tranquil glade stood a shimmering portal, a swirling vortex of colors and light. Lyra approached cautiously, her wings fluttering with excitement and trepidation. Her curiosity got the better of her, and with a deep breath, she stepped through. On the other side, Lyra found herself on a planet unlike any she had ever imagined. The air was crisp and carried the scent of alien flora. The ground was covered in a carpet of soft, luminescent moss that glowed under the light of a brilliant azure sun. But what caught Lyra's eye was the figure standing nearby, staring at her with equal parts curiosity and caution. This was Rax, a sturdy reptilian being from the planet Draconis. His scales glinted like polished bronze, and his eyes were a deep, thoughtful green. Rax had discovered the portal on his own planet while foraging for the rare, fragrant herbs that grew in the shadow of Draconis' towering cliffs. He had been equally drawn by the mystery of the portal, stepping through with the hope of finding something extraordinary. Their initial meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Lyra's luminescent appearance and delicate form made Rax wary, as he was accustomed to the more rugged creatures of Draconis. Meanwhile, Rax's imposing figure and deep, rumbling voice startled Lyra, who was used to the gentle whispers of her fellow Lumari. Their attempts to communicate were clumsy at first. Lyra spoke in the melodic tones of her people, while Rax's words were guttural and resonant. Yet, they were bound by the shared wonder of their discovery, and slowly they began to find common ground. As the days passed, Lyra and Rax explored the new world together, learning from each other's strengths. Rax's keen sense of direction and survival skills complemented Lyra's ability to perceive beauty and harmony in their surroundings. They faced challenges, like the sudden storms that swept across the land, forcing them to seek shelter beneath the protective canopy of alien trees, whose leaves sang with the wind. In these moments of adversity, Lyra and Rax found solace in each other's company. Lyra's gentle presence soothed Rax's fears, while Rax's steadfastness grounded Lyra when her imagination threatened to carry her away. They shared stories of their homes, of the luminescent glades of Luminara and the rugged cliffs of Draconis. Through their tales, they discovered that though their worlds were vastly different, they both valued the bonds of family and friendship. One day, as they sat by a crystalline lake watching its surface ripple with the reflections of the azure sun, Lyra turned to Rax, her voice soft and earnest. "Do you ever feel like you were meant to meet someone who changes your view of the universe?" Rax rumbled a laugh, a sound that resonated deep within his chest. "I used to think that my world was all there was," he admitted, his eyes warm with understanding. "Meeting you, Lyra, has shown me that there's so much more. You've brought light to places in my heart I didn't know were dark." It was in this shared revelation that they found the true essence of friendship. It wasn't just about facing the unknown together, but embracing the differences that made each of them unique. They learned that misunderstandings could be stepping stones to deeper understanding, that the strength of a bond lay in mutual respect and love. As their journey continued, Lyra and Rax became inseparable. They ventured further into the new world, each step a testament to the strength of their friendship. They laughed together, shared moments of quiet reflection, and supported each other through the trials they faced. Eventually, the time came for them to return to their respective worlds. With heavy hearts, they bade farewell to the portal that had brought them together, knowing that their paths would forever be intertwined. Back on Luminara, Lyra's adventures became legendary. She spoke of her time with Rax and how their friendship had taught her the value of embracing the unknown with an open heart. On Draconis, Rax shared tales of the gentle Lumari and the silver-winged friend who had changed his life. Though separated by galaxies, Lyra and Rax remained connected, their friendship a beacon of light in the vast universe. They had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, uniting hearts across the stars. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, Lyra and Rax's story became a cherished tale, a reminder that in the grand tapestry of the universe, it is our connections to one another that create the most radiant constellations. Story 20. In the tranquil village of Willowbark, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Arya. The village was known for its picturesque charm, where cobbled paths wound through fields of wildflowers and quaint cottages with thatched roofs dotted the landscape. Arya, with her auburn hair and eyes like the summer sky, had always been a part of this serene place, finding solace in the familiar rhythm of life. Yet, despite the village's beauty and the warmth of its people, Arya felt a restlessness stirring deep within her heart. She often wandered to the edge of the enchanted woods, a place of mystery and magic that bordered Willowbark. The woods were filled with ancient trees whose leaves whispered secrets to those who listened, and streams that glistened like silver ribbons in the sunlight. Arya felt a pull towards these woods, sensing that they held answers to the questions she could not yet voice. Her restlessness was a quiet turmoil, an ache for something she could not define. Change was coming. She felt it in the cool breeze that swept through the village, carrying with it the scent of far-off lands and untold stories. But change was something Arya feared, for it threatened to unravel the safe and predictable world she had always known. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Arya sat beneath the old willow tree at the forest's edge. Its branches danced with the wind, and the soft rustling leaves seemed to sing a lullaby to the setting sun. It was here that she met the first of her guides in this journey of transformation. A small creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like starlight, approached her. Its presence was both calming and curious, as if it held a piece of the wood's magic within its being. Arya watched it with quiet wonder as it settled beside her, its gaze meeting hers with an understanding far beyond words. "Hello, little one," Arya whispered, reaching out a gentle hand. The fox nuzzled her fingers, and in that moment she felt a warmth spread through her, a reassurance that she was not alone. The fox, who she named Whisper, became her companion. Each day, they would venture a little further into the enchanted woods. Whisper seemed to know the paths well, leading Arya to hidden corners of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight dappled the ground like golden lace. As they explored, Arya began to notice small wonders she had never seen before. A cluster of mushrooms glowing softly in the twilight, a stream that sang a melody only her heart could hear, flowers that bloomed in colors she could not name. The forest was alive with magic, a living tapestry that mirrored the changes stirring within her. One afternoon, as they ventured deeper than ever before, Arya stumbled upon a clearing. In its center stood a tree unlike any other she had seen. It was ancient, its bark silvered with age and its branches stretching towards the heavens, cradling nests of brilliant bluebirds. The tree seemed to hum with a gentle energy, a pulsing heartbeat that resonated with her own. As Arya approached, she noticed a small door carved into the tree's base. It was adorned with intricate patterns and symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. Whisper nudged her gently, encouraging her to open it. With a deep breath, Arya reached out and turned the handle. Inside the tree was a small, cozy room, bathed in a soft, warm glow. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books and vials of shimmering liquids. In the center of the room sat an elderly woman, her hair as white as Whisper's fur and her eyes twinkling with kindness. "Welcome, dear one," the woman said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Seraphina, guardian of the enchanted woods. I have been expecting you." Arya felt an inexplicable sense of peace in Seraphina's presence, as if she had found a long-lost friend. They spoke for hours, Seraphina sharing stories of the forest and the magic it held. She explained that the woods mirrored the journey of those who entered, revealing not only the beauty of the world, but also the beauty within themselves. "The magic of the forest is not about changing who you are, but about discovering who you can become," Seraphina explained, her words wrapping around Arya like a gentle embrace. "Change is a part of life's dance, a step towards understanding the depth of your own heart." As the days turned to weeks, Arya and Whisper continued their journeys into the forest, each step unveiling new wonders and insights. She learned to listen to the whispers of the leaves, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and to trust in the rhythm of her own heart. The villagers noticed the change in Arya. There was a newfound lightness in her step, a glimmer in her eyes that spoke of discovery and wonder. They saw how she embraced each day with a quiet joy. Her fear of change transformed into a dance of curiosity and courage. One morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the village, Arya stood at the edge of the woods, looking back at the place she called home. The village, with its familiar warmth and gentle beauty, had been her cradle, but the forest had become her guide. She realized that she could carry the lessons of the woods with her, no matter where her journey led. With Whisper by her side, Arya took a step into the world beyond, her heart open to the possibilities that lay ahead. She understood now that change was not something to fear, but a gift to embrace, a path to discovering the magic within her own soul. And so, with the sun rising softly above the hills, Arya walked forward, her spirit as free and wild as the enchanted woods she left behind. Her journey was just beginning, a journey of transformation and growth, guided by the gentle wisdom of the forest and the unwavering light of friendship. In the end, Arya learned that true magic lived not in the forest or in the world around her, but within her own heart, waiting to be discovered with each new step she dared to take. And so, in the comforting embrace of nature and the warmth of newfound wisdom, she found her peace, her place, and her path. Story 21. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, their roots weaving intricate tales beneath the earth, there existed a world known only to those who listened closely. This world was alive with the whispers of the wind and the songs of the brook, a world where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like sunlight through the leaves. As the golden hues of autumn began to paint the forest in shades of amber and rust, the creatures of this hidden realm stirred with gentle anticipation. Among them was a small, curious squirrel named Whisker, whose fur was as soft as the moss that carpeted the forest floor. Whisker had always been fascinated by the stories told by the ancient oak, whose branches reached up toward the sky, embracing the clouds. One crisp morning, as the sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled light upon the earth, Whisker scampered up the winding path to the oak tree. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and a gentle breeze carried the promise of change. As Whisker settled comfortably within the crook of a sturdy branch, the oak began its tale, its voice a soothing rustle that blended with the sounds of the forest. Long ago, the oak began, in a time when the world was young, the seasons were guided by the spirits of nature. Each spirit held a thread of magic that wove the fabric of life, balancing all things in harmony. The spirit of autumn, with her cloak of vibrant leaves, was the weaver of change, ushering the forest into a restful slumber. Whisker's eyes widened with wonder as the oak continued. The spirit of autumn entrusted her magic to the creatures of the forest, each one playing a part in the grand tapestry. The wise owl watched the skies, the busy bees gathered the last of the nectar, and the gentle deer spread seeds with every graceful step. The forest was a symphony of life, each creature contributing to the melody. But as time passed, the balance began to shift. The oak's voice grew somber. There came a year when the rains did not fall, and the forest grew weary. Without the gentle touch of the spirit of autumn, the leaves clung stubbornly to the branches, and the air grew heavy with silence. Whisker felt a twinge of sadness, the kind that settled softly like the mist that hung low in the mornings. "What happened?" he asked, his voice a soft chime in the stillness. "The creatures of the forest gathered," the oak replied, each one bringing their wisdom and their gifts. The wise owl spoke of patience, the bees shared their sweet harvest, and the deer reminded all of the seeds of hope. Together, they reached out to the spirit of autumn, their unity a beacon in the darkness. As the oak's tale unfolded, Whisker imagined the scene, a circle of creatures beneath the starlit sky, their breath mingling in the cool night air as they shared their stories and their dreams. And slowly, as the night wore on, the spirit of autumn awakened, her laughter a cascade of leaves that danced upon the breeze. The rains returned, gentle at first, then steady and sure, quenching the thirst of the earth. The leaves blushed with color, and the forest sighed with relief, cradled once more in the arms of the seasons. As the oak concluded its tale, Whisker felt a warmth spread through his heart, a reminder of the power of friendship and the wisdom of the natural world. He looked around at the forest, at the intricate dance of life that surrounded him, and felt a deep sense of belonging. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest floor. Whisker knew it was time to return to his nest, nestled snugly in the hollow of a nearby tree. As he scampered down the trunk, the oak's final words lingered in his mind, a gentle reminder that the stories of the past were the roots of tomorrow. Back in his cozy nest, wrapped in the soft embrace of leaves and twigs, Whisker closed his eyes. The forest sang him to sleep, a lullaby of rustling leaves and the distant call of the owl. And as he drifted into dreams, the promise of a new day filled his heart, a day where the magic of the seasons would continue to weave its timeless tale. In the ancient forest, where reality and magic danced together, life continued its gentle rhythm, guided by the wisdom passed down through generations. And Whisker, like all the creatures of the forest, knew that he was part of something wondrous, a story as old as the trees and as endless as the stars. Story 22. In the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvety black expanse, there existed a planet known for its lush bioluminescent forests and serene, whispering winds. This was Glimmera, home to the gentle Lumerons, creatures of light and grace, who drifted through their days in harmony with nature. On a particularly radiant day, when the atmosphere hummed with the soft glow of 1,000 luminescent flowers, a peculiar event unfolded. A spacecraft, sleek and metallic, descended from the sky, its hull gleaming under the glimmering sun. The craft belonged to the Zarkonians, a species known for their robust, armored exteriors and keen intellect, hailing from the rocky, tempestuous planet of Zarkon. From the vessel emerged two Zarkonians, siblings named Thax and Lyra, sent to study the unique flora and fauna of Glimmera. Their mission was simple, yet daunting, to gather information that might help revitalize their own barren world. Thax, the elder, was pragmatic and serious, his mind always focused on the task at hand. Lyra, on the other hand, was curious and adventurous, her heart open to the wonders of the universe. As the Zarkonians set up their equipment at the edge of a glowing meadow, they were unaware that they were being watched. Hidden among the iridescent ferns was a Lumeron named Solon, whose curiosity about the newcomers was as bright as the light emanating from his own being. Solon had never ventured far from his grove, and the arrival of the strangers ignited a spark of adventure within him. With a gentle rustle, Solon stepped forward, his luminescent form casting a soft glow over the clearing. Thax, startled by the sudden appearance, instinctively reached for his scanning device, mistaking Solon's approach as a potential threat. Lyra, however, was captivated by Solon's gentle presence and urged her brother to pause. "Wait, Thax," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I think he wants to communicate." Solon, sensing the tension, extended a tendril of light towards the Zarkonians, a gesture of peace and friendship. "I am Solon," he spoke, his voice a melodic harmony that filled the air. "Welcome to Glimmera." The initial misunderstanding slowly dissolved as Thax lowered his device, his stern expression softening. "We are here to learn," he replied, his voice gruff but sincere. "Our world is in need of help." Solon's heart ached at the thought of a world in distress. "Perhaps I can guide you," he offered, a gentle determination shining in his eyes. Thus began a journey of discovery and understanding. Solon led Thax and Lyra through the glowing woodlands, introducing them to the wonders of Glimmera. The forests were alive with the sound of gentle breezes rustling through luminescent leaves, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. As they traveled, Thax found himself slowly opening up to the beauty around him. He marveled at the delicate ecosystem, each interaction a reminder of the harmony he longed to restore to his own world. Lyra, her spirit ever buoyant, relished in the magic of the experience, her laughter echoing through the trees like a tinkling bell. One evening, as the trio rested beside a tranquil lake that shimmered under the twin moons of Glimmera, Lyra shared stories of Zarkon's harsh landscapes and her hopes for change. We must find a way to bring life back to our home, she confided, her eyes reflecting both determination and a hint of sadness. Solon listened intently, his heart touched by their plight. Perhaps the light of Glimera can guide you, he suggested, drawing parallels between the resilience of his world and the potential for renewal on theirs. It was during these moments of vulnerability and shared dreams that the three companions began to forge an unbreakable bond. Through laughter and tears, misunderstandings gave way to mutual respect and friendship. One day, as they ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered a challenge that tested their newfound alliance. A sudden storm, rare yet fierce, swept through the trees, casting shadows over the luminescent landscape. The winds howled and the sky darkened, leaving the trio to navigate the unfamiliar terrain in near darkness. Thax, ever resourceful, used his analytical skills to find shelter, while Lyra, drawing courage from Solon's unwavering light, soothed their fears with tales of courage and hope. Solon, in turn, guided them with his inner glow, providing warmth and reassurance in the midst of uncertainty. In the aftermath of the storm, as calm returned and the first rays of dawn pierced the canopy, the trio emerged from their shelter, their hearts filled with gratitude and newfound strength. It was then that they realized the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcends differences and thrives in the face of adversity. With the knowledge they gained from Solon and the resilience they found within themselves, Thax and Lyra prepared to return to Zarkon. Solon, his heart full of hope, gifted them with seeds from the starflowers, a symbol of light and life to carry back to their world. As the Zarkonian craft ascended into the sky, Solon watched with a bittersweet smile. Though their paths diverged, the friendship they had nurtured would forever illuminate their hearts, a beacon of hope in the vastness of the cosmos. And so, in the glow of a new dawn, the unlikely companions discovered that true friendship, like the light of Glimera, has the power to transcend worlds and illuminate even the darkest of journeys. Story 23. In a far-flung corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered jewels against a black velvet sky, there orbited a small but vibrant planet called Luminara. It was a world of lush greenery and endless skies, where the air was sweet with the scent of alien flowers and the gentle hum of life filled the atmosphere. Among its many inhabitants was a young luminarian named Aelin, known for her iridescent skin that shimmered in shades of aquamarine and violet under the planet's twin suns. Aelin lived a peaceful life in the serene forests of Luminara, where the trees sang softly in the breeze and the rivers whispered ancient secrets. She was a creature of tranquility, her heart in tune with the harmonious rhythms of her world. Yet there was a curiosity within her, a yearning to know the stories beyond her home, to see the stars up close and hear the tales they could tell. Meanwhile, across the cosmic expanse on the rugged planet of Phyrexia, there dwelled a creature vastly different from Aelin. Phyrexia was a world of metallic mountains and crimson skies, where the air crackled with energy and the ground pulsated with magnetic forces. Born from its fiery core, a young Phyrexian named Corin roamed these lands. His skin was a shimmering, metallic bronze, and his eyes glowed like molten copper. Corin was a being of strength and adventure, his spirit as untamed as the storms that swept across his world. One fateful day, a cosmic event drew both Aelin and Corin from their respective homes. A rare celestial phenomenon, a convergence of celestial paths, promised the alignment of planets and the unveiling of a mystical star corridor. This event was rumored to hold the power to grant those who witnessed it a vision of the universe's deepest secrets. Guided by their respective curiosities, Aelin and Corin set out on journeys that would lead them to the same starry destination. Aelin, with her gentle grace, traveled aboard a luminescent craft shaped like a delicate petal, floating through the cosmos as if in a dream. Corin, driven by his fiery spirit, piloted a robust vessel forged from the heart of a Phyrexian mountain, its surfaces gleaming like liquid gold. As fate would have it, their paths intertwined in the depths of space. A cosmic storm unforeseen and tempestuous swirled into existence, casting both travelers into its chaotic embrace. In the swirling maelstrom, their vessels collided, and they found themselves stranded on a small, uncharted moon. The moon was a stark contrast to their homeworlds, silent, barren, and cold. The only sound was the gentle rustling of stardust as it settled on the rocky surface. Aelin and Corin, strangers from distant worlds, stood facing each other amidst the debris of their crafts. Aelin's heart fluttered with apprehension and intrigue as she beheld the towering figure of Corin, his bronze skin glinting under the pale light of the moon. To her surprise, his eyes, though fierce, held a warmth that belied his formidable appearance. Corin, equally intrigued, studied Aelin's shimmering form. Her presence was like a soothing balm, her aquamarine glow casting a soft light in the shadowed landscape. Despite their differences, they were united by their predicament. With their crafts beyond repair and the celestial event approaching, they realized their only chance lay in collaboration. It was a tentative start, fraught with misunderstandings as they struggled to communicate across the chasm of their disparate cultures. Aelin, accustomed to the gentle melodies of Luminara, found Corin's booming voice startling. Meanwhile, Corin, used to the fiery exchanges of his kind, initially mistook Aelin's soft-spoken nature for hesitance. These early miscommunications led to moments of frustration, yet beneath the surface, a bond was forming. As days turned into nights under the moon's silver glow, Aelin and Corin worked tirelessly side by side. They pooled their resources, blending Aelin's knowledge of organic technology with Corin's mechanical prowess. Slowly, a new vessel took shape from the remnants of their crafts, a testament to their growing partnership. During breaks from their labor, they shared stories of their worlds. Aelin spoke of the symphonies of the Luminarian forests, of skies painted in endless hues, and rivers that glistened like liquid light. In return, Corin recounted tales of Phyrex's majestic storms, of mountains singing with the resonance of the planet's core, and the thrill of riding magnetic currents through the skies. Through these exchanges, they discovered the beauty in each other's worlds, and more importantly, in each other. Aelin found strength in Corin's fiery spirit, while Corin learned to appreciate the quiet strength of Aelin's gentle heart. One evening, as the horizon burned with the colors of a distant nebula, they sat together, gazing up at the vast tapestry of stars. It was then that they realized the celestial event was upon them. The sky began to shimmer with a cosmic dance of light, and the star corridor unfolded like a bridge across the universe. In that moment, as the universe revealed its secrets, Aelin and Corin understood the profound truth of their journey. Friendship, they realized, was a bond that transcended worlds and differences. It was a connection forged not through similarity, but through understanding and respect for each other's uniqueness. With newfound determination, they completed their vessel, its design a harmonious blend of Luminarian elegance and Phyrexian strength. As they boarded, ready to embark on the next chapter of their adventure, they looked at each other with a deep, abiding trust. Together, they navigated the star corridor, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had not only found a way home, but had discovered the true meaning of friendship. The universe, vast and mysterious, was now a place of endless possibilities, bound by the unbreakable thread of their shared journey. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Aelin and Corin set forth, their spirits intertwined like constellations on a celestial map, forever bound by the light of friendship that had guided them through the darkest of nights. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight weaved delicate patterns through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the magic of the land. The forest was vast and lush, its floor a tapestry of ferns and moss, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of rich soil. This was a place where time slowed, and the whispers of the trees held secrets of ages long past. In this enchanted realm, a gentle breeze carried the laughter of brook waters, while the rustling leaves sang songs of yesteryears. Here, nestled among the roots of a mighty oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Terran. His shell was a mosaic of moss and lichen, and his eyes, deep as pools of wisdom, held the stories of countless seasons. Terran was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role passed down through generations of tortoises who had walked the forest paths long before him. One crisp autumn morning, when the forest was painted in hues of gold and amber, a young squirrel with fur the color of cinnamon scampered through the fallen leaves. Her name was Nisa, and she was known for her curiosity and boundless energy. her bushy tail fluffed out with excitement as she darted from tree to tree, gathering acorns and marveling at the way the world transformed with each passing day. Nisa's journey led her to the great oak, where she paused to catch her breath. Seeing Terran basking in a patch of dappled sunlight, she approached him with a respectful nod. "Good morning, Terran," she chirped, her voice as bright as the morning sun. "The forest seems different today. There is a magic in the air that I can't quite understand." Terran opened his eyes slowly, a gentle smile spreading across his ancient face. "Ah, Nisa," he said, his voice as steady and soothing as the forest itself. "You have noticed the turning of the seasons, a time when the forest breathes in harmony with the earth. It is a time of change, yet also of balance." Curious, Nisa settled beside Terran, her acorns momentarily forgotten. "Tell me more, please," she begged. "I wish to understand the magic of the seasons." Terran chuckled softly, his laughter like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Very well," he began. "Long ago, the forest was gifted with a rhythm that guides all life. It is a dance of the elements, earth, air, fire, and water, that keeps our world in balance. Each season brings its own magic, a unique thread in the tapestry of life. In spring," Terran continued, "the earth awakens from its slumber. The rain whispers secrets to the budding trees, and life bursts forth in joyful renewal. Animals awaken from their winter rest, and the air is filled with the promise of new beginnings." Nisa nodded, recalling the vibrant greens and songs of springtime. "And summer?" she asked eagerly. "Summer is the season of abundance," Terran explained. "The sun's warmth nurtures the forest, and all creatures thrive in its light. It is a time of growth when the bonds of friendship are strengthened under long, golden days." "And now we find ourselves in autumn," Terran said, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless falls. "The forest dons its cloak of colors, and the air turns crisp with the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. It is a time of reflection, when we gather the fruits of our labors and prepare for the quiet of winter." Nisa listened intently, her eyes wide as she imagined the cycle Terran described. "And winter?" she asked softly. "Winter," Terran said, his voice tender as a lullaby, "is the forest's time of rest. The world is blanketed in snow, and a hushed peace settles over all. It is a time of dreams, when the seeds of spring are nurtured beneath a cloak of white." The young squirrel sighed, feeling a newfound appreciation for the changing seasons. "Thank you, Terran," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I see now how we are all part of this grand dance, each season bringing its own gifts." Terran nodded, his heart warmed by Nisa's understanding. "Remember, little one," he said gently, "the forest thrives when we live in harmony with its rhythms. We must cherish and protect the balance, for it is the source of the magic that binds us all." Nisa smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace settle over her. She gathered her acorns once more, ready to continue her journey with a newfound respect for the world around her. As she scampered away, the forest seemed to sing with a harmonious melody, a song of unity and balance that echoed through the trees. And so, in the heart of that ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, life continued its gentle dance. The creatures lived in harmony with the seasons, guided by the wisdom of the past and a hope for the future. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of twilight, Terran closed his eyes once more, content in the knowledge that the forest's magic was safe in the hands of those who cherished its wonders. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore coats of emerald and gold, and the air was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. Willowbrook was known for its cheerful inhabitants and the gentle magic that wove through its cobblestone streets like a silken thread. It was a place where the sun always seemed to set in a tapestry of pinks and oranges, casting a warm glow over the cozy cottages with their thatched roofs and climbing roses. In one such cottage lived a wise old woman named Marigold. Her garden was a wonder to behold, blooming with every kind of flower imaginable, and her heart was as warm as her name. Marigold was known throughout Willowbrook for her knowledge of the woods and the creatures that called it home. She had a particular knack for understanding the language of the forest, and many a villager sought her counsel when they found themselves puzzled by the mysteries of the natural world. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, Marigold noticed something peculiar. Her usually vibrant garden seemed to have lost some of its spark. The flowers drooped slightly, and the air carried a strange hum that she couldn't quite place. It was as if the garden itself were whispering secrets, just beyond her understanding. Determined to uncover the cause of this oddity, Marigold brewed herself a steaming cup of chamomile tea, wrapped a cozy shawl around her shoulders, and set about her investigation. She wandered through the garden, her keen eyes noting every detail, from the smallest droplet of dew on a rose petal to the subtle change in the wind's song. It wasn't long before she was joined by her dear friend, Thistle the squirrel. Thistle was an inquisitive creature with a bushy tail and twinkling eyes that seemed to hold all the mischief of the forest. He chattered cheerfully, scampering up to perch on Marigold's shoulder. "Something seems amiss, doesn't it, Thistle?" Marigold murmured, gently scratching behind his ears. Thistle nodded vigorously, pointing with his tiny paw toward the edge of the garden where a cluster of moonflowers stood, their silvery petals shimmering in the daylight. They seemed to sway to an invisible tune, their movements more pronounced than usual. Following the squirrel's lead, Marigold approached the moonflowers, her senses heightened. As she drew near, she heard a soft, musical tinkling, like the delicate chimes of a fairy's bell. The sound was both soothing and mysterious, inviting her to listen closer. "Ah, the moonflowers are speaking," Marigold mused aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. "But what message do they bring?" With Thistle as her eager companion, she decided to consult the wisest creature in the whispering woods, the great owl named Bramble. Bramble lived in a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching majestically toward the sky. The owl was known for his deep wisdom and calm demeanor, always ready to lend his insight to those in need. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in golden hues, Marigold made her way to Bramble's tree. The owl greeted her with a gentle hoot, his amber eyes watching her with quiet curiosity. "Good evening, Marigold," Bramble said, his voice resonant and wise. "What brings you to my grove this fine day?" Marigold explained the strange happenings in her garden, the drooping flowers, and the mysterious melody of the moonflowers. Bramble listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as she spoke. "It seems, dear Marigold, that the moonflowers are responding to a presence unseen," Bramble said after a moment. "Have you noticed anything else unusual in the forest?" Marigold thought for a moment, recalling the hum she had heard earlier. There was a hum, like a distant song, but I couldn't find its source. Bramble's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Ah, you may be hearing the song of the hidden ones." "The hidden ones?" Marigold echoed, intrigued. "Indeed," Bramble replied. "They are gentle spirits, guardians of harmony in the forest. Sometimes they sing to bring balance where it is needed. Their song can be felt more than heard, and it seems your garden may be in need of their touch." Marigold nodded, absorbing Bramble's words. "How might I find them, Bramble?" "They dwell in places where the forest is most alive," Bramble explained. "Listen to the song and let it guide you. Trust in the wisdom of the forest." Thanking Bramble for his guidance, Marigold returned home, determined to follow the song's call. As twilight descended and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, she walked through the whispering woods, her senses attuned to every sound and sensation. The hum grew stronger, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. It led her to a hidden glade, illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies. There, in the heart of the clearing, she saw them, the hidden ones. They were ethereal beings, their forms shimmering like moonlight on water, and their presence filled the air with a serene, otherworldly beauty. Marigold watched in awe as the hidden ones danced gracefully, their movements weaving a tapestry of light and sound. It was a dance of harmony, a celebration of the magic that bound the forest together. Understanding their purpose, Marigold closed her eyes and listened with her heart. She felt the balance they sought to restore, the gentle nudge to set things right. It was not a task for grand gestures, but for quiet understanding and respect for the natural world. With newfound clarity, Marigold returned to her garden. She spent the following days tending to her plants with extra care, whispering words of encouragement to each flower and leaf. She planted new seeds, nurturing them with the love and wisdom she had gathered from the hidden ones. Slowly, the garden began to flourish once more. The flowers lifted their heads, their colors vibrant and full of life. The air hummed with a joyful melody, as if the garden itself were singing a song of gratitude. The villagers, noticing the renewed splendor of Marigold's garden, marveled at the transformation. They came to her, seeking to learn the secret of her success. Marigold, with a twinkle in her eye, shared her story of the hidden ones and the lesson she had learned. Harmony, she said softly, is found in the gentle balance of all things. Listen to the whispers of the world around you, and you shall find the magic within. And so, the mystery of the garden was solved, not through grand magic or complex spells, but through the simple wisdom of listening and understanding. Marigold's garden continued to bloom, a testament to the harmony she had embraced, and the villagers carried her lesson in their hearts, finding peace and beauty in the world around them. As the seasons turned and the stars danced in the night sky, Marigold sat by her window, sipping chamomile tea, content in the knowledge that the world was a wondrous place, filled with mysteries waiting to be discovered by those who listened with open hearts. Story 26, The Whispering Valley. In the heart of a sprawling forest nestled between gentle hills and murmuring streams, there lay a hidden valley so lush and verdant that even the ancient oaks seemed to bow in reverence to its beauty. This was no ordinary valley, for it held secrets that danced on the edge of dreams and reality. The air was filled with the scent of earth after rain, mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers that painted the landscape in hues of lavender, gold, and crimson. At the edge of this mystical place, where the forest's shadow met the sunlight, lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was a gentle soul with a curious heart, her eyes reflecting the azure sky above. She had hair the color of autumn leaves just before they touched the earth, and a smile that could lighten the gloomiest of days. Lyra lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her knowledge of herbs and the old tales that had been passed down through generations. Their cottage, cozy and welcoming, was adorned with vines that crept along the stone walls, and a garden that bloomed with a riot of colors even in the chill of early spring. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of pink and orange, Lyra would sit by the fireplace, listening intently to her grandmother's stories. These tales were her window into worlds of wonder, where animals spoke and magic was as common as the rustling leaves. But there was one story that intrigued Lyra more than any other, the tale of the Whispering Valley. According to her grandmother, the valley was a place where time seemed to flow differently. It was said that those who entered would hear the valley's whispers, secrets carried by the wind, revealing things hidden from the eyes of the world. But the valley was also home to a magical object, a stone that glowed with the light of the moon. This moonstone, as it was called, held the power to grant one wish to a pure heart. Yet it was hidden, protected by the valley's enchantment and known only to those who truly listened. On a crisp spring morning, curiosity tugged at Lyra's heartstrings, urging her to seek out the valley. With her grandmother's blessing and a basket filled with bread, cheese, and apples, she set off on her adventure. The path was lined with wild honeysuckle, their sweet scent guiding her deeper into the forest. Birds chirped overhead in a harmonious symphony, and the gentle breeze played with the hem of her dress. As Lyra walked, she marveled at the sunlight filtering through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of pine and moss. She felt a thrill of excitement, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. She knew she was close when the forest began to change, the trees growing taller and the air shimmering with an ethereal glow. At last she reached the edge of the Whispering Valley. It lay spread out before her like a secret garden, untouched by time. The grass was as green as emeralds, and a gentle brook wound its way through the valley, singing a soft lullaby. As she stepped into this enchanted space, Lyra felt a tingling sensation, as if the valley itself welcomed her presence. The whispers began as a gentle murmur, growing clearer with each step she took. Lyra paused, closing her eyes to listen. The whispers were not words but feelings, a sense of peace, of belonging, and of timeless wisdom. It was as if the valley knew her, understood her deepest desires and fears. Drawn by an unseen force, Lyra followed the whispers to the brook's edge, where the water sparkled with a silvery light. There, nestled among the smooth stones, she saw it, a stone unlike any other, glowing softly with a luminescent blue light. The moonstone. Lyra knelt beside the brook, her fingers brushing the stone's cool surface. It pulsed gently, as if alive, sending a warmth through her that spread from her fingertips to her heart. In that moment, she understood the gift of the valley, not the granting of wishes, but the unveiling of truths. She knew she had to make a choice. The valley had shown her that the true magic lay not in the stone, but in the journey, in the discovery of oneself and the beauty of the world. Lyra smiled, her heart light with understanding. She gently placed the stone back among the others, its glow reflecting in her eyes. As she turned to leave, a soft rustling caught her attention. From the shadows emerged a small, timid creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as bright as stars. It approached cautiously, its gaze never leaving Lyra's. She knelt, extending her hand, and to her surprise the fox nuzzled against her palm, its fur soft and warm. Lyra felt a connection, a bond forming between them. The fox, she realized, was the valley's guardian, a creature of magic and wisdom. In its eyes, she saw a promise of friendship and adventure. She knew then that she would never be alone, for the valley had gifted her with a companion who understood the language of whispers and the secrets of the heart. With the fox by her side, Lyra began her journey home, the path through the forest now familiar and welcoming. The sun was setting, casting long shadows and bathing the world in a golden glow. As they walked, Lyra felt a profound sense of peace and gratitude. She had set out to find magic and had discovered it within herself, in the beauty of the world and in the bond of friendship. The valley's whispers followed them, a gentle reminder of the lessons learned and the adventures yet to come. And as they reached the edge of the forest, Lyra turned back for one last look. The valley shimmered in the twilight, a place of dreams and wonder, its secrets safe and its magic eternal. As night fell and stars twinkled in the vast sky, Lyra and her new friend returned to the warmth of the cottage. Her grandmother awaited them by the fire, a knowing smile on her face. Together they sat by the hearth, the fire crackling softly, sharing stories of the day's adventures. And so, the Whispering Valley became a cherished memory, a story to be told and retold, its magic woven into the tapestry of their lives. Lyra knew that the journey had changed her, not through the granting of wishes, but through the gift of understanding and friendship. With the fox curled at her feet and the warmth of the fire embracing her, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart full of dreams and the promise of new adventures. The valley's whispers lingered in the air, a gentle lullaby that carried her into the realm of dreams, where magic was real and the heart knew no bounds. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky blanketed with stars, the valley stood timeless and true, a guardian of secrets and a keeper of dreams. And in the heart of the forest, where whispers danced on the wind, a young girl and her fox friend had discovered the greatest magic of all, the magic of love and friendship. Story 27. In the gentle embrace of a valley where the hills undulated like the rhythm of a lullaby, nestled the tranquil village of Eldergrove. The village was cradled by towering trees, their leaves whispering ancient secrets to the wind. These trees were said to be the guardians of an old legacy, one that had been swallowed by the sands of time. Amidst the cozy cottages and winding cobblestone paths, there lived a young woman named Amara. Her hair was as dark as the raven's wing, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. She had always felt a mysterious pull towards the forest and its secrets, like a melody she could not quite grasp. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in shades of amber and gold, Amara received an unexpected letter. It was from her grandmother, who had passed many years ago. The letter was yellowed with age, the ink faded but still legible. It spoke of a hidden legacy, of artifacts that held the whispers of their ancestors, and of a forgotten tradition that lay waiting in the heart of the forest. Intrigued and feeling the stirrings of a destiny she never knew she had, Amara decided to follow the clues left by her grandmother. The first was simple, yet profound. Seek the oak of wisdom, where the sun kisses the earth at dawn. With the morning sun warming her face and the promise of discovery in her heart, Amara set forth into the forest. The path was soft beneath her feet, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched gently, singing the song of the earth. The scent of pine and damp earth filled the air, grounding and comforting. As she walked deeper into the forest, the trees began to close around her like the embrace of old friends, their branches arching overhead in a cathedral of green. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs a cheerful accompaniment to her journey. After what seemed like hours, she reached a clearing where a magnificent old oak stood, its trunk wide and sturdy, its branches reaching for the heavens. The sun's rays filtered through the leaves, casting a warm, golden light on the ground. Amara felt a sense of awe and reverence as she approached, the air around her humming with an ancient energy. At the base of the oak, she found a small, intricately carved box nestled among the roots. It was made of wood, polished smooth by time, with symbols she recognized from stories her grandmother had told her as a child. Her fingers traced the carvings, feeling the connection to her ancestors resonate through her skin. With a gentle breath, Amara opened the box. Inside lay a beautifully crafted necklace, a pendant shaped like a leaf from the very oak that sheltered her. It shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, as if touched by the light of 1,000 sunsets. Alongside it was a note in her grandmother's hand. "This is the heart of the forest. Wear it with love, and the past will guide you." Amara placed the necklace around her neck, feeling its warmth against her skin. In that moment, a flood of memories washed over her, visions of her grandmother, her mother, and generations before them, all connected by this sacred object and the love they shared for their land and each other. As the visions faded, Amara felt a profound sense of belonging, as if the roots of the oak had entwined with her soul. She understood now that the legacy was not just in the artifacts, but in the wisdom and love passed down through her family. It was a reminder of where she came from and the strength she carried within her. With renewed purpose, Amara returned to Eldergrove, her heart light and her spirit alight with the glow of newfound understanding. She knew now that the legacy was not only hers to cherish, but to share, so that others might also feel the embrace of the past and the nurturing warmth of heritage. The village welcomed her return with open arms, and as she shared her journey, a sense of unity and peace settled over Eldergrove. The ancient tradition, once forgotten, now thrived within the hearts of its people, woven into the fabric of their daily lives, like the intricate patterns on a beloved quilt. And so, under the watchful eyes of the forest and the whispering trees, Amara found her place in the world, a seamless blend of past and present, held together by the invisible threads of love and legacy. As the stars blinked into the night sky, Eldergrove slumbered in the embrace of its gentle guardians, the promise of tomorrow cradled in the warmth of the past. Story 28. In a quaint little village nestled between whispering woods and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Arya. Her days were filled with songs of birds and the rustle of leaves, as she often wandered through the meadows collecting wildflowers and tales carried by the wind. Arya lived with her grandmother, a wise and kind woman who filled their cozy cottage with the scent of lavender and the warmth of stories spun by the hearth. One autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Arya found herself wandering a path less trodden in the heart of the forest. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she meandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon an object half hidden beneath a cluster of ferns. It was an old, ornate compass, its surface etched with intricate patterns that glimmered faintly in the dwindling light. Curiously, Arya picked it up and dusted off the dirt that clung to its surface. The needle spun wildly before settling, pointing not north, but toward a direction unknown to her. Intrigued, she slipped the compass into her pocket and made her way back home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. That night, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Arya shared her discovery with her grandmother. The old woman's eyes twinkled with a knowing light. "This compass is special, my dear," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze. "It points to what the heart truly seeks." Arya pondered her grandmother's words, and as she drifted into slumber, she wondered what her heart might be seeking. The next morning, with a sense of purpose ignited by the compass, Arya set out on a journey to uncover its secret. She followed the needle's direction, weaving through the forest until she reached the edge of a serene lake. There, by the water's edge, she met a jovial frog named Bramble. His eyes were the color of dew-kissed grass, and his voice was as cheerful as a babbling brook. "Ah, a seeker!" Bramble croaked, hopping onto a nearby stone. "What brings you to these waters?" Arya showed him the compass, explaining her quest. Bramble nodded sagely. "A compass of the heart, indeed, but it takes more than direction to find what you seek. Let me be your guide across this lake," he offered with a playful leap. Together, they crossed the shimmering waters, the boat gently swaying beneath them. Bramble shared stories of the lake's secrets, of hidden coves and the soft music of the reeds. As they reached the opposite shore, Arya felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of connection and understanding. On the other side, they were greeted by a wise old owl named Sage, perched regally upon a gnarled oak. His feathers were like woven moonlight, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 nights. "Welcome, young traveler," Sage hooted softly. "You seek something that cannot be found with eyes alone." Arya listened intently as Sage spoke of the heart's true desires, of love, friendship, and the courage to embrace life's mysteries. To find what you seek, you must look within as well as without. Sage advised, his voice gentle and soothing. Thanking Sage and Bramble for their guidance, Arya continued her journey through the forest, the compass steady in her hand. As she walked, she reflected on the wisdom shared by her new friends. She realized that the compass was not leading her to a place, but to an understanding, a recognition of the joy and love that surrounded her every day. By the time she returned to her village, the sun was setting again, casting a golden glow over the fields. Arya felt a profound peace within her, a warmth that radiated like the hearth in her grandmother's cottage. She now understood that the compass had guided her on a journey of the heart, revealing the beauty of the world and the importance of cherishing each moment. That evening, as she sat by the fire with her grandmother, Arya shared the tale of her journey, of Bramble's cheerfulness and Sage's wisdom. Her grandmother smiled, pulling her close. "The compass led you to what truly matters, my dear. It's not the destination, but the journey and the love we find along the way." And so Arya learned that magic was not just in the compass, but in the world around her and within her own heart. She drifted to sleep with a smile, cradled by the warmth of the fire and the gentle embrace of her grandmother's love, knowing she had discovered the greatest treasure of all. And from that day on, Arya cherished every step of her journey, guided by the true north of her heart. Story 29. In a distant corner of the galaxy, in the gentle embrace of the starlit Nebulon cluster, there existed a small planet of lush, swirling mists known as Luminara. This planet was a haven of tranquility, where the air shimmered with the scent of sweet, blooming florals, and the skies were painted with the soft hues of perpetual twilight. It was here that our story begins, with a curious being named Tilo. Tilo was a Luminaran, a species of gentle, ethereal creatures whose bodies glowed with a soft, inner light. They thrived in the harmony of their world, drawing nourishment from the dreams of the cosmos itself. Tilo, with eyes like liquid silver and skin that glistened like dewdrops at dawn, was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and a heart as warm as the sunlit mist. One day, as Tilo wandered through the misty groves, he stumbled upon an unexpected sight, a sleek, metallic craft nestled awkwardly among the iridescent ferns. The craft was unlike anything Tilo had seen before, its surface shimmering with an alien sheen. As he approached, he heard a soft whirring noise, and a door slid open with a gentle hum. Out stepped a figure quite different from the ethereal luminarians. It was a creature named Zog, from the distant and rugged planet of Koret, where the landscapes were defined by towering rock formations and vast, barren deserts. Zog was a Karatian, a stout, sturdy being with skin like polished stone and eyes that glimmered with the hues of deep emerald. His people were known for their resilience and strength, but also for their rather brusque demeanor. At first, Tilo and Zog regarded each other with mutual confusion. Tilo, with his gentle disposition, was unsure of how to approach this stranger, while Zog, accustomed to the harshness of his own world, was wary of the soft-spoken luminarian. Their initial attempts at communication were clumsy and awkward, each misunderstanding the other's gestures and expressions. Despite their differences, Tilo felt a spark of curiosity and a desire to connect with this visitor. With a deep breath, he decided to offer Zog a tour of Luminara, hoping that shared experiences might bridge the gap between them. Zog, intrigued by the beauty of this new world, agreed, albeit with a hint of skepticism. As they ventured through the luminescent forests and beside crystal-clear streams that sang with the sound of soft winds, Tilo and Zog began to find common ground. Tilo showed Zog the wonders of the dream glades, where the air was filled with the music of the stars, and Zog, in turn, shared stories of Korat's majestic rock formations and the ancient legends of his people. Their journey was not without its challenges. One afternoon, as they traversed the Whispering Cliffs, a sudden storm rolled in, the skies darkening as lightning danced across the heavens. The path became treacherous, and Zog, with his innate strength, guided Tilo safely through the swirling winds. In this moment of adversity, Tilo realized the depth of Zog's courage and reliability. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. Tilo taught Zog the art of dream weaving, a luminarian tradition that allowed one to shape dreams into forms of beauty and peace. Zog, with his steady hands and patient heart, excelled at this newfound skill, crafting dreams that shimmered with the colors of his home. In return, Zog taught Tilo the Koratian way of stone carving, a practice that honed patience and precision. Tilo, with his delicate touch and creative spirit, found joy in shaping intricate patterns that mirrored the constellations above. Through these shared experiences, Tilo and Zog discovered the true meaning of friendship, not in the absence of differences, but in the celebration of them. They learned to listen with open hearts and to see the world through each other's eyes, finding beauty in the unexpected and strength in unity. One evening, as they sat beside the gentle glow of a luminarian campfire, surrounded by the soft rustle of the night breeze, Tilo turned to Zog and said, "In you, I have found a friend unlike any other. Our worlds are as different as night and day, yet together we create a dawn that is ours alone." Zog, with a smile as warm as the Koratian sun, replied, "And in you, I have discovered the light that guides my path. Your kindness has taught me that strength lies not just in the body, but in the heart." As the stars twinkled above, Tilo and Zog knew that their bond was forged not just by the adventures they had shared, but by the understanding and respect they had nurtured. In the gentle embrace of Luminara's night, they sat side by side, content in the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, uniting even the most unlikely of companions. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, Tilo and Zog's friendship blossomed, a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the wondrous tapestry of life that binds us all. As they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the universe sang a lullaby of hope and harmony, cradling their dreams in its eternal embrace. Story 30. Once upon a time, in a land where whispers of magic lingered in the evening breeze, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart yearned for adventure beyond the ordinary. One crisp autumn day, as Willow wandered through the golden-leafed forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the mossy earth. It was a tarnished silver locket, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of twisting vines and mythical creatures. Willow's fingers traced the delicate patterns, and a warmth seemed to emanate from the metal, filling her with a sense of wonder. As she gently pried open the locket, a soft glow emanated from within, and a melodious voice whispered in her ear, "Willow, you have been chosen to protect the hidden realm of Elderwood. The locket holds the key to unlocking its mysteries. But beware, for the path ahead is fraught with challenges that will test your courage and wisdom." Willow's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She had always sensed that the forest held secrets beyond the ordinary, but now she had been entrusted with a sacred task. Without hesitation, she clasped the locket around her neck, and the world around her shifted. The trees seemed to bend and twist, their branches intertwining to form an archway leading deeper into the forest. Willow stepped through, and a realm of breathtaking beauty unfolded before her eyes. Elderwood was a hidden world within the natural environment, where towering ancient trees sheltered glades of shimmering wildflowers, and crystalline streams sang melodies as they danced over moss-covered stones. As Willow explored this enchanted realm, she encountered wondrous creatures, playful pixies that glowed like fireflies, wise old owls that spoke in riddles, and majestic unicorns that moved with ethereal grace. Each encounter taught her valuable lessons about friendship, courage, and the delicate balance of nature. One day, Willow came across a group of woodland sprites, their tiny faces etched with worry. They explained that a dark force had taken root in Elderwood, threatening to corrupt the very essence of their magical home. A shadowy entity known as the Dread Willow had awakened, and its twisted roots were slowly draining the life force from the land. Willow knew she had to act quickly. With the help of her newfound friends, she embarked on a perilous journey to the heart of Elderwood, where the Dread Willow's power was strongest. Along the way, she faced treacherous obstacles, thorny vines that sought to ensnare her, sinister creatures that lurked in the shadows, and riddling challenges that tested her wit and resolve. Yet through it all, Willow remained undaunted. The locket around her neck glowed brighter with each act of bravery and compassion, imbuing her with a strength she never knew she possessed. Finally, after overcoming countless challenges, Willow stood before the towering, twisted form of the Dread Willow. Its gnarled branches reached skyward, blotting out the sun, and its roots burrowed deep into the earth, leeching the life from Elderwood. In a moment of clarity, Willow realized that the Dread Willow was not an external force, but a manifestation of the dark thoughts and fears that had taken root within her own heart. She had allowed doubts and insecurities to fester, threatening to consume the beauty and wonder that surrounded her. With a deep breath, Willow opened the locket, and a brilliant light poured forth, dispelling the shadows cast by the Dread Willow. She embraced the warmth and courage that had been within her all along, and as she did, the twisted form of the Dread Willow began to unravel, its dark tendrils retreating into the earth. Elderwood was restored to its former glory, the vibrant colors and songs of life returning to the realm. Willow had not only protected the hidden world, but had also undergone a profound personal transformation, emerging as a beacon of hope and resilience. As she stood amidst the beauty of Elderwood, surrounded by her loyal friends, Willow understood that the true magic had been within her all along, the power to overcome fear, embrace wonder, and forge unbreakable bonds of friendship that defied expectations. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of Elderwood, ensuring that its enchantment would never fade. She shared her wisdom and courage with others, inspiring them to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery and personal growth. And whenever the shadows threatened to encroach upon her heart once more, Willow would gaze upon the locket, a constant reminder of the magic that dwells within us all, waiting to be unlocked by the courage to embrace the extraordinary. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and endless fields of lavender, there lived a young girl named Maisie. Maisie was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, and a heart that beat with the rhythm of adventure. Every day she would wander through the meadows, her imagination painting vibrant stories across the canvas of her mind. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its gentle descent, and the sky blushed with shades of pink and orange, Maisie stumbled upon a hidden path she had never seen before. It was a narrow trail, framed by tall, whispering grasses that beckoned her forward with their soft rustlings. The path seemed to lead into the heart of a forest, where the trees stood like silent guardians, their leaves shimmering with an unearthly glow. With a mix of excitement and curiosity tingling in her chest, Maisie decided to follow the path. The deeper she ventured, the more enchanting her surroundings became. The air was sweet with the scent of wild honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of crickets formed a soothing symphony. The forest floor was carpeted with a layer of soft moss, which felt like a velvet cushion beneath her feet. As twilight descended, Maisie found herself in a clearing, bathed in the soft, silvery light of a rising moon. Here, the trees formed a natural amphitheater, and at its center stood a sparkling pond, as still and clear as a polished mirror. Around the pond danced tiny creatures, their wings aglow with a luminescent hue, like living fragments of starlight. These were the Fae of the forest, known in village tales for their kindness and playful nature. The Fae noticed Maisie's arrival, and with a chorus of tinkling laughter, invited her to join their moonlit gathering. She hesitated at first, but a gentle nudge of encouragement from their leader, a wise Fae named Lumina, gave her the courage to step forward. Lumina's eyes were like twin pools of deep blue, filled with warmth and welcome. As Maisie danced with the Fae, she felt a joy she had never known. The air was alive with magic, each step she took echoing with the sound of distant chimes. The Fae wove around her, leaving trails of sparkling light that wrapped around her like a shimmering cloak. It was a moment of pure, unbridled happiness, and Maisie realized that she was brave enough to embrace the unknown, to let her heart lead her into new adventures. After the dance, Lumina approached Maisie with a gift, a tiny vial filled with the essence of moonlight. "For courage," Lumina said with a gentle smile. "Whenever you feel unsure, let this remind you of the strength within." Maisie thanked Lumina and the Fae, her heart swelling with gratitude. She knew now that courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward despite it. As she made her way back along the path, the forest seemed to hum with approval, the trees nodding gently in the breeze. When she returned to her village, Maisie found that her world felt a little brighter, her steps a little surer. She carried the vial of moonlight close to her heart, a reminder of the magical night and the courage she discovered within herself. And so, Maisie continued to explore, her adventures unfolding like pages in a storybook. With each journey, she grew braver, her spirit ever buoyed by the wondrous world she had found beyond the hidden path. And every night, as she lay beneath the starlit sky, she whispered a quiet thank you to the Fae and the forest that had taught her to embrace the enchanting unknown. And in that peaceful village, surrounded by the scent of lavender and the warmth of friendship, Maisie drifted into dreams filled with starlight and courage, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world. Story 32. Once in the quaint little village of Willowdale, nestled between the rolling hills and lush forests, there was a cozy cottage where a gentle-hearted young girl named Clara lived with her grandmother. The cottage had a thatched roof and ivy clinging to its stone walls, and the air always smelled of lavender and freshly baked bread. Inside, the rooms were filled with warm, golden light from the sun filtering through lace curtains, and the soft crackling of the hearth was a constant, comforting presence. One chilly autumn morning, while tidying up the attic, Clara discovered a peculiar object hidden beneath a dusty quilt in an old wooden trunk. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer gently in the morning light. As Clara delicately traced her fingers over the carvings, the box clicked open to reveal a tiny, delicate silver bell resting on a cushion of velvet. Clara found herself captivated by the bell's delicate chime, so soft that it was almost like a whisper. She wondered if there was something special about it, something that could only be revealed through curiosity and kindness. With her grandmother's gentle encouragement, Clara decided to find out more about this mysterious little treasure. The following day, Clara set off along the cobblestone path that wound through the village, the bell tucked safely in her pocket. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. As she walked, Clara felt a sense of quiet anticipation, as if the world were holding its breath, waiting for something wonderful to unfold. Her first stop was the home of old Mr. Thistle, the village historian. He was a sprightly fellow with a twinkle in his eye and a mind full of stories. His cottage was filled with books and curious artifacts, each with its own tale to tell. Clara showed him the bell, and Mr. Thistle's eyes widened with delight. "Ah, my dear Clara, what you have there is no ordinary trinket," he said, his voice full of wonder. "This bell is said to possess a magic that calls forth the true nature of things. It reveals what lies beneath the surface, but only if rung with a heart full of kindness and a mind open to possibilities." Intrigued, Clara thanked Mr. Thistle and continued her journey, the bell now feeling a little heavier with promise. As she wandered through the village, she met a variety of friendly faces, each offering bits of wisdom and encouragement. There was Mrs. Poppy, the baker, who always had a fresh bun to share and a warm smile. Then there was Tobias, the thoughtful young blacksmith's apprentice, whose eyes always seemed to notice the beauty in the simplest of things. With each encounter, Clara's heart felt lighter and more hopeful. She realized that the journey itself was as valuable as the destination, each moment offering its own small wonders and lessons. Finally, Clara reached the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place she had often admired from afar but never ventured into. The woods were known to be enchanting, filled with the soft songs of birds and the rustling of leaves, whispering secrets to those who would listen. Clara felt a gentle pull, as if the forest itself was inviting her in. With the bell in hand, Clara took a deep breath and stepped into the woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she walked, Clara noticed the world around her with renewed clarity and appreciation, the way the branches swayed gracefully in the breeze, the vibrant colors of the autumn leaves, and the soft hum of life all around. After a while, Clara came upon a clearing where a beautiful old oak stood, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. There, beneath the oak, sat a small, timid fox with fur as red as the setting sun. The fox looked at Clara with curious eyes, and she felt an immediate connection, as if they had been friends all along. Clara gently rang the bell, its chime echoing softly in the stillness of the woods. To her amazement, the fox began to speak, its voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "Thank you, dear Clara," said the fox, its eyes twinkling with gratitude. "For many years I have been bound by a spell, unable to speak or leave this place. Your kindness and the magic of the bell have set me free." Clara and the fox sat together beneath the old oak, sharing stories and laughter. The fox, whose name was Finn, told Clara about the wonders of the forest, the hidden glades, and the secret paths that only he knew. In turn, Clara spoke of her village, her grandmother, and the simple joys of everyday life. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Clara felt a deep sense of contentment. She realized that the true magic of the bell was not in its chime, but in the journey it had inspired, the friendships it had forged, and the wisdom it had revealed. With Finn by her side, Clara returned to Willowdale, her heart full of gratitude and a newfound understanding of the world and her place within it. The bell found a new home on the mantel above the hearth, a reminder of the wondrous journey and the friendships that had blossomed along the way. And so, in the warm glow of the firelight, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the soft whispers of the woods and mental magic of discovery. The village of Willowdale lay quiet under the starry sky, cradling its secrets and wonders, waiting for the next heart to hear its call. Story 33. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a cottage that seemed quite ordinary at first glance. Its thatched roof was weathered by time, and its garden was a riot of color, with daisies, tulips, and marigolds swaying gently in the breeze. Inside this humble abode lived a gentle soul named Maeve. Maeve was a kind-hearted woman, known for her warm smile and the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread that always seemed to waft from her kitchen window. Despite her gentle demeanor, Maeve harbored a secret she herself was not fully aware of. In her possession was a simple, worn-out umbrella, its handle carved from cherry wood and its canopy a muted shade of blue. To everyone in the village, it seemed like nothing more than an old, well-loved accessory. One misty morning, as the dew-kissed leaves glistened in the soft light of dawn, Maeve decided to take a stroll through the nearby woods. She loved these early morning walks, where the world seemed to whisper its secrets to those who would listen. As she wandered along the winding path, her umbrella tucked under her arm, she noticed something peculiar. The umbrella seemed to tug gently at her arm, as if urging her to veer off the beaten path. Curious, Maeve followed the umbrella's gentle insistence, stepping over roots and ducking under low-hanging branches. The deeper she went into the woods, the more vibrant and alive everything seemed, colors more vivid, scents more intoxicating, and the air itself humming with a gentle energy. It was as though she had stepped into another world, one woven with threads of magic and mystery. As Maeve continued her journey, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where a group of creatures awaited. There was Oliver, a wise old tortoise whose shell shimmered with patterns that changed with each story he told. Beside him perched Luna, a sprightly squirrel with fur that glistening silver, her eyes sparkling with mischief and knowledge. And there, fluttering gracefully above them, was a butterfly named Aurelia, her wings a mesmerizing tapestry of colors that seemed to shift with the breeze. "Ah, Maeve," Oliver greeted, his voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "We've been expecting you." Maeve blinked in surprise, clutching her umbrella a little tighter. "Expecting me? Whatever for?" Luna scampered forward, her tail twitching with excitement. "Because you have the key to the umbrella of whispers." Aurelia alighted on Maeve's shoulder, her wings brushing softly against Maeve's cheek. "This umbrella holds the power to hear the secrets of the world, to speak with the wind and rain, and to understand the language of every creature." Maeve's eyes widened, a mix of wonder and disbelief swirling within them. "But how can that be? It's just an old umbrella," Oliver chuckled, a deep, comforting sound. "Ah, but that is where wisdom lies, dear Maeve. To the unobservant, it is just an umbrella, but to those who truly see, it is a gateway to understanding." With newfound determination, Maeve embarked on an extraordinary journey, guided by her newfound friends. Each day brought new discoveries, as the umbrella revealed secrets of the natural world, how the trees whispered tales of times long past, how the rivers sang songs of journeys far and wide, and how the stars twinkled with dreams yet to be fulfilled. As Maeve listened and learned, she realized that the true magic of the umbrella was not just in hearing the whispers of the world, but in understanding them, in forging connections with the living tapestry that surrounded her. Her heart swelled with gratitude and wonder, and she found herself changed, more attuned to the world, more compassionate and wise. But their journey was not without challenges. One evening, as a storm gathered on the horizon, the group found themselves at the edge of a deep, swirling river. The bridge that once spanned the chasm had long since crumbled, and the waters below churned with a ferocity that was both mesmerizing and intimidating. "We must cross," Luna said, her voice tinged with urgency. "Beyond the river lies the glade where the heart of the forest beats, where the oldest and wisest of trees dwell." Maeve looked at the turbulent water, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. "But how? The river is too wild to swim, and there is no bridge." Oliver nodded sagely, his eyes meeting Maeve's with a knowing gaze. "This is a challenge that requires not strength, but understanding. Listen, Maeve. Listen to the whispers." Closing her eyes, Maeve held the umbrella aloft, letting the gentle rain patter against its canopy. She listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. Slowly the whispers began to form a pattern, a song of the river and its ancient rhythms. Aurelia fluttered close, her wings brushing Maeve's cheek in encouragement. "Do you hear it, Maeve? The river is not just a barrier. It is a story, a song waiting to be sung." As Maeve listened, she began to hum softly, her voice blending with the rhythm of the rain and the river. She sang of the river's journey from the mountains to the sea, of the life it nurtured, and the stories it carried. Her song was a gentle plea, asking the river to remember its role as a bridge, a connector of worlds. Gradually, the river's ferocity began to wane, its waters calming as if lulled by Maeve's song. The churning currents subsided, revealing stepping stones that glistened in the moonlight, forming a path across the river. With her friends by her side, Maeve crossed the river, her heart filled with a profound sense of connection and accomplishment. In the glade beyond, she found the heart of the forest, a majestic tree whose branches stretched towards the heavens, its leaves shimmering with a light all their own. There, beneath the sheltering canopy, Maeve and her companions rested, their journey come full circle. Maeve had discovered not only the magic of the umbrella, but also the boundless wisdom and friendship that lay within her own heart. As the stars twinkled above, Maeve closed her eyes, feeling a deep sense of peace and belonging. Her journey had taught her that the world was full of wonders, and that true magic lay in understanding, in listening to the whispers of the world and weaving them into her own story. And so, with the gentle embrace of the night around her, Maeve drifted into a restful sleep, her heart light and her spirit aglow with the knowledge that she was part of something wondrous and eternal. Story 34. Once upon a whispering evening, in the little village of Willowbrook, where ancient oaks swayed gently in the cool night air, there lived a kind-hearted young girl named Clara. Clara had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the serene blue of the sky. Her days were often spent wandering the meandering paths of the village, her heart dancing to the gentle hum of nature. One crisp morning, as Clara strolled through the dew-kissed meadows, she stumbled upon a tiny, peculiar object half buried in the soft earth. It was a compass, but unlike any she had seen before. Its face shimmered with a mysterious glow, and the needle spun not north, but toward a direction unknown. Curiosity twinkling in her eyes, Clara took the compass home, unaware that she had found an item of great wonder. That night, as the village lay under a blanket of twinkling stars, Clara sat by her window, the compass resting in her palm. She traced its delicate patterns, feeling the warmth it seemed to emanate. Suddenly, the compass began to hum softly, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a cozy glow. Clara felt an irresistible pull, as if the compass was whispering secrets meant only for her. The very next day, Clara set out on a journey, guided by the mysterious compass. The path led her through the heart of the forest, where sunlight danced through the leaves, creating a tapestry of light and shadow. Along the way, she encountered a wise old owl named Sage, perched high in a gnarled tree. His feathers were a patchwork of silver and gray, his eyes deep pools of wisdom. "Hello, young traveler," hooted Sage, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Clara held up the compass, its glow reflected in her eyes. "This compass seems to have a mind of its own. It led me here, but I don't know why." Sage ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, the compass of whimsy. It leads not to places, but to discoveries of the heart. Follow its guidance, and you shall learn much about yourself." Encouraged by Sage's words, Clara continued her journey, feeling the compass pulse gently against her hand. The forest path led her to a sparkling brook, where a merry group of rabbits were having a lively debate. Their ears twitched animatedly as they discussed the best ways to gather the sweetest clover. "Greetings!" Clara called out, her voice a gentle ripple on the brook's surface. The rabbits paused, their noses twitching in unison. "Welcome, traveler! What brings you to our brook?" asked the leader, a sprightly rabbit named Thistle, with fur as soft as the clouds. Clara explained her journey, showing them the compass, which now glowed with a playful light. The rabbits gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder. "Ah, the compass is guiding you to the Meadow of Dreams," Thistle explained. "It is a place where wishes are woven into the tapestry of the world. But to reach it, you must first solve a riddle." Intrigued, Clara nodded eagerly. "What is the riddle?" Thistle twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "I am not seen, but I can be heard. I am not felt, but I can move the world. What am I?" Clara pondered the riddle as the brook babbled beside her, its waters sparkling in the dappled sunlight. The answer came to her like a gentle breeze, clear and simple. "The wind," she said with a soft smile. Thistle and his companions beamed, their eyes twinkling with delight. "Correct. The Meadow of Dreams lies just beyond the hill. May your journey be filled with wonder." With gratitude in her heart, Clara continued on, the compass now guiding her toward a sunlit meadow. As she crested the hill, she beheld a sight that took her breath away. The meadow was a sea of wildflowers, their colors a vibrant symphony under the golden light. In the midst of the blooms stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. Clara approached the oak, feeling a deep sense of peace settle over her. The compass in her hand glowed warmly, its journey complete. She realized that the compass had led her not to a place, but to a realization, the beauty of nature, the kindness of friends, and the wisdom within her own heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Clara sat beneath the oak, her heart full of gratitude. She understood now that the most extraordinary adventures often begin with the simplest of discoveries. Her journey had changed her, not by taking her far from home, but by opening her eyes to the wonders that had always surrounded her. With a soft sigh, she closed her eyes, the gentle hum of the compass lulling her into a peaceful slumber. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Clara dreamed sweetly, her heart forever touched by the magic of the compass of whimsy, knowing she was part of a world filled with endless possibilities. As the night cradled Willowbrook in its gentle embrace, the village lay quiet and serene, its dreams woven into the fabric of the night. And in the depths of her sleep, Clara knew that wherever life led her, she would carry the magic of discovery in her heart, guiding her like the gentle light of a compass, always homeward. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the verdant folds of misty hills, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Marigold. The village was a place where time seemed to slow down, its cobblestone paths winding through cottages with thatched roofs and gardens brimming with blossoms of every hue. Marigold had hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes as soft as the twilight sky. She possessed a curious heart, always eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within her small world. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves whispered secrets in shades of amber and gold, Marigold ventured into the old, forgotten woods that bordered her village. This was a place where stories of old spoke of magic and hidden wonders. The forest floor was a carpet of fallen leaves, their crunching underfoot creating a symphony with the fluttering birds overhead. As she wandered deeper, Marigold stumbled upon an ancient oak, its gnarled roots twisting like the fingers of an old wizard. There, nestled between the roots, was a peculiar object, a tarnished silver locket glinting faintly in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, she picked it up, feeling an unexpected warmth emanate from the metal. When she opened it, she was startled to find a tiny, beautifully intricate clockwork bird that chirped a soft, melodious tune. Marigold could scarcely believe her eyes. Enchanted by the bird's song, she decided to bring the locket back to her cozy home. As she walked, she noticed that the path seemed to guide her, the trees leaning softly to show her the way, their leaves rustling in encouragement. Back in her snug little room, with its patchwork quilt and shelves brimming with well-loved books, Marigold examined the locket more closely. She discovered that if she wound it just so, the bird would come to life, flapping its delicate wings and singing a tune that seemed to echo with the whispers of the forest. As days turned into weeks, Marigold found that the locket held a secret power. When she wore it around her neck, she could understand the language of the animals and plants around her. The sparrows would tell her tales of their travels, the flowers would share their dreams of sunshine, and even the wind would hint at the weather to come. This newfound ability brought Marigold a gentle joy, but it also awakened a yearning in her heart, a desire to share this magic with others. She began to spend her days in the village square, using the locket to mediate disputes between neighbors, to help lost animals find their way home, and to predict the best days for planting and harvest. The villagers, charmed by her kindness and wisdom, came to see Marigold not just as a girl with a magical gift, but as a friend and confidant. Her world grew richer with each interaction, her heart fuller with each story shared. However, as with all magical tales, a challenge soon arose. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in strokes of lavender and rose, Marigold heard a strange, sorrowful melody from the forest. It was the cry of an animal in distress, a fox caught in a hunter's trap. With the locket clutched tightly to her chest, Marigold rushed into the woods. The forest, though familiar, had taken on a shadowy quality, the twilight casting long, mysterious shadows. Guided by the locket's song, she found the fox, a beautiful creature with eyes that glimmered like stars. As she approached the trap, the fox spoke, its voice strained yet gentle. "I am the guardian of this forest, dear child. If you free me, I shall help you understand the true power of your locket." Marigold's heart ached at the sight of the trapped creature. She knew she had to act with care and wisdom. Using her knowledge of the forest and its creatures, she gently coaxed the trap open, and the fox sprang free, shaking its russet fur with gratitude. True to its word, the fox revealed the locket's deeper secret. "This locket," it said, "is not just a tool for understanding others, but a mirror for your own heart. Through it, your kindness and empathy are magnified, allowing you to touch the lives of those around you." With a soft nuzzle, the fox thanked Marigold and vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving her with a sense of peace and fulfillment. From that day forward, Marigold wore the locket not as a source of magic, but as a reminder of the strength and wisdom that lay within her. She continued to help her village, weaving her gentle magic into the fabric of everyday life, her heart a beacon of warmth and compassion. And so, beneath the starlit sky with the world hushed in the embrace of night, Marigold's tale became one of quiet wonder, a story of discovery, friendship, and the gentle power of understanding. As the village drifted into dreams, the locket's soft melody lingered in the air, a promise of magic and kindness to all who listened. And thus, Marigold's journey of discovery came to a close, her heart forever open to the wonders that lay in both the ordinary and the extraordinary. Story 36. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and lush forests, there sat an unassuming little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy crawling up its walls. This cottage was home to a gentle soul named Clara, whose days were filled with tending to her blooming garden and weaving baskets from the supple reeds that grew by the babbling brook nearby. One misty morning, as the dew glistened like tiny crystals across the petals of her flowers, Clara discovered something peculiar while gathering reeds by the brook. Among the usual assortment of wildflowers and smooth stones, she spotted an unusual object half buried in the soft earth. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, seemingly ancient, with delicate patterns etched into its surface. Curiosity piqued, Clara gently brushed away the soil and lifted the box into her hands. It felt surprisingly warm to the touch, as if it held a secret of its own. With a soft click, the lid opened to reveal a shimmering, iridescent feather lying inside. The feather glowed with an inner light, casting a soft, rainbow-hued glow over Clara's hands. As she held the feather, Clara felt a gentle breeze swirl around her, whispering secrets only she could hear. It spoke of forgotten places and hidden paths, of dreams waiting to be discovered. Her heart, ever open to the wonders of the world, felt a yearning to uncover the mysteries this feather promised. That evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and purple over the horizon, Clara decided to embark on a journey. She tucked the feather safely into her apron pocket and set out along the winding path that led through the forest, her heart leading her toward unknown adventures. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The leaves rustled with a melody only the woods could sing, and shadows danced playfully in the fading light. Clara felt a comforting presence beside her, and turned to see a small fox with bright, intelligent eyes watching her curiously. "Hello," Clara greeted softly, her voice blending with the murmurs of the trees. "I am Clara, and I believe this feather has brought me here." The fox tilted its head, as if understanding her words, and with a swift nod, it bounded ahead, beckoning Clara to follow. Trusting the fox's guidance, Clara walked deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew tall and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. As night fell, the forest glowed with the luminescence of thousands of tiny fireflies, their light twinkling like stars in the canopy above. The fox led Clara to a clearing where a gentle stream sparkled under the moonlight. There, waiting for them, was an elderly owl perched on a low branch, its feathers shimmering with the same iridescent glow as the feather in Clara's pocket. "Welcome, dear traveler," the owl hooted, its voice deep and resonant. "I am Orin, keeper of the ancient wisdom of these woods. You have been chosen by the Feather of Dreams to seek what your heart truly desires." Clara, feeling a sense of awe and gratitude, bowed slightly. "Thank you, Orin. I seek the wisdom to understand the beauty and magic of the world around me." Orin's eyes twinkled knowingly. "Then you must journey to the Whispering Falls, where the waters carry the echoes of time. There you will find the answers you seek." With this guidance, Clara's journey continued. The fox, whom she named Rusty, became her steadfast companion, always by her side with a playful spirit and a keen sense of direction. Together they navigated through the forest, facing challenges that tested Clara's heart and mind. One such challenge came when they reached a dense thicket, its thorny branches barring their path. Clara paused, considering how to proceed. Pulling the feather from her pocket, she held it up to the thicket. Instantly, the branches began to sway, parting graciously to allow her passage. Clara realized that the feather was not just a guide, but a key to unlocking the mysteries of the world. The journey was not only a physical one, it was a journey of the heart. With each step, Clara grew more attuned to the whispers of the forest, learning to listen with her heart rather than her ears. She discovered that true wisdom lay in understanding and harmony, in seeing the interconnectedness of all living things. Finally, after many days of travel, Clara and Rusty arrived at the Whispering Falls. The water cascaded down the rocks with a soothing melody, its mist forming rainbows in the sunlight. Clara approached the falls, feeling the cool spray upon her face, and sat by the edge of the pool. As she gazed into the shimmering depths, the water began to speak, its voice soft and melodic. It told stories of the past, of the dreams and hopes of those who had come before her. Clara listened, her heart open, and understood that the answers she sought were already within her. With a newfound sense of peace and wisdom, Clara thanked the falls and began her journey home. The forest seemed even more vibrant than before, each leaf and creature a testament to the magic she had discovered within herself. When Clara returned to her cottage in Willowbrook, she placed the feather on her windowsill, where it continued to glow softly, a reminder of her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Rusty, now her dear friend, made a cozy home in the garden, where he could always be found basking in the sun. As Clara settled into her chair by the crackling fireplace, the warmth enveloping her like a soft embrace, she reflected on her journey. She had learned that the world was filled with magic, not in grand gestures, but in the quiet beauty of each moment and the gentle connections we forge with one another. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and dreams, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that the magic of the feather would always be a part of her, guiding her through the wonders of life. Story 37. Once upon a time, in the small, sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara loved nothing more than exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, for each corner seemed to hold a secret waiting to be discovered. Her favorite place, however, was the old attic of her grandmother's cottage, where dusty beams crisscrossed overhead and sunlight streamed in through a small round window, casting gentle patterns on the wooden floor. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced like golden butterflies outside, Clara climbed the narrow stairs to the attic. She was on a quest to find a special book her grandmother had once mentioned, a book rumored to be filled with tales of ancient magic and hidden worlds. As she rummaged through old boxes and forgotten trinkets, her fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. It was a small, intricately carved mirror, its frame twisted with vines and tiny, delicate flowers. The mirror seemed to hum with a warmth that was oddly comforting. Clara, intrigued by its beauty, decided to take it to her grandmother, who was known for her stories of the olden days and her knack for unraveling mysteries. As Clara descended the stairs, the mirror clutched tightly in her hands. She felt a peculiar tingling sensation, as if the mirror was softly vibrating with every step she took. By the time she reached her grandmother's cozy parlor, where the scent of lavender mingled with the sweet aroma of baking apples, Clara was certain there was something extraordinary about the mirror. Her grandmother, a wise woman with twinkling eyes and a voice like a gentle breeze, examined the mirror with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear Clara," she said, "you have found the mirror of whispers. It is said to reveal the unseen and guide those who listen with their hearts." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. "What does it show?" she asked eagerly. "The mirror reflects not just what is before it, but what could be," her grandmother explained, her voice like a soft lullaby. "It reveals paths hidden by doubt and fears, offering guidance to those who seek wisdom over haste." With her grandmother's words lingering in her mind, Clara decided to embark on a journey of discovery. Holding the mirror close, she ventured beyond the village boundaries into the vast and mysterious woods that bordered Willowbrook. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, with rustling leaves and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook creating a serene symphony. As Clara walked deeper into the woods, she met a curious creature perched on a low branch, a tiny, iridescent bird with feathers that shimmered like a rainbow. The bird, whose name was Lumen, spoke in a voice as light as the wind. "I see you carry the mirror of whispers. What is it you seek, young one?" Clara smiled at the friendly bird. "I wish to understand the mirror's magic and find my true path," she replied. Lumen nodded thoughtfully. "The mirror will show you what is hidden, but remember, it is your heart that must decide which path to take." Feeling encouraged by Lumen's words, Clara continued her journey, with the bird flitting beside her. As they traveled, they encountered an array of gentle creatures. A wise old tortoise who spoke in riddles, a family of rabbits who knew all the secret trails, and a playful fox who loved to tell stories of the stars. Each creature shared its wisdom, and Clara listened intently, her heart growing lighter with each tale and fable. Finally, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and rose, Clara and her companions reached a clearing where a great oak tree stood, its branches stretching toward the heavens. Beneath the oak, the mirror began to glow softly, casting a circle of light on the ground. Clara gazed into its depths and saw not her own reflection, but a vision of Willowbrook, vibrant and alive, with people laughing and working together, their differences celebrated rather than feared. In that moment, Clara understood the mirror's true magic. It was not about revealing a single path, but about showing the possibilities that lay within each choice. It was a reminder that the journey itself, filled with friendship and understanding, was as important as the destination. With newfound clarity, Clara and her friends returned to Willowbrook, where she shared her experiences and the wisdom she had gathered. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by her tales, and they began to see their world through the lens of the mirror, one of unity, kindness, and shared dreams. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, casting their gentle glow over the village, Clara tucked the Mirror of Whispers safely back in the attic, knowing its magic would always be there for those who sought it with open hearts. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook thrived, its people forever bound by the invisible threads of friendship and the gentle whispers of a mirror that taught them to see with their hearts. In the quiet stillness of the night, as the village nestled into peaceful slumber, Clara lay in her bed, content and warm, knowing that the world was a little brighter, a little kinder, thanks to the magic of discovery and the wonder of an unexpected journey. Story 38. In a quaint forest glade, where moonlight filtered through the canopy of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle woodland creatures. Among them was a curious young rabbit named Willow, whose long, velvety ears twitched with excitement at the first sign of adventure. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to a most peculiar sight. The vibrant red toadstools that typically dotted the forest floor had vanished overnight, leaving behind only small rings of flattened grass. Willow's friend, a wise old owl named Theodora, took note of the strange occurrence with her large, observant eyes. "How peculiar," Theodora hooted, ruffling her feathers. "Those toadstools have grown in that very spot for as long as I can remember." Willow's nose twitched as she sniffed the air, but there was no scent of anything amiss, only the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and morning dew. Over the next few days, more oddities began to unfold. The clear, bubbling stream that wound through the glade had turned a vibrant shade of turquoise, sparkling like liquid gemstones. Theodora's keen eyes noticed that the water seemed to ripple in patterns, almost like words being written on its surface. "I've never seen anything like this before," she said, her feathers ruffled with intrigue. Willow leaned over the stream, mesmerized by the dancing colors. "It's beautiful, but what could be causing it?" Just then, a tiny voice piped up from behind a mossy log. "Perhaps I can shed some light on these peculiar happenings." Out stepped a wizened old gnome, his long beard nearly dragging on the ground. His twinkling eyes peered up at Willow and Theodora from beneath an impressive brow. "Greetings, friends," he said with a warm smile. "I am Alden, keeper of the forest's ancient tales. These strange occurrences you've witnessed are the work of the Fey folk, mischievous spirits who delight in harmless marvels." Willow's eyes grew wide with wonder. "The Fey folk? But I've never seen or heard of them before." Alden chuckled, stroking his beard. "Ah, that's because they are shy creatures, preferring to remain hidden from prying eyes. But every few centuries, when the veil between our world and theirs grows thin, they emerge to spread their enchantments across the forest." Theodora hooted thoughtfully. "So the missing toadstools and the shimmering stream must be their handiwork?" "Precisely," Alden nodded. "The Fey folk have a deep connection with nature's beauty. They likely whisked away the toadstools to make way for a new crop, and imbued the stream with their magic to share its splendor with us all." Willow's heart swelled with delight. "How wondrous! If only we could catch a glimpse of these elusive Fey folk and thank them for their lovely gifts." A mischievous twinkle danced in Alden's eyes. "Well, my dear Willow, There may be a way. Tonight, when the full moon rises high above the glade, the veil between our worlds will be at its thinnest. If you sit perfectly still beside the enchanted stream and make no sound, you just might spot one of the Fey folk at work. That night, as the silvery moon bathed the glade in its ethereal glow, Willow sat patiently beside the rippling stream. She scarcely dared to breathe, her ears perked up and alert for any sound or movement. Suddenly, a faint shimmer caught her eye, like a twinkling star dancing among the trees. Willow watched in breathless wonder as a tiny figure floated into view, its gossamer wings leaving a trail of glittering dust in its wake. The Fey folk's delicate features were illuminated by the moonlight, her pointed ears and mischievous smile marking her as one of the legendary creatures Alden had described. With a wave of her slender hand, she sprinkled a shower of sparkling powder into the stream, causing the water to swirl and churn with brilliant hues. Willow could scarcely believe her eyes. The Fey folk was real, and her magic was more breathtaking than Willow could have ever imagined. As quickly as she had appeared, the Fey folk flitted away, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Willow sat in awe, her heart overflowing with gratitude for the wondrous gift she had just witnessed. From that day on, the animals of the glade learned to embrace the Fey folk's enchantments as they came and went with the changing seasons. The forest became an ever-shifting tapestry of magic and delight, a reminder that even the most ordinary places could be transformed by a touch of whimsy and a spirit of openness to life's small wonders. Story 39, The Whispering Lanterns. Deep within the folds of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight trickled through the canopy in dappled patterns like golden lace, there lay a hidden village known only to those who listened closely to the rustling leaves. This village was called Glenglow, a place where the ordinary and the magical intertwined as naturally as the roots and soil beneath the earth. In Glenglow, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, lived a gentle soul named Lina. Her days were filled with the soft hum of the woodland creatures and the gentle murmur of the river that wound its way through the village. Lina was known for her kind heart and her knack for crafting the most exquisite lanterns, each one imbued with a flicker of enchantment that seemed to capture the very essence of the stars. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, setting the sky ablaze with hues of amber and rose, Lina would hang her lanterns along the winding paths of Glenglow. Their soft, ethereal glow illuminated the village, casting playful shadows that danced like old friends reunited. There was a soothing magic in those lanterns, a whisper of dreams yet to come, and stories waiting to unfold. However, the true magic of Lina's lanterns was not known to many. Each lantern contained a tiny piece of her heart, a spark of warmth that could only be activated by those who approached them with a pure heart and a wish whispered on the breeze. It was said that those whose wishes were true would find themselves guided to the very thing they needed most, though not always what they had expected. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves fell like a cascade of fiery jewels, a newcomer arrived in Glenglow. His name was Kale, a traveler from lands beyond the misty mountains, his cloak worn and his eyes shadowed with a quiet yearning. Kale was a seeker of stories, a collector of echoes from forgotten times, and he carried with him a small, weathered journal filled with sketches and notes from his journeys. As he wandered the lantern-lit paths of Glenglow, Seal felt a gentle tug at his heart, a pull that led him to a lantern glowing with a particularly soft, inviting light. Without knowing why, he found himself whispering a wish into the crisp night air, the words carried away by a playful breeze that rustled through the trees. "Guide me to the story I am meant to tell," he murmured, his breath a cloud of mist in the cool air. To his surprise, the lantern's light flickered, brightening for a moment before returning to its gentle glow. Feeling a strange sense of calm, Kale continued along the path, following the lanterns as they seemed to guide him deeper into the heart of the forest. The path wound its way through thickets of fragrant pine and clusters of shimmering birch, the ground soft underfoot with a carpet of fallen leaves. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of earth and wood smoke, a comfort to the weary traveler. As Kale walked, he felt a growing sense of anticipation, as if the very woods themselves were whispering secrets just beyond his hearing. Soon, he found himself at the edge of a clearing, where a small, serene pond lay nestled like a gem amidst the trees. The surface of the water was smooth, reflecting the night sky in a shimmering tapestry of stars. On the far side of the pond, a gentle light glowed softly, and Kale knew he had reached the heart of the story he sought. Sitting by the pond was Lina, her hands deftly weaving strands of willow into the framework of a new lantern. She glanced up as Kale approached, her eyes warm and welcoming, as if she had been expecting him all along. "You've traveled far to find this place," Lina said, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to Glenglow?" Seal paused, his thoughts swirling like autumn leaves caught in a breeze. "I seek a story," he replied, "a tale that speaks to the heart, that bridges the space between worlds." Lina nodded, her eyes thoughtful. "Sometimes, the stories we seek are already within us, waiting for the right moment to be told." As they sat together by the pond, Lina began to share the tale of Glenglow, of how the village had come to be hidden within the whispering woods. She spoke of the ancient oak, whose roots drank deeply from the magic of the earth, and of the first lantern maker who had discovered the secret of capturing starlight. The night deepened around them, and the lanterns hanging in the trees seemed to listen intently, their lights flickering with the rhythm of Lina's words. Kale listened, his heart stirred by the echoes of the past and the possibilities of the future. As Lina's story wove its way through the night, a gentle breeze swept across the pond, ruffling the surface into ripples that shimmered like silver. Kale felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging and understanding that he had not felt in a long time. "Thank you," Seal said softly, his voice filled with gratitude. "Your story is a gift." Lina smiled, her eyes alight with the glow of the lanterns. "And your journey is just beginning. Remember, the magic is not just in the lanterns, but in the hearts of those who carry the light." As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Kale knew it was time to continue his journey. He bid farewell to Lina, his heart lighter and his mind filled with new stories waiting to be told. With the morning mist wrapping around him like a gentle embrace, Kale set off along the path, his steps sure and his spirit renewed. The lanterns of Glenglow flickered softly in his memory, their whispers a promise of magic and friendship that would guide him wherever he roamed. In the days and years that followed, Kale traveled far and wide, sharing the tales of the whispering woods and the enchanted village hidden within. And though his journeys took him to distant lands, the warmth of the lanterns always called him home, a beacon of light in the tapestry of his dreams. Thus, the story of Glenglow continued to unfold, a tale of wonder and friendship that bridged the worlds of the seen and unseen, reminding all who heard it of the magic that resides in the quiet corners of the heart. Story: once upon a time, in a quaint village, nestled at the foot of misty, emerald mountains, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village was a place where cobblestone paths wound like ribbons through lush gardens, and the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. Clara, with her sparkling eyes and gentle heart, loved nothing more than exploring the woods that bordered her home, for they were filled with the whispers of ancient tales and the rustle of forgotten secrets. One golden afternoon, as the sun began to dip behind the mountains and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar object. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, nestled beneath a cluster of violets. The box seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as if it held stories of its own. Curious, Clara brushed the dirt from its surface and carefully opened it. Inside, she found a delicate, shimmering feather that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. As she held the feather, Clara felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and she heard a whisper, a voice as soft as the breeze that danced through the leaves. "Guardians of wisdom you shall meet, follow the path where shadows retreat." Clara blinked, her heart fluttering with wonder. She knew this was a call to adventure, a chance to uncover the mysteries hidden within her familiar world. Filled with a sense of purpose, Clara set off on her journey the next morning. The feather, now safely tucked inside her satchel, seemed to guide her steps as she ventured deeper into the forest. The path was bathed in dappled sunlight, and the air was alive with birdsong. As she walked, Clara felt the presence of something magical, a feeling that the forest itself was watching over her. Her first companion on this journey was an elderly tortoise named Oliver, who lived by a serene pond fringed with lily pads. Oliver had eyes that sparkled with kindness and wisdom, and a shell that bore the marks of many years. He greeted Clara with a slow, warm smile. "Ah, young traveler," he rumbled, "what brings you to these quiet waters?" Clara showed him the feather and shared the mysterious message. Oliver nodded thoughtfully. "You seek the guardians of wisdom," he said. "They are gentle beings, hidden within the heart of the forest. To find them, you must listen not just with your ears, but with your heart." Encouraged by Oliver's words, Clara continued her journey. The path grew narrower, winding through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches wove a tapestry of greens and golds. It was here that she met her second companion, a fox named Lila, with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes sharp with intelligence. Lila was playful and quick-witted, and she trotted alongside Clara with a curious glint in her eye. "The forest holds many secrets," Lila chirped, "but it also holds many friends. Remember, it is often with the help of others that we find our way." Together, the trio ventured deeper into the woods, where the light grew softer, and the air carried the scent of pine and earth. Clara felt a growing connection with her new friends, a sense of belonging that wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. As twilight descended, painting the world in shades of twilight blue and silver, Clara and her companions reached a clearing. In the center stood a grand oak tree, its trunk wide and its branches reaching skyward like hands in prayer. Beneath its boughs sat 3 figures, cloaked in robes of soft, luminescent light. Clara knew at once that these were the guardians of wisdom. The first guardian, with eyes like twin moons, spoke in a voice that was both gentle and profound. "You have traveled far, young one, guided by courage and friendship. What is it you seek?" Clara took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of Oliver and Lila's presence by her side. "I seek understanding," she replied, "of the magic that weaves through our world, and of my place within it." The second guardian, whose voice was like the rustle of leaves, nodded. "True understanding comes not from answers, but from the questions we dare to ask and the journeys we bravely undertake." The third guardian, with a smile as serene as starlight, added, "Remember, wisdom is not found in solitude, but in the connections we forge with others." Clara listened, her heart swelling with gratitude and clarity. She realized that the journey itself was the answer she had sought, that the magic of the feather was not in its power, but in the path it had inspired her to take. With this newfound understanding, she thanked the guardians and promised to carry their wisdom back to her village. As Clara, Oliver, and Lila made their way home, the forest seemed to glow with a gentle light, as if blessing their return. The journey had changed Clara, deepening her appreciation for the world and the friendships she had made. Back in her cozy village, Clara placed the feather back into the wooden box, knowing it was not the end of its magic, but the beginning of a new chapter. She felt a peaceful contentment settle within her, like the soft embrace of twilight at the close of day. And so, Clara's heart was forever filled with the gentle wisdom of the forest and the warmth of friendships forged under its ancient canopy. As she drifted into sleep that night, the village resting quietly under a blanket of stars, she knew that wherever her path might lead, she would always carry the light of discovery and wonder within her. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of the world. Story 41. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a serene forest, there lived a gentle young woman named Leora. She was known throughout the village for her kindness and her ability to breathe life into the small garden that hugged her cottage. Each flower and herb seemed to flourish under her care, but within her heart, Leora harbored a quiet turmoil. Change, to her, was a shadow that lurked at the edge of her contentment, whispering of unknown paths and unsettling transformations. As autumn painted the landscape with hues of amber and gold, Leora found herself restless. The whispering winds seemed to carry a message she couldn't quite grasp, and the once soothing rustle of leaves now stirred a longing she didn't understand. One crisp morning, as she tended to her garden, she noticed something peculiar. Among the familiar blooms, a delicate vine with iridescent leaves had sprouted overnight. It shimmered in the early sun, casting tiny rainbows on the dewy grass. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Leora gently touched the vine. It responded with a gentle warmth, a pulse that seemed to echo the rhythm of her own heart. She decided to nurture this mysterious plant, hoping it might offer a clue to the restlessness she felt. Days turned into weeks, and the vine grew, winding its way around the garden's edge, its leaves whispering secrets only the wind could understand. Leora began to notice a change within herself, too. Each day, as she cared for the vine, she felt a little braver, a little more open to the whispers of change. Yet a part of her still resisted, clinging to the comfort of the known. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the village, Leora's dear friend, a wise and gentle soul named Milo, paid her a visit. Milo had always been a steadfast presence in her life, his laughter like a balm to her worries. "What troubles you, Leora?" Milo asked, his voice as soothing as the purring of a contented cat. Leora hesitated, then gestured to the vine, now twinkling under the starlit sky. "This vine, it feels like it's trying to tell me something. I feel different, yet I'm afraid of what that might mean." Milo nodded thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting the understanding of someone who had also faced the quiet call of change. "Sometimes change is like a gentle river, Leora. It may seem daunting at first, but if you trust its flow, it can lead you to places you never imagined." Encouraged by Milo's words, Leora resolved to embrace the vine's presence and the changes it seemed to herald. She spent her days working in the garden, allowing the vine to guide her hands as she tended to the plants. Slowly, she began to see the beauty in the unknown, the potential for growth hidden within each new experience. As the vine continued to flourish, so did Leora's courage. She started exploring beyond the confines of her garden, discovering hidden paths in the forest and meeting new friends along the way. Among them was a whimsical old woman named Silva, who had a knack for telling stories that danced like fireflies in the night. Silva, with her twinkling eyes and warm smile, shared tales of transformation and discovery, of those who had listened to the whispers of change and found their true selves. Leora found comfort in these stories, realizing that she was not alone in her journey. One day, as she sat by the garden, the vine began to flower, unfurling blossoms of ethereal beauty, each petal glistening as if dusted with stardust. Leora marveled at the sight, feeling a profound connection to the magical transformation unfolding before her. With each blossom that opened, she felt a piece of her own heart unfurl, releasing the fear she had held onto so tightly. The vine, she realized, was a reflection of her own journey, a testament to the beauty of embracing change and the magic that lay in personal growth. The village noticed the change in Leora, her newfound confidence and joy radiating like sunlight through the trees. Her garden became a place of gathering, where friends and neighbors would come to share stories and laughter, basking in the warmth of Leora's newfound light. As seasons turned and the vine continued to bloom, Leora learned to trust the gentle flow of change. She discovered that the whispers of the wind carried not only the promise of transformation, but also the assurance that she was never truly alone. Her friendships with Milo, Silva, and the many kind souls she met along her journey became the threads that wove a tapestry of support and love, guiding her through the ebbs and flows of life. And so, in the heart of the village, beside a crackling fireplace on cool evenings, Leora would share her own tale of transformation. Her voice, warm and soothing, would weave stories that echoed the lessons she had learned, that embracing change could lead to unexpected beauty, that personal growth was a journey worth taking, and that the magic of life lay in the connections we make along the way. As the firelight danced across the faces of those gathered, Leora's stories became a beacon of hope and comfort, reminding everyone that within the gentle embrace of change, one could find not only their true self, but also the joy of shared experiences and the enduring strength of friendship. Story 42, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In a quaint village, nestled at the foot of a great mountain range, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and the rivers sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a small, thatched-roof cottage at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest so named for the soft murmurings that would float through the trees like a gentle breeze, as if the woods themselves were alive and speaking to one another in hushed tones. Lila was a curious girl with eyes the color of the deepest forest green and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of autumn leaves. Her days were spent exploring the woods with her best friend, a clever fox named Finn. Finn had fur the color of freshly fallen snow and eyes that twinkled with mischief. Together, they discovered the wonders of the forest, from the hidden groves carpeted with wildflowers to the tinkling streams that wound their way between ancient oaks. One cool autumn afternoon, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Finn stumbled upon something extraordinary. Beneath a large, twisted oak, partly concealed by a cloak of ivy, lay a lantern unlike any they had ever seen. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns of swirling vines and stars, and it seemed to glow with an otherworldly light, even in the dimming dusk. "Look, Finn," Lila exclaimed, her voice a mixture of awe and excitement. "I've never seen anything like it." Finn tilted his head, his ears perking up with curiosity. "It looks magical," he replied, his voice soft and thoughtful. As Lila reached out to touch the lantern, she felt a warmth spreading through her fingertips, as if the lantern was alive and welcoming her touch. Suddenly, the lantern flickered and shone brightly, casting a radiant light that enveloped them both. The world around them seemed to shift, and when the light faded, they found themselves standing in a place unlike any other. They were in the heart of the Whispering Woods, but it was as if the forest had been transformed. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmering with a silvery glow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, and the ground beneath their feet was soft with moss that glowed faintly in the moonlight. It was a hidden world, a magical realm within the familiar woods they had always known. "Where are we?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with wonder. "I don't know," Finn replied, his eyes wide with amazement. "But it feels different." As they ventured deeper into this enchanted forest, they encountered creatures they had only heard of in bedtime stories. A family of gentle deer with antlers that sparkled like diamonds grazed nearby, and a pair of luminous butterflies flitted around them, leaving trails of light in their wake. The forest seemed alive with magic, and Lila and Finn felt a sense of peace and joy they had never experienced before. They soon discovered that the lantern they had found was the Lantern of Luminara, a magical object said to hold the power to illuminate the path of those who sought wisdom and truth. It was a gift from Luminara, the guardian spirit of the woods, who watched over the forest and all its inhabitants. As they wandered through the magical realm, Lila and Finn came across a clearing where a gathering of woodland creatures had assembled. At the center stood an ancient, wise-looking owl named Eldrin, who was known as the storyteller of the Whispering Woods. His eyes were deep pools of amber, and his feathers were a patchwork of browns and grays, mottled like the bark of the trees he called home. "Welcome, young ones," Eldrin hooted, his voice resonant and soothing. "You have found the Lantern of Luminara, a rare and precious treasure. It will guide you on a journey of discovery and transformation." Lila and Finn exchanged glances, their eyes alight with anticipation and curiosity. "What kind of journey?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "A journey to find what lies within," Eldrin replied, his gaze steady and knowing. "The lantern will show you the way, but it is up to you to discover the truth in your hearts." As the moon rose high in the sky, casting its silvery glow over the forest, the creatures gathered around Eldrin began to sing a hauntingly beautiful melody. The song wove through the air like a gentle breeze, filling Lila and Finn with a sense of purpose and determination. With the lantern in hand, they set off on their journey, guided by its warm, steady light. They traveled through the enchanted forest, meeting new friends and learning valuable lessons along the way. They encountered a family of rabbits who taught them the importance of listening to their hearts, and a wise old tortoise who showed them the value of patience and perseverance. Each step of their journey brought them closer to understanding themselves and the world around them. They realized that the magic of the forest was not just in the creatures and the glowing trees, but also in the connections they formed and the lessons they learned. As they traveled, They also discovered a mystery that lay at the heart of the Whispering Woods. There was a shadow that loomed over the forest, a darkness that threatened to extinguish the light of Luminara. It was said to be the work of a mysterious figure known only as the Shadow Weaver, who sought to shroud the forest in eternal night. Determined to protect their newfound friends and the magical realm they had come to love, Lila and Finn vowed to uncover the truth behind the Shadow Weaver and restore balance to the Whispering Woods. Guided by the lantern's light, they embarked on a quest to find the source of the darkness and put an end to its malevolent influence. Their journey took them to the farthest reaches of the forest, where they encountered trials and challenges that tested their courage and resolve. They faced fierce storms that threatened to snuff out the lantern's light and treacherous paths that wound through dense thickets and over steep hills. But through it all, Lila and Finn relied on their friendship and the wisdom they had gained from their encounters with the forest's inhabitants. They learned to trust in themselves and each other, finding strength in their shared purpose and determination. As they ventured deeper into the shadows, they discovered that the Shadow Weaver was not a fearsome creature, but rather a lost soul who had become consumed by fear and loneliness. The darkness that threatened the forest was born from his sorrow and the pain of isolation. With compassion in their hearts, Lila and Finn approached the Shadow Weaver, offering him the light of the Lantern of Luminara. They spoke to him of the beauty and magic of the forest and the power of friendship and love to heal even the deepest wounds. Moved by their kindness and understanding, the Shadow Weaver's heart softened, and the darkness that enveloped him began to fade. The forest was bathed in a warm, golden light as the shadows receded, revealing the vibrant beauty of the Whispering Woods. Grateful for their courage and wisdom, the Shadow Weaver vowed to protect the forest and its inhabitants, joining Lila and Finn in their quest to preserve the magic of the Whispering Woods. With the balance restored, Lila and Finn returned to the clearing where they had first met Eldrin. The creatures of the forest gathered to celebrate the triumph of light over darkness, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude. As the sun rose over the horizon, casting its gentle rays upon the forest, Lila and Finn knew that their journey had changed them in ways they could never have imagined. They had discovered the power of friendship, the strength of their own hearts, and the enduring magic of the world around them. With the Lantern of Luminara as their guide, they had learned that the true magic of the forest lay not in the glowing trees or the mystical creatures, but in the love and connection that bound them all together. As they stood hand in hand, surrounded by the beauty of the Whispering Woods, they knew that their journey was just beginning. For the magic of the forest would always be with them, lighting their path and filling their hearts with hope and wonder. And so, Lila and Finn's story became a legend in the Whispering Woods, a tale of courage, friendship, and the power of the heart to transform even the darkest of shadows into light. A story that would be told for generations to come, inspiring all who heard it to seek the magic within themselves and the world around them. As the gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying the promise of new adventures and endless possibilities, Lila and Finn knew that they would always be a part of the magic of the Whispering Woods, their hearts forever entwined with the spirit of Luminara. And with that, the lantern's light flickered softly, a gentle reminder of the journey they had taken and the love that would forever guide them home. Story 43. Once upon a moonlit night in the emerald embrace of the Whispering Woods, there lived a gentle soul named Aaron. Aaron was a quiet, introspective young man who often found himself at odds with the tides of change rippling through his life. Though he loved the woods and the creatures that called it home, he felt a restlessness within him, an uncertainty about the path he was meant to walk. The Whispering Woods was a place of gentle magic, where the trees hummed a soft melody and the streams whispered secrets to those who listened closely. Aaron often wandered these woods, seeking solace in their comforting embrace. Yet lately he had felt a stirring within him, a yearning for something he could not quite name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blossomed into hues of lavender and rose, Aaron stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, Nestled between the roots of an ancient oak was a tiny, luminous creature. It shimmered with all the colors of the twilight, its wings like gossamer threads catching the fading light. The creature was tangled in a delicate web of silvery threads, struggling to free itself. Aaron knelt down, his gaze filled with wonder. "Oh, you poor thing," he murmured, reaching out with gentle fingers to untangle the creature. As he worked, the creature's eyes, bright and knowing, met his own. There was a warmth in that gaze, a promise of understanding and kinship. Once freed, the creature flitted about in a joyful dance before settling on Aaron's shoulder. It whispered in a voice like the rustle of leaves, "Thank you, kind heart. I am Nissa, a spirit of this wood. You have shown me kindness, and for that I offer you a gift." Aaron smiled, a little shyly. "I am Aaron, but I don't know what I need." Nissa chuckled softly, a sound like a bubbling brook. "Ah, but the heart often knows what the mind cannot see. Come, let me show you the path." With a delicate flutter, Nissa led Aaron deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine. They came to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a circle of ancient stones stood sentinel. The air thrummed with a gentle magic, and Aaron felt a strange sense of anticipation. "Here," Nissa said, alighting upon the largest stone, "is where transformations begin." Aaron hesitated, his heart beating a little faster. "But what if I'm not ready to change?" Nissa's eyes softened. "Change is the heartbeat of life, dear Aaron. It can be frightening, yes, but it is also a bridge to discovering who we truly are." Taking a deep breath, Aaron stepped into the circle. The moment he did, he felt a tingling warmth spread through his limbs, as if the earth itself was singing a song just for him. He closed his eyes, letting the magic of the place seep into him, feeling it unfurl like a blossom in the sun. As the minutes passed, images danced through his mind, memories of his childhood, moments of joy and sorrow, dreams he had almost forgotten. And with these images came a deep understanding, a realization that change was not a foe to be feared, but a friend to be embraced. When Aaron opened his eyes, he felt lighter, as if a weight had lifted from his shoulders. Nissa hovered nearby, her eyes bright with approval. "You are beginning to see," she said softly. Aaron smiled, a new light in his eyes. "Yes, I think I am." With Nissa by his side, Aaron began to explore the woods anew, each step a journey of discovery. He learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to read the language of the stars. He found friends among the creatures of the forest, wise old owls who shared their secrets, playful foxes who taught him the joy of laughter, and gentle deer who showed him the strength in gentleness. Through these encounters, Aaron grew in wisdom and courage. He learned that true strength lay not in resisting change, but in embracing it with an open heart. He discovered that every challenge was an opportunity to grow, to become more than he had been before. One day, as he walked through a meadow awash with wildflowers, Aaron felt a familiar presence beside him. Nissa hovered nearby, her wings aglow with the light of the setting sun. "You have come far, Aaron," she said, her voice a gentle caress. "What have you learned on your journey?" Aaron paused, gazing out at the beauty of the world around him. "I've learned that change is like the seasons," he said, his voice thoughtful. "Each one brings its own gifts, its own lessons, and though it may be hard at times, it is also what makes life so beautiful." Nissa nodded, her eyes filled with pride. "You have grown, dear heart, and in your growth, you have touched the world around you in ways you may not even see." Aaron smiled, a warmth spreading through his chest. "Thank you, Nissa, for guiding me, for showing me the way." With a flutter of her wings, Nissa rose into the air, her form shimmering in the twilight. "Remember, Aaron, the magic of the Whispering Woods is always with you. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." As Nissa disappeared into the evening sky, Aaron felt a deep peace within him. He knew that his journey was far from over, but he also knew that he was no longer afraid. With each step he took, he carried with him the lessons of the woods, the strength of friendship, the beauty of change, and the quiet magic that lay within his own heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Aaron continued his journey, a little wiser, a little braver, and forever guided by the gentle magic of the Whispering Woods. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Aaron found himself returning to the circle of stones where his transformation had begun. It became a place of reflection, a sanctuary where he could ponder the changes within himself and the world around him. The woods, too, seemed to sense the change in him. The trees whispered his name with affection, and the creatures greeted him with familiarity and warmth. Aaron had become a part of the whispering woods, and the woods had become a part of him. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Aaron sat in the clearing, his back against the cool stone. He watched as a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying them in a dance across the sky. It was a reminder that change was always present, always moving, always guiding. As he sat there, lost in thought, a soft rustling caught his attention. From the edge of the clearing, a fox emerged, its fur a fiery blaze against the earth. It was the same fox that had taught him the joy of laughter, and it approached with a playful gleam in its eyes. "Hello, old friend," Aaron greeted, reaching out a hand. The fox sniffed his fingers before settling beside him, its presence warm and comforting. Aaron chuckled softly, a sound that blended with the rustling leaves. "I think I finally understand." The fox tilted its head, listening intently. "Life is like this forest," Aaron continued, his voice a soft murmur, "full of paths and choices, full of beauty and mystery. And just like the forest, it changes with the seasons, but that's what makes it so wondrous." The fox yipped in agreement, its eyes bright and knowing. In that moment, Aaron realized that the transformation he had undergone was not just a change of the heart, but a change of the soul. He had learned to see the world with new eyes, to find magic in the everyday, and to embrace the unknown with open arms. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the clearing, Aaron rose to his feet. He felt a sense of gratitude for the journey he had taken, for the challenges he had faced, and for the friends who had walked beside him. He knew that there would be more changes to come, more paths to explore, but he was no longer afraid. Armed with the wisdom he had gained and the magic of the whispering woods, he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. And so, with the fox trotting beside him, Aaron left the clearing, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot a comforting rhythm. He walked with a lightness in his step, his heart open to the wonders of the world. For Aaron had learned that while change was inevitable, it was also a gift, a chance to grow, to discover, and to become the person he was always meant to be. And with each step he took, he carried the magic of the whispering woods with him, a reminder that he was never truly alone on his journey. In the years that followed, Aaron became a storyteller, weaving tales of the whispering woods and the gentle magic that resided there. His stories were filled with warmth and wisdom, and they touched the hearts of all who heard them. People came from far and wide to listen to Aaron's tales, drawn by the promise of enchantment and the comfort of his words. They gathered around him like moths to a flame, eager to hear of the fox that taught laughter, the owls that shared their secrets, and the spirit of the woods that had guided him. Through his stories, Aaron shared the lessons he had learned, the beauty of change, the strength of friendship, and the magic that lay within each of us. He spoke of the importance of embracing life's challenges, of finding joy in the simple things, and of trusting in the journey. And though the years passed and seasons changed, Aaron remained steadfast, a beacon of light and hope for those who sought his wisdom. In time, the Whispering Woods became a place of pilgrimage, a sanctuary for those seeking solace and understanding. People wandered its paths, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the streams, finding peace in its gentle embrace. And always they carried with them the stories of Aaron, the gentle soul who had learned to embrace the magic of change and the beauty of the unknown. And so, the legend of the Whispering Woods lived on, a testament to the power of transformation and the enduring strength of the human spirit. For in the heart of every story, there is a seed of truth, a whisper of magic, and a promise of hope. And in the heart of every journey, there is the potential for growth, for discovery, and for the kind of change that makes life truly beautiful. And so, dear listener, as you drift into slumber, remember the story of Aaron and the Whispering Woods. Let it guide you on your own journey, and may you find the magic in your own heart, the courage to embrace change, and the joy of discovering who you truly are. Story 44. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young dreamer named Clara. Clara had an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond her village, and often spent her days wandering the meadows, her imagination soaring higher than the skylarks. Her heart yearned for adventure, for places untold, and stories yet to be written. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Clara stumbled upon something peculiar. There, on the edge of the forest, shrouded in a soft mist, stood an ancient, ornate gate. It was unlike anything she had ever seen before, its ironwork twisted into delicate vines and blooming flowers, each petal seemingly alive with a gentle, pulsing glow. Clara's heart beat with the rhythm of the unknown as she pushed the gate open. It creaked softly, as if awakening from a long slumber, and revealed a path carpeted with moss as soft as velvet, leading into the depths of the forest. With a deep breath, Clara stepped forward, the gate whispering shut behind her. The forest was unlike any she had ventured into. Trees with trunks of deep cerulean towered above, their leaves shimmering with a silvery sheen that caught the dwindling light, creating a canopy of twinkling stars. Clara marveled at the ethereal beauty, her senses alive with the scent of wildflowers and the distant melody of a brook. As she ventured deeper, Clara encountered the first of the forest's whimsical inhabitants. A family of tiny, luminescent creatures, resembling dragonflies but with faces like cherubic children, flitted around her, leaving trails of light like shooting stars. They giggled in melodious tones, their laughter like the tinkling of bells, and Clara couldn't help but join in, her laughter echoing through the trees. "Welcome, traveler," they chimed, their voices a harmonious chorus. "We are the Glimmerlings, keepers of the forest's light. What brings you to our luminescent haven?" "I seek adventure," Clara replied, her eyes wide with wonder. "I seek to uncover the mysteries of this enchanted place." The Glimmerlings nodded, understanding and acceptance in their luminous eyes. "Then you must follow the silver stream," they instructed, pointing with delicate fingers to a path shimmering beneath the moonlight that had begun to peek through the canopy. "It will guide you to the heart of the forest." Clara thanked the Glimmerlings and continued on her journey, her heart a beacon of courage. As she walked, she encountered a gentle challenge. A thick fog had settled over the path, obscuring her way forward. Remembering the Glimmerlings' laughter, Clara decided to listen rather than see. She closed her eyes, tuning into the symphony of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of crickets, and the distant murmur of the silver stream. With newfound clarity she moved forward, letting her senses guide her through the mist. It was not long before the fog lifted, revealing a meadow aglow with moonlit flowers. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its bark a tapestry of ivory and gold, its branches cradling the moon itself. Beneath the tree sat a wise old owl, its feathers a cloak of midnight and stardust, eyes twinkling with the knowledge of countless nights. "Welcome, young explorer," the owl hooted gently. "You have found the heart of the enchanted forest." Clara sat beside the owl, feeling a warmth spread through her, as if the tree's roots were intertwined with her own heart. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice a whisper. "This is where the forest's magic lives," the owl explained, its voice a soothing lullaby. "It is a place of dreams and wonder, where those who dare to seek find courage and clarity." Clara understood then that her journey was not just through the forest, but through her own heart. She realized that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to step into the unknown, guided by curiosity and the light within. As the night wore on, Clara and the owl shared stories of the forest, tales of bravery and friendship, of laughter and light. When the first rays of dawn began to paint the sky, Clara knew it was time to return home. The owl gifted her a feather, shimmering with stardust, a token of her journey and a reminder of the courage she had found. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara retraced her steps, the forest now familiar and dear. The gate awaited her, its vines and flowers vibrant in the morning sun. As she stepped through, she felt a gentle whisper of farewell from the forest, a promise that its magic would always be with her. Returning to her village, Clara carried with her the warmth of the enchanted forest, her spirit alight with the knowledge that adventures awaited those who dared to seek them. And each night, as she lay under the same sky that had guided her, Clara dreamed of new paths and new wonders, her heart forever entwined with the magic of the forest. And so the tale of Clara's adventure in the enchanted forest became a cherished story in the village, a gentle reminder of the courage that lies within us all, ready to lead us into the wondrous unknown. Story 45. In a land where the twilight sky shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. The village was a place of gentle enchantments, where cobblestone paths wound their way through clusters of ivy-covered cottages, and the scent of blooming night jasmine hung sweetly in the air. The heart of Moonshadow Hollow was a sprawling old oak, its branches like ancient arms embracing the sky. Beneath its leafy canopy lived the villager's most cherished friend, a wise old owl named Oliver. Oliver was known for his gleaming plumage that seemed to capture the stars themselves, and his eyes, which sparkled like twin moons. He was the keeper of stories and secrets, and the village often turned to him for counsel. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with the last strokes of daylight, a gentle stir rippled through the village. It began with the sound of chimes, delicate and melodic, echoing through the lanes without a single visible source. The villagers paused in their evening tasks, curiosity piqued, and gathered in the village square where Oliver perched serenely on a low branch of the great oak. "Good evening, dear friends," Oliver hooted warmly, his voice as soothing as the gentle rustle of leaves. "I see you've heard the chimes, too. It seems we have a little mystery on our hands." A young girl named Lila, with hair like spun gold and eyes as bright as a spring morning, stepped forward. Lila was known for her keen sense of wonder and a heart as open as the sky. "What could it be, Oliver?" "I've never heard anything quite like it," she said, her voice tinged with excitement. Oliver ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "It is indeed peculiar, Lila, but mysteries are like puzzles, and sometimes the simplest pieces reveal the whole." With a gentle nod, Oliver invited the villagers to join him in uncovering the source of the enchanting chimes. Lila, eager and curious, took the lead. Together with her best friend, Finn, a boy with a quick smile and eyes like the deep green of the forest, they set off toward the edge of the woods where the sound seemed to beckon. The path was soft underfoot, carpeted with moss that released a fresh, earthy scent with each step. Fireflies danced around them, their lights twinkling like tiny lanterns in the growing dusk. As they ventured further, a gentle breeze carried the sound of the chimes closer, clearer, like a melody woven from silver threads. "Do you hear that, Finn?" Lila whispered, her voice barely above the rustle of the leaves. "It's as if the wind is playing the music." Finn nodded, glancing around with an astute eye. "It's coming from somewhere near the old willow grove, I think," he replied, pointing toward a cluster of trees swaying gracefully in the night breeze. As they approached, the moonlight spilled through the canopy, illuminating a curious sight. There, nestled among the roots of the grandest willow, was a small, glowing orb. It shimmered with a soft light, and each time the breeze rustled the leaves, the orb emitted the gentle chime that had so intrigued the village. Lila knelt beside the orb, her face alight with wonder. "It's beautiful," she breathed, reaching out a tentative hand. As her fingers brushed the orb, the chimes grew brighter, resonating with a warmth that filled the night air. Just then, a soft voice, as melodious as the chimes themselves, spoke. "Thank you for finding me," it said, and from the shadows stepped a creature unlike any Lila or Finn had ever seen. It was a tiny being, no larger than a hand, with wings like those of a dragonfly, shimmering in hues of sapphire and emerald. "I am Calliope." The creature introduced itself with a graceful bow. "A melody sprite, lost from my kin. This orb is my heartstone, and it guides me with its song." Finn, ever practical, asked, "How did you become lost, Calliope?" Calliope's wings fluttered softly, casting a kaleidoscope of colors in the moonlight. "I wandered too far in search of a rare moonflower. Its essence is needed to weave the lullabies that calm the winds and soothe the skies. But without my heartstone fully charged, I could not find my way back." Understanding dawned on Lila, her heart full of compassion. "We must help you return home," she said, her voice filled with determination. "But how can we charge your heartstone?" Calliope looked at the orb, its glow now a little brighter from Lila's touch. "It draws strength from kindness and the gentle light of friendship," she explained. "If you would help me gather moonbeams and goodwill, it will regain its brightness. And so, with Calliope perched lightly on Finn's shoulder, they began their task. Together, they wandered through Moonshadow Hollow, gathering moonbeams reflected in the dew and the laughter of their friends, who joined them along the way. The villagers, inspired by the story of the lost sprite, shared their warmth and joy, each adding a touch of light to the Heartstone. As the night unfolded, the orb glowed brighter, the chimes more harmonious. By the time the first hints of dawn brushed the sky, Calliope's Heartstone shone with a light as radiant as the morning sun. "Thank you," Calliope said, her voice a melody of gratitude. "With your help, I can return to my kin and continue our song." With a final harmonious chime, Calliope took flight, her wings a blur of color against the pastel sky. The villagers watched as she disappeared into the distance, her song a lingering whisper in the morning breeze. Back in the village square, beneath the wise gaze of Oliver the Owl, Lila and Finn shared their adventure with their friends. The village, once again at peace, marveled at the power of friendship and the magic it could weave. As the morning sun rose higher, casting warm rays over Moonshadow Hollow, Lila felt a deep sense of contentment. Together, through kindness and understanding, they had solved the mystery of the chimes and made a new friend in the process. Oliver, watching the children recount their tale, fluffed his feathers with satisfaction. "Remember, dear ones," he hooted softly, "even the smallest acts of kindness can light the way for those who are lost." And so, with this gentle reminder, Moonshadow Hollow settled into the gentle rhythm of a new day, its heart a little fuller, its spirit a little brighter, and its skies filled with the promise of more mysteries and melodies to come. Story 46. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a sparkling river, there was a humble cobblestone street lined with cozy cottages, each surrounded by gardens that overflowed with fragrant herbs and vibrant flowers. The air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of lavender and the soft hum of bees flitting from blossom to blossom. This was a place where time seemed to slow, where every moment was savored like a sip of warm honeyed tea. In one of these cottages lived a kind-hearted young woman named Clara. She was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her knack for crafting the most delightful woven baskets, each one infused with a touch of her creativity and care. Clara loved nothing more than to wander through the fields, gathering wildflowers and listening to the symphony of nature, the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a lark. One day, as Clara was strolling along her favorite path by the river, she noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots of a gnarled old oak tree. It was a small, unassuming wooden box, its surface etched with delicate carvings that shimmered softly in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara gently lifted the box and opened it, revealing a single, shining silver thimble resting on a bed of soft moss. The moment Clara touched the thimble, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, traveling up her arm and settling in her heart like a cozy blanket. She felt a strange, comforting presence, as if the thimble were speaking to her in a language only her heart could understand. With a smile of wonder, Clara slipped the thimble into her pocket and continued her walk, feeling a curious sense of anticipation fluttering within her. Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Clara sat by the fireplace, her basket of wildflowers at her feet. She retrieved the thimble from her pocket and held it up to the flickering light. To her astonishment, the thimble began to glow softly, casting a gentle, silvery light that danced across the walls like moonbeams on water. As the light enveloped her, Clara felt a deep, peaceful wisdom settle into her being. It was as if the thimble was sharing secrets of the world, ancient truths whispered through the ages. She closed her eyes and let the knowledge wash over her, feeling more connected to the world and its wonders than ever before. The next day, Clara awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. She decided to embark on a journey through the village and beyond, driven by an inexplicable desire to share the magic she had discovered. Along her path, she encountered a variety of companions, each with their own unique charm. First, she met Edwin, an elderly clockmaker with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as snow. Edwin had spent years mending timepieces, listening to their steady tick-tock and pondering the mysteries of time itself. Hearing Clara's story, he eagerly joined her, fascinated by the idea of a thimble with the power to unlock secrets. Next, they were joined by Lila, a spirited young baker with flour-dusted cheeks and a laugh that could light up the darkest room. Lila loved to create new recipes, blending flavors and textures with the precision of an artist. She saw the journey as an opportunity to find inspiration for her bread and pastries, hoping to infuse them with the same kind of magic that Clara's thimble possessed. As they traveled, the trio found themselves in a lush forest, where they met Rowan, a gentle giant of a woodsman with a heart as big as his stature. Rowan knew the forest like the back of his hand, and he offered his guidance, sharing tales of the creatures that dwelled among the trees and the secret paths that wove through the underbrush. Together, Clara, Edwin, Lila, and Rowan ventured deeper into the world, each step revealing new wonders and challenges. They encountered a shimmering waterfall that sang a melody only those with open hearts could hear, and a field of flowers that bloomed in colors they had never imagined. But the true test of their journey came when they reached the edge of the enchanted glade, a place whispered about in legends but seldom seen. The glade was said to hold a mirror that reflected not the physical appearance of the viewer, but the truth of their soul. To enter, they needed to solve an ancient riddle, a challenge that required wisdom rather than force. The riddle spoke of harmony and balance, of understanding one's self and one's place in the world. As they pondered the words, Clara felt the thimble grow warm in her pocket, its light pulsing gently with each beat of her heart. She realized that the answer lay in the unity of their unique gifts, the patience of the clockmaker, the creativity of the baker, the strength of the woodsman, and her own gift of empathy. Together, they crafted a plan, combining their talents in a way that honored each of their strengths. Edwin measured time with precision, Lila kneaded her dough with love, Rowan gathered wood with care, and Clara wove their efforts together with the magic of her thimble. As they worked in harmony, the riddle unraveled, and the path to the glade opened before them. Within the glade, they found the mirror, its surface shimmering like a pool of stars. One by one, they gazed into its depths, each seeing a reflection of their true selves. Clara saw the kindness and courage that had guided her journey. Edwin saw the wisdom that had grown with each passing year. Lila saw the joy that infused her creations, and Rowan saw the gentleness that belied his strength. With hearts full of gratitude and understanding, they returned to the village, forever changed by their journey. Clara tucked the thimble away, knowing its magic would always be a part of her, a reminder of the wonders that lay just beneath the surface of the ordinary. And so, in the warmth of their cozy village, surrounded by the familiar scents of lavender and fresh bread, they shared their tales and their newfound wisdom, knowing that the true magic of the world lay in friendship, love, and the courage to seek the extraordinary in the everyday. As the soft glow of the hearth enveloped them, they settled into the gentle embrace of sleep, their dreams filled with the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 47. In the heart of the whispering woods, where twilight painted the leaves with shades of lavender and gold, there stood a little cottage that seemed to hum with its own quiet magic. This was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of honey and warm from the gentle glow of fireflies that danced like tiny stars. The cottage belonged to a kind-hearted herbalist named Leora, who spent her days tending to the plants and flowers that grew in riotous abundance around her home. Leora's garden was a wonder, a fragrant tapestry of colors where daisies giggled in the breeze and roses blushed under the sun's affectionate gaze. In this enchanted realm, where the moon often whispered secrets to the dew-kissed leaves, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started on a crisp autumn evening as Leora prepared her favorite chamomile tea. As she set the kettle on the stove, a sudden rustling caught her attention. She peered out of the window into the garden, her eyes scanning for the source of the sound. There, beneath the silver light of the moon, the flowers seemed to sway not with the wind, but in a curious rhythm all their own. Leora pressed her nose to the cool glass, intrigued by the unexpected dance. And then she saw it, a flicker of shadow darting between the tulips and lilies, a shape that was neither bird nor beast. The next morning, Leora awoke with a sense of resolve. She decided to solve the mystery of the garden's nocturnal visitor. So she packed a small basket with freshly baked scones and a flask of elderflower cordial, slipped on her well-worn boots, and ventured into the woods. As she wandered, Leora kept her senses open, breathing in the earthy aroma of moss and pine, listening to the gentle babble of a nearby brook. She was not alone for long. A flutter of wings heralded the arrival of her friend, Pippin the wise little owl, whose feathers shimmered like moonlight on water. "Good morning, Leora," Pippin hooted, perching on a low branch. "What brings you into the woods so early?" Leora explained the mysterious movements in her garden, her voice a soft murmur under the canopy of leaves. Pippin tilted his head thoughtfully, his golden eyes bright with curiosity. "Perhaps," he suggested, "you should seek counsel from the elder oak. Its roots run deep, and it has seen much over the centuries." Grateful for the guidance, Leora thanked Pippin and set off toward the heart of the woods where the elder oak stood, ancient and wise. Its gnarled branches reached out like comforting arms, and its bark was etched with stories of old. As she approached, the tree's deep, resonant voice rumbled through the clearing. "Ah, young Leora, what questions weigh upon your heart?" Leora described the mysterious visitor, her words weaving through the air like a gentle spell. The elder oak listened in silence, the wind whispering through its leaves. "Nature often cloaks its truths in shadows," the tree intoned. "Look closely at the fabric of the night. Sometimes answers are hidden in the quietest of places." Thanking the elder oak, Leora returned to her cottage with newfound determination. As dusk descended, she prepared a small feast of bread and berries, setting it near the garden's edge. Then she settled quietly into a corner, her eyes trained on the moonlit dance of the flowers. Hours passed, the world around her hushed and serene. Just as Leora began to think perhaps she had imagined the whole thing, there it was again, a flicker of movement, a shadow slipping through the garden with a grace that seemed almost ethereal. This time, Leora was ready. She leaned forward, her breath caught in anticipation. As the shadow drew nearer, it resolved into a small creature, its fur shimmering with an iridescent glow. It was a moon fox, rare and elusive, known for its gentle spirit and love of garden blooms. The moon fox paused upon seeing Leora but did not flee. Instead, it regarded her with eyes that reflected the stars, as though weighing her kindness. Leora, sensing the creature's hesitance, smiled softly and gestured to the small feast she had prepared. To her delight, the moon fox approached, nibbling delicately at the berries. As it ate, Leora spoke in a soothing whisper, sharing tales of her garden and the wonders of the woods. In time, the moon fox began to visit regularly, its presence weaving a new kind of magic into the garden's tapestry. The flowers bloomed brighter, their colors deeper, as though they too were enchanted by the fox's mysterious grace. One evening, as Leora watched the moon fox dance among the blossoms, she realized the truth of the elder oak's words. Sometimes the answers we seek are not found in solving a mystery but in embracing it. The moon fox had been drawn not by the flowers alone, but by the warmth and welcome of Leora's heart. And so the garden thrived under moonlight and sun, a gentle haven where the ordinary and the magical existed side by side. Leora, with her newfound friend, learned that the greatest mysteries often lead to the simplest joys, found in friendship and the quiet beauty of the world around her. As the seasons turned and the whispering woods whispered on, Leora knew that no matter how strange the occurrences, the heart always held the key to understanding. And with that comforting thought, she drifted off to sleep each night. The moon fox curled beside her, both dreaming of the wonders that awaited in the garden at dawn. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a woodland glade where sunbeams danced through the canopy and wildflowers carpeted the forest floor, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to understand and converse with all living things. From the towering oaks that stood as ancient guardians to the delicate blossoms that emerged with each spring, Willow formed deep bonds with the natural world around her. The whispers of the wind carried secrets, and the babbling brook shared tales of distant lands. This hidden world within the forest was Willow's cherished home, filled with wonders beyond imagining. One crisp autumn day, as Willow foraged for acorns and berries, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. a glimmering object half buried in the loamy soil. With gentle paws, she unearthed a magnificent crystal, its facets refracting the golden sunlight in a dazzling display. Willow's instincts told her this was no ordinary stone. It hummed with an ancient magic that resonated deep within her. As she cradled the crystal in her paws, a warm glow enveloped her, and she found herself transported to a realm beyond her wildest dreams. The ethereal landscape shimmered with hues of azure and amethyst, and creatures of mythical proportions roamed freely. Willow's heart raced with wonder and trepidation, for she knew this was a pivotal moment, the start of an extraordinary journey. In this enchanted realm, Willow encountered a wise old owl named Galen, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul. "Young Willow," he said in a voice that echoed like rolling thunder, "you have been chosen as the guardian of the Crystal of Harmony. Its magic has awakened within you, and with it comes a great responsibility." Willow listened intently as Galen wove a tale of a dark force that threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of nature, sowing discord and chaos in its wake. The Crystal of Harmony, he explained, possessed the power to restore equilibrium, but only if wielded by one with a pure heart and an unwavering connection to the natural world. With a heavy heart, Willow realized that her beloved forest was in grave peril, and she alone could save it. She accepted the sacred charge bestowed upon her, vowing to embark on a quest to vanquish the darkness and restore harmony to the land. Guided by Galen's wisdom and the crystal's gentle glow, Willow set forth on an odyssey that would test her courage, her wit, and her resilience. She traversed treacherous mountain passes, where icy winds howled like ravenous beasts, and navigated labyrinthine caverns, where luminescent fungi cast an eerie glow. Along the way, Willow forged friendships that defied expectations. A wise-cracking squirrel named Chitter, whose wit was as sharp as his claws, became her steadfast companion, providing levity in even the direst of circumstances. A majestic stag named Theron, whose antlers bore the weight of 1,000 moons, offered guidance and protection, his noble presence a constant reminder of the forest's majesty. Together, they unraveled a mystery that wove through the fabric of the enchanted realm, trailing whispers of a nefarious plot hatched by the malevolent force known as the Nightmare Weaver. This sinister entity fed on fear and despair, twisting the dreams of living beings into nightmarish visions that sowed discord and chaos. In a harrowing confrontation deep within the Nightmare Weaver's shadowy lair, Willow and her companions faced their greatest challenge. The air crackled with dark energy, and phantasmal tendrils lashed out, taunting and tempting them with their deepest fears and doubts. But Willow held fast, drawing strength from the unwavering bonds of friendship and her profound connection to the natural world. With the Crystal of Harmony pulsing in time with her heartbeat, she channeled its ancient magic, unleashing a brilliant torrent of light that banished the shadows and restored balance to the realm. As the Nightmare Weaver's grip weakened, Willow caught a glimpse of the true essence beneath the malevolent force. A tortured soul, a victim of its own twisted emotions. With a gentle touch and a compassionate heart, she reached out, offering understanding and forgiveness. In that moment, the Nightmare Weaver's hold was broken, and the darkness dissipated like a fleeting shadow at dawn. The enchanted realm was bathed in a warm, radiant glow, and the air hummed with the harmonious melodies of nature's symphony. Willow's journey had not only saved the forest she loved, but also transformed her in profound ways. She had faced her fears, forged unbreakable bonds, and emerged as a beacon of hope and courage. The Crystal of Harmony had revealed her true potential, igniting a spark within her that would forever guide her path. As Willow and her companions returned to the woodland glade, they were greeted by a wondrous sight. The trees stood taller, their leaves a vibrant emerald, and the wildflowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors. The forest had been reborn, its essence restored to pristine harmony. From that day on, Willow became a guardian of the natural world, ensuring that the balance she had fought so hard to restore would never again be disrupted. Her journey had taught her that true strength lies not in physical might, but in the power of friendship, compassion, and an unwavering connection to the rhythms of life. And whenever the wind whispered through the boughs or the brook babbled its ancient tales, Willow could hear the echoes of her adventure, a reminder of the magic that dwelled within her and all living things, harmonious and eternal. Story 49. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a hidden world where the gentle rustle of leaves sang the secrets of nature, and the whispering winds carried the wisdom of ages past. This forest was no ordinary place. It was a realm where the very essence of magic intertwined with the cycles of the seasons, creating a tapestry of life that danced with every breath of the earth. In this enchanted woodland, beneath the boughs of towering oaks and amidst the soft carpet of moss, lived a small and gentle hedgehog named Brindle. His quills, though spiky at first glance, were soft as down when touched with tenderness. Brindle was a creature of habit, known for his curious nature and his deep love for the forest he called home. The forest was a symphony of sounds, the babbling brook weaving its way through ancient stones, the melodic calls of birds greeted the rising sun, and the gentle hum of bees busying themselves among the wildflowers. It was in these harmonious surroundings that Brindle found his greatest joy, for he knew that each element of this vibrant ecosystem played a vital role in the balance of life. As the seasons turned, painting the forest with hues of gold and crimson, Brindle observed how the changes brought forth a symphony of magical phenomena. The autumn leaves, crisp and bright, would twirl in the wind like tiny dancers, their descent a graceful waltz to the forest floor. The scent of damp earth and fallen leaves filled the air, a fragrant reminder of the cycle of life and renewal. Brindle's dearest friend was a wise old owl named Thistle, whose feathered coat shimmered like moonlit silver. Thistle had lived through many seasons, and his eyes held the depth of countless stories and the wisdom of generations. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in twilight's gentle glow, Brindle would sit beside Thistle at the hollow of an ancient tree, eager to hear tales of the past. One such evening, as the first frost kissed the forest floor, Thistle began a story about the harmony of the natural world. Long ago, Thistle hooted softly, there was a time when the creatures of the forest knew not the balance that sustains us all. The seasons, in their wisdom, taught them the dance of harmony, the cycle of giving and taking, of resting and renewing. Brindle listened intently, his little heart swelling with the knowledge that he, too, was part of this grand design. He marveled at the way the forest thrived, each creature contributing to the whole, much like the notes of a melody that together created a beautiful song. But all was not always serene. One winter, the forest faced a challenge unlike any it had seen. The snow fell early and heavy, blanketing the forest in silence and stillness. The brook froze, and the trees bowed under the weight of ice. The animals of the forest, usually bustling with preparation for the cold months, found themselves struggling to find food and warmth. Concerned for his friends, Brindle set out to find a solution. With his sharp eyes and keen nose, he ventured through the snow-draped forest seeking signs of hope. As he padded quietly through the crisp white landscape, he stumbled upon a patch of earth that seemed untouched by the frost, a circle of warmth and light where the snow had melted away. Curious, Brindle drew closer and discovered that this magical spot was guarded by a circle of evergreen trees. Their branches were laden with pine cones, rich with seeds. It was a gift from the forest, a hidden cache meant to sustain its creatures through the harshest of winters. Filled with gratitude, Brindle hurried back to share his discovery with the others. Together, the animals gathered the seeds, sharing them equally among themselves, ensuring that each one had enough to survive until the thaw of spring. As the days passed, the forest remained blanketed in its wintry cloak, yet within it thrived a community bound by friendship and cooperation. The animals learned that true strength came not from standing alone, but from standing together, united by the wisdom of the earth and the lessons of the seasons. With the arrival of spring, the forest awoke from its slumber, the snow giving way to the emerald greens of new growth. The brook sang once more, and the air was alive with the scent of blossoming flowers. Brindle, now a little older and wiser, watched as the forest returned to life, knowing that it was the harmony of their hidden lives that allowed them to endure and flourish. And so, as the cycles of the seasons continued to turn, Brindle and his friends lived in peace, forever cherishing the bonds they had forged through the long winter. In their hearts they carried the wisdom of the forest, a gentle reminder that true harmony is found in the balance of giving and receiving, of sharing and nurturing. And in this enchanted forest, where magic danced with the turning of the seasons, they lived happily ever after, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the timeless wisdom of nature. Story 50. In a quaint little village nestled between the rolling hills and a dense, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her vivid imagination and her ability to find beauty in the simplest of things. Her home was a cozy timbered cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of freshly baked bread often wafted through the windows, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest. One blustery autumn afternoon, when the wind was dancing playfully with the fallen leaves, Clara wandered into the attic of her cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, filled with dusty trunks and cobwebbed corners. As sunlight filtered through a small round window casting a golden glow across the room, Clara's eyes fell upon an old, ornate mirror leaning against the wall. The mirror was unlike any she had seen before. It had an intricately carved wooden frame decorated with vines and flowers that seemed to shimmer in the light. Drawn to its mysterious allure, Clara approached the mirror and with a curious heart reached out to touch its surface. As her fingers brushed against the cool glass, Clara felt a gentle warmth spread through her hand. To her astonishment, the reflection in the mirror began to change. Instead of showing the attic, it now revealed a lush, enchanting forest, where the leaves glistened like emeralds and the air seemed to hum with magic. Overcome with wonder, Clara realized that the mirror was not just a mirror, it was a portal to another world. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, she stepped through the frame and found herself standing in the heart of this magical forest. The forest was alive with the sound of birds singing sweetly and the rustle of leaves whispering secrets. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. Clara took a deep breath, the air crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers. As she ventured further into the woods, Clara encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched on a low-hanging branch. The owl's feathers were the color of twilight, and its round eyes seemed to hold the knowledge of ages. "Welcome, young traveler," the owl hooted gently. "This forest is filled with wonders, but also with challenges. You must use your heart and mind to find your way." Clara nodded, feeling comforted by the owl's presence. She continued her journey, her footsteps soft on the moss-covered ground. Along the way, she met a friendly fox with a bushy tail and bright, inquisitive eyes. The fox trotted beside her, sharing tales of the forest's history and its many inhabitants. "Remember," the fox said with a playful wink, "in this place, appearances can be deceiving. Trust your instincts, and you will find what you seek." With the owl's wisdom and the fox's companionship, Clara felt a growing confidence. Yet she could sense there was a challenge awaiting her, something that would test her spirit and resolve. The path led Clara to a crystal-clear lake, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the sky and trees around it. In the center of the lake was a small island, where an ancient tree stood tall, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Clara felt an inexplicable pull towards the island, and as she pondered how to reach it, she noticed stepping stones just beneath the water's surface, glistening like jewels in the sunlight. With careful steps, she made her way across the lake, the water cool against her feet. As she reached the island, Clara found herself standing before the ancient tree. Its bark was silvered with age, and it exuded a serene, comforting presence. She could feel the tree's wisdom emanating from its roots to its highest branches. To her surprise, the tree spoke, its voice a gentle rustle of leaves. "Young one, you have come far. To unlock the secret you seek, you must understand the balance of this world. What do you believe holds the greatest power here?" Clara thought of the forest, its beauty and mystery, and the creatures she had met. She realized that though the forest was filled with magic, it was the harmony between all its elements that made it truly extraordinary. "The greatest power," Clara replied softly, "is the harmony between all things, the connection that binds them together." The tree's leaves shimmered with approval. "You have chosen wisely, child. The balance of this world is its strength. Remember this, and you shall carry its magic with you always." With a gentle sigh, the tree released a single shimmering leaf, which floated down into Clara's hands. As she held it, she felt the warmth of the forest fill her heart. With the leaf in her grasp, Clara made her way back across the lake and through the forest, accompanied by the owl and the fox. The mirror awaited her at the forest's edge, its surface rippling like water. As she stepped through the mirror, Clara found herself back in the attic, the magical leaf still aglow in her hand. Though her journey had ended, the lessons of the forest remained with her, a gentle reminder of the power of harmony and connection. That night, as Clara lay in her bed, the stars twinkling outside her window, she felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, a quiet strength she could carry with her always. And so, with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of the forest held close, Clara drifted into a restful sleep, her heart aglow with the wonders she had discovered. Story 51. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Oliver. He was a young boy with a curious spirit, known for his kindness and the twinkle in his eyes that spoke of adventure yet to be had. Oliver lived with his grandmother in a snug, ivy-clad cottage, where the scent of freshly baked bread and wildflowers always lingered in the air. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced across the cobblestone paths, Oliver stumbled upon something peculiar while exploring the attic. It was an old, dusty lantern, seemingly ordinary at first glance. Intrigued, Oliver brought it to his grandmother, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of many years as she examined the lantern. "This," she said softly, her voice like the gentle rustle of the leaves, "is no ordinary lantern. It is a lumina lantern, crafted long ago by the forest folk. It holds the power to reveal hidden paths and secret places, but only to those with a pure heart." Oliver's heart leapt with excitement. That evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, he decided to take the lantern on a journey through the woods, following a path his grandmother had once spoken of, a path whispered about only in tales and dreams. The forest was alive with the sounds of the night, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves underfoot, and the soft chirping of crickets. As Oliver held the lantern aloft, its gentle glow illuminated a trail that seemed to shimmer and shift, leading him deeper into the heart of the woods. Along the way, Oliver met a peculiar old fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "A companion for the journey?" the fox suggested, his voice smooth and warm. Oliver nodded, grateful for the company. The fox, who introduced himself as Fenwick, was full of tales and riddles, each more curious than the last. Together they moved through the forest, guided by the soft, inviting light of the lantern. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon a glade, where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. In the center of the glade was a small pond, its surface shimmering like liquid silver under the moon's watchful gaze. As Oliver gazed into the water, he noticed something remarkable. The reflection was not his own, but that of a quaint, hidden village bustling with tiny, joyful creatures. Fenwick explained, "This is the village of the Whispering Pines, home to the forest folk who crafted your lantern. They are wise and kind, and they have a puzzle for you to solve." Oliver felt a flutter of anticipation. He reached into the water, and to his surprise, found himself transported to the village. The forest folk, no taller than sunflowers, greeted him with warm smiles and twinkling eyes. Their leader, a gentle elder with a crown of wildflowers, approached Oliver. "To find your way back, you must solve this riddle," she said, her voice a soft melody. "What is it that you can keep after giving it to someone else?" Oliver pondered the riddle, the forest folk watching with patient smiles. The answer came to him like a whisper in the breeze, a promise. The elder nodded, her eyes glinting with approval. "Wisely spoken, young traveler. A promise once given binds us with trust and hope." With the riddle solved, the forest folk shared a feast of wild berries and sweet nectar, their laughter filling the air like a gentle lullaby. As the night deepened, the elder gifted Oliver a small, delicate leaf, inscribed with runes that glowed softly in the moonlight. "This leaf," she said, "will guide you back to your world and serve as a reminder of the wisdom you carry within." With a grateful heart, Oliver found himself back at the pond's edge, Fenwick by his side, the lantern still glowing warmly. Together they retraced their steps, the lantern lighting their way until they reached the edge of the woods and the familiar path to Oliver's cottage. As dawn painted the sky with soft hues, Oliver returned home, the leaf safely tucked into his pocket. His grandmother greeted him with a knowing smile, her eyes reflecting the quiet understanding of a shared secret. From that day on, whenever Oliver ventured into the woods, he carried the lantern and the leaf with him, a reminder of the magical night and the promise of wisdom and friendship. The village of Whispering Pines remained a cherished memory, a tale he would tell by the fireside, where dreams and reality danced hand in hand. And so, in the warmth of the cottage, with the lantern casting its gentle glow, Oliver's heart was forever filled with wonder and the promise of new adventures, knowing that kindness and wisdom were the truest companions of all. Story 52. In the heart of a sprawling forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, there stood a small cottage. Its thatched roof was covered in a soft blanket of emerald moss, and smoke curled lazily from its stone chimney, painting the sky with gentle wisps of gray. Nestled amidst the towering pines, this humble abode belonged to an elderly woman known as Mora. Mora was beloved by all the creatures of the forest. Her eyes, bright as the sky on a clear day, held a warmth that seemed to melt away troubles. She was a healer, a friend to the birds and beasts, and a keeper of stories as old as the forest itself. Her hands, though gnarled with age, moved with a grace that belied her years, weaving baskets, tending her garden, and concocting remedies from the herbs that grew in wild abundance around her home. But there was one thing about Mora that set her apart from others. In her care, hidden beneath a wooden table carved with intricate patterns of leaves and vines, was a curious object, a small, iridescent stone. This stone, roughly the size of a walnut, shimmered with 1,000 colors, as if it contained a fragment of the rainbow itself. It was known as the Stone of Whispers, and it held a magic both wondrous and mysterious. The Stone of Whispers had a peculiar ability. When held with a pure heart and a clear mind, it could reveal hidden truths and possibilities unseen. It was said to be a gift from the forest spirits, bestowed upon Mora for her kindness and wisdom. And though many sought its power, Mora guarded it carefully, using it only when truly needed. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest floor in hues of gold and crimson, a young boy named Finn ventured into Mora's clearing. His hair was tousled by the wind, and his cheeks were flushed with the chill of the morning air. Finn was a curious child, with eyes that sparkled with mischief and wonder. He had heard tales of the Stone of Whispers and the magic it held. Driven by a thirst for adventure, he had come to seek Mora's aid. Mora greeted him with a smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. "What brings you to my door, young Finn?" she asked in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. Finn shifted on his feet, his gaze darting around the cozy interior of the cottage. "I've heard of the Stone of Whispers," he admitted, his voice a blend of excitement and trepidation. "They say it can show you things that are hidden." Mora nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "And what is it that you seek, child?" Finn hesitated, his fingers tracing patterns in the dust on the wooden table. I want to find my sister," he confessed. "She vanished last winter, and no one knows where she went. I've searched everywhere, but it's like she disappeared into thin air." A shadow flickered across Mora's face, and she placed a comforting hand on Finn's shoulder. "The forest holds many secrets," she said gently, "but perhaps the stone can help you see what your heart seeks." With great care, Mora retrieved the Stone of Whispers from its hiding place. As she placed it in Finn's outstretched hands, the room seemed to hum with anticipation. The stone felt cool and smooth against his skin, and as he focused on his sister, it began to glow softly, colors dancing within its depths. "Close your eyes, Finn," Mora instructed, her voice a soothing lull. "Let your heart guide you." Finn obeyed, his lashes fluttering shut as he concentrated. Around him, the world seemed to fall away, and he found himself standing in the heart of the forest. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, and the light was dappled by the canopy above. He heard a soft giggle, familiar and sweet, and his heart leapt with recognition. He turned and found himself gazing at a path that wound deeper into the forest, a path he had never noticed before. The giggle came again, echoing like a melody in the breeze, and he knew, with the certainty of dreams, that his sister was near. When Finn opened his eyes, the cottage was as it had been, warm and inviting, with Mora watching him intently. "Did you see something?" she asked. Finn nodded, his heart pounding with hope. "A path," he said breathlessly, "deeper into the forest. I heard her laugh, Mora. I heard her." Mora smiled, her heart lifting at the boy's newfound hope. "The forest has shown you the way," she said. "But remember, Finn, the journey may not be easy. You must trust in yourself and in the friends you make along the way." Emboldened by the stone's vision, Finn set out on his quest the next morning, the forest alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. As he walked, the path revealed itself, winding like a ribbon through the trees, leading him into the heart of the unknown. The forest was a world unto itself, filled with wonders and mysteries. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and the faint sweetness of distant blooms. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Finn walked with a lightness in his step, his mind filled with thoughts of his sister and the sound of her laughter. As the day wore on, the path led Finn to a clearing where a babbling brook danced over smooth stones, its waters sparkling in the midday sun. He paused to drink, cupping his hands in the cool, clear water. As he drank, he noticed a figure sitting on a moss-covered rock nearby, watching him with keen, curious eyes. It was a fox, its fur a brilliant shade of russet, its tail twitching with interest. The fox tilted its head, as if considering Finn with a mixture of amusement and wisdom. "Greetings, young traveler," the fox said, its voice soft and melodious like the wind through the trees. Finn blinked in surprise, not expecting to hear words from the creature. "Hello," he replied, a little uncertain but intrigued. The fox grinned, showing sharp white teeth. "You are on a journey, are you not? I can see it in your eyes." Finn nodded, his heart warming to the fox's friendly demeanor. "I'm looking for my sister," he explained. "The forest showed me a path." The fox's eyes sparkled with interest. "Ah, the forest is wise indeed. Perhaps I can accompany you on your quest. It is always better to travel with a friend." Finn hesitated for only a moment. There was something about the fox that inspired trust, a sense of camaraderie that felt as natural as breathing. "I'd like that," he said with a smile. And so, with the fox trotting alongside, Finn continued his journey, the forest unfolding its secrets with each step. They walked and talked, the fox sharing tales of the woods and its inhabitants, stories of bravery and kindness, of the balance that nature held. As dusk settled over the forest, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, they came upon a grove filled with the sweet scent of wild jasmine. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, was a small hut made of woven branches and leaves. A gentle light glowed from within, and as they approached, a voice called out, warm and inviting, "Come in, travelers. Share the warmth of my fire." Inside they found an old badger stirring a pot over a crackling fire. His eyes were wise and his manner was gentle, as if he had seen the world and understood its many turns. "Welcome, welcome," the badger said, motioning for them to sit. "It is a rare thing to see such companionship between man and beast." The fox chuckled, settling beside the fire. "We are friends on a journey," he said with a nod to Finn. The badger's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Ah, a journey. The forest is full of paths that lead to places unexpected." As they shared a meal of stew and bread, Finn told the badger of his quest, of the Stone of Whispers and the path it had revealed. The badger listened intently, nodding at intervals, his expression thoughtful. "The forest holds many secrets," the badger mused, his voice a soft rumble. "But it is not always the destination that matters, young Finn. Often it is the journey itself that brings us the answers we seek." Finn pondered the badger's words as he lay on a bed of soft moss that night, the fire's warmth lulling him into a peaceful sleep. In his dreams he heard his sister's laughter again, a sound that filled him with both joy and longing. When morning dawned, painting the sky with the first blush of light, Finn and the fox bid farewell to the kindly badger, their hearts lightened by his wisdom. They continued along the path, the forest vibrant with the songs of waking birds and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. As they traveled deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the trees loomed larger, their trunks gnarled and ancient. The path became a mere thread, winding through thickets of brambles and ferns. But Finn's resolve was unshaken, his heart guided by the vision of his sister. By midday, they reached a glen where the sunlight danced upon a silvery pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Beside the water stood a doe, her coat as soft and tawny as the autumn leaves. She watched them with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. "Welcome, travelers," the doe greeted them, her voice gentle and serene. "You have come far. What is it that you seek in this hidden corner of the forest?" Finn stepped forward, hope and longing mingling in his voice. "I'm searching for my sister. The forest showed me the way." The doe nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "The forest reveals its secrets to those with pure hearts. Your journey is nearing its end, but there are still challenges to face." Finn felt a shiver of anticipation. "What must I do?" he asked. The doe gestured to the pool, its waters shimmering with an ethereal glow. "Within this pool lies the gateway to a world unseen. To find what you seek, you must trust in yourself and the bond you share with those who journey with you." Finn glanced at the fox, whose eyes gleamed with encouragement. He took a deep breath, his resolve steady. "I'm ready," he said. With a nod from the doe, Finn stepped into the water, its cool embrace wrapping around him like a gentle promise. The world blurred around him, colors swirling in a kaleidoscope of light, until he found himself standing on the other side. He was in a realm unlike any he had ever imagined. The air was alive with magic, shimmering with 1,000 hues. The trees were tall and graceful, their leaves whispering secrets in a language older than time. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their sweet fragrance filling the air. And there, standing amidst the wonder and beauty, was his sister. Her hair cascaded down her back like a river of gold, and her eyes sparkled with mischief and love. "Finn!" she cried, her voice a melody that filled his heart with joy. He ran to her, enveloped in a hug that spoke of missed moments and the joy of reunion. "I found you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. She nodded, her smile radiant. "I knew you would. The forest guided you as it guided me. I've been waiting, knowing you would come." The fox, who had followed Finn into the magical realm, watched the reunion with a contented sigh. "The forest has a way of bringing hearts together," he remarked, his voice filled with satisfaction. Finn and his sister walked hand in hand, exploring the hidden world that had awaited them. As they wandered, they met creatures both wondrous and wise, each offering tales and gifts of friendship. They learned of the balance maintained by the forest and the magic that thrived within its embrace. With time, Finn understood the lesson the journey had taught him. It was not just about finding his sister, but about discovering the strength within himself, the bonds of friendship, and the wisdom of the natural world. When the time came to return, Finn and his sister stepped back through the shimmering pool, emerging once more into the forest they had always known. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the songs of birds, the world vibrant and alive. The fox, their steadfast companion, stood beside them, his eyes filled with pride. "You have grown, young Finn," he said. "The forest has taught you well." Finn nodded, his heart full of gratitude and understanding. "Thank you," he said, his voice sincere, "for your friendship and for believing in me." The fox grinned, his tail sweeping across the forest floor. "It was an honor, my friend. Remember, the forest is always here, a place of magic and wonder for those who seek it with open hearts." With that, the fox bounded away, a flash of russet disappearing into the trees. Finn and his sister watched him go, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. As they made their way back to the village, the path seemed brighter, filled with the promise of new beginnings. They spoke of their adventures, of the friends they had made, and the lessons they had learned. And when they returned to the village, their story became one of legend, a tale of the Stone of Whispers, the journey through the forest, and the magic of friendship and love. Finn and his sister shared their story with all who would listen, their words a testament to the power of hope and the wonder of the natural world. In the years that followed, Finn grew into a wise and kind-hearted young man, his bond with the forest and its creatures unbroken. He visited Mora often, sharing tales of his adventures and listening to her stories of old. and though the Stone of Whispers remained in Mora's care, its magic continued to touch the lives of those who sought its guidance, a beacon of hope and possibility for all who dared to dream. As the sun set over the forest, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Finn sat by the fire, his heart at peace. He knew that the journey was not just about finding his sister, but about discovering himself and the endless possibilities that lay within the world. The forest, with its hidden paths and whispered secrets, would always be there, a place of wonder and magic, waiting for those who believed in its mysteries. And in the quiet moments, as the stars blinked into existence above, Finn felt the presence of the forest in his heart, a constant reminder of the journey that had changed his life forever. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle hum of the forest, Finn closed his eyes, the warmth of the fire wrapping around him like a comforting embrace. The world was full of magic, and he was a part of it, his heart forever intertwined with the mysteries of the forest. Thus ends the tale of Finn and the Stone of Whispers, a story of love, friendship, and the magic that lives within us all. May its lessons linger in your heart, and may you always find wonder in the world around you. Story 53. Under the gentle glow of a crescent moon, nestled among the whispering trees of the enchanted wood, there lay a small, quaint village called Haven Hollow. The village, with its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, seemed like a place plucked straight from the pages of an old fairy tale. The air was always filled with the sweet aroma of honeysuckle and a perpetual sense of calm, as if the very ground itself hummed a soothing lullaby. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Lyra. She was known for her bright eyes that sparkled like dewdrops at dawn, and a heart as kind as the summer breeze. Lyra loved the woods that bordered the village, often spending her afternoons wandering through its emerald depths, accompanied by her best friend, a sprightly squirrel named Pip. Pip was no ordinary squirrel. With his bushy tail and inquisitive eyes, he shared a special bond with Lyra, one that transcended words. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned to shades of gold and crimson, Lyra and Pip set out on an adventure deeper into the woods than they had ever dared to go. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the soft chatter of woodland creatures. The path they took was rarely traveled, overgrown with ferns and wildflowers. As they walked, the sun cast playful shadows on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and dark. As they ventured further, they stumbled upon a clearing they had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward as if whispering secrets to the clouds. Beneath the tree's sprawling roots lay a glimmering object, half buried in the soft earth. Curiosity piqued, Lyra and Pip approached the mysterious object. Gently brushing away the leaves and soil, Lyra uncovered a beautifully carved wooden box, adorned with intricate patterns of vines and stars. There was something magical about it, a quiet hum that resonated with her heart. She carefully opened the box, revealing a small, delicate mirror. Its surface shimmered with an ethereal glow, reflecting not the forest around them, but a swirling mist of colors. As Lyra gazed into the mirror, she felt a strange sensation, as though the world around her shifted ever so slightly. A soft voice whispered in her mind, gentle and melodic, "This mirror holds the key to a hidden world, a realm of magic and dreams. But be warned, young seeker, for with its power comes great responsibility." Lyra felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. She showed the mirror to Pip, who twitched his nose in wonder, his eyes wide with curiosity. Together they decided to explore this hidden world, eager to uncover its mysteries but mindful of the warning. Holding the mirror close, Lyra and Pip felt a warm breeze envelop them, as if the very air was alive with magic. The forest around them began to blur and shift, colors blending and swirling until they found themselves standing in a place unlike any other. They had entered the hidden world within the enchanted wood. This new realm was a tapestry of wonders, where the sky was a riot of colors and the trees shimmered with a light of their own. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, each more fantastical than the last. There were birds with plumage like rainbows, deer with antlers made of crystal, and flowers that sang with the voice of a gentle choir. Lyra and Pip wandered through this magical land, their hearts filled with awe and wonder. They soon realized that the mirror was not just a doorway but a guide, revealing paths and secrets hidden to the unseeing eye. As they walked, they encountered a group of creatures gathered around a shimmering pond, their eyes filled with worry. Among them was a wise old owl named Solon, whose feathers were as white as snow and eyes as deep as the night sky. Solon explained that the balance of their world was in peril. A shadow had begun to creep across the land, threatening to extinguish the light and magic that sustained it. The creatures had tried everything in their power to stop it, but nothing seemed to work. Lyra felt a pang of empathy for the creatures and their plight. She offered to help, though she had no idea how a simple girl and her squirrel friend could make a difference. Solon, seeing the determination in her eyes, nodded slowly. The mirror you possess is more than just a portal. It holds the power to restore balance. But to unlock its true potential, you must journey to the heart of our realm, where the source of the shadow lies. With Solon's guidance, Lyra and Pip set off on their journey, the mirror tucked safely in her satchel. Along the way, they encountered many challenges. Dark forests where the sun's rays could not penetrate, winding rivers with currents that pulled at their resolve, and towering mountains that tested their strength. But with each obstacle, they grew stronger, their bond with each other deepening. As they traveled, they met many kind-hearted creatures who offered their assistance. There was a gentle giant named Bramble, whose laughter was like rolling thunder, and a mischievous fox named Fen, whose cunning mind helped them navigate the trickiest of paths. Each friend they made taught them something new, a lesson in courage, trust, or kindness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the heart of the realm, a vast, open meadow bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood an ancient stone altar, overgrown with moss and vines. It was here that the shadow was strongest, a swirling mass of darkness that seemed to pulse with malevolent intent. Lyra approached the altar, the mirror clutched tightly in her hands. She could feel the shadow's pull, a cold, creeping sensation that threatened to overwhelm her. But she also felt the warmth of her friends by her side, their presence a beacon of hope and strength. Closing her eyes, Lyra focused on the mirror, willing it to reveal its power. She thought of all the creatures she had met, of their kindness and courage, of the beauty and magic of the realm. Slowly, the mirror began to glow, its light spreading outwards, pushing back the darkness. The shadow writhed and twisted, fighting against the light. But Lyra held firm, her heart filled with the love and friendship she had found on her journey. With a final surge of strength, the mirror's light enveloped the shadow, dissolving it into nothingness. As the darkness faded, the meadow was bathed in a radiant light, the air filled with the sound of joyous music. The creatures of the realm emerged from their hiding places, their faces alight with gratitude and wonder. Solon, Bramble, Fen, and all their friends gathered around Lyra and Pip, their voices a chorus of thanks and praise. The balance had been restored, the realm saved from the shadow's grasp. Lyra felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had made a difference. She realized that the true magic of the mirror lay not in its power, but in the journey it had led her on, the friendships she had forged, and the strength she had found within herself. With their mission complete, Lyra and Pip bid farewell to their newfound friends, promising to return one day. As they stepped back through the portal, the hidden world faded from view, leaving only the gentle rustle of the leaves and the soft glow of the moon. Back in Haven Hollow, Lyra reflected on all she had learned. She understood now that the greatest magic of all was love and friendship, the bonds that connected them to the world and to each other. With Pip by her side, she knew that no challenge was too great, no journey too daunting. As she lay in bed that night, listening to the comforting sounds of the village, Lyra felt a warmth in her heart, a light that would never fade. And with that thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of magical realms and endless possibilities. Story 54. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the glow of the moonlight danced upon the forest floor, there was a quaint little village named Stillwater. The village was named so for the serene lake that mirrored the sky so perfectly, It seemed the heavens were painted upon its surface. The villagers of Stillwater were kind and gentle folk, living harmoniously with the magical creatures that called the woods their home. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden hues of the setting sun kissed the treetops, the villagers gathered around the communal fire, sipping on warm, spiced cider and sharing stories. It was during this peaceful gathering that a peculiar event began to unfold. A young villager named Marin noticed something odd about the lake. The reflection of the sky appeared to be missing its stars. "Look!" Marin exclaimed, pointing towards the lake. "The stars have vanished from the water." The villagers, curious and slightly perplexed, turned their attention to the lake. Indeed, while the sky above was peppered with twinkling stars, the lake lay dark and starless. A gentle murmur rippled through the crowd, a blend of intrigue and mild concern. Elder Thistle, the village's wild storyteller, tilted his head thoughtfully. His eyes, sharp and bright beneath his bushy eyebrows, scanned the lake's surface. "This is indeed unusual," he mused, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "But fear not, for mysteries often hold the keys to new understandings." Determined to uncover the cause of this strange occurrence, Marin volunteered to investigate. Accompanied by his dear friend, a clever fox named Leora, known for her quick wit and keen senses, they set off on their quest. Leora's fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with intelligence and warmth. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air was filled with the comforting chorus of crickets and the gentle hoots of owls. Marin and Leora walked along the well-trodden path, the soft earth giving way beneath their feet like a plush carpet. The cool night air was scented with pine and the faint sweetness of wildflowers. "Do you think the stars have truly disappeared? Or is there something else at play?" Marin wondered aloud, glancing at Leora. Leora's tail flicked thoughtfully. "The stars in the sky are still there," she replied, her voice a gentle whisper in the night. "Perhaps something is clouding them from the lake's view." As they approached the lake, they noticed a soft glow emanating from the water's edge. It was as if the lake had captured a shard of the moon's light, holding it close and secretive. Upon closer inspection, they found a gathering of tiny, luminescent creatures flitting about, water sprites, their wings shimmering like liquid silver. "Good evening, Marin and Leora," chimed one of the sprites, her voice as light as the tinkling of bells. "We sense your curiosity about the missing stars." "Indeed," Marin nodded, crouching down to their level. "Can you help us uncover this mystery?" The sprite giggled, a delightful sound that danced on the breeze. "The lake is merely playing a game," she explained. "It wishes to see the stars with its own eyes, so it has drawn them into its depths." Marin and Leora exchanged amused glances. "But how can the lake see the stars without their reflection?" Leora asked, her head cocked to one side. "Ah," the sprite replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "That is where you come in. Perhaps you could help the lake find a way to reflect the stars from within." Marin pondered this, tapping his chin thoughtfully. "If the lake wants to see the stars, maybe it can find them in other forms," he suggested. "What if we gather things that twinkle and shimmer, so the lake can fashion its own starry reflection?" Leora clapped her paws together excitedly. "That's a splendid idea." With renewed purpose, Marin and Leora set about collecting anything that glimmered or sparkled. They found smooth stones that gleamed in the moonlight, dew-laden spiderwebs that glistened like spun glass, and even little shards of mica that glittered with every turn. The sprites, eager to assist, contributed droplets of their own magical luminescence. As they carefully arranged their treasures along the lake's edge, a sense of enchantment hung in the air. The lake, touched by their thoughtful gesture, began to shimmer softly, as if echoing the celestial beauty from above. Slowly, as if pleased by their efforts, the stars returned to the water's surface, twinkling merrily once more. The villagers, who had gathered to watch the spectacle unfold, applauded and cheered softly, their hearts warmed by the simple joy of the restored reflection. Elder Thistle smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars themselves. "You see," he said, "sometimes the solutions we seek are found not in solving a mystery, but in understanding it." Marin and Leora beamed with pride, their friendship and cleverness having brought light back to their cherished village. As the villagers returned to their homes, the gentle hum of the forest sang them to sleep, cradled by the comforting glow of moonlight and stars. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where mysteries were met with kindness and curiosity, the village of Stillwater slumbered peacefully, knowing that even the most peculiar of occurrences could be mended with a little thoughtfulness and a lot of heart. Story 55, The Whispering Grove. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and azure sky, a young girl named Lyra often wandered into the Whispering Grove, a forest that lay just beyond the fields where the villagers tended their crops. The grove was named for the soft, melodic hum that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, a sound that was both comforting and mysterious. Lyra had always been drawn to the forest's gentle allure. Her grandmother, who had raised her since she was a babe, often told her stories of the grove's magic. She spoke of trees that could talk, streams that sang, and flowers that danced in the moonlight. But most enchanting of all was the tale of the moonstone, a magical object said to reside deep within the forest, capable of granting a single wish to the pure of heart. Lyra's heart was as pure as the first snow of winter, always filled with kindness and compassion. She was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her readiness to help anyone in need. Her dearest companion was a cat named Nimbus, a sleek, silvery creature with eyes as blue as the morning sky. Wherever Lyra went, Nimbus was sure to follow, padding softly at her heels. One crisp autumn day, with the sun casting golden light through the canopy of leaves, Lyra decided to venture deeper into the grove than she had ever gone before. Her mind was alight with the stories of the moonstone, and though she had no particular wish in mind, the prospect of discovering such a wonder filled her with a sense of adventure. As she walked, the path beneath her feet turned from trodden earth to a carpet of moss, soft and inviting. The air was sweet with the scent of pine, and the distant call of a wood thrush echoed like a melody through the trees. Nimbus leapt onto a fallen log, his fur shimmering in the dappled light, and meowed as if urging her onward. The deeper Lyra ventured, the more the forest seemed to come alive. The trees whispered secrets among themselves, their leaves brushing together in a symphony of sound. She could almost hear words within their rustling, gentle encouragements and tales of times long past. Eventually, Lyra and Nimbus arrived at a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a sky painted with the hues of late afternoon. At the center of the clearing stood a great oak, its trunk thick and gnarled with age, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. In its shade sat a stone altar, upon which rested the moonstone. The moonstone was not as she had imagined. It was small and unassuming, a smooth, iridescent pebble that seemed to pulse with a soft glow. Lyra approached it with reverence, feeling the weight of its legend in her heart. Nimbus watched with curious eyes, his tail flicking contentedly. As Lyra reached out to touch the stone, a voice, soft and melodic, filled the clearing. It was neither threatening nor alarming, but rather like the voice of the forest itself. "Welcome, young seeker," the voice intoned, its tone warm and inviting. "You have found the moonstone. Do you carry a wish in your heart?" Lyra hesitated, her fingers hovering just above the stone. She thought of her grandmother, who often grew weary with the chores of their small household and whose hands ached with the passage of time. A wish for her grandmother's health and happiness formed in her mind, but she paused, considering the weight of such a wish. "I seek no boon for myself," Lyra said softly, her voice steady and sincere. "I only wish to understand the heart of this forest, to know its stories and secrets." The forest seemed to sigh, the leaves around her rustling gently as if in approval. "A noble wish," the voice said. "To know is to see beyond oneself." As Lyra stood there, an unexpected warmth filled her chest, a gentle, enveloping sensation that made her feel connected to everything around her. The forest, in its infinite wisdom, seemed to speak directly to her heart. She could feel the pulse of life in every leaf, every creature, every breath of wind. Time seemed to stretch and contract in that moment, the world growing both vast and intimate. Lyra closed her eyes, allowing herself to sink into the sensation, feeling as if she were a part of the grove itself. She could hear the stories of the trees, their roots digging deep into the earth, binding them together in a web of life and history. When she opened her eyes, it was as if she saw the forest anew. Every shade of green was more vibrant, every sound more harmonious. Nimbus purred beside her, his eyes reflecting the same wonder she felt. "You have been granted the gift of understanding," the voice continued, gentle and wise. "With it, you will see the world as it truly is, in all its beauty and complexity." Lyra felt a deep gratitude welling up within her, a profound appreciation for the gift she had been given. She knew that the wish she had made was not just for herself, but for her grandmother, for Nimbus, and for all the creatures and people whose lives intertwined with hers. With a heart full of wonder, Lyra and Nimbus began their journey back home. As they walked, the forest seemed to lean in, whispering its secrets to her, stories that she would carry with her always. Back in the village, Lyra shared her newfound understanding with her grandmother, who listened with a smile, her eyes twinkling with pride and joy. Together, they sat by the warm hearth, Nimbus curled at their feet as Lyra recounted the tales she had learned from the forest. And so the days passed, each one filled with the magic of the Whispering Grove. Lyra grew to be a wise and loving woman, her life enriched by the understanding and compassion she carried within her. In the years that followed, she often returned to the forest, her heart always open to its teachings. The villagers came to know her not just as a kind soul, but as one who could see the world with eyes unclouded by fear or desire, a gift she shared freely with all who sought her guidance. The Whispering Grove continued to hum its gentle melody, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the edge of the known world, waiting for those with the courage and kindness to seek it. And in the heart of the forest, the moonstone rested, a beacon of hope and wisdom for generations to come. Thus, Lyra's journey into the Whispering Grove became a tale of transformation and growth, a story that spoke of the power of understanding and the beauty of the world seen through the eyes of a kind and gentle heart. In this way, the forest's magic continued to touch the lives of all who ventured into its depths, whispering its secrets to those who were willing to listen. As the years turned to decades, and the decades to centuries, the legend of the Moonstone persisted, passed down through the generations. Children would gather around their elders, listening wide-eyed to the tale of Lyra, the girl who had once walked into the heart of the forest and emerged with the wisdom of the ages. In time, the village grew and changed, but the Whispering Grove remained, a timeless sanctuary of nature's wonders. It became a place of pilgrimage for those who sought solace and clarity, and Lyra's story served as a guiding light, a reminder of the virtues of kindness, empathy, and an open heart. Lyra herself lived a long and fulfilling life, her days rich with the love of her grandmother, her loyal companion Nimbus, and the friends she had made along the way. She became a storyteller in her own right, weaving tales of the forest and its inhabitants, sharing the wisdom she had gained with all who would listen. Her stories were filled with the sounds and scents of the grove, her words painting pictures of sun-dappled glades, babbling brooks, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. She spoke of the interconnectedness of all living things, of the strength found in unity and the beauty of diversity. As she grew older, Lyra took on the role of mentor, guiding young minds in the ways of the forest, teaching them to listen to its whispers and to cherish its gifts. Her legacy was one of love and learning, a testament to the transformative power of understanding and the enduring magic of the natural world. And so the Whispering Grove continued to thrive, its secrets preserved and its stories told, passed down through the ages by those who had been touched by its magic. The forest remained a place of wonder and wisdom, a living testament to the gentle strength of a heart open to the world. In the end, Lyra's journey was not just her own, but a shared experience that connected her to the past, the present, and the future. Her story became a part of the fabric of the village, a cherished memory that inspired generations to seek out the beauty and magic within their own lives. As the sun set on yet another day, casting a warm glow over the village and the grove beyond, the whispering trees stood tall, their branches reaching toward the sky, a reminder of the endless possibilities that lay within the heart of the forest and the hearts of those who dared to dream. And so, the tale of the Whispering Grove and the girl who found its secret continued to echo through time, a gentle reminder that with understanding and kindness, even the smallest among us, can touch the world in ways we never imagined. Story 56. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the leaves rustled secrets and the streams sang lullabies, there lived a kind-hearted girl named Lila. Lila had always been drawn to the mysteries of the forest, its ancient trees and their whispered tales. Each morning she would wander the wooded paths, her soft footsteps barely disturbing the mossy carpet beneath her feet. One day, as the sun painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, casting a warm glow over the village, Lila noticed something peculiar. Tiny glimmers of light, like scattered stars, danced between the trees. They shimmered and flickered, creating a path that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Curiosity alight in her bright eyes, Lila followed the enchanted trail, the cool evening air wrapping her in its gentle embrace. The path led her to a clearing she had never seen before, where the old oak trees stood in a perfect circle around a small, bubbling spring. In the center of the clearing, a stone pedestal held a crystal orb that twinkled with an inner light. As she approached the orb, a soft voice filled the air, as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear Lila," it said. "I am the guardian of the woods, and you are here because the forest needs your help." Lila, though surprised, felt no fear. The voice was gentle and kind, like a warm hug on a chilly night. "What can I do to help?" she asked, her voice steady and eager. "There have been strange occurrences," explained the guardian. "The animals are restless, the streams have changed their songs, and the flowers bloom out of season. We fear that the balance of magic has been disrupted." Lila nodded with understanding, her mind already whirring with possibilities. "How can I help restore the balance?" "The answer lies in observation and wisdom," replied the guardian. "You must find the source of the disturbance. Seek guidance from the creatures of the forest. They are wise and will aid you if you ask with a kind heart." With a wave of gratitude, Lila set off on her quest, her path lit by the silver glow of the moon. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she met a spectrum of magical creatures, each remarkable in its own way. First, she encountered Jasper, a talking owl with feathers as soft as moonlight. Perched on a low branch, Jasper hooted softly in greeting. "What brings you to the heart of the forest, young one?" Lila explained her mission, and Jasper nodded sagely. "The winds have been whispering of a misplaced charm," he said. "Seek out the wise rabbit Clover who knows the secrets of the hidden burrows." Thanking Jasper, Lila continued her journey, her feet carrying her along a winding path carpeted with fallen leaves. Soon she found Clover, a gentle rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow, nibbling on a patch of clover beneath a towering elm. Clover twitched her ears in welcome. "I hear you seek to restore the balance," she said, her voice soft yet full of ancient wisdom. "There is a charm that has been buried beneath the roots of the weeping willow. It holds the key to the forest's harmony." Lila felt a tinge of excitement. "How do I find this charm?" she asked. "You must listen to the whispers of the willow," Clover instructed. "Only the pure of heart can hear its secrets." With Clover's guidance, Lila made her way to the weeping willow, its branches cascading like a waterfall of emerald leaves. She sat beneath its sheltering boughs, closed her eyes, and listened with all her heart. The willow's whispers were soft, like a gentle breeze. "Dig beneath my roots, where the earth is cool and dark," it sighed. "There you will find what you seek." With careful hands, Lila dug into the soil, feeling the cool earth against her fingers. Soon she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden charm, glowing faintly with a mysterious light. As she held the charm, a sense of calm washed over her, as though the very air around her had sighed with relief. She knew she had found the source of the imbalance. Returning to the clearing, Lila placed the charm upon the stone pedestal beside the crystal orb. As she did, a wave of shimmering light spread through the forest, and the air was filled with the sweet melody of restored harmony. The guardian's voice echoed once more, full of gratitude and warmth. "You have done well, dear Lila. Your kindness and wisdom have restored the balance. The forest thanks you." With a heart full of joy, Lila returned to her village, the stars twinkling like diamonds in the night sky above. She knew that the forest was once again at peace, and she carried with her the understanding that even the smallest acts of observation and kindness could bring about great change. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 57. In the heart of the Milky Way, nestled within the swirling arms of stars and dust, lay the vibrant planet of Luminalia. This world, bathed in perpetual twilight, glowed with bioluminescent flora that painted the landscape in hues of emerald, lavender, and sapphire. It was here, amidst the gentle hum of glowing vines and the whisper of soft winds, that the unlikely tale of companionship began. On Luminalia, there lived a gentle creature named Calum. With skin that shimmered like stardust and eyes as deep as the midnight sky, Calum was a Luminalian, a species known for their harmonious connection to the energy that pulsed through their world. They communicated through gentle vibrations, a symphony of subtle sounds and lights. Far across the galaxy, on the rugged planet of Cragmore, dwelled a spirited being named Tarek. Tarek was a Cragmorian, possessing a sturdy exoskeleton that gleamed like polished stone and a heart as bold as the lava flows that crisscrossed his home. Cragmorians spoke through resonant clicks and taps, a language as solid and grounding as the rocks they cherished. The galaxies aligned in a rare cosmic event, prompting a gathering of species from across the stars. It was during this grand meeting on the neutral moon of solstice that Calum and Tarek met. At first glance, they seemed as different as night and day. Calum's ethereal presence contrasted sharply with Tarek's robust, earthy demeanor. Their languages, too, were foreign to each other, leading to a series of humorous misunderstandings. One such misunderstanding occurred during a shared meal. In Luminalian culture, the offering of a glowing fruit was a gesture of welcome. Calum, hoping to extend friendship, offered Tarek a piece of this luminescent delicacy. Unbeknownst to Calum, Cragmorians found the glow to be a sign of festering rot. Tarek hesitated, unsure whether to accept, but the earnestness in Calum's eyes prompted him to take a bite. To his surprise, the fruit was not only safe but delicious, its sweetness akin to the finest honey. This shared meal marked the beginning of their tentative friendship. Despite their differences, both Calum and Tarek were drawn to the other's curiosity and kindness. They embarked on a journey to explore the wonders of solstice, a moon filled with crystalline caves and floating islands suspended by gravity-defying fields. As they traversed the moon's breathtaking landscapes, they faced challenges that tested their budding bond. One evening, as the luminescent glow of the moon danced across the horizon, a sudden storm swept over the land. The wind howled like a wild beast, and the rain fell in sheets of shimmering crystal. In the heart of the storm, Calum and Tarek found themselves trapped in a cavern, the entrance blocked by debris. In the dim light, Tarek's strength proved invaluable. He used his powerful limbs to shift the fallen rocks, creating a small opening. Calum, in turn, harnessed the ambient energy of the cavern, their skin glowing brighter to guide their way. As they worked together, their communication deepened beyond words, evolving into a shared understanding marked by trust and respect. Sitting by a small fire they managed to kindle, the two shared stories of their worlds, their voices mingling with the gentle crackle of flames. Calum spoke of the serene beauty of Luminalia, where silence was filled with music, and Tarek recounted tales of Cragmore's mighty volcanic eruptions that painted the sky with vibrant displays. In this quiet moment, a profound realization dawned on them both. Though their worlds and ways of life were vastly different, their values of courage, kindness, and the pursuit of harmony were shared. This discovery forged a connection stronger than any barrier their cultures could erect. As the storm passed and starlight once again graced the sky, Calum and Tarek emerged from the cave, their friendship now a beacon of light and warmth. They continued their journey across solstice, facing new challenges and sharing endless laughter. In their companionship, they discovered that true friendship was not bound by language or form, but by the shared journey of understanding and growth. When the time came to return to their respective worlds, Calum and Tarek knew that their connection would endure across the vast expanse of space. They parted with a promise to meet again under the stars, where their spirits would always find a way to dance together. And so, the tale of Calum and Tarek became a cherished story among the stars, a testament to the power of friendship to bridge even the widest of cosmic distances. As the galaxies continued their eternal dance, their bond shone brightly, a guiding light for all who sought connection and understanding in the vast, wondrous universe. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived two unlikely companions whose paths were destined to cross in the most extraordinary way. On the lush, verdant planet of Sylvana, a young sylvan named Willow spent her days exploring the vast, winding forests that blanketed her world. With emerald skin that shimmered like dew on fresh leaves and eyes that sparkled like sunlight filtering through the canopy, she was as much a part of the natural world as the trees themselves. Meanwhile, on the distant, metallic world of Xeron, a robotic being named Zinx whirred and buzzed as he went about his daily tasks. His sleek silver chassis gleamed, and his optical sensors glowed with an unwavering determination. Zinx was a master of logic and calculation, his circuits humming with precise algorithms. Little did they know, their paths were about to converge in the most unexpected way. One day, as Willow was venturing deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before, she stumbled upon a strange metallic object half buried in the loamy soil. Curiosity piqued, she brushed away the dirt and leaves, revealing a sleek, silver spacecraft and the motionless form of Zinx within. Unsure of what to make of this strange visitor, Willow nevertheless felt a pang of concern. She gently tapped on the craft's hull, and to her surprise, Zinx's optical sensors flickered to life. "Greetings, organic life form," Zinx droned, his voice tinged with confusion. "It appears my vessel has crashed on this unfamiliar planet. I am in need of assistance." Willow's brow furrowed as she tried to make sense of the robotic being's words. "I'm not sure I understand," she said softly, her voice like a gentle breeze rustling through the trees, "but I'll do my best to help you." And so began an unlikely partnership between the curious Sylvan and the logical Zeronian. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Willow was guided by her heart and intuition, while Zinx relied solely on cold, hard facts. But as they worked together to repair Zinx's ship, they began to understand and appreciate one another in unexpected ways. Willow marveled at Zinx's vast knowledge and problem-solving abilities, while Zinx found himself drawn to the Sylvan's deep connection with nature and her unwavering optimism. Slowly but surely, their initial wariness gave way to a tentative friendship. Their bond was tested, however, when they encountered a group of hostile scavengers intent on stripping Zinx's ship for parts. Through quick thinking and teamwork, they narrowly escaped the danger, but found themselves lost deep within the forest. As night fell, Willow's natural affinity with her home planet allowed her to guide them to a secluded glade where they could rest and regroup. Zinx, ever the pragmatist, began running calculations to determine their location and the quickest route back to his ship. But Willow had a different idea. She gently placed her hand on Zinx's chassis, her touch as delicate as a butterfly's wing. "My friend," she said softly, "sometimes the answers we seek cannot be found in numbers and equations alone. Sometimes we must simply listen to the whispers of the world around us." Zinx's optical sensors blinked, processing her words, and in that moment, something shifted within his circuits, a newfound appreciation for the beauty and wisdom of the natural world and the depth of emotion that his sylvan companion embodied. From that night on, their bond deepened further still. Willow taught Zinx to appreciate the simple joys of existence, the warmth of the sun on his chassis, the gentle sound of a flowing stream, the symphony of birdsong that greeted each new dawn. In turn, Zinx shared his vast knowledge with Willow, opening her eyes to the wonders of the cosmos and the marvels of technology. Together they faced challenges and overcame obstacles, their friendship becoming a source of strength and resilience. And when the time finally came for Zinx to depart Sylvana and continue his journey among the stars, they parted ways not as strangers, but as the truest of friends. As Zinx's ship disappeared into the inky blackness of space, Willow felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. But she knew that no matter how vast the distance between them, the bond they had forged would never be broken. For in that magical forest glade, two unlikely companions had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended species, logic, and even the boundaries of the known universe itself. Story 59. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by whispering pines and meandering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. The village was known for its vibrant seasons, each bringing a unique charm to the land. However, Leora found herself struggling with the transitions that each season brought. She was a creature of habit, preferring the constancy of routine over the unpredictability of change. As spring began to unfurl its tender green tendrils, Leora felt a fluttering unease in her heart. She longed to embrace the renewal and growth that spring promised, yet a part of her clung to the stillness of winter. One crisp morning, as she wandered through the village's wildflower-dappled meadows, she stumbled upon an ancient oak tree with gnarled branches reaching towards the sky. This oak was not just any tree. It was said to be enchanted, a remnant of the old magic that still lingered in the village. As Leora leaned against its sturdy trunk, she closed her eyes and whispered her worries to the wind. To her surprise, a soft voice, gentle as a breeze, responded. "Leora, dear child," the oak murmured, its voice resonating through the rustling leaves. "Change is a part of nature, as essential as the sun and the rain. Embrace it, and you shall find your own transformation." Startled yet comforted by the tree's words, Leora decided to seek guidance from the village's wise herbalist, an elderly woman named Marisol. Marisol lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, surrounded by a garden bursting with life. Her kind eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many seasons. "Ah, Leora," Marisol greeted her with a warm smile. "I see the oak has spoken to you. It often chooses those who are ready for change." "But I'm not ready," Leora confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Marisol chuckled softly, offering Leora a cup of chamomile tea infused with honey. "None of us ever feel ready, my dear, but change has a way of finding us regardless. Let me tell you a secret. Within you lies a spark of magic, just waiting to be awakened." Intrigued and slightly skeptical, Leora spent many afternoons with Marisol, learning about the healing herbs and the subtle magic woven into the fabric of her world. As they worked side by side, tending to the garden, Marisol encouraged Leora to listen to the whispers of the earth and the songs of the wind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora found herself drawn back to the enchanted oak tree. There, beneath its protective branches, she noticed something extraordinary, a delicate, luminescent flower blooming at the base of the tree. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, its petals shifting colors like the northern lights. Curiosity piqued, Leora reached out to touch the flower, feeling a warm energy pulsating through her fingertips. In that moment, a gentle transformation began. She closed her eyes, and visions of her past and future swirled in her mind like a kaleidoscope. She saw herself as a young girl, timid yet curious, and then as a woman filled with courage and grace, unafraid to embrace the unknown. When she opened her eyes, the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive than ever before. She realized that the flower's magic had unlocked something within her, a newfound understanding and acceptance of change. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the beauty and potential in the world and in herself. Leora returned to the village with a quiet confidence, her heart open to the rhythms of each season. She began to share her journey with others, helping them find their own paths to transformation. Through her gentle guidance, the villagers learned to embrace change with the same tenderness and wisdom that Leora had discovered. As the years passed, Leora became known as the village's beacon of hope and transformation. Her story inspired many, and the enchanted oak continued to watch over the village, a silent guardian of the magic within. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Leora's journey of personal growth and magical transformation became a cherished tale, whispered by the crackling fire on long winter nights, a reminder that within every heart lies the power to embrace change and discover the beauty of one's true self. Story 60. In a quaint little village nestled among the rolling hills of the countryside, where the fields were painted with wildflowers and the air hummed with the gentle buzz of bees, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known throughout the village for her curious nature and her love of stories. Her days were spent wandering through the meadows with her loyal cat Whiskers, and her nights tucked under a quilt her grandmother had sewn, listening to the tales of old. One warm spring afternoon, as the sun began to dip behind the hills, Lila and Whiskers set out on their usual adventure. They followed the winding path that led away from the village, past the babbling brook that sang a merry tune as it slipped over smooth stones, and into the ancient forest that whispered secrets with every rustle of its leaves. Lila had walked this path many times, yet on this particular day, something felt different. The air was tinged with a hint of magic, a subtle shimmer that danced in the golden light filtering through the canopy. As they ventured deeper, Whiskers darted ahead, his curiosity piqued by something hidden among the roots of a great oak tree. "Lila," he mewed, his voice barely a whisper amidst the forest symphony. She hurried to his side and found him pawing at an old, weathered box, half buried in the earth. It was adorned with intricate carvings of swirling vines and tiny woodland creatures, their eyes twinkling with mischief. With gentle fingers, Lila brushed away the dirt and opened the box, revealing a collection of glistening stones. Each was unique, their surfaces smooth and cool to the touch, and they seemed to hum with a quiet, vibrant energy. As Lila cradled one in her palm, she felt a warmth spread through her, a sensation of being connected to something much greater than herself. "These are no ordinary stones, Whiskers," she murmured, her eyes wide with wonder. The cat purred in agreement, nuzzling against her hand. As they continued their journey, Lila discovered that each stone held a secret power. One allowed her to understand the language of the birds, whose cheerful conversations now filled the air with tales of distant lands. Another let her see into the heart of the forest, revealing hidden paths woven like threads through the tapestry of trees. Yet it was a small, unassuming stone, with a soft, silvery glow, that was the most mysterious of all. When she held it close, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if it were guiding her somewhere important, somewhere she needed to be. Trusting in its quiet wisdom, Lila and Whiskers followed its lead. Their path led them to a clearing where the forest opened up to a sky painted with the colors of dusk. In the center stood an ancient willow tree, its branches sweeping the ground in a graceful dance. Beneath its boughs sat an elderly man, his beard as white as the clouds, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, Lila," he said in a voice like the soft rustle of leaves, "I have been waiting for you." Startled, Lila approached with Whiskers at her side. "Who are you?" she asked, curiosity outweighing her surprise. "I am the keeper of the stones," he replied, "and you, my dear, have been chosen to discover their secrets." Lila listened intently, as the keeper explained that the stones were relics of an ancient magic, each imbued with a unique gift. They were meant to connect those who found them to the natural world, fostering harmony and understanding. "But their true power," he continued, "lies not in what they can do, but in what they can teach us about ourselves and each other." With this revelation, Lila understood that her journey was not just about discovering the stones, but about discovering herself. She realized that the magic was not in the stones alone, but in the friendships she formed, the kindness she showed, and the wisdom she gained along the way. As the sun set, casting the world in a soft, golden light, Lila thanked the keeper and promised to honor the stones by sharing their lessons with others. She and Whiskers began their journey home, their hearts light with a sense of purpose. Back in the village, Lila shared her adventure with her friends and family, each word a thread in the rich tapestry of her tale. Her stories were filled with the laughter of the birds, the whispers of the trees, and the gentle wisdom of the stones. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Lila's village became a place where stories were cherished and where the magic of the ordinary was celebrated. The stones remained in their special box, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the wonders she had discovered. Each night, as she drifted off to sleep, Lila held the small, silvery stone close, its gentle glow a comfort in the darkness. And in her dreams, she wandered once more through the enchanted forest, her heart open to the mysteries of the world, forever guided by the quiet wisdom of the stones she had found. Story 61, title, The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of the quaint village of Alderwood, lay an enchanted forest known as the Whispering Woods. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, their tales carried by the gentle breeze that rustled through the leaves. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, a hidden world where time seemed to stand still, and whispers of ancient secrets floated through the air like a soft, melodic lullaby. In the village lived a young girl named Arya. Her eyes sparkled with a curious light, and her heart beat with an adventurous spirit that matched the rhythm of the forest. Every morning, she would stand at the edge of the woods, her toes dipping into the soft, cool grass, as she imagined the wonders that lay beyond the dense canopy of emerald leaves. Arya lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who knew more stories than there were stars in the sky. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Arya would curl up by the fireplace, her head resting against her grandmother's shoulder, as tales of the forest unfurled like a tapestry before her eyes. "There is a magic in these woods, my dear," her grandmother would say, her voice a gentle murmur against the crackling of the fire. "A magic older than time itself. But remember, it is not the magic of wizards and witches. It is the magic of life, of friendship, and of the heart." Arya would nod, her eyes wide with wonder, as dreams of adventure danced in the flames. Yet, despite her fascination, she had never dared to venture beyond the forest's edge. Until one fateful day, when a chance encounter set her on a journey that would change her life forever. It was a soft autumn morning, when Arya found herself drawn once again to the forest's edge. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure. As she wandered along the winding path, her fingers grazing the rough bark of the ancient trees, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an old oak tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms, and at its base lay a small, delicate object, a locket, glinting in the gentle sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Arya knelt down, her fingers brushing over the cool metal. It was intricately designed, with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and dance under her touch. As she opened the locket, a soft, warm glow emanated from within, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. Inside was a tiny, translucent stone, pulsing softly with an inner light. Arya felt a strange, comforting warmth spread through her, as if the locket was whispering secrets of its own, a song only her heart could hear. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Arya slipped the locket around her neck. Instantly, the world around her seemed to come alive. The leaves rustled with a newfound vibrancy, the colors of the woods deepened, and the whispers of the forest grew louder, as if welcoming her into their fold. As Arya stood there, feeling the magic course through her veins, she noticed a movement at the edge of the clearing. From behind the trees, a small creature emerged. It was a fox, its fur a brilliant shade of fiery red, with eyes as green as the forest itself. It approached her cautiously, its tail flicking with curiosity. "Hello, little one," Arya said softly, her voice barely more than a whisper. The fox paused, tilting its head as if considering her words. Then, with a graceful leap, it bounded towards her, stopping just at her feet. Arya knelt down, extending a hand towards the creature. It sniffed her fingers, then nudged her palm with its nose, a gentle gesture of trust. "I'll call you Ember," Arya said, smiling as the fox settled beside her. In the warmth of the moment, she felt a bond form between them, a connection as unbreakable as the ancient roots of the forest. With Ember by her side, Arya felt a newfound courage stir within her. She stood, brushing the leaves from her skirt, and took a deep breath of the crisp, autumn air. "Let's explore together," she said, her heart thrumming with excitement. And so, with the locket's glow guiding her way, Arya stepped beyond the edges of the familiar path and into the heart of the whispering woods. The forest enveloped her in its embrace, the trees whispering secrets of ages past, as she and Ember wandered deeper and deeper into its magical depths. The journey through the woods was like stepping into a dream. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was filled with the melody of birdsong, a symphony of chirps and trills that blended with the rustling leaves to create a harmonious lullaby. Arya's senses were alive with the magic of the world around her. The scent of pine and earth, the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the gentle caress of the breeze against her skin. As they ventured further, Arya and Ember encountered many wonders. They discovered a hidden brook, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal as it babbled merrily over smooth stones. They watched as a family of deer grazed in a sunlit glade, their eyes soft and gentle, as if they too understood the magic that pulsed through the woods. But not all was peaceful in the forest. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of gold and amber, Arya and Ember stumbled upon a place where the magic seemed to falter, a grove where the trees stood silent and still, their leaves a dull, lifeless gray. "What's happened here?" Arya whispered, her heart aching at the sight. She felt the locket grow warm against her skin, its glow intensifying as if urging her to act. Ember nudged her hand, his emerald eyes filled with a silent understanding. Together, they approached the heart of the grove, where a great ancient tree stood alone, its bark gnarled and twisted with age. As Arya placed her hand against the tree's trunk, she felt a pulse of energy, a rhythm like a heartbeat, faint and fading. She knew, instinctively, that the tree was dying, its magic ebbing away, and with it, the life of the forest. But the locket, with its gentle glow, seemed to offer a solution. Arya closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth spreading through her heart, and listened to the whispers that surrounded her. They told her of a time when the woods were whole, when the magic flowed freely, and of a way to restore what had been lost. "The locket can heal," Arya murmured, understanding dawning within her. "It holds the magic of the forest, a magic of friendship and life." Guided by the whispers, Arya gently removed the stone from the locket and pressed it against the tree's bark. A soft light spread from the stone, seeping into the tree like a soothing balm. Arya and Ember watched in awe as color returned to the leaves, a vibrant green that spread like a wave through the grove, bringing with it the sounds of life, a rustling of leaves, a chorus of birdsong. The forest around them seemed to sigh with relief, the magic renewed and strengthened. Arya felt the locket's warmth fade, replaced by a sense of peace and accomplishment. She knew that the magic of the forest would continue to thrive, nurtured by the bond between the woods and those who cherished it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a twilight glow over the forest, Arya and Ember made their way back to the village. They walked in silence, their hearts full of gratitude for the wonders they had seen and the magic they had restored. When they reached the edge of the woods, Arya paused, turning to look back at the forest that had become a part of her heart. The trees whispered their farewells, a promise of future adventures and the enduring magic of life and friendship. With Ember trotting beside her, Arya returned to her grandmother's cottage, where the fire crackled warmly in the hearth and the scent of fresh-baked bread filled the air. Her grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes twinkling with knowing. "Did you find what you were seeking, my dear?" she asked, a smile playing on her lips. Arya nodded, her heart full of the day's journey, of the magic she had discovered, and the friendships she had forged. "Yes, Granny," she said softly, as she settled beside the fire. "I found the magic of the forest, and it's more beautiful than I ever imagined." Her grandmother chuckled, wrapping an arm around Arya's shoulders. "The magic of friendship and life is the greatest treasure of all, my dear. As long as you carry it in your heart, the forest will always be with you." As the fire crackled and the night deepened, Arya felt a warmth spread through her, a warmth born of the forest, of friendship, and of the enduring magic that bound them all together. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the whispers of the woods lulled her to sleep, Arya dreamed of adventures yet to come, of the wonders she would discover, and of the magic that would always guide her home. Story 62. In the quaint village of Alderwood, nestled between lush green hills and whispering brooks, there existed a tale passed down through generations. It spoke of a peculiar mirror hidden deep within the heart of the whispering woods, a mirror said to reveal not just the reflection of the beholder, but the deepest desires of their soul. The villagers, with their simple lives and humble hearts, regarded the story as nothing more than a charming legend. But on the outskirts of the village, where the fields met the forest, there lived a young girl named Lila, who believed in the extraordinary. Lila was a curious soul, with eyes the color of summer skies, and a spirit as untamed as the wind. Her days were filled with explorations of the meadow, where the wildflowers grew in vibrant patches of color, and the songs of the larks filled the air. Her nights, however, were spent listening to her grandmother's tales by the crackling fireplace, where shadows danced along the walls and the warmth wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. One particular evening, when the moon hung low and full in the night sky, Lila's grandmother spoke of the Mirror of Whispers. Her voice, soft and melodic, wove a tapestry of mystery and magic. "They say," she began, her eyes twinkling with the glow of the fire, "that those who seek the mirror must first brave the enchanted clearing, where the air shimmers with 1,000 tiny lights, and the trees whisper secrets older than time itself." Lila's heart stirred with an adventurous longing. "Has anyone ever found it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might break the spell of the story. Her grandmother chuckled softly, a sound like distant chimes. "Many have tried, my dear, but the forest guards its secrets well. To find the mirror, one must have the courage to look within as much as without." That night, as Lila lay beneath her quilt, the stories of the whispering woods danced through her mind. She imagined the mirror, its surface gleaming like moonlight on still water, and wondered what it might reveal to her. Sleep eventually claimed her, carrying her dreams on the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves outside her window. Days turned into weeks, each one filled with the vibrant life of the village. Yet the call of the forest grew stronger in Lila's heart, a gentle whisper urging her to seek out the hidden wonders beyond the meadow's edge. Finally, on a morning when the sun rose like a golden promise, Lila decided to heed that call. With a basket packed with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool spring water, Lila set off towards the whispering woods. The forest loomed in the distance, its trees standing tall and proud, their leaves shimmering with the light of the new day. As she approached, the familiar scents of earth and pine welcomed her, wrapping around her like an old friend. The path into the forest was narrow and winding, dappled with sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. Birds sang merry tunes, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush hinted at the presence of unseen creatures. Lila walked with a light step, her heart beating in time with the rhythmic sounds of the forest. As she ventured deeper, the air grew cooler and the light softened, casting a gentle glow over everything it touched. The path soon led her to the enchanted clearing, just as her grandmother had described. It was a place out of a dream, where the air shimmered with ethereal lights, and the trees seemed to hum with a quiet, ancient song. Lila paused, her breath catching in her throat. The clearing was unlike anything she had ever seen, a world untouched by time, where magic danced freely in the air. She stepped forward, drawn to the beauty surrounding her, and as she did, the whispers of the trees grew louder, encouraging her onward. In the center of the clearing stood the mirror, its frame entwined with vines and flowers that glowed with an inner light. It was both real and unreal, a thing of beauty that seemed to pulse with life. Lila approached slowly, her heart thrumming with anticipation and a hint of trepidation. She gazed into the mirror, expecting to see her reflection staring back at her, but what she saw took her breath away. Within the mirror, the forest stretched endlessly, a sea of emerald waves beneath a sky painted with the colors of dawn. And there, in the heart of it all, stood a version of herself, radiant and free, her eyes alight with joy and wonder. Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a gentle reminder of the dreams she held close to her heart, the desire to explore, to discover, and to embrace the world with open arms. As she watched, the reflection raised a hand, beckoning her forward, inviting her to step beyond the boundaries of her small world and into the vastness that lay ahead. Lila hesitated for a moment, the weight of uncertainty pressing against her. But then she remembered her grandmother's words, the wisdom woven into the tales of old, and she knew what she must do. Taking a deep breath, Lila reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of the mirror. In that instant, the world around her shifted, the air humming with a vibrant energy. She felt herself being pulled forward, as if the forest itself was embracing her, welcoming her into its hidden depths. When the sensation passed, Lila found herself standing in a forest both familiar and new. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she instinctively understood. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant melody of a babbling brook. It was a world of magic and wonder, a place where the ordinary became extraordinary. Lila took a tentative step forward, her heart filled with a sense of belonging she had never known before. The forest seemed to come alive around her, each step revealing new wonders. A family of deer, grazing in a sunlit glade, a waterfall cascading down moss-covered rocks, its waters sparkling like diamonds in the air. As she explored, Lila felt a change within herself, a blossoming of confidence and courage. She realized that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the mirror, but about discovering the strength and beauty that lay within her own heart. The forest had become a reflection of her soul, a place where her dreams could take root and grow. In this hidden world, Lila met others who had also been drawn by the call of the whispering woods. There was Finn, a gentle young man with a talent for music, whose songs could calm even the wildest of storms, and Mira, a spirited girl with a gift for healing, who could mend both body and spirit with her touch. Together they formed a bond as strong as the ancient trees that surrounded them, united by their shared love for the magic of the forest. The days passed in a joyful blur of discovery and adventure. Lila and her friends explored the far reaches of the forest, uncovering its secrets and learning from its wisdom. They danced beneath the starlit sky, their laughter echoing through the night, and shared stories around the fire, their hearts warmed by the glow of friendship. Through it all, the mirror remained a constant presence, a reminder of the journey they had embarked upon. It stood in the heart of the enchanted clearing, its surface reflecting not just their images, but the dreams and hopes they carried within. And as Lila gazed into its depths, she understood that the mirror was not just a magical object, but a symbol of the power of belief and the strength of the human spirit. As the seasons changed and the forest donned its autumnal cloak, Lila knew it was time to return to the village. Her heart was filled with gratitude for the experiences she had gained and the friendships she had forged. She understood now that the magic of the mirror was not confined to the forest alone, but existed within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path wherever she went. With a bittersweet farewell, Lila and her friends promised to return to the Whispering Woods whenever the call of adventure stirred their souls. As she made her way back through the forest, Lila felt a sense of peace settle over her, a quiet assurance that the journey had changed her in ways she could not have imagined. Back in the village, as the days grew shorter and the nights colder, Lila shared her stories by the fireside, her voice weaving a tapestry of wonder and magic. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes reflecting the warmth of the fire and the light of countless stars. And as Lila spoke, she realized that the mirror's true gift was not just the reflection of her desires, but the understanding that the journey itself was a treasure beyond measure. In the years that followed, the tale of the Mirror of Whispers became a cherished part of Alderwood's folklore, a story of hope and transformation that inspired generations to come. And though the forest kept its secrets well, the spirit of the journey lived on in the hearts of those who dared to dream. As for Lila, she remained ever curious, her heart open to the wonders of the world. She carried the magic of the forest with her, a reminder that the true adventure lay not just in the destination, but in the courage to embrace the unknown and the wisdom to cherish the journey. And so, with each new day, she continued to explore, her spirit as bright and boundless as the sky that stretched above her. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still and the stars shone brightly overhead, Lila would find herself drawn back to the Whispering Woods, where the mirror awaited, a beacon of light in the heart of the forest. She knew that as long as she believed in the magic within, the journey would never truly end. And with that comforting thought, she would close her eyes, her dreams carrying her back to the land of wonder that had captured her heart and set her spirit free. Story 63. In a far-off spiral of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on a velvet blanket, there lay a small, bustling spaceport known as Nebula Junction. It was a place where travelers from countless worlds came to trade, rest, and refuel before continuing their journeys across the cosmos. Here, among the colorful swirl of languages and life forms, began the tale of an unlikely friendship between two solitary souls. One of these souls was Zephyr, a lithe and graceful being from the planet Ethereal. With skin like polished moonstone and eyes that mirrored the swirling nebulae, Zephyr was a creature of the wind, accustomed to the open skies and gentle breezes of their home planet. Their people were known for their ethereal beauty and ability to communicate through melodic tones, a language as fluid and fleeting as the air itself. The other was Mox, a sturdy, earthbound creature from the rugged planet of Terran. Mox's kind had evolved from the rocky terrain of their world, with skin that resembled rich soil and eyes as deep as forest canopies. The Terronians were known for their strength and their connection to the earth, speaking in deep, resonant tones that echoed like distant thunder. Their meeting at Nebula Junction was by chance, a collision of destinies, as they both sought refuge in the same quaint corner of the spaceport, a cozy little cafe where the aroma of exotic teas and spices mingled with the warmth of a softly crackling fireplace. It was a place where weary travelers could find a moment of peace, and it was here that Zephyr and Mox's paths converged. Zephyr was perched delicately on a high stool, sipping a fragrant tea that twirled with lavender and honey, their eyes closed as they absorbed the soothing notes of a lullaby playing softly in the background. Mox, on the other hand, was seated at a sturdy table, enjoying a hearty brew that smelled of rich earth and wild herbs, their gaze fixed on the flames dancing in the hearth. As the cafe began to fill with the evening crowd, an accidental nudge brought them together. Zephyr's delicate cup wobbled precariously as Mox, attempting to navigate the bustling space, brushed against them. A sweet, melodic "oh" escaped Zephyr's lips, while Mox's deep voice rumbled an apologetic sorry. The misunderstanding was simple, yet profound. Zephyr, unfamiliar with the grounded ways of Mox's people, initially perceived the contact as brusque. Mox, accustomed to the robust interactions of their own kind, had not anticipated the fragility of Zephyr's world. Yet in that moment of mild discord, a bridge began to form. "Perhaps," Zephyr began, their voice like a gentle breeze, "we could share this space? It seems our paths are intertwined." Mox nodded, their eyes softening like soil after a gentle rain. "Aye, it seems they are." With tentative smiles, they settled into a conversation that wove through tales of their worlds. Zephyr spoke of the skies of Aetheris, where the winds carried songs and stories, while Mox shared the strength and resilience of Terran, where the earth held secrets of ages past. As the night deepened, a peculiar challenge presented itself. A sudden solar flare disrupted the spaceport's power, plunging Nebula Junction into darkness. The flickering lights and hushed murmurs of concern filled the air, but Zephyr and Mox, united by their newfound camaraderie, rose to the occasion. "Fear not," Zephyr whispered, their voice a calming zephyr in the dark. "Let us bring light to this night." With a serene grace, Zephyr began to hum a melody that shimmered like starlight, their voice weaving an enchanting tapestry of sound that seemed to illuminate the air. Mox, inspired by their companion's courage, added their own deep, resonant tones, a grounding harmony that reverberated through the spaceport like a heartbeat. Together, their combined voices created an atmosphere of calm and reassurance, guiding others to safety and easing the tension that had settled over the crowd. As the emergency lights flickered back to life, a gentle cheer arose, and Zephyr and Mox found themselves at the heart of a grateful community. In the days that followed, their bond deepened, forged in the fires of shared experience. They discovered that while their worlds were vastly different, their hearts resonated with a similar rhythm, a harmony that transcended the boundaries of space and species. Zephyr taught Mox the art of listening to the whispers of the wind to find peace in moments of stillness. Mox, in turn, showed Zephyr the strength of grounding, of finding purpose in the steadfastness of the earth. Through these lessons, they learned that friendship was not merely about similarity, but about embracing and celebrating their differences. As their time at Nebula Junction drew to a close, they prepared to part ways, each returning to their respective worlds. Yet their friendship, forged in the warmth of a shared moment, would endure beyond the stars. "Thank you," Zephyr said, their voice a gentle caress, "for showing me the beauty of your world." "And thank you," Mox replied, their voice a comforting rumble, "for sharing the light of yours." As they embraced, a promise lingered in the air, a promise of future reunions, of new adventures, and of a friendship that would forever illuminate their journeys through the cosmos. And so, beneath the vast expanse of the galaxy, where stars continued to whisper their ancient secrets, Zephyr and Mox discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and brought light to even the darkest nights. Story 64. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees were ancient and their leaves rustled with the secrets of old, there lay a quaint little village called Willow. This village was unlike any other, cradled in the gentle arms of nature and sprinkled with the soft glow of magic that twinkled like distant stars even by day. The cottages of Willow, with their thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, appeared as if they had grown from the earth itself. Gardens were bursting with blooms of every imaginable color, filling the air with a sweet, floral perfume. The cobblestone paths that wound through the village were warm underfoot, having soaked up the day's sun, and led to the heart of the village, a small, bustling marketplace. It was in this serene setting that strange occurrences began to unfurl. Each morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, the villagers would find their gardens disturbed. Flowers were rearranged into intricate patterns, vegetables were stacked like curious towers, and the gentle sound of tinkling laughter could be heard, though the source was never seen. The villagers, though puzzled, were not alarmed. Instead, they were intrigued, for they knew well the magic that ran through their land was playful and kind-hearted. It was decided that someone must solve this gentle mystery, and naturally, the task fell to the village's young and curious resident, a girl named Isla. Isla was a bright-eyed child with a heart as warm as the summer sun and an insatiable thirst for discovery. Her love for the natural world was matched only by her keen powers of observation. She was known for her kindness, always seen helping her neighbors or listening to the stories of the elders with rapt attention. Determined to uncover the source of the nightly mischief, Isla set out one evening as twilight draped the village in its soft embrace. The air was cool and carried with it the scent of honeysuckle, a gentle breeze weaving through the trees as if sharing secrets only it could understand. As Isla wandered the paths, she felt a soft tugging at her sleeve. She turned to find a small creature, no taller than her knee, with skin that shimmered like the surface of a forest stream under moonlight. It was a spriggan, a guardian of the woods, known for their love of puzzles and pranks. "Hello, Isla," it chimed in a voice as light as a feather. "I see you are curious about the garden whispers." "Yes," Isla replied with a smile, kneeling to meet the spriggan's gaze. "Do you know who is behind these playful patterns?" The spriggan giggled, a sound like wind chimes caught in a gentle breeze. "It's the night blossoms," it explained. "They are flowers that bloom only when the moon is full, coming to life with a spirit of their own, rearranging gardens to make them more beautiful. But they mean no harm." Isla's eyes widened with wonder. "Can you show me these night blossoms?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. The spriggan nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Follow me and we shall see their dance." Together, they walked deeper into the woods, where the trees thickened and the air grew cooler. The path was lit by the silvery glow of the moon, which cast long shadows that seemed to sway and bow as they passed. Soon, they reached a clearing where the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed with an ethereal light. These were the night blossoms, their petals shimmering in silvery hues, unfurling gracefully as if reaching for the stars. They moved gently, their roots stretching and twisting, creating patterns that mirrored the constellations above. Isla watched in awe, understanding now that the beauty she had seen each morning was the handiwork of these magical flowers. She turned to thank the spriggan for its guidance, but it had already disappeared, leaving behind only the soft rustling of leaves. With newfound knowledge, Isla returned to the village, where she shared the story of the night blossoms with her fellow villagers. They listened with smiles, their hearts warmed by the magic that lived among them. From that night on, the people of Willowbrook celebrated the night blossoms, arranging their own gardens to complement the floral artistry that appeared under the moon's light. And so, the mystery was solved, not with confrontation, but with understanding and appreciation of the magic that surrounded them. Isla had learned that sometimes the answers to life's puzzles were hidden in the beauty of nature, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. As the village of Willowbrook drifted into slumber each night, they did so with the comforting knowledge that they were part of a world where magic danced gently in the moonlight, weaving its wonders into the very fabric of their lives. And so, the village remained a place of peace and quiet joy, where the mysteries of life were not feared but cherished. Story 65. In the distant galaxy of Luminara, where stars twinkled like diamonds on a velvet curtain, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Seraphia. It was an oasis of lush emerald forests and crystalline streams that sang gentle lullabies as they wound through the land. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, whose petals shimmered under the twin moon's glow. On this peaceful planet lived a kind-hearted Seraphian named Kai. Kai was a being of light, with skin that glowed softly like the dawn. He spent his days tending to the starflower fields, his heart in tune with the whispering winds and the rustling leaves. Though content, Kai often dreamt of the stars and what lay beyond his tranquil home. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, a strange object streaked across the heavens. It was a spacecraft, hurtling towards Seraphia with a trail of fiery light. With a thundering crash, it landed in the starflower fields, scattering petals into the air like a celestial snow. Kai hurried to the site of the crash, his heart pounding with curiosity and concern. As he approached, he saw the craft's door creak open, revealing a figure unlike any he had seen before. It was a creature with scales that gleamed like polished metal, eyes like sapphires, and a tail that flicked nervously from side to side. The creature was Zilara, a traveler from the metallic planet of Axion, where the skies were perpetually gray and the air hummed with the energy of machinery. Zilara was on a mission to explore distant worlds, but had found herself in uncharted territory. Kai and Zilara regarded each other with a mixture of wonder and caution. Kai's heart, always open and welcoming, prompted him to extend a hand. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his voice gentle as the evening breeze. Zilara hesitated, her own experiences filled with tales of wariness and distrust among different species. Yet something in Kai's luminous eyes spoke of sincerity and warmth. "I am unscathed," she replied, her voice a soft metallic chime. Their initial exchange was halting, marked by misunderstandings as they attempted to communicate across their vast cultural divide. Kai spoke in metaphors of nature and light, while Zilara's words were precise and logical, shaped by the rigid structures of her world. Despite these differences, they were united by a shared desire to understand one another. Days turned into weeks, and as Zilara repaired her spacecraft, Kai showed her the wonders of Seraphia. Together, they wandered through the starflower fields, their vibrant colors a feast for Zilara's curious eyes. They climbed the whispering trees that swayed gently under the starlit sky, and Zilara marveled at the soft rustle of leaves, a sound foreign to her metallic home. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering stream, Zilara confided in Kai her fear of returning to Axion. "It is a place of machinery and logic, where emotions are seen as weaknesses," she said, her voice tinged with a sadness that tugged at Kai's heart. "I fear I will lose the warmth I have found here." Kai listened, his heart full of compassion. "Emotions are not weaknesses," he said softly. "They are the colors that paint our lives, the notes that compose our songs. You have shown great courage in embracing them." In that moment, Zilara realized that friendship was not bound by differences, but was enriched by them. Kai's wisdom and kindness had taught her that the heart needed both light and shadow to truly shine. As the time came for Zilara to leave, Kai presented her with a gift, a single starflower, its petals glowing with a gentle radiance. "Take this with you," he said, "as a reminder that you are never alone. Our friendship will light your path, no matter where your journey takes you." Zilara accepted the flower, her eyes bright with gratitude. She embraced Kai, feeling the warmth of his light seep into her very being. "Thank you, my friend," she whispered, knowing that she would carry his kindness with her always. With a heavy heart, they parted ways, but the bond they had forged would remain unbroken. Zilara returned to Axion, bringing with her the lessons of Seraphia and the courage to share them with her own people. And Kai, standing amidst the starflower fields, looked up at the endless sky, knowing that somewhere among the stars a friend was thinking of him. Thus, in the vast tapestry of the universe, an unlikely friendship had blossomed, proving that even among the stars, the greatest treasure of all is the connection of open hearts. Story 66. In a quaint village nestled between misty hills and a shimmering silver lake, there lay a secret that beckoned only the gentlest of souls to uncover. This village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where the morning dew sparkled like diamonds and the evening stars twinkled with stories untold. Here the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilac, and the whispering of the winds carried laughter that tickled the ears of those who dared to listen. One soft summer morning, as the golden sun stretched its rays across the cobblestone paths, a peculiar thing began to occur. The villagers awoke to find their beloved trinkets, small, cherished items such as teacups, buttons, and ribbons, had mysteriously vanished overnight. This strange phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for nothing else was ever touched, and no footprints disturbed the dust on their doorsteps. Among the inhabitants of this delightful place was a young, kind-hearted girl with eyes as bright as the morning sky. Her name was Lila. Lila had a special talent for noticing the small details that others often overlooked. She spent her days exploring the lush meadows and whispering woods surrounding Willowbrook, befriending the creatures who dwelled there and listening to the tales they spun. Upon hearing of the mysterious disappearances, Lila's curiosity was piqued. She decided it was time to unravel the mystery that had wrapped itself around her village like a silken thread. With a heart full of determination and a pocket full of breadcrumbs, she set off to follow the clues that danced at the edges of her imagination. Lila's first stop was the home of old Mr. Finch, the village's wise and gentle elder. His cottage was a cozy haven of warmth, filled with the aroma of spice and sage. Mr. Finch, with his twinkling eyes and beard like a cloud, welcomed Lila with open arms. "Ah, Lila," he greeted, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I had a feeling you would come seeking answers. The forest has been whispering of your quest." Lila smiled, feeling the comforting embrace of his words. "Mr. Finch, do you know what might be taking our treasures?" He chuckled softly, the sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "The world is full of mysteries, dear child, some as old as the stars. But remember, the answers you seek are often found in the places least expected." With his advice echoing in her mind, Lila ventured into the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall like ancient guardians of secrets. Her footsteps were light, barely disturbing the blanket of fallen leaves beneath her feet. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she noticed a peculiar trail of shimmering dust that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. It was not the ordinary dust of the forest, but something more magical, almost alive with its own spirit. Following the trail, Lila soon stumbled upon a hidden glen, a place where the sunlight danced through the canopy in golden beams. There, amidst a carpet of violets, stood a small, curious creature. It was a pippin, a tiny winged being known in the village folklore for its playful nature and quicksilver flight. The pippin was busily arranging an array of objects, all the missing trinkets from the village, into a circle of delicate beauty. Each item sparkled with the magical dust, making the circle shimmer like a rainbow cast upon the earth. Lila approached quietly, her heart filled with wonder rather than fear. The pippin looked up, its eyes wide and innocent, and chirped a greeting as musical as a babbling brook. "Hello, little one," Lila whispered, kneeling beside the creature. "Have you been gathering these treasures?" The pippin nodded, its wings fluttering like the pages of a book in the breeze. It gestured towards the circle with a flourish, as if revealing a masterpiece. Understanding dawned upon Lila like the first light of dawn. The pippin was not stealing the trinkets out of mischief, but rather collecting them to create something beautiful, a mosaic of memories, a tribute to the village's spirit. Lila's heart swelled with warmth and understanding. She realized that the pippin had been drawn to the joy and love that each item held, and was weaving them into a tapestry of enchantment for all to see. With a gentle smile, Lila reached into her pocket and pulled out a small silver locket, her own cherished keepsake. She placed it carefully within the circle, feeling the magic embrace her offering. The pippin beamed with delight, its wings sparkling like stardust. Together, they stood in the glen, basking in the quiet magic of the moment, until the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. As Lila made her way back to the village, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She had found the answer to the mystery, but more importantly, She had discovered a new friend in the pippin, and a deeper connection to the world around her. When she shared her tale with the villagers, their hearts were touched by the gentle kindness of the pippin, and they agreed to leave small offerings for it in the forest as a token of their gratitude and friendship. And so, the mystery of the disappearing trinkets was solved, not with suspicion or fear, but with understanding and a celebration of the magic that lived in every heart. The village of Willowbrook slept soundly that night, wrapped in the comforting knowledge that all was well, and that the world was full of wonder just waiting to be discovered. Story 67. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the canopy formed a gentle sea of emerald leaves, there lay a small village at the edge of a crystal-clear lake. The village was known as Willowbrook, famed for its tranquil beauty and the gentle hum of nature that seemed to sing a lullaby to all who visited. The cobblestone paths wound around moss-covered cottages, each with a chimney that puffed wisps of smoke, carrying the scent of burning cedar wood. In this village lived an inquisitive and kind-hearted young lass named Clara. Clara had a wild mane of auburn hair that caught the sun like a halo, and eyes as blue as the lake on a cloudless day. She was known for her insatiable curiosity and her talent for finding wonder in the mundane. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Nutmeg, whose fur was a patchwork of grays and browns, and whose eyes gleamed with mischief and intelligence. Clara and Nutmeg were inseparable, their bond as strong as the mighty oaks that bordered the village. They spent their days exploring the nooks and crannies of the woods, collecting treasures like shimmering pebbles and curious mushrooms, their laughter echoing through the trees. The story begins on a crisp autumn morning, the air carrying the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure. Clara and Nutmeg had decided to explore a part of the forest they had never dared venture before, the fabled glimmering glade. It was said to be a place of enchantment, where the air shimmered with magic and time seemed to stand still. As they set off, the forest welcomed them with its tapestry of colors. The leaves crunched underfoot in a symphony of whispers, and the gentle breeze played a soft melody through the branches. Clara wore her favorite woolen cloak, deep forest green, which kept the chill at bay, while Nutmeg darted ahead, his tail flicking like a banner of excitement. The path to the glimmering glade was not an easy one. It wound through thickets of wild roses whose thorns threatened to catch unwary travelers, and across streams that babbled secrets of the ages. But Clara was undaunted, her heart buoyed by the promise of discovery. Nutmeg, too, seemed to sense the importance of their journey, pausing now and then to sniff the air or chitter encouragement. As they neared the glade, the forest began to change. The light softened, and the air grew warm with an ethereal glow. Clara noticed tiny orbs of light dancing among the branches, like fireflies made of moonlight. She reached out her hand, and one of the orbs settled onto her palm, pulsing gently with warmth. Nutmeg watched wide-eyed, his whiskers twitching in wonder. The glade itself was a marvel to behold. It was a circular clearing, carpeted with soft grasses that sparkled as if dusted with diamond dust. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted with age, yet vibrant with life. Its branches stretched skyward, adorned with leaves that shimmered in every hue of the rainbow. Clara approached the tree, feeling an inexplicable pull. As she placed her hand upon its gnarled bark, there was a soft rustle, and a hidden door appeared at its base, outlined by a faint, golden glow. "Do you think we should go in?" Clara asked, her voice tinged with awe. Nutmeg chattered excitedly, scampering in circles around her feet. It seemed the decision was made. Taking a deep breath, Clara pushed the door open. It swung silently inward, revealing a staircase that spiraled down into the earth. The steps were smooth and cool beneath her feet, leading them into the heart of the tree. The passageway was lit by more of the glowing orbs, casting a gentle light that danced along the walls. As they descended, the air hummed with a gentle energy, filling Clara with a sense of peace and anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, they emerged into a cavernous chamber. The ceiling was high, and the walls were lined with intricate carvings depicting scenes from ancient times, tales of heroes and magical creatures, of peace and harmony. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a small, intricately carved wooden box. Clara felt drawn to it, an inexplicable sense of familiarity tugging at her heart. Nutmeg perched on her shoulder, peering at the box with keen interest. With careful hands, Clara lifted the box from its resting place. It was warm to the touch, and as she opened it, a soft, melodious chime filled the air. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay a key that shimmered like starlight. "What do you suppose it's for?" Clara wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the delicate engravings on the key. Nutmeg tilted his head, his eyes bright with curiosity. He scampered down to inspect the pedestal, his nose twitching as he discovered a hidden compartment at its base. With a deft flick of his paw, he revealed a parchment, aged and delicate. Clara unrolled the parchment, which was covered in elegant script that seemed to dance across the page. It spoke of a hidden realm, a place where dreams and reality intertwined, accessible only through the use of the key. "The realm of reverie," Clara read aloud, her voice echoing softly in the chamber. "A place of endless wonder, where the heart's deepest desires can take shape." Her heart quickened with excitement and a touch of fear. What could such a place hold for them? And why had the key chosen her? Determined to uncover the mystery, Clara and Nutmeg returned to the village, the key safely tucked away in her pocket. The journey back felt like a dream, the world around them shimmering with possibility. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Clara sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, the warmth of the flames wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. Nutmeg nestled beside her, his fur glowing in the firelight. As Clara pondered the day's discoveries, she knew one thing for certain: the journey had only just begun. The key was more than a simple object. It was a bridge to another world, a world that awaited her with open arms. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Clara drifted into a restful sleep, the melody of the glimmering glade echoing softly in her dreams. Tomorrow, she would set out on a new adventure, one that would take her beyond the boundaries of Willowbrook and into the heart of the unknown. The fire crackled softly, and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, whispering promises of magic and mystery to all who listened. And so, with the key to the realm of reverie clutched in her hand, Clara's story continued, a tale woven with the threads of courage, friendship, and the boundless wonders of the imagination. Story 68. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She had a heart full of curiosity and a thirst for adventure that no storybook could quench. One crisp autumn morning, Lily was wandering through the woods near her home when she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A shimmering veil of mist hung between the trees, swirling and dancing as if alive. Lily's eyes widened with wonder, and before she could second-guess herself, she stepped through the ethereal curtain. In an instant, the world around her transformed. The familiar forest melted away, replaced by a realm of breathtaking beauty. Towering crystalline trees twisted and spiraled towards a sky painted with hues of lavender and rose. Streams of liquid starlight trickled over mossy banks, filling the air with a soft celestial glow. As Lily marveled at her surroundings, she heard a gentle rustling nearby. Peering through the luminous foliage, she spotted a tiny creature no bigger than her hand. It had the body of a rabbit, but the gossamer wings of a dragonfly, and its fur shimmered like 1,000 diamonds. "Hello there," Lily whispered, her voice hushed with awe. The little creature regarded her with curious eyes, then let out a melodic trill that sounded like tinkling bells. More rustlings followed, and soon Lily found herself surrounded by a whole community of these whimsical beings. They hopped and fluttered around her, their wing beats leaving trails of glittering dust in the air. One particularly brave creature alighted on Lily's shoulder, and she couldn't stifle a giggle at the ticklish sensation of its tiny paws. It nuzzled her cheek affectionately, and Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her heart. As the creatures guided her deeper into their wondrous realm, Lily encountered one marvel after another. Crystalline pools that reflected every color of the rainbow, floating islands adorned with blossoms that sang like wind chimes, flocks of iridescent birds weaving tapestries of light as they soared overhead. At times, the path grew challenging. Lily had to navigate through tangles of luminous vines or cross treacherous ravines on bridges spun from pure moonlight. But with each obstacle she faced, she discovered reservoirs of courage and determination she never knew she possessed. The whimsical creatures remained by her side, offering gentle encouragement and playful companionship. They taught her to see the world through new eyes, to embrace the magic that thrived just beyond the veil of the ordinary. As the journey neared its end, Lily found herself standing before a towering, crystalline archway, its facets refracting the kaleidoscope of colors around her. With a deep breath and a heart full of wonder, she stepped through. She emerged in a breathtaking valley, where the trees seemed to be crafted from rivers of liquid diamond. In the center, a magnificent willow tree stood, its branches adorned with thousands of tiny lights that flickered and danced like fireflies. As Lily approached, the lights swirled together, coalescing into a radiant figure that hovered before her. It was an entity of pure light, its form ever-shifting and ephemeral. "Welcome, dear one," the being spoke, its voice like a chorus of tinkling bells. "You have undertaken a journey of courage and wonder, and in doing so, you have unlocked the magic within your heart." Lily felt a warmth bloom in her chest, a profound sense of joy and fulfillment that words could not describe. "Always remember," the being continued, "that the greatest adventures lie not in the breadth of the world, but in the boundless depths of imagination and possibility." With those parting words, the being dispersed into a shower of stardust that rained down upon Lily, filling her with a sense of peace and contentment. As she made her way back through the archway, Lily found herself once again in the familiar woods near her village. But now, the world seemed brighter, more vibrant, as if she were seeing it through new eyes. From that day on, Lily carried the memory of her wondrous journey like a talisman, a reminder that even in the most ordinary of places, magic was always waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek it out. Story 69. In the quaint village of Everwood, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a sparkling sapphire river, life moved at a gentle, unhurried pace. The village was known for its lush gardens and cobblestone streets that wound like ribbons through the heart of the community. The air was often filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the soft, melodic chirping of songbirds. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Lily. She had an insatiable curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Her eyes sparkled with the promise of adventure as she wandered the village, always searching for something new and intriguing. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold, Lily happened upon a peculiar shop at the end of a narrow lane she had never noticed before. The sign above the door read, "The Emporium of Whims," and it seemed to shimmer in the gentle sunlight. Inside, a labyrinth of shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with glittering trinkets and curious artifacts. The air was rich with the scent of aged paper, polished wood, and a hint of something floral and unfamiliar. As Lily wandered through the shop, her fingers trailed lightly over the objects, feeling their stories whispering beneath her touch. Suddenly, her gaze was caught by a small, intricately carved wooden box perched alone on a shelf. It seemed to hum with a quiet energy that drew her in. Lily gently lifted the lid, revealing a delicate silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, adorned with tiny stars that twinkled as if caught in eternal night. Just then, a soft voice spoke. "Ah, you found the moon's whisper," said the shopkeeper, a kindly old man with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as snow. "That pendant holds a special magic. It allows the wearer to hear the thoughts of the moon and stars." Lily's heart fluttered with excitement. She carefully took the pendant and placed it around her neck. As the cool silver touched her skin, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she heard a faint, melodic whisper in the back of her mind. Eager to learn more about her newfound gift, Lily decided to embark on a journey to the Enchanted Grove, a mystical place said to be the abode of ancient wisdom. It was a journey she had always dreamed of undertaking, but never before had she felt quite ready. As she set off along the winding forest path, the pendant's gentle whispers guided her steps. Along the way, she met a wise old owl named Orion, whose golden eyes seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. Orion perched on a low branch and spoke in a voice deep and resonant. "To reach the Enchanted Grove, you must first pass through the Valley of Echoes. Listen carefully to the whispers of the wind, for they will guide you safely through." Grateful for the owl's guidance, Lily continued her journey, feeling the pendant's soft hum as it resonated with the moon's gentle wisdom. As she entered the Valley of Echoes, the air shimmered with the sounds of ancient songs and stories, carried by the breeze. The path through the valley was fraught with illusions and mirages, but Lily remained calm and attentive. She listened closely to the whispers, allowing them to steer her clear of danger. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the moon's gentle guidance and the owl's wise counsel. As she emerged from the valley, Lily found herself at the edge of the enchanted grove. The air was filled with a sense of tranquility, and the trees seemed to glow with an inner light. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent silver tree, its branches reaching toward the heavens. Beneath its shade, Lily saw a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. She approached and gazed into the water, where she saw not her own reflection, but visions of those she loved, each one smiling back at her with warmth and kindness. It was then that Lily realized the true magic of the pendant. It was not merely the ability to hear the whispers of the moon and stars, but the wisdom to see the beauty and love that surrounded her every day. With newfound understanding, Lily returned to Everwood, her heart full of peace and gratitude. She shared her tale with the villagers, who listened with wide eyes and open hearts. And though the pendant continued to hum softly against her chest, Lily knew that the true magic lay not in the charm itself, but in the wisdom and love it had helped her discover. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Lily often returned to the enchanted grove, not to seek answers, but to offer thanks. And on those quiet evenings, when the moon hung full and bright in the night sky, she would sit beneath the silver tree, listening to the whispers of the universe and feeling the gentle, reassuring embrace of the world around her. And so, in the village of Everwood, where the air was always sweet with the scent of jasmine and the cobblestones echoed with the laughter of children, Lily's tale was told and retold, becoming a cherished part of the village's own story, a reminder of the magic that lives within each of us, waiting to be discovered. Story 70. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Wren. Wren was known throughout the village for her warm smile and kind heart, though she often felt like a leaf caught in the ever-changing winds of life. Each day she helped her fellow villagers with their crafts, listened to their stories, and shared her own laughter, yet deep within she felt an unsettling restlessness. The villagers often spoke of the Forest of Whispers, a place of subtle magic where the trees seemed to hum with secrets of the past and future. Many believed that within its depths lay the answers to the heart's deepest questions. Though curious, Wren had never ventured far into the forest, fearing the unknown changes it might bring. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the paths gold and crimson, Wren found herself standing at the forest's edge. The breeze carried a melody that tugged at her heartstrings, inviting her to step beyond her fears. With a deep breath, she decided to follow the trail of whispers, hoping to find the peace and clarity that eluded her. As she walked among the towering trees, shafts of sunlight danced across her path, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and each step seemed to echo with the promises of new beginnings. Wren felt her apprehension slowly melt away, replaced by a growing sense of wonder. After a while, she came upon a clearing where a gentle stream babbled softly over smooth stones. There, perched on a moss-covered log, was an elderly woman with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky. Her name was Eldra, the village's wise woman, known for her gentle guidance and deep understanding of the world. She greeted Wren with a knowing smile, as if she had been expecting her. "Ah, Wren," Eldra said, her voice as soothing as the stream. "The forest has a way of calling those who are ready to listen to their own hearts." Wren settled beside her, feeling the warmth of Eldra's presence seep into her weary spirit. "I feel lost," Wren confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't know what I'm searching for, or if I'll ever find it." Eldra chuckled softly, her laughter mingling with the rustle of the leaves. "Change is like the seasons, my dear. It comes when it is time, whether we are ready or not. But within you lies the magic to grow, just as the forest grows around us." As they spoke, a curious sight caught Wren's eye. Beside the stream, a cluster of shimmering butterflies danced in the dappled sunlight. Their wings were a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting and blending in a mesmerizing display. Wren watched, entranced, as they flitted from flower to flower, each one a tiny miracle of transformation. "Those butterflies were once caterpillars," Eldra said softly, following Wren's gaze. "They embraced change, trusting in the process of becoming something new. Perhaps, Wren, you too are on the brink of a transformation." The thought resonated within Wren, sparking a flicker of hope. She realized that, like the butterflies, she had been resisting the natural flow of change, fearing what she might become. But perhaps, just perhaps, there was beauty in the metamorphosis she had yet to discover. Days turned into weeks as Wren continued her visits to the Forest of Whispers. She found solace in the company of Eldra and the gentle guidance she offered. Slowly, Wren began to understand that change was not something to fear, but a journey to embrace. With each step, she learned to let go of her doubts, trusting in her own strength and the wisdom of the forest. One day, as the first snowfall dusted the trees in a blanket of white, Wren returned to the clearing to find Eldra waiting with a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside, nestled among soft velvet, was a delicate pendant shaped like a butterfly, its wings aglow with iridescent hues. "This is for you, Wren," Eldra said, placing the pendant around her neck. "A reminder of the beauty that lies within change. Wear it close to your heart and let it guide you on your path." Wren felt a warmth spread through her chest, a newfound sense of peace and purpose. She realized that her journey was far from over, but she was no longer afraid. With the support of Eldra and the wisdom of the forest, she had discovered the magic within herself. As she walked back to the village, a gentle snow began to fall, covering the world in a quiet, peaceful hush. Wren knew that the seasons would continue to change, but she was ready to face them with open arms, her heart a tapestry of newfound courage and hope. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest, Wren embraced her own transformation, knowing that the journey of personal growth was a path full of wonder and endless possibilities. The forest had taught her that within every ending lay a new beginning, and she was ready to face whatever came her way, with the wisdom of the butterflies and the gentle strength of her own heart. In the heart of winter, when the village was blanketed in snow, Wren found herself looking out her window at the familiar forest. The pendant around her neck seemed to shimmer in the moonlight, a constant reminder of her journey and the beauty of change. She had grown into herself, much like the forest around her, and felt a deep connection to the world in a way she never had before. Her days were filled with small, meaningful moments that enriched her life. She spent time with the villagers sharing stories and laughter, and found joy in the simple pleasures of life. The forest, once a place of mystery and fear, had become her sanctuary, a place she visited often to reflect and find peace. One afternoon, as the first hints of spring began to whisper through the air, Wren ventured once more into the Forest of Whispers. The snow was melting, revealing the rich earth beneath, and the forest was alive with the promise of renewal. She walked along the familiar path, her heart light with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. In the clearing by the stream, she found Eldra waiting, her eyes twinkling with warmth. "Welcome back, Wren," she greeted, her voice as gentle as ever. "The forest has missed you." Wren smiled, feeling the warmth of Eldra's presence. "I've missed it too," she replied, settling beside her friend. "I've learned so much, and I feel whole." Eldra nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "You've embraced the magic of change, and in doing so you found your own path. Remember, Wren, the journey of growth never truly ends. It's a gift that unfolds with each new day." They sat together in comfortable silence, the stream's gentle murmur a soothing backdrop to their thoughts. Wren felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned to trust herself, to listen to her heart, and to face the unknown with courage and grace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Wren rose to leave. She knew that the village awaited her return, but she also understood that the forest would always be there, a steadfast companion on her journey of discovery. "Thank you, Eldra," Wren said, her voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." Eldra smiled, her eyes shining with pride. "The forest is always here, Wren, as am I. Remember that you are never alone on your journey." Wren nodded, her heart full. With one last look at the clearing, she turned and made her way back through the forest, the sound of whispers guiding her steps. As she emerged into the open fields, she felt a sense of freedom and joy that she had never known before. The village lights twinkled in the distance, welcoming her home. Wren knew that she had changed, not just in small ways, but in the very essence of who she was. She was no longer the restless soul who feared change, but a vibrant being, ready to embrace whatever the future held. With the forest at her back and the village before her, Wren walked with purpose, her heart a symphony of hope and promise. She had discovered the magic within herself, and she knew that she was capable of anything. In that quiet moment, as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Wren realized that her journey was far from over. It was just beginning, a beautiful, ever-changing dance of life, full of wonder and endless possibilities. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest of whispers, Wren found her true self and the courage to face the world with an open heart. Her story, like the forest, would continue to grow, a testament to the beauty of personal discovery and the magic of transformation. Story 71. Once upon a time, in a land where the sky was perpetually painted in hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little village known as Wobbleton. Wobbleton was nestled snugly between two gently sloping hills that appeared to embrace the village in a protective hug. The cobblestone streets were lined with houses that seemed to dance in the breeze, their roofs whimsically tilted and chimneys puffing out clouds of sweet-smelling smoke. In the heart of this charming village lived a peculiar fellow named Pipkin Puddlefoot. Pipkin was known throughout Wobbleton for his extraordinary talent. He could speak to animals. But even more intriguing was his penchant for wearing a collection of mismatched socks, each adorned with tiny bells that jingled merrily wherever he went. His best friend was a plump, fluffy cat named Whiskerwhirl, whose fur was a kaleidoscope of colors that shimmered like a rainbow under the sun. One sun-dappled morning, as the village was just beginning to stir with the soft sounds of yawns and the clatter of breakfast dishes, Pipkin and Whiskerwhirl set out on their daily stroll. Their path wound through the bustling market square, where vendors greeted them with wide smiles and offers of freshly baked pastries, the aroma of cinnamon and honey sweetening the air. As they meandered through the market, Pipkin's ears picked up a peculiar high-pitched sound. It was the unmistakable tinkling of fairy laughter. Following the sound, Pipkin and Whiskerwhirl found themselves at the edge of the Wobblewood forest, where a curious sight awaited them. Hovering in midair was a tiny, iridescent fairy named Lila. Her wings sparkled like dew-kissed spider webs in the morning light, and her hair was a cascade of silvery curls. But Lila appeared to be in quite a predicament. She was tangled in a particularly stubborn cobweb, and her wings flapped helplessly as she tried to free herself. "Oh dear," Pipkin exclaimed softly, his eyes twinkling with concern. "It seems you're in a bit of a bind, Lila." Whiskerwhirl purred comfortingly, brushing his vibrant tail against the fairy's delicate hands. "Can we help you, little Flutter?" he asked in his gentle sing-song voice. Lila's eyes lit up with gratitude, and she nodded fervently. "Oh yes, please. I was practicing a new flying trick when I accidentally soared into this web. It's enchanted, you see, and I can't seem to untangle myself." Pipkin scratched his head, thinking deeply. "Ah, an enchanted cobweb, you say? I believe I have just the thing." With that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pouch filled with glittering, magical dust he had collected from the petals of moonflowers. "Close your eyes, Leela." Pipkin instructed kindly, and with a gentle sprinkle of the moonflower dust, the enchanted cobweb dissolved into a shower of shimmering sparkles. Lila twirled in the air, her wings finally free, and let out a peal of delighted laughter. "Oh, thank you, Pipkin and Whiskerwhirl! How can I ever repay you?" Pipkin waved his hand dismissively. "No need for repayment, my dear. We're just happy to help." But Lila was not one to let a favor go unrewarded. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she declared, "I insist on granting you a wish. Anything at all, just name it." Pipkin and Whiskerwhirl exchanged a thoughtful glance. After a moment, Pipkin said, "Well, we've always wondered what it would be like to have a day filled with magical surprises. Perhaps you could enchant Wobbleton just for today, so everyone can have a bit of fun." Lila clapped her hands with glee. "A splendid idea. Consider it done. With a flick of her dainty fingers, she sent a cascade of sparkling magic over the village. And so the whimsical magic of Lila spread across Wobbleton, and the village began to buzz with enchantment. The flowers in the gardens started singing cheerful tunes, their petals swaying rhythmically. The fountains in the square gurgled with laughter, and bubbles filled with shimmering rainbows floated into the sky. The villagers, bemused and delighted, discovered that they could suddenly perform little bits of magic themselves. Mrs. Thimble, the baker, found that her loaves of bread could dance a merry jig, much to the amusement of her customers. The children laughed as they raced after giggling butterflies that left trails of sparkling stardust in their wake. As the sun began to set, casting its golden glow over the village, Pipkin and Whiskerwhirl found themselves back at the edge of the Wobblewood Forest, where Lila awaited them. "Did you enjoy your day of magic?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with mischief and joy. Pipkin and Whiskerwhirl nodded enthusiastically. "It was more wonderful than we could have ever imagined," Pipkin replied, his heart full of gratitude. Lila beamed and said, "Remember, the true magic is in the joy and kindness you share with others. You didn't need my enchantment for that." With a final graceful twirl, Lila disappeared into the evening sky, leaving behind a trail of shimmering stardust that danced in the gentle breeze. As Pipkin and Whiskerwhirl made their way back home, they felt a warmth in their hearts that would keep them cozy through the night. And in Wobbleton, the laughter and kindness continued to ripple through the village, long after the last sparkles of magic had faded. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the sky like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Pipkin and Whiskerwhirl drifted off to sleep, their dreams filled with the enchanted memories of a truly magical day. Story 72. In the heart of the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle hills and whispering streams, a story of wonder and warmth was about to unfold. The village, known for its serene beauty and the harmonious hum of nature, held secrets as ancient as the trees that surrounded it. Here in this peaceful haven lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and an unyielding sense of wonder about the world around her. Her days were spent wandering the lush meadows and dense forests that bordered the village, her mind ever eager to discover the mysteries hidden in every leaf and stone. Her favorite place to explore was an enchanting glen, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle babble of the stream sang a lullaby to the earth. One bright morning, as the sun cast golden rays through the canopy of emerald leaves, Anwen set out on one of her adventures. The path she chose led her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. The air was filled with the songs of birds, and the forest floor was a tapestry of wildflowers, each bloom a burst of color in the dappled light. As she journeyed further, she stumbled upon an ancient oak, its mighty branches stretching towards the heavens. Its bark was gnarled and moss-covered, and nestled within its roots lay a peculiar object that caught Anwen's eye. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Drawn to it, Anwen gently pried it open, revealing a shimmering stone that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. The stone was unlike anything Anwen had ever seen. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it, a sensation of calm and clarity washed over her. Little did she know, this magical stone held the power to reveal hidden worlds and unlock the mysteries of the natural realm. Intrigued and filled with a sense of purpose, Anwen decided to seek counsel from the village elder Eamon, who was known for his wisdom and knowledge of the forest's secrets. Eamon lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom eternally, regardless of the season. As Anwen approached, Eamon greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, Anwen," he said, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "What brings you to my doorstep on this fine day?" Anwen showed him the stone, its luminescent glow casting a soft light in the cozy room. Eamon examined it with great interest, nodding thoughtfully. "This is a rare find indeed," he mused. "A starstone, a gift from the heart of the forest itself. It is said that such stones can open doors to realms unseen by the eye and guide those who wield them on journeys of discovery and transformation." With Eamon's guidance, Anwen learned that the Starstone could reveal hidden paths and grant her the ability to see the world in ways she had never imagined. But with this gift came a responsibility, to use its power wisely and to protect the delicate balance of nature. Eager to uncover the secrets the stone could reveal, Anwen decided to embark on a journey through the hidden world within the forest. With the Starstone in hand, she returned to the ancient oak, where her adventure had begun. As she held the stone aloft, its light grew brighter, casting a luminous glow that seemed to dissolve the very air around her. Before her eyes, the forest transformed, revealing a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The trees seemed to sway with a newfound grace, their leaves whispering secrets of ages past. Creatures of all shapes and sizes emerged from the shadows, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and wonder. Among them was a small, gentle creature named Lyra, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Lyra approached Anwen with a friendly nod, her presence radiating warmth and kindness. "Welcome, traveler," she spoke, her voice a melody that danced on the wind. "You have been chosen to walk the paths of the hidden world. Together, we shall explore its wonders and learn its truths." With Lyra as her guide, Anwen ventured deeper into this enchanted realm. They traversed through fields of glowing flowers, their petals shimmering like stars in the twilight. The air was filled with the music of unseen choirs, and the ground beneath their feet pulsed with the heartbeat of the earth. As they journeyed, Anwen discovered the true magic of the hidden world, the interconnectedness of all living things. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the trees, and to feel the pulse of life that flowed through every blade of grass. One day, as they rested by a crystal-clear lake, Lyra shared a tale that would change Anwen's perspective forever. "Long ago," Lyra began, "the hidden world and the world of men were one and the same. But as time passed, the hearts of men grew distant, and the two worlds drifted apart. The Starstone serves as a bridge, a reminder of the unity that once was and could be again." Anwen pondered this story, her heart filled with both sorrow and hope. She realized that her journey was not just about exploring the wonders of the hidden world, but about rekindling the connection between her world and this magical realm. With newfound determination, Anwen decided to share the lessons she had learned with her village, to help them see the world through the eyes of wonder and understanding. Lyra accompanied her back to Willowbrook, where they were welcomed with open arms and curiosity. Anwen gathered the villagers under the starlit sky, the air filled with anticipation and the soft scent of blooming night jasmine. With the Starstone's glow illuminating the night, she shared her tale of the hidden world and the wisdom she had gained. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Anwen's words and the gentle presence of Lyra. They began to see their world in a new light, to appreciate the beauty and magic that surrounded them each day. They learned to cherish the delicate balance of nature and to nurture the bond between their world and the hidden realm. As time passed, Willowbrook became a place of harmony and understanding, where the lessons of the hidden world were woven into the fabric of everyday life. The villagers worked together to protect the natural beauty of their home, guided by the wisdom of Anwen and the gentle spirit of Lyra. Anwen's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had discovered the magic within herself, the power of friendship and understanding, and the joy of sharing her knowledge with others. Her heart was filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had made a difference in the world. As the years went by, the story of Anwen's journey became a cherished legend, passed down from generation to generation. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient oak stood as a silent guardian, its roots entwined with the magic of the hidden world, a testament to the enduring connection between the realms. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Anwen's story came to a close. It was a tale of wonder and wisdom, of friendship and transformation, a reminder that the true magic of the world lies not in what we see, but in how we choose to see it. As the final embers of the day faded into the night, the village slumbered in peaceful harmony, cradled by the whispers of the forest and the soft glow of the Starstone. And in the quiet stillness, the spirit of Onwin's journey continued to inspire all who were willing to listen, to see, and to believe in the magic of the world. Story 73. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the moon, lay the quaint village of Starry Hollow. Each night, the villagers would gather around their hearths, listening to the crackle of the fire and the gentle rustling of the leaves outside. It was a place where magic wove through the everyday, and the air always carried a hint of mystery. One starry evening, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the glow of the moon, which usually bathed the village in soft, silvery light, had started to flicker like a candle in the wind. Shadows danced unpredictably across the cobblestone paths, and whispers of concern floated through the village like autumn leaves. The village's wise elder, known affectionately as Granth, gathered a group of curious young villagers by the warmth of the community hearth. Granth's eyes twinkled like the night sky, and when he spoke, his voice was as soothing as a lullaby. "Something is amiss with our dear moon," he began, "and it's up to us to discover why." Among the group was a clever girl named Lyra, known for her sharp eyes and kind heart. She listened intently, her curiosity piqued by the mystery. She loved the moon as much as she loved the stories Granth shared. "I'll help," she said, her voice steady and determined. As they set out into the forest, the crisp night air kissed their cheeks, and the scent of pine enveloped them like a comforting embrace. The path was lit by the flickering moonlight, casting a gentle glow on the soft moss underfoot. Joining them was a small, whimsical creature known as a luminel. With wings like glistening dragonfly glass and a heart that shimmered with warmth, the luminel, named Faye, was a friend to all who dwelled in the woods. Faye fluttered beside them, her presence a beacon of hope. "Perhaps someone in the forest has seen what we have not," suggested Lyra, her eyes scanning the canopy above, where the moon played hide-and-seek with the clouds. They approached the ancient oak singers, trees so old and wise that their branches hummed with the songs of the ages. Granth laid a gentle hand on the bark of the eldest tree, whose voice was a deep, resonant whisper. "Dear oak singers, have you sensed any disturbances?" The oak singers swayed in unison, their leaves rustling a tune that seemed to echo through time. "The moon is troubled," they intoned, its light dimmed by a veil of sorrow. Faye chimed in, her voice a soft melody in the night. "The moon's heart must be heavy. Perhaps it needs a reason to smile again." Lyra thought for a moment, her mind weaving through the possibilities. What if we show it the beauty it brings to our world? Maybe it has forgotten its own light. With newfound purpose, they journeyed to the moonlit lake, a place where the water mirrored the sky so perfectly that it seemed as though one could step from earth to stars. Lyra gathered stones as smooth as silk and arranged them into a pattern that reflected the constellations above. Faye fluttered around, her wings casting a gentle glow over the scene. As they finished, Granth spoke softly, his voice carrying the weight of years and wisdom. "May the moon see its reflection and remember the joy it brings." For a moment all was still. Then, as if acknowledging their offering, the moonlight began to steady, its glow becoming a gentle, unwavering caress upon the land. The shadows softened, and the village sighed with relief. The next morning, as the sun rose and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, the villagers gathered once more. They marveled at the moon's restored brilliance, feeling the warmth of its presence even in daylight. Granth, with a smile as broad as the horizon, looked at Lyra. "You reminded the moon of its own beauty, and in doing so, you've shown us all that even the brightest lights sometimes need a little help to shine." Faye fluttered around Lyra, her joy evident in the trails of light she left in the air. "And I think the moon will remember its friends in Starry Hollow for many nights to come." With the mystery resolved, the village returned to its peaceful rhythm, comforted by the knowledge that in their cozy corner of the world, friendship and kindness would always light the way, just like the steadfast glow of the moon. Story 74. On the edge of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, stood an ancient stone cottage. It was the kind of place where the air always smelled of fresh bread and wildflowers, where the wind whispered secrets through the trees, and where time seemed to pause just long enough to let magic seep into the everyday. Inside this cottage lived a young woman named Isla. Isla had a heart as boundless as the skies above, and a curiosity that often led her to places unseen by others. She spent her days tending to her garden, where the blooms were as vibrant and varied as a painter's palette, and her evenings listening to the soft hum of nature around her. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Isla discovered something peculiar while digging in her garden. Her trowel scraped against something hard and metallic. Intrigued, she brushed away the soil to reveal a small, intricately carved box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and flowers, as if nature itself had woven its artistry into the metal. With a gentle twist, Isla opened the box to find a tiny, shimmering bell nestled within. As her fingers brushed against it, a warm, tingling sensation spread up her arm, and a soft chime resonated in the air, a sound so pure and gentle it seemed to quiet the world around her. Curious and a little bewildered, Isla took the bell inside her cottage. That night she placed it on her bedside table, its presence comforting as if a guardian were watching over her slumber. As she drifted into dreams, she heard the gentle chime again, this time wrapped in a melody of whispers, voices that spoke of wonders and worlds beyond her imagining. The next morning, determined to uncover the bell's mystery, Isla set out on a journey through the village and beyond. Along the way, she met a peculiar trio who would become her companions. First was Finn, a playful squirrel with fur as soft as cinnamon and eyes that twinkled with mischief. Finn loved to chatter and often knew more about the forest's secret paths than any traveler. Next was Marin, a wise old owl perched high in the oak trees. Her feathers shimmered like the night sky, and her voice was a soothing lullaby. Marin had seen many seasons come and go, and her wisdom was a beacon for those who sought guidance. Lastly, there was Neem, a gentle deer whose graceful steps barely rustled the leaves beneath her hooves. Neem had a kind heart and an uncanny ability to sense the emotions of those around her. She was a calming presence, her eyes holding the depth of ancient woods. Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, led by the mysterious chimes of the bell. The forest was alive with the colors of autumn, each leaf a tapestry of reds, oranges, and yellows that glowed in the soft sunlight. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they journeyed, Isla noticed something magical. The bell seemed to resonate with the forest itself. Its chimes echoed through the trees, and in response, the forest seemed to bloom anew, as if awakening from a deep slumber. The animals danced and sang along, and the flowers opened wide, their petals catching the light like tiny stained glass windows. It soon became clear to Isla that the bell was not just an artifact, but a keeper of harmony, a bridge between the natural world and the unseen. Yet with this power came a challenge, for the balance it maintained was delicate and easily disturbed. Their path led them to the heart of the forest, where they found an ancient oak tree, its roots spread wide and deep, anchoring the very soul of the woods. Here the bell's chime was strongest, a symphony of nature that vibrated through Isla's bones. However, their journey was not without trials. As they approached the oak, they encountered a tangle of brambles, a dense thicket that seemed impassable. Isla paused, pondering how to proceed without disturbing the fragile balance. It was then that Marin spoke, her voice like a soft breeze. Sometimes the answer lies not in force, but in understanding. Listen to the whispers of the woods, and they will guide you. Isla closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over her. She heard the rustling leaves, the trickle of distant streams, and the quiet breaths of her friends beside her. And beneath it all, she sensed the rhythm of the world, a gentle pulse that resonated with the bell's melody. Opening her eyes, Isla saw the path hidden within the brambles, a narrow way that required patience and care to navigate. With Finn's nimble guidance, Marin's wise observations, and Neem's soothing presence, they slowly made their way through. At last they reached the base of the great oak, where the air was thick with magic and the bell's chime was a gentle caress. Here Isla understood the bell's true purpose, to nurture the bond between all living things, to remind them of their shared existence and the beauty of harmony. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Isla gently rang the bell. Its sound was a lullaby, a promise of peace that rippled through the forest, touching every leaf, every creature, with its gentle embrace. As the day faded into twilight, Isla and her friends lingered by the oak, basking in the serene glow of the setting sun. They spoke of their journey, the lessons learned, and the friendships forged. When Isla returned to her cottage, she placed the bell on her mantle, its presence a constant reminder of the magic that lived within and around her. She knew that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, and she was ready to listen, to learn, and to cherish every moment. And so, with a heart warmed by the fire of friendship and the gentle chimes of the bell, Isla drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that she was a guardian of harmony, a keeper of secrets, and a friend to all who walked the path of wonder. The village, the forest, and the world beyond were safe in the hands of those who understood that true magic lay not in power, but in the quiet strength of unity and love. Story 75. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the streams sang lullabies to the pebbles lining their beds, lay the quaint village of Liltshire. This was a place where magic was as common as the morning dew, gently woven into the fabric of everyday life. The houses were snug, with thatched roofs that appeared to sigh contentedly beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, and smoke curling lazily from chimneys, carrying the scent of fresh bread and sweet herbs. In one such cottage, nestled between two ancient oaks, lived a young boy named Finn. Finn had a heart as warm as his hearth, and an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. His days were spent exploring the forest's edge, where he would often find himself lost in the symphony of rustling leaves and bird songs. One crisp autumn morning, as the first tendrils of sunlight wove their way through the canopy, Finn set out on his usual adventure. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves painting the ground in hues of amber and crimson. But today there was something different, something peculiar in the air. As Finn strolled along the winding path, he noticed a series of unusual markings on the trees, spirals and circles that seemed almost to glow with a faint silvery light. Intrigued, Finn knelt down to examine them more closely. They were unlike any animal tracks or natural markings he had seen before. "How curious," he murmured to himself, his breath forming little clouds in the chilly air. As he pondered the mystery, a gentle rustle in the underbrush caught his attention. From the shadows emerged a small, furry creature with bright eyes and a bushy tail that flicked playfully behind it. This creature was known as a glimmerkin, a magical being that was both mischievous and wise, often helping those in need of guidance through its riddles and games. "Good day, young Finn," chirped the glimmerkin, its voice as light as a whispering breeze. "I see you have found the marks." "Hello, dear glimmerkin," Finn replied, smiling at the creature's familiar presence. "Yes, I have, but I can't quite make sense of them." The glimmerkin twirled its tail thoughtfully. "These are not just any markings, young one. They are the signs of the wayward whispers, a group of magical breezes that have lost their way. They usually bring the first frost, but it seems they have become confused this year." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. "The wayward whispers? How can we help them find their path?" The glimmerkin nodded approvingly at Finn's eagerness to assist. "We must first find the source of their confusion. Follow me and keep your senses keen." The creature led Finn deeper into the forest, where the trees grew tall and ancient, their branches forming a vaulted ceiling overhead. The air was cooler here, tinged with the scent of pine and earth. As they walked, Finn noticed that the markings became more frequent and intricate, twisting into more elaborate patterns. Finally, they arrived at a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood a gnarled old tree, its bark shimmering with the same silvery glow as the markings. At its base lay a pool, the water as clear as glass, reflecting the sky like a mirror. "This is the heart tree," explained the glimmerkin. "It is the source of many magical currents in the forest. If it is disturbed, the balance of magic can be upset." Finn approached the pool cautiously and peered into its depths. There, he saw a swirling mist, shifting and changing like the tides of the ocean. Among the mist, he could discern faint images of the wayward whispers, their forms tangled and confused. "How can we set things right?" Finn asked, turning to the glimmerkin. The creature pondered for a moment before responding. "We must untangle the whispers by helping them remember their purpose. They respond to music and light, the very essence of their nature. With a determined nod, Finn took a deep breath and began to hum a tune, a melody his grandmother used to sing to him, full of warmth and hope. As he sang, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, polished stone that caught the sunlight, casting shimmering reflections across the pool. The Glimmerkin joined in, adding its own lilting notes to the song. Together, their music wove through the clearing, gentle and soothing, like a lullaby carried on the breeze. Slowly, the mist in the pool began to shift, the tangled forms of the wayward whispers unraveling and flowing smoothly once more. The tree seemed to sigh with relief, its bark glowing brighter as the balance was restored. With a final, harmonious chord, Finn and the Glimmerkin ended their song. The air was still, and a serene calm settled over the forest. Finn felt a sense of peace wash over him, as if the very soul of the wood was thanking him for his kindness. "You have done well, young Finn," the Glimmerkin praised, its eyes twinkling with admiration. "The wayward whispers are back on their path, and soon the first frost will grace the village once more." Finn beamed with pride and gratitude. "Thank you, dear Glimmerkin, for guiding me. I could not have done it without your wisdom." The Glimmerkin nodded, its tail flicking playfully once more. "Remember, Finn, sometimes the answers we seek are found in the simplest of things: a song, a light, a friend." As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Finn made his way back to Wiltshire, the Glimmerkin scampering beside him. The village was aglow with the warmth of evening fires, and a gentle frost began to settle over the rooftops, a promise of winter's embrace. When Finn finally returned to his cozy cottage, he found his mother waiting with a steaming mug of cocoa and a blanket to wrap around his shoulders. As they sat together by the hearth, Finn recounted his adventure, filling the room with tales of magic and friendship. And as the fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the room, Finn felt a deep contentment, knowing that he had played a part in the gentle dance of the seasons, guided by the wisdom of a kind-hearted creature and his own keen heart. In Wiltshire, the first snowflakes began to fall, whispering secrets of the forest and the bravery of a young boy who listened to the music of the world around him. And so, with the gentle promise of a new day, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the marvelous wonders yet to be discovered in the enchanted world he called home. Story 76. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound around cozy cottages and the air was perpetually scented with lavender and fresh bread, lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had a curious spirit and a heart that seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the crickets. Her world was filled with the warmth of her family's bakery, where she spent her days helping her grandmother knead dough and sprinkle sugar over pastries. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted in hues of amber and gold danced down from the trees, Lyra's grandmother handed her an old wooden key. "This," she said in a voice as soft as the flour dusting her apron, "is a key to an adventure." The key, though simple at first glance, gleamed with an otherworldly shimmer under the morning sun. Its touch was cool and smooth, and as Lyra held it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, like the comforting embrace of a woolen blanket. "Where does it lead?" Lyra asked, her eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and excitement. "To find the answer, you must seek the heart of the enchanted forest," her grandmother replied, her eyes twinkling with a secret only time would reveal. The enchanted forest lay on the outskirts of Willowbrook, a place whispered about in bedtime stories, where the trees were said to hum with ancient magic and the streams glistened like liquid silver. With a heart full of anticipation, Lyra set off on her journey, the key safely tucked in the pocket of her woolen coat. As she entered the forest, the air felt different, as if alive with a gentle, unseen energy. The leaves rustled in a melody only they could understand, and the dappled sunlight cast playful patterns on the ground. Lyra walked deeper into the woods, her footsteps crunching softly over the carpet of fallen leaves. It wasn't long before she met her first helper, a small squirrel named Pip. Pip was no ordinary squirrel. His fur was a deep chestnut with a streak of silver that shimmered like moonlight. He chattered cheerfully, his eyes bright with friendliness. "Hello there," he greeted. "I see you hold the key of stories. Do you need a guide?" Lyra smiled at the unexpected companion. Yes, I believe I do. Can you help me find where this key belongs? Pip nodded, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. Follow me, he chirped, scampering ahead along a path that seemed to appear just for them. As they ventured deeper, the forest revealed its wonders, a brook that sang a lullaby as it flowed, flowers that glowed with an inner light, and trees that seemed to bow in greeting as Lyra passed. Along the way, they were joined by another companion, a wise owl named Sage. Sage had feathers that glistened with the colors of twilight, and eyes that held the wisdom of ages past. I have seen many journeys begin, but only a few find their true end, Sage said, his voice deep and resonant. What is it you seek, young one? I wish to find where this key leads, Lyra replied, holding up the wooden key. I was told it would lead to an adventure. Sage hooted softly, a sound that echoed like a gentle breeze through the trees. An adventure, indeed, but often the journey is the adventure itself. Their path took them to a clearing where stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At the base of the oak was a small door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance with the light. Lyra's heart skipped a beat. She knew this was where the key belonged. With a deep breath, she inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, a soft click sounded, and the door swung open with a creak that resonated through the clearing. Inside was not what she expected. No treasure or grand spectacle awaited. Instead, there was a simple mirror, its surface gleaming like a still pond under the moonlight. Lyra stepped closer, her reflection gazing back at her. But as she looked, the mirror shimmered and shifted, revealing scenes of her journey. The laughter shared with Pip, the wisdom imparted by Sage, the beauty of the forest they had traversed together. In that moment, Lyra understood. The key had unlocked not a place, but a realization. The true treasure was the journey, the friends she had made, and the wisdom she had gained. It was a gentle reminder that the world's magic often lay not in grandiose displays, but in simple, everyday wonders and the bonds of friendship. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra closed the door and removed the key, feeling a profound sense of peace. As the sun began to set, casting the sky in shades of pink and gold, she thanked Pip and Sage for their companionship and wisdom. You have found your adventure, Pip squeaked, his eyes twinkling. And your heart has grown wiser, Sage added, ruffling his feathers proudly. With the key safely back in her pocket, Lyra made her way home, the path back to Willowbrook lit by the warm glow of twilight. Her grandmother awaited her by the hearth, her eyes full of knowing and love. As Lyra recounted her journey, her grandmother listened with a smile. The world is full of magic, she said softly, and it is up to us to find it, cherish it, and share it with others. That night, as Lyra lay in bed, the key resting on her nightstand, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft hoot of an owl, and the joyous chattering of a squirrel, a symphony of the enchanted forest that would remain in her heart forever. And so, in the warm embrace of her home, Lyra learned that life itself was the most magical journey of all, filled with discoveries that changed us and friendships that lightened our paths. As the village of Willowbrook slumbered under the watchful gaze of the moon, a single key lay by a young girl's bedside, a reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to follow their curiosity and the gentle guidance of their hearts. Story 77. In the gentle glow of 1,000 stars, far beyond the swirling nebulae and the cosmic winds that whispered across the galaxy, there lay a small, unassuming planet called Nostra. It was a planet of rolling green hills and ancient forests, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flora, and the sky was a tapestry of colors at dusk. Here, on this tranquil world, lived a kind-hearted being named Thera, a creature of luminous skin and long, graceful limbs, who spent her days tending to the vibrant gardens that thrived under her care. Thera's life was peaceful, yet she often gazed up at the stars with a longing for something more, a desire to understand the vast universe beyond her home. Little did she know that her wish would soon bring her an unexpected companion from a world very different from her own. On one particularly brilliant night, as the twin moons of Nostra cast their silvery light upon the land, a curious event unfolded. A faint, shimmering trail arcsed across the sky, a a streak of silver that seemed to dance among the stars before descending gently into the nearby forest. Thera, ever curious, followed the celestial path to its end, where she found something she had never seen before, a small vessel, unlike any she had encountered in her studies. Emerging from this ship was a creature of stark contrast to the gentle world around them. This being, who introduced himself with a series of melodic clicks and hums that translated into the name Vex, hailed from the distant icy planet of Cryon. Vex was a compact figure, with scales that shimmered like frosted glass and eyes that glowed softly in the dim light. Their initial encounter was fraught with misunderstandings. Thera, who communicated through subtle gestures and melodic tones, found Vex's direct manner and rapid speech difficult to interpret. Meanwhile, Vex, accustomed to the structured and precise interactions of Cryon, struggled to navigate the fluid and intuitive communication of Nostra's inhabitants. Yet beneath these misunderstandings lay a shared curiosity and a sense of wonder that transcended their differences. As they spent more time together, Thera and Vex began to find common ground. Thera showed Vex the beauty of her world, the rustling leaves of the forest, the gentle hum of life that thrived in every corner, and the way the light danced upon the crystalline waters of the nearby stream. In turn, Vex shared tales of Cryon's glittering ice cities, the auroras that painted the sky in breathtaking hues, and the deep, resonant songs of the crystal fields. Their bond deepened when a shared challenge emerged, a mysterious blight that began to spread across Thera's beloved gardens, threatening the delicate balance of life on Nostra. The once vibrant flowers turned dull and wilted, and the air grew heavy with a sense of loss. Together, they embarked on a quest to uncover the source of this affliction. Thera, with her deep understanding of the planet's ecosystems, and Vex, with his advanced knowledge of science and technology, combined their strengths to devise a plan. They ventured into the heart of the forest, where the blight seemed most concentrated, equipped with tools and knowledge from both their worlds. In the depths of the forest, they discovered the cause. A rare mineral, unearthed by a recent meteor shower, was releasing a subtle energy that disrupted the natural harmony of the land. Vex's scientific acumen allowed him to devise a method to neutralize the mineral's effects, while Thera's innate connection to the land guided them in restoring balance to the environment. As they worked side by side, the barriers of communication that once stood between them began to dissolve. They learned to listen, not just with their ears but with their hearts, and to see the world through each other's eyes. Their friendship blossomed into something as vibrant and resilient as the gardens they sought to save. With the blight finally contained, life on Nostra returned to its former glory. The gardens flourished once more, their colors more vivid than ever, a testament to the strength of unity and understanding. On the night of their parting, as Vex prepared to return to Cryon, the sky was alight with stars. Thera and Vex stood together on a hill, overlooking the now thriving gardens, the air filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the sweet scent of blooming flowers. "Thank you," Thera said, her voice a soft melody that carried the warmth of 1,000 suns. Vex replied with a gentle hum, his eyes reflecting the light of the stars. "It is I who should thank you for showing me the beauty of a world beyond my own." In that moment, they understood that their friendship had bridged the vast distances between their worlds, creating a connection that would endure in their hearts, no matter how far apart they might be. As the first light of dawn began to touch the horizon, Vex's ship ascended into the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. Thera watched until the vessel disappeared among the stars, her heart full of gratitude and a newfound understanding of the universe's boundless possibilities. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the celestial tapestry above, Thera returned to her gardens, where the lessons of friendship and understanding continued to bloom, enriching the soil of her world and her spirit. In the quiet, she knew that the universe was vast and filled with endless wonders, and that the true meaning of friendship was a light that could guide even the most unlikely companions through the darkest of times. Story 78. In a quiet village, tucked away between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was the kind of child who found joy in the simplest of things, watching the sunrise paint the morning sky in hues of rose and gold, or the way the autumn leaves danced to the ground in a crisp, swirling ballet. Her home was a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls, surrounded by a garden that brimmed with vibrant flowers and aromatic herbs. One serene afternoon, while exploring the attic of her cottage, Lily stumbled upon a peculiar object. It was an ornate magnifying glass, its handle carved from the wood of an ancient oak tree, and inlaid with tiny glimmering stones that caught the light like stars in the night sky. Intrigued by its beauty, she gently picked it up, feeling the cool, polished surface under her fingertips. As she peered through the glass, the world around her transformed. The ordinary seemed to melt away, revealing a tapestry of hidden wonders. The leaves on the trees shimmered with intricate patterns, each more beautiful than the last, and the flowers whispered secrets of their origins in soft, melodious tones. Lily felt a warm, comforting energy emanating from the magnifying glass, as if it were alive and sharing its mysteries with her. Eager to explore, Lily ventured into the woods, the magnifying glass clutched in her hand. The forest was alive with the gentle rustling of leaves and the sweet songs of birds. Through the glass she saw the forest in a new light. Each tree, each creature, seemed to possess a story waiting to be told. As she wandered deeper, she came upon a curious sight. A small squirrel, its fur a patchwork of silver and brown, struggling to carry an acorn much too large for its tiny paws. The squirrel looked up at Lily, its eyes wide with determination, and she couldn't help but smile at its tenacity. "Hello there," Lily said softly, kneeling down to offer her help. The squirrel paused, regarding her with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. "Greetings, kind traveler," it squeaked, much to Lily's astonishment. "I am Pip, and I am in need of assistance. This acorn is the key to saving my family's winter stash, but it is far too cumbersome for me to manage alone." With a gentle nod, Lily used the magnifying glass to illuminate the acorn, and it began to glow with a soft, golden light. To her amazement, the acorn seemed to lighten, becoming easier for Pip to handle. The squirrel chattered happily, expressing its thanks, and Lily felt a warm glow of happiness spread through her. As they continued their journey together, Pip proved to be a delightful companion, full of stories about the forest and its many inhabitants. He led Lily to a clearing where the sunlight streamed down in golden shafts, illuminating a shimmering pond at its center. By the pond stood an old, wise turtle named Elder Mossback, who had seen countless seasons come and go. Elder Mossback welcomed them with a slow, deliberate nod. "Ah, young Lily and Pip, my dear friend, what brings you to my humble abode?" Lily, feeling a sense of trust and kinship with the turtle, explained how she had found the magnifying glass and the wonders it revealed. Elder Mossback listened intently, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "That magnifying glass," he said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, "is no ordinary object. It reveals the unseen, the hidden beauty and magic of the world. It is a gift, but also a responsibility. One must use it with care and respect." Lily pondered his words, realizing the truth in them. She understood that the magnifying glass was not just a tool for discovery, but also a reminder to cherish and protect the wonders of the world around her. As the sun began to set, casting the forest in hues of amber and crimson, Lily knew it was time to return home. She thanked Elder Mossback for his wisdom and Pip for his companionship, promising to visit them again soon. With the magnifying glass tucked safely in her satchel, Lily made her way back to the village. The journey had changed her, not in the way of grand adventures or heroic feats, but in the subtle, profound way that comes from seeing the world with new eyes. She had learned that magic was everywhere, woven into the fabric of everyday life, waiting to be discovered by those willing to look beyond the surface. As she stepped into her cozy cottage, Lily felt a sense of peace and contentment. She placed the magnifying glass on her bedside table, knowing that it would continue to be a source of wonder and joy. And as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of the hidden wonders waiting to be explored, confident that she would meet each new day with an open heart and a curious spirit. And so, in the quiet village nestled between hills and woods, the extraordinary became part of the ordinary, bringing with it the gentle magic of discovery and the warmth of newfound friendships. Story 79. In a cozy cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious soul, always seeking the wonders hidden in the world around her. Little did she know, a remarkable adventure awaited her discovery. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat by the crackling fireplace, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the old wooden chest in the corner. Drawn by its alluring radiance, she cautiously approached and lifted the lid, revealing a tarnished silver mirror nestled among the treasures of her ancestors. As Willow's fingers traced the intricate patterns etched upon the mirror's frame, a sudden warmth spread through her fingertips, and the mirror's surface began to swirl with vibrant colors. A gentle voice whispered, "Behold the reflection of wonders, a portal to the extraordinary realms beyond." Willow gasped in awe, her heart racing with excitement. Before she could ponder the mirror's mysteries, a tiny figure emerged from the swirling colors, a whimsical fairy named Zephyr, no larger than Willow's hand. "Greetings, young Willow," Zephyr chirped, her wings fluttering rapidly. "I am a guardian of the reflection, and I've been awaiting your arrival. The mirror holds the key to unlocking the hidden marvels of our world, but only those with a pure heart and an open mind can traverse its enchanted pathways." Willow listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder as Zephyr explained the mirror's extraordinary powers. With a wave of her tiny wand, Zephyr summoned another companion, a wise old owl named Hoots, who had seen more of the world than any creature in the forest. "Fear not, dear Willow," Hoots hooted softly. "Zephyr and I shall guide you through the reflection's enchanted realms, for a great quest awaits you. A quest to restore the balance between the natural and magical worlds." And so, with a leap of faith, Willow stepped through the mirror's shimmering surface, embarking on an adventure that would forever change her perception of reality. The trio found themselves in a wondrous realm where trees danced to the melodies of the wind and streams sparkled with the laughter of playful water sprites. Willow marveled at the sights and sounds, her senses heightened by the magic that permeated every inch of this extraordinary place. As they journeyed deeper into the enchanted realm, they encountered strange and marvelous creatures, friendly giants who tended to vast gardens of glowing flowers, and mischievous pixies who delighted in weaving intricate tapestries from the threads of sunlight. Yet, amid the beauty and wonder, Willow sensed a subtle imbalance, a fading of the magic that once thrived. Hoots explained that a dark force had been draining the realm's essence, threatening to unravel the delicate tapestry that bound the natural and magical worlds together. Their quest led them to the heart of the enchanted realm, where a magnificent tree stood tall, its branches reaching towards the heavens. This was the life tree, the source of all magic, and it was slowly withering away. Willow felt a profound sadness wash over her, but Zephyr reminded her that hope still remained. "The key to restoring the life tree lies not in brute force, but in the wisdom of the ages," she whispered. With Hoot's guidance, they sought counsel from the ancient guardians of the realm, wise beings who had protected the magic for countless generations. These guardians revealed that the dark force was born from the seeds of doubt and fear that had taken root in the hearts of those who had lost their connection to the natural world. To restore the life tree, Willow would need to reignite the spark of wonder and appreciation for the magic that surrounded them. And so, armed with this wisdom, she embarked on a journey to rekindle the flames of belief and respect for the extraordinary. Willow visited villages and cities, sharing tales of the enchanted realm's wonders and the importance of preserving the delicate balance. Her words touched the hearts of those who had forgotten the magic, and slowly the seeds of doubt and fear began to wither, replaced by the blossoms of wonder and reverence. As belief in the extraordinary grew stronger, the life tree's branches began to regain their vibrant hue, and the enchanted realm pulsed with renewed vitality. Finally, as the last embers of doubt were extinguished, the life tree burst forth with a radiant light, bathing the entire realm in its warmth and magic. Willow stood in awe, her heart filled with joy and gratitude for the remarkable journey she had undertaken. Zephyr and Hoots bid her farewell, their task complete, and Willow stepped back through the reflection, returning to her cozy cottage with a newfound appreciation for the extraordinary wonders that surrounded her every day. From that day forward, Willow shared the tales of her adventure with all who would listen, reminding them to embrace the magic within and around them. And whenever she gazed upon the tarnished silver mirror, she remembered the extraordinary realms that awaited beyond the reflection of wonders. Story 80. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills and babbling brooks, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious soul, always seeking adventure and magic in the most ordinary of places. One crisp autumn day, Lily was exploring the woods near her home when she stumbled upon an old weathered chest half buried in the fallen leaves. Intrigued, she brushed away the dirt and lifted the creaky lid, her heart pounding with anticipation. Inside, she found a beautiful book bound in faded leather, its pages yellowed with age. As Lily ran her fingers over the intricate designs embossed on the cover, a warm tingle spread through her fingertips, and the book seemed to hum with ancient energy. Without warning, the book sprang open, and words began to dance across the pages, weaving themselves into enchanting tales of faraway lands and mythical creatures. Lily gasped in delight, her eyes wide with wonder, as the stories came alive before her very eyes. From that moment on, Lily's life was forever changed. Wherever she went, the magical book was her constant companion, whisking her away on fantastic adventures with each turn of the page. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, the book's pages fluttered open to reveal a tale of a distant kingdom in peril. A wicked sorcerer had cast a dark spell, plunging the realm into endless night. The only hope lay in finding the long-lost sunstone, a powerful relic said to possess the strength to banish the shadows forever. Without hesitation, Lily set off on a quest to locate the sunstone, her book guiding her every step of the way. Along the journey, she encountered a motley crew of helpers, each with their own unique talents and personalities. First, there was Oakley, a wise old owl who could see paths hidden from mortal eyes. With his keen vision and ancient knowledge, he led Lily through treacherous forests and over rugged mountains. Next, they met Ripple, a playful water nymph who could shape the rivers and streams to their will. Her bubbly laughter and mischievous antics brought joy to even the darkest of days. Finally, they were joined by Ember, a brave young dragon with a heart of pure gold. Though small in stature, her fiery spirit and unwavering loyalty proved invaluable in the challenges that lay ahead. Together, this unlikely band of friends faced countless obstacles and dangers, from cunning riddles to fearsome beasts. But through it all, they relied not on brute force, but on wisdom, compassion, and the power of friendship. At last, after many trials and tribulations, they found themselves deep within a mystical cavern, where the sunstone rested atop a towering pedestal. As Lily's fingers closed around the warm, glowing gem, a brilliant light filled the chamber, chasing away the shadows and restoring the kingdom to its former glory. With the sunstone's power, the wicked sorcerer's dark spell was broken, and the people rejoiced in the warmth and light that had been returned to their land. As for Lily, her journey had taught her invaluable lessons about courage, perseverance, and the magic that lies within us all. She knew that the true power came not from the sunstone or her enchanted book, but from the bonds of friendship and the strength of her own heart. From that day on, Lily's adventures continued, guided by the whispers of her magical tome and the unwavering support of her dear companions. And though the challenges were many, she faced them all with a smile, secure in the knowledge that the greatest magic of all was the love and wonder she carried within her. Story 81. In a galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across an inky velvet sky, there existed an orbital station known as the Sanctuary of Ether. It was a place of respite for travelers and wanderers from all corners of the universe. Among the bustling corridors and vibrant marketplaces of Ether, two vastly different beings found themselves on a journey that neither had anticipated. One was a slender, ethereal creature named Lyra, from the water-rich planet of Aquile. Her skin shimmered with a translucence that mirrored the serene oceans of her home world. Her eyes, deep and cerulean, held the wisdom of the tides, and her voice was a gentle ripple of sound. Lyra was known for her ability to listen, her patience as enduring as the sea. The other was a robust, earthbound entity called Zorak, hailing from the rocky planet of Terranos. His form was rugged, his skin textured like the craggy mountains of his homeland. His eyes gleamed with the warm, golden hue of setting suns. Though his appearance was imposing, Zorak's heart was as vast and generous as the plains from which he came. Their first meeting was anything but harmonious. It occurred in the bustling bazaar of Ether, where countless species mingled among stalls overflowing with exotic wares. Lyra, fascinated by a vendor selling oceanic shells that sang with the sound of distant waves, accidentally brushed against Zorak, who was engrossed in examining a cluster of rare minerals. Startled, Zorak turned abruptly, his boisterous voice echoing, "Watch where you're going, little wave walker." Lyra, taken aback by his gruff tone, replied with a calm but firm riposte, "And perhaps you should be more aware of your surroundings, rock rumbler." Their exchange drew curious glances from nearby shoppers, but instead of escalating, both paused, recognizing the absurdity of their clash. As the tension dissolved into an awkward silence, a mischievous Zephyrian child, with wings like the evening sky, swooped down, giggling, and deftly plucked a gleaming trinket from Zorak's hand. "Hey!" Zorak bellowed, more surprised than angry. The child only laughed, darting through the crowd with the agility of a sparrow. Without a second thought, Lyra gestured with a graceful sweep of her hand, creating a gentle wave of water that sprung from a nearby fountain, catching the child mid-flight. With a playful squeal, the little thief was brought safely back to the ground, the trinket tumbling from their tiny fingers. Zorak watched, his initial irritation giving way to amusement and gratitude. "Impressive," he acknowledged, a grudging respect in his voice. Lyra shrugged with a soft smile. Sometimes it takes a wave to guide the wind. Their misunderstanding forgotten, the two spent the remainder of the day wandering the marketplace together. As the artificial sun of Ether began to set, casting a warm glow over the station, they shared stories of their homes. Lyra spoke of the tranquil depths of Aquilei's oceans, and Zorak described the resilient beauty of Terranos' landscapes. Despite their differences, they found a shared appreciation for the natural wonders of their worlds, and a budding friendship began to form. They laughed over tales of childhood mischief, and for the first time, Zorak found himself enchanted by the gentle cadences of Lyra's voice, while she appreciated the strength and steadiness that Zorak exuded. As night enveloped the station, Lyra and Zorak found themselves drawn to a quiet alcove, where a panoramic view of the starlit expanse awaited. They settled into comfortable silence, the vastness of space stretching endlessly before them. It was in this peaceful setting that they contemplated their journey ahead, for both were bound for the same destination, the distant planet of Celestia, renowned for its festival of luminescence. The festival was a celebration of unity and light, a gathering where beings from all over the galaxy came together to share their culture and wisdom. Yet, the path to Celestia was not without its challenges. The journey required passage through the Nebula of Echoes, a mysterious region where time and space wove intricate patterns, testing the resolve and cooperation of all who dared traverse it. As Lyra and Zorak prepared to leave Aether, they made a pact to face whatever perils lay ahead together, their newfound friendship a beacon against the unknown. Their voyage through the Nebula of Echoes was fraught with unexpected trials. The nebula was a living tapestry of swirling colors and shifting currents, where echoes of past and future whispered through the ether. It was easy to lose oneself amidst the dreamlike visions that danced across their path. At one point, a particularly vivid echo pulled Lyra into a trance, showing her memories of home, of family, and the gentle embrace of Aquilei's waters. Overwhelmed by longing, she faltered, losing her sense of direction. Zorak, sensing her distress, gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Remember where you are, Lyra. The past is but a shadow. We must move forward." His words, like the grounding presence of a mountain, brought her back to the present. With a grateful nod, she refocused, drawing strength from his calm certainty. Later, it was Zorak who found himself ensnared by the nebula's illusions, as visions of Terranos, with its resilient flora and unyielding terrain, tugged at his heart. He hesitated, momentarily lost in the echoes of home. Lyra, attuned to his inner turmoil, created a gentle melody with her voice, a soothing song that echoed with the promise of new beginnings. "We carry our homes within us, Zorak," she reminded him softly, her voice a balm to his troubled spirit. With her words, the visions faded, and Zorak stood firm once more, his resolve strengthened by her unwavering support. Together, they navigated the nebula, each challenge forging their bond stronger. They learned to trust each other implicitly, discovering that their differences were not barriers but complementary strengths. When they finally emerged from the nebula of echoes, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of breathtaking. Celestia unfolded before them like a jewel against the backdrop of space, its surface aglow with the vibrant colors of the festival. The festival of luminescence was a wonder to behold. Lanterns of every hue floated in the air, casting gentle light over the gathering crowds. Music from countless cultures intertwined, creating a harmonious symphony that resonated with joy and celebration. Lyra and Zorak wandered through the festivities, their hearts light with the triumph of their journey. They marveled at the diverse expressions of beauty and wisdom around them, each encounter deepening their appreciation for the tapestry of life. As the festival reached its crescendo, a grand display of lights illuminated the night sky, weaving patterns of unity and hope. Standing side by side, Lyra and Zorak watched in awe, their friendship now a steadfast constellation in their lives. In that moment, they understood the true meaning of their journey. It was not merely about reaching Celestia, but about the bonds they had forged along the way. They had learned that friendship transcended boundaries of species and origin, and that the strength of their connection lay in their willingness to support and understand each other. As the final lights of the festival flickered and dimmed, Lyra and Zorak shared a quiet smile, their hearts aglow with the warmth of companionship. They knew that whatever adventures awaited them beyond Celestia, they would face them together, united by the enduring light of friendship. And so, under the vast canvas of stars, the unlikely companions set forth once more, their journey just beginning, with a promise to cherish the lessons of the past and the endless possibilities of the future. Their story was one of harmony and hope, a gentle reminder that in the vastness of the universe, true friendship was the most luminous beacon of all. Story 82. In the heart of the nebula of Serenith, where colors swirled in an eternal dance of ethereal blues and purples, there lay a tiny planet called Zorinda. It was a place where the skies shimmered with the gentle glow of 3 moons, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blossoming lumina trees. On this tranquil planet lived a species known as the Luminids, gentle beings who thrived on light and harmony, and whose skin sparkled like the surface of a calm sea under a full moon. One such Luminid, named Calum, was known for his curiosity and his heart full of wonder. His favorite pastime was to wander the lush gardens and listen to the soft whispers of the lumina trees, dreaming of worlds beyond his own. Far across the galaxy, on a planet named Greeton, where the landscape was rugged and winds howled endlessly over jagged cliffs, lived the Gritlings. These were resilient, sturdy creatures with skin as tough as the stone of their mountains, and eyes that could see in the darkest of nights. One Gritling, named Thorn, was particularly known for his strength and determination. Yet beneath his rugged exterior, he harbored a deep love for stories of distant stars and planets. The tale of Calum and Thorn begins when the great cosmic festival, the Convergence of Worlds, was announced. It was a rare celestial event where beings from various planets gathered on the neutral ground of the Stardust Plains to share knowledge, culture, and friendship. Calum, filled with excitement, volunteered to be one of the Luminid emissaries. Thorn, selected for his endurance and courage, was chosen to represent the Gritlings. On their respective journeys, their ships sailed through the starlit seas of the cosmos, each carrying hopes and dreams of connection. The Stardust Plains were a sight to behold, with the ground shimmering like a sea of diamonds under the soft glow of distant stars. Beings of all shapes and colors mingled, their voices a harmonious symphony of languages and laughter. Calum and Thorn, each in awe of the vibrant tapestry of life, found themselves standing awkwardly beside one another as the gathering commenced. Calum, with his shimmering skin and gentle demeanor, extended a hand in greeting, his voice a soft melody. "Greetings, friend from afar. My name is Calum." Expecting a firm handshake, Thorn hesitated, his rough hand hovering uncertainly in the air. He had heard stories of the Luminid's delicate nature, and was unsure if his own strength might inadvertently cause harm. Misunderstanding the pause, Calum withdrew his hand, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. "It seems we are different in more ways than one," Thorn rumbled, his voice deep and gravelly. "But perhaps there's more for us to learn from each other." And so began their tentative friendship, marked by initial misunderstandings but also a mutual curiosity. As the days of the festival unfolded, they began to share stories of their worlds. Calum painted vivid pictures with his words, describing the lumina trees and the serene beauty of Zorinda's moons. Thorn spoke of the mighty cliffs of Greeton and the strength found in facing relentless storms. One evening, as the gathering celebrated under a sky streaked with shooting stars, a sudden tremor shook the plains. The ground split, and beings scattered in panic. In the chaos, Calum found himself trapped, his leg caught beneath a fallen crystal shard from the nearby cliffs. Seeing Selim in distress, Thorn's heart surged with determination. He pushed through the crowd, his sturdy frame steadying him amidst the chaos. Reaching Selim, he knelt, his strong hands deftly shifting the shard with a gentleness that surprised them both. "Thank you, Thorn," Selim whispered, his eyes filled with gratitude and newfound respect. "I underestimated the strength of your heart." "And I, the lightness of your spirit," Thorn replied, helping Selim to his feet. "Together, perhaps we balance each other." From that moment, their bond deepened. They explored the wonders of the festival, each teaching the other the beauty of their ways. Calum introduced Thorn to the art of listening to the lumina trees, their soft songs calming the Gritling's restless heart. Thorn showed Selim how to find courage in the face of adversity, his steadfast nature becoming a source of strength. Their friendship, forged in misunderstanding but strengthened through shared challenges, became a symbol of unity at the festival. As the convergence of worlds drew to a close, Calum and Thorn stood together, gazing at the stars, each feeling a profound sense of connection, not just to each other, but to the universe around them. "Perhaps, my friend," Calum mused, his voice a gentle breeze, "the true meaning of friendship is not in our similarities, but in the strength we find in our differences." "Indeed," Thorn agreed, his eyes softening as he looked at his companion, "and in the understanding that grows from them." As they prepared to return to their respective worlds, they promised to carry the lessons learned and the warmth of their friendship back with them. The festival may have ended, but the bond they shared would light their paths in the days to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of a million stars, Selim and Thorn parted ways, each forever changed by the simple, profound truth that friendship knows no bounds. Not of distance, nor of difference, but is a light and strength found in the hearts of those who choose to see beyond. As their ship sailed back through the star-strewn expanse, the nebula of Serenith, with its swirling colors and quiet whispers, cradled their story, a tale of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship, and carried it across the cosmos, a beacon of hope and harmony for all. Story 83. In the galaxy known as Siren's Veil, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on a velvet canvas, there existed planets as varied and wondrous as the tales spun about them. Among these celestial bodies floated the verdant orb of Zephyria, a world known for its gentle breezes and lush, whispering forests. Its denizens, the Zephyrians, were ethereal beings, as light as the air they cherished, with translucent wings that glimmered under the twin suns. On the opposite end of the veil lay the rugged planet of Pyros, a realm of fiery landscapes and towering metal spires. The Pyronites, sturdy and resilient, thrived amidst the intense heat, their skin glistening with flecks of ember that danced like tiny stars in the night. It was during a rare celestial event, a convergence of all the planets within Siren's Veil, that two unlikely companions were destined to meet. The event, called the Celestial Harmony, was celebrated across the galaxy, a time for beings from different worlds to come together, share stories, and learn from one another. From Zephyria came a gentle soul named Selim, whose curiosity about the universe had always drawn him to the stars. His wings carried him swiftly across the skies, leaving trails of iridescent light in his wake. From Pyros arrived Solara, a fierce and passionate Pyronite whose heart burned with an unquenchable thirst for adventure. Their meeting was not by chance, for both had been chosen as representatives of their worlds to attend the celestial harmony on the neutral ground of Astoria, a serene moon orbiting the galaxy's largest planet. Astoria was a place of tranquility, with lush gardens, shimmering lakes, and skies that shifted through every conceivable color. As the festivities began, Calum and Solara found themselves drawn to a grand hall where beings of every shape and form gathered to share their stories. The air buzzed with excitement, but the two stood apart, each observing the other with a mix of intrigue and caution. "Hello," Calum said softly, his voice as gentle as a breeze. "I am Calum from Zephyria. It's a pleasure to meet you." Solara regarded him with wary eyes, her voice carrying the warmth of her fiery home. "Solara of Pyros, likewise, I'm sure." Their initial interactions were filled with misunderstandings. Selim's gentle demeanor was foreign to Solara, who was accustomed to the directness and intensity of her people. Conversely, Solara's fiery spirit seemed overwhelming to the serene Selim. Yet, despite their differences, a seed of curiosity was planted between them. The first challenge arose during a collaborative task set by the organizers of the Celestial Harmony. Each pair was to create a harmonious melody using instruments from their respective worlds. Calum's instrument, the zephyr harp, produced soft, airy notes that floated like whispers on the wind. Solara's pyronite drums, however, resonated with deep, powerful beats that echoed like the heart of a volcano. At first, their attempts to create music together were discordant, the gentle notes of the harp clashing with the thunderous rhythm of the drums. Frustration simmered, threatening to extinguish the small flame of their budding friendship. "This will never work," Solara huffed, the embers on her skin flaring with irritation. "Our worlds are too different." Calum paused, his translucent wings fluttering thoughtfully. "Perhaps we are trying too hard to make our music reflect our worlds. What if we focus on the harmony we can create together instead?" His words were like a gentle breeze, calming the fires of Solara's frustration. They decided to listen to each other's sounds, to understand the rhythm and flow of their respective instruments. Slowly, they found a balance. Selim's harp notes weaving around the steady beat of Solara's drums, creating a melody that was both soft and powerful, like a gentle storm. Their success in the task forged a deeper connection, but it was only the beginning of their journey. As the days of the Celestial Harmony passed, they faced other challenges that tested their newfound friendship. One evening, during a starlit walk through Astoria's shimmering gardens, they encountered a creature in distress. It was a stardust fawn, a rare and delicate being that wandered the moon's forests. It had tangled its delicate hooves in thorny vines, its eyes wide with fear. Without hesitation, Solara knelt beside the fawn, her warm hands carefully untangling the vines. "It's okay, little one," she soothed, her voice a gentle flame. Calum joined her, using his wings to gently waft a calming breeze over the frightened creature. Together they freed the fawn, watching as it scampered off into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling stardust. In that moment, Calum and Solara understood the power of their combined strengths. Solara's fiery determination and Calum's gentle wisdom were a perfect complement, creating a bond that neither had anticipated. As the Celestial Harmony drew to a close, the time came for Calum and Solara to return to their respective worlds. They stood on the shores of Astoria's largest lake, the water reflecting the kaleidoscope of colors from the sky, each aware of the friendship that had blossomed between them. "I never thought I'd find a friend in someone so different from myself," Solara admitted, her voice softening. "You've taught me the beauty of patience and understanding." Salem smiled, the light of the twin suns shimmering through his wings. "And you've shown me the strength that comes from embracing one's passions. I will cherish our friendship always." With promises to meet again during the next Celestial Harmony, they parted ways, their hearts fuller and their spirits brighter. Though separated by distance, the bond they had forged would remain a guiding light in their lives. And so, under the endless stars of Siren's Vale, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a friendship that transcended worlds, woven together by the threads of understanding, respect, and shared adventures. As the years passed, stories of Selim and Solara's friendship spread across the galaxy, inspiring others to reach out beyond their differences, to find common ground and harmony amidst the vast, starry tapestry of the universe. And in their hearts, both knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would always be a beacon of light, guiding them through the vastness of space and time. Story 84. In a small, mist-laden village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay an unassuming little shop called the Curiosity Corner. Its weathered sign creaked gently in the breeze, and its windows were filled with trinkets that glimmered like forgotten stars. The shop was a kaleidoscope of knickknacks, each with its own story, waiting patiently to be discovered. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the leaves were painting the village in shades of amber and gold, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Lila had a heart full of wonder and eyes that sparkled with a thirst for adventure. She was known in the village for her kindness, always offering a hand to those in need, and her insatiable curiosity about the world around her. As Lila browsed through shelves lined with peculiar objects, her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was a pocket watch, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to move like the river that flowed through the village. Its hands ticked softly, and as Lila held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingertips. Intrigued, Lila brought the pocket watch to the shopkeeper, an elderly man with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as the first snowfall. His name was Mr. Thistle, and he was known for his wisdom and stories that flowed like honey. "Ah, you've found the Whispering Watch," Mr. Thistle said, his voice as comforting as a well-worn blanket. "This is no ordinary timepiece, my dear. They say it holds the power to reveal the hidden magic in the world." Lila's eyes widened with excitement. "Magic? How does it work?" Mr. Thistle chuckled softly. "That, my dear, is for you to discover. But remember, true magic is not about what we can see, but how we choose to see it." With that, he handed the watch back to Lila, and she slipped it into her pocket, feeling its gentle weight against her side. As Lila left the shop, the world seemed a little brighter, as if the watch had awakened something within her. She wandered towards the edge of the village, where the forest whispered secrets to those willing to listen. The path was carpeted with leaves that crunched softly underfoot, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. It was here, amidst the ancient trees, that Lila met the first of her helpers. A small, inquisitive squirrel named Nutmeg chattered down at her from a branch, his bushy tail flicking with curiosity. Nutmeg had an uncanny knack for finding hidden paths and secret nooks, and he soon became Lila's guide through the forest. Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, where shafts of sunlight danced through the canopy like golden ribbons. The air was alive with the songs of birds, and Lila felt a sense of peace envelop her like a warm embrace. As the afternoon sun dipped towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila and Nutmeg stumbled upon a clearing. In its center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of an old friend. There, nestled among the roots, was a small wooden door. Curiosity piqued, Lila gently pushed it open, revealing a hidden chamber within the tree. The room was filled with soft, dappled light, and at its center sat a wise old owl named Orin. Orin's feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 stars. He greeted Lila with a nod, his voice a soothing melody. "Welcome, young traveler. What brings you to this quiet corner of the forest?" Lila, feeling the warmth of the pocket watch in her hand, shared her story and her desire to uncover the magic it promised. Orin listened patiently, his eyes never leaving hers. "The true magic you seek," Orin said gently, "lies not in the watch itself, but in the journey it takes you on. It is a journey of the heart, and the challenges you face will reveal the magic within you." With Orin's wisdom echoing in her mind, Lila felt a new sense of purpose. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the watch, but also about discovering herself and the world around her. As she ventured onward, Lila encountered more helpers along the way. There was Bramble, a gentle deer with a heart as big as the sky, who showed Lila the beauty and simplicity and the strength and gentleness. And then there was Thistle, a cheeky hedgehog with 1,000 stories, who taught Lila the power of laughter and light-heartedness. Together they faced challenges that required not force, but wisdom and compassion. They helped a family of lost rabbits find their way home, using the light of the watch to guide them through the darkness. They soothed a grumpy old badger with a tune that the watch whispered to Leela's heart, turning his grumbles into grateful smiles. Through each challenge, Lila learned that magic was not about grand gestures or flashy spells. It was in the small acts of kindness, the gentle words of encouragement, and the warmth of friendship. The watch had indeed revealed magic, but it was the magic of the heart that shone brightest. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Lila and her friends returned to the village. Her heart was full and her spirit light. She had discovered not only the magic of the Whispering Watch, but also the magic within herself. That night, as Lila lay snug in her bed, the watch rested on her bedside table, its hands moving with a gentle tick-tock. She closed her eyes and felt the warmth of friendship and wisdom surrounding her like a comforting blanket. In the quiet of the night, Lila understood the secret of the watch. It was a reminder that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, and that true magic was found in the journey and the connections made along the way. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a soul enriched by her adventures, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that tomorrow held new wonders and new stories to tell. Story 85. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between gently sloping hills and bordered by a murmuring stream, there was a secret known only to a few: the Whispering Woods. These woods were not ordinary. They were filled with ancient trees whose leaves shimmered with an ethereal light and whispered stories of old to those who listened closely. Only those with pure intentions and an open heart could hear their tales and uncover the mysteries hidden within. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, Lila had always been drawn to the Whispering Woods. She often spent her afternoons at its edge, listening to the rustling leaves, imagining the stories they might tell. Her heart was gentle and kind, filled with dreams of adventure and discovery. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila felt a strange pull towards the woods. It was as if the trees themselves were calling her name in a gentle, melodious harmony. With a sense of wonder and a flutter of excitement in her heart, she stepped beyond the familiar path she had always known, venturing deeper into the woodland than ever before. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Lila's footsteps were soft against the carpet of moss and fallen leaves, and she moved with the grace of someone who belonged to this realm of nature. As she wandered, Lila came upon a small, hidden glade, encircled by towering oaks that seemed to stand as guardians of a secret world. In the center of the glade lay a small pond, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the sky above. She knelt beside it, peering into its depths, when something extraordinary caught her eye. At the bottom of the pond, glimmering like a star fallen from the heavens, lay a delicate crystal. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, glowing with a soft, soothing light. Entranced, Lila reached into the cool water, her fingers closing around the crystal. As she lifted it from the pond, she felt a warmth spreading from her palm through her entire body, a sensation of comfort and peace. The moment she held the crystal, the world around her seemed to shift slightly, as if a veil had been lifted. The whispers of the forest grew clearer, and she could understand them. The trees spoke of times long past, of the magic that flowed through the land, and of the balance that must be maintained between the seen and unseen worlds. Lila realized this crystal was no ordinary object. It was a heartstone, a rare and powerful relic said to connect its bearer to the very heart of the forest. With it, she could see and understand things beyond the perception of ordinary eyes. But with this gift came a great responsibility. The whispers spoke of a shadow that had begun to creep into the forest, threatening its harmony and peace. It was a darkness born of forgotten promises and neglected duties, seeking to unravel the delicate balance of the natural world. Determined to protect the forest she loved, Lila knew she would need help. She thought of her dear friend Tomas, a boy with a heart as adventurous as her own, known for his cleverness and unwavering loyalty. Together they had explored every nook and cranny of Willowbrook, and she knew he would believe her tale of magic and mystery. As twilight settled over Willowbrook, Lila hurried to Thomas's home, her heart a mixture of excitement and urgency. She found him in the small workshop he shared with his father, tinkering with a contraption of gears and springs. His sandy hair fell into his eyes as he worked, but when he saw Lila, he set aside his tools with a grin. "Lila, you look like you found something marvelous," he greeted, noting the sparkle in her eyes. She held out the heartstone, its light casting a gentle glow between them. "Thomas, I need your help," she said, her voice earnest. "The Whispering Woods are in danger, and this crystal, it's shown me things. I can hear the forest, understand it. There's a darkness coming, and I don't think I can stop it alone." Thomas's eyes widened in awe as he examined the heartstone. He had always believed in the magic of the world, in the stories of old, and here was proof shining in his hands. "Of course, I'll help," he replied without hesitation. "What must we do?" The two friends sat together, crafting a plan as the stars twinkled above. They would journey to the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the darkness was said to be strongest. There, they hoped to find the source of the shadow and restore the balance. The next morning, with the sun rising behind them, Lila and Thomas set off on their adventure. They packed lightly, carrying only what they needed, and the heartstone, which Lila wore around her neck, its gentle light guiding their way. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to lean closer, their whispers more urgent, urging them onward. The path was winding and overgrown, but the heartstone's glow revealed hidden trails and ancient markings that led them through. Along the way, they encountered creatures of the forest who watched with curious eyes, some of whom even offered guidance. A wise old owl perched upon a branch, hooting softly and pointing the way with a nod of its head. A mischievous fox darted ahead, pausing to ensure they followed the right path. As they journeyed, the forest began to change. The air grew heavier, and the light dimmed as if the sun itself could not penetrate the gathering gloom. The trees, once vibrant and full of life, now stood with branches twisted and gnarled, their leaves tinged with an unnatural shade of gray. Lila and Thomas felt the weight of the shadow pressing in around them, but they pushed on, their friendship and shared purpose lending them strength. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories from their past, reminding each other of the light that still existed, even in this encroaching darkness. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, a place where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches arching overhead like a vaulted ceiling. In the center of this sacred space was an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and vines. But it was not the altar that drew their attention. It was the swirling mass of shadow hovering above it, pulsing with a dark energy. The heartstone around Lila's neck pulsed in response, its light flaring brightly as if to challenge the darkness. The whispers of the forest grew louder, urging them to act to restore the balance that had been lost. Lila and Thomas stood side by side, their hearts steady with resolve. "We have to use the heartstone," Lila said, her voice firm despite the fear that fluttered in her chest. "It can drive away the darkness, but we must be strong together." Thomas nodded, placing his hand over hers on the heartstone. "We can do this," he assured her, his voice filled with confidence and warmth. Together, they focused their thoughts, channeling their love for the forest, for each other, and for the light that still shone within them. The heartstone responded, its light growing stronger, pushing back against the shadow that loomed before them. The darkness writhed and twisted, resisting the light, but Lila and Thomas did not waver. They stood firm, their bond unbreakable, their hearts filled with hope and determination. Slowly, the shadow began to retreat, its power waning under the relentless glow of the heartstone. With a final surge of light, the heartstone shattered the darkness, dispersing it into nothingness. The forest sighed with relief, the air growing lighter, the colors returning to the trees and sky. Exhausted but triumphant, Lila and Thomas sank to the ground, their hands still entwined. Around them the forest came alive with song, a chorus of gratitude and joy that filled the air like the sweetest melody. The trees whispered their thanks, their voices gentle and kind, and the creatures of the forest emerged to celebrate the restoration of balance and harmony. The heartstone, though now dormant, still glowed softly, a reminder of the bond between the friends and the magic they had shared. As the sun set, casting the forest in a warm golden light, Lila and Thomas made their way back to Willowbrook. They had faced the darkness together and emerged stronger, their friendship an unbreakable force that had saved the Whispering Woods. In the days that followed, the villagers noticed a change in Lila and Thomas. There was a lightness in their step, a wisdom in their eyes that spoke of adventures beyond their wildest dreams. And though they never spoke openly of their journey, the stories of the Whispering Woods and the brave souls who had saved it became legend, passed down through generations, inspiring others to listen to the whispers of the world around them. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, beneath a sky filled with stars, Lila and Thomas continued to explore, to dream, and to cherish the friendship that had seen them through the darkest of times. Their adventure had taught them the power of unity, the strength found in kindness, and the magic that resides within the hearts of those who dare to believe. And as they sat together by the crackling fireplace, sharing tales of their journey, they knew that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of them, a place of wonder and mystery, where the light of the Heartstone would forever shine. Story 86. In a tranquil village nestled between lush hills and whispering woods, a young boy named Finn lived with his grandmother, Agatha. Their cottage sat at the edge of the village, where the forest thickened like an emerald curtain, concealing secrets older than time. Finn's days were filled with simple joys, climbing trees that stood like sentinels, chasing the amber leaves that danced on autumn's breath, and listening to Agatha's tales spun from threads of wonder and wisdom. One chilly evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Agatha beckoned Finn to the hearthside. The fire crackled merrily, casting a warm glow over the room filled with the scent of pine and cinnamon tea. "Finn," she began, her voice soft and musical, "have I ever told you about the Heartwood?" Finn shook his head, eyes wide with curiosity. He loved Agatha's stories, each one a bridge to lands unseen. "The Heartwood," she continued, "is a hidden world within our own. It's a place where the forest breathes with magic, and the trees guard secrets only revealed to those pure of heart and full of courage." "Have you been there, Granny?" Finn asked, his imagination already painting vivid pictures of this enchanted realm. Agatha chuckled, her eyes twinkling like stars caught in a net of laughter. "Long ago, when I was about your age, I ventured into the Heartwood. It was a journey that changed me in ways words can scarcely capture." Finn leaned closer, the crackle of the fire a gentle rhythm to Agatha's tale. "In the deepest part of the forest," she continued, "where the sun's rays barely kiss the earth, stands a mighty oak. At its heart lies a magical object, a pendant known as the Whispering Stone. It's said to hold the power to reveal one's true path, but only if sought with the purest intentions." Finn, entranced, asked, "What did you find there, Granny?" Agatha paused, her gaze distant as if peering through the veil of time. "I found friendship where I least expected it, and a truth that shaped my life forever." That night, as Finn lay in his bed, the story of the Heartwood danced in his dreams. He imagined himself walking among the ancient trees, the Whispering Stone glowing softly in his hand, its light guiding him through shadows. The following day dawned crisp and clear. Finn awoke with a sense of purpose, a whisper of adventure calling him to the forest. After breakfast, he donned his warmest cloak and boots, and with Agatha's blessing, he set out toward the trees that beckoned him like old friends. The forest was alive with the chatter of squirrels and the melodic trills of birds hidden among the branches. As Finn ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, and the light dimmed, filtered through a canopy of leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the breeze. The path beneath his feet was soft, carpeted with moss and fallen leaves that crunched gently with each step. Finn walked for what felt like hours. Guided by an instinct he could neither explain nor resist. The deeper he went, the more the forest seemed to embrace him, each tree a guardian of secrets, each shadow a promise of discovery. At last, he reached a clearing where the mighty oak stood, its trunk wide and gnarled, branches spread like welcoming arms. And there, nestled among the roots, was a stone unlike any Finn had ever seen. It was smooth and round, its surface shimmering with hues of silver and blue that seemed to shift with the light. Finn knelt before the stone, his heart beating in time with the gentle pulse he felt emanating from it. As he reached out, the stone warmed to his touch, a soft glow enveloping his hand. In that moment, Finn felt a connection, a thread linking him to something vast and profound. As he held the whispering stone, the world around him seemed to blur, the forest fading into a tapestry of light and shadow. Voices, soft and melodic, filled the air, a chorus of whispers that spoke not to his ears, but to his heart. "Seek not the path before you," the voices intoned, "but the truth within." Finn closed his eyes, letting the whispers guide him. Images danced in his mind, memories of kindness, moments of courage, and the faces of those he loved. He saw himself not as he was, but as he could be, a beacon of light and compassion, a friend to all who needed one. When the whispers faded, Finn opened his eyes to find the forest unchanged yet somehow different. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the air a touch warmer, and in his hand, the whispering stone glowed softly, a reminder of the truth he'd glimpsed within. As he made his way back home, Finn felt a newfound sense of peace and purpose. The journey through the Heartwood had indeed changed him, not by revealing a path, but by illuminating the strength and kindness that already lay within his heart. When he returned to the cottage, Agatha was waiting by the fireplace, her smile as warm as the hearth. Finn sat beside her, the whispering stone safely tucked in his pocket, its gentle glow a secret shared between them. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Agatha asked, her eyes searching his. Finn nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "I found friendship where I least expected it, and a truth that shaped my life forever." Agatha laughed softly, pulling him into a hug. "Then the Heartwood has done its work well." As the fire crackled and the night drew close, Finn and Agatha sat together, their hearts full of the magic that comes not from spells or stones, but from the love and wisdom shared between generations. And in the quiet of the evening, beneath a sky dusted with stars, Finn knew that the real magic was not in the whispering stone or the Heartwood, but in the journey itself and the friendships forged along the way. Story 87. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like graceful dancers and the air was filled with the scent of pine and honey, there lay a quaint little village named Moonlight Hollow. The villagers were known for their kind hearts and welcoming smiles, and their days were filled with simple joys and gentle laughter. But recently, a peculiar series of events had begun to unfold, and it seemed that the woods whispered more secrets than usual. It all began one crisp autumn evening when the villagers noticed that the glow of the moon seemed a little dimmer than usual. The silver light that usually bathed the village in its gentle luminescence was now but a soft glow, as if the moon itself was shy. The villagers gathered in the central square, their faces painted with curiosity rather than concern, for Moonlight Hollow was a place where even mysteries seemed to hold no malice. At the heart of the village stood a small cottage, with walls made of woven willow and a roof of thatched reeds. Here lived an old, wise woman named Aldara. Her eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many winters, and her voice was as soothing as the murmur of a brook. The villagers often sought her counsel, for Aldara had a way of seeing the world that unraveled mysteries as if they were simple threads. That evening, as the villagers discussed the moon's curious dimness, Aldara invited them into her cozy home. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and the scent of spiced tea filled the air. "It seems the moon has a secret," Aldara said, her voice as soft as the rustle of autumn leaves. "Perhaps it is time we listen to what it has to say." Among the gathered villagers was a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as bright as her spirit was adventurous. She adored exploring the woods and had a knack for noticing things others might overlook. "Maybe the moon is trying to tell us something," she suggested, her eyes shining with excitement. Aldara nodded thoughtfully. "The moon speaks in whispers, and it is up to us to listen closely." She turned to Leora with a gentle smile. "Would you like to lead us in this little adventure, child?" Leora's face lit up with joy as she agreed. The following morning, she set out into the whispering woods, accompanied by Aldara and a few other villagers. The woods were alive with sounds, the gentle sigh of the wind through the branches, the cheerful chirping of crickets, and the distant hoot of an owl. As they walked, Leora's sharp eyes caught sight of something unusual, a trail of silvery dust that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. The trail led deeper into the woods, to a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches sprawling like the arms of a gentle giant. Nestled within its roots was a small, luminescent creature with wings like gossamer and eyes that glowed like the moon itself. It was a moon moth, a rare and magical creature known to inhabit the deepest parts of the woods. The moon moth fluttered its delicate wings, leaving a sprinkle of silvery dust in the air. Leora approached it softly, her heart filled with wonder. "Hello, little one," she whispered. The moth seemed to understand, resting peacefully on her open palm. Aldara knelt beside Leora, observing the moth with great interest. "This little creature might be the key to our mystery," she mused. "Moon moths are known to carry the moon's light within them. Perhaps something has disturbed their gathering." With this new insight, the villagers decided to follow the moon moth as it flew from Leora's hand, tracing a shimmering path back through the woods. Their journey led them to a hidden glade, where moonlight pooled like liquid silver, and the air was filled with a serene, otherworldly glow. In the center of the glade stood a gentle creature, a moonkeeper. It was a wise and ancient being, its form resembling a beautiful blend of deer and owl, with eyes that mirrored the night sky. The moonkeeper watched over the glade, ensuring the balance of light and shadow. The moonkeeper spoke in a voice that was both a song and a sigh. "Welcome, friends of the moon. I sense your hearts are true and filled with kindness." Aldara stepped forward, her voice respectful and warm. "We seek to understand why the moon's light has dimmed, gentle keeper." The moonkeeper nodded slowly, its gaze thoughtful. "The moon moths have been scattered by a storm that passed through the woods. They are the bearers of moonlight, and without them, the moon cannot shine as brightly." Understanding dawned upon the villagers. Leora, with the moon moth still perched on her shoulder, spoke up. "We can help gather the moon moths and bring them back to their glade. Together, we can restore the moon's light." With renewed purpose, the villagers spread out through the woods, guided by the moon keeper's wisdom and the moon moth's shimmering dust. They moved with gentle hearts and soft footsteps, gathering the moon moths one by one and returning them to the glade. As the last moon moth joined its companions, a radiant light began to fill the glade, rising like a gentle tide. The moon, now full and resplendent, cast its glow over Moonlight Hollow once more, brighter than ever before. The villagers returned to their homes, their hearts filled with the quiet joy of having restored balance. Leora, tired but happy, nestled into bed with the moon's light streaming through her window, casting soft patterns on her quilt. Aldara, watching from her cottage, smiled to herself. The mystery had been solved not through magic alone, but through kindness, observation, and the gentle guidance of wise friends. And so, in Moonlight Hollow, where the whispering woods sang their eternal lullaby, the villagers slept peacefully under the moon's tender gaze, knowing that sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved with the simplest acts of love. Story 88, title, The Whispering Grove. In the heart of a vast, undulating forest where time seemed to wrap itself in a cloak of emerald whispers, lived a young girl named Leora. Her home was a quaint wooden cottage, nestled snugly between towering ancient oaks and vibrant wildflowers that danced with every whisper of the wind. The scent of pine and fresh earth filled the air, mingling with the faint aroma of lavender from her mother's garden. Leora was a curious soul, with eyes the color of twilight and hair like spun gold. She spent her days exploring the forest, delighting in its secrets and mysteries. She loved the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dapples of gold on the forest floor, and the symphony of birds that serenaded her as she wandered. One evening, as the horizon blushed with the hues of dusk, Leora stumbled upon a peculiar sight. In a clearing she had never noticed before, stood a circle of trees unlike any she had seen. Their bark shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, and their leaves whispered a melody that tugged at her heartstrings. Intrigued, she stepped closer, her feet barely making a sound on the soft moss. As she entered the circle, the world seemed to shift ever so slightly. The air grew warmer, and the whispering of the leaves became clearer, as if they were trying to speak to her. In the center of the grove lay a small stone, smooth and polished, glinting in the fading light. Leora knelt beside it, her fingers brushing its cool surface. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a tingling sensation as if the stone were alive. "Who are you?" A soft voice echoed in her mind, melodic and kind, like the rustling of leaves. Startled, Leora looked around, but saw no one. "I'm Leora," she replied tentatively, wondering if she was imagining things. "Leora," the voice repeated, with a hint of delight. "I am the Heartstone of the Whispering Grove. Few have found me, and fewer still have heard my voice." Leora's curiosity flared. "What do you do, Heartstone?" "I hold the secrets of this forest, the songs of the trees, and the stories of all who dwell here. I can show you wonders beyond your wildest dreams," the Heartstone answered, its voice weaving through her thoughts. Leora's heart skipped with excitement. "Can you teach me?" "Yes," the Heartstone replied gently. "But first, you must prove yourself worthy by embarking on a journey through the hidden paths of the forest. There, you will discover the true magic of this world and your own heart." Determined and eager, Leora nodded. "I'm ready." The Heartstone glowed softly, and the whispering of the trees rose in a gentle crescendo, enveloping Leora in a cocoon of warmth and light. When the light faded, she found herself standing at the edge of a path she had never seen before, winding deep into the forest. With a deep breath, Leora stepped forward, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves that lined the path. A sense of anticipation filled her, mingling with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the crisp freshness of the evening air. As she walked, the path twisted and turned, leading her through groves of towering trees and over babbling brooks that sparkled in the moonlight. She listened to the symphony of the forest, the rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the gentle murmur of the wind. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood a towering tree, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Beneath it sat a figure, cloaked in shadows, yet radiating a gentle warmth. "Welcome, Leora," the figure said, its voice deep and resonant like the earth itself. "I am Eldrin, the guardian of the hidden paths. You have shown courage and curiosity by coming this far." Leora stepped closer, the gentle light revealing a kindly face lined with the wisdom of ages. Eldrin's eyes sparkled with warmth and kindness, and a gentle smile played on his lips. "I've come to learn the magic of the forest," Leora said, her voice filled with determination. Eldrin nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "The magic of the forest is not just in its beauty, but in the connections it fosters, the harmony of all living things. To truly understand it, you must learn to listen and see beyond what is visible." He gestured to the tree behind him, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. "This tree is the keeper of memories. It holds the stories of all who have passed through these woods. Touch it, and let it show you the paths you must walk." Leora approached the tree, her heart pounding with anticipation. As her fingers brushed the bark, she felt a surge of energy, and images flooded her mind. She saw the forest through the eyes of countless creatures, felt the joy of a bird taking flight, the contentment of a deer grazing in a sunlit glade, and the quiet wisdom of the trees standing tall through the ages. When the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, feeling a deeper understanding of the world around her. "I see now," she said softly, turning to Eldrin. "The forest is alive, a tapestry of life and stories." Eldrin nodded, his expression approving. "You have taken the first step, Leora, but your journey is not yet complete. There are more paths to walk, more lessons to learn." He handed her a small pouch, its fabric woven with threads of silver and gold. "Inside is a guide for your journey, a token of the forest's trust. Use it wisely." Leora thanked Eldrin, her heart swelling with gratitude. She took the pouch, feeling its comforting weight in her hand, and set off once more along the hidden paths, guided by the moonlight and the whispering of the leaves. As she traveled further, the forest changed around her, the trees growing denser and the paths more winding. Yet, she felt a growing connection with the world, a sense of belonging she had never known before. The pouch Eldrin had given her revealed its secrets in small, wondrous ways. When she felt lost, she found a tiny compass within that pointed her in the right direction. When she grew weary, a vial of sparkling water refreshed her spirit. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Leora arrived at the edge of a shimmering lake. The water glistened like liquid silver, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of water lilies. Drawn to the water's edge, she gazed at her reflection, the ripples distorting her image. As she watched, a face appeared beside her own. Startled, she looked up to see a young boy standing beside her, his eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "Hello," he said with a friendly grin. "I'm Finn. I live in the lake." Leora blinked in surprise. "You live here?" Finn nodded, his hair catching the golden light of the setting sun. "Yes, the lake is my home. I've been watching you, Leora. You're on a journey of discovery, aren't you?" Leora nodded, impressed by his perceptiveness. "Yes, I'm learning about the magic of the forest." Finn's smile widened. "Then you must see the wonders beneath the water. There's a whole world down there, full of secrets and stories. Will you join me?" Excited by the prospect of a new adventure, Leora hesitated only for a moment before nodding. "I'd love to." Finn took her hand, his touch as gentle as a whisper, and together they stepped into the lake. The water enveloped them, cool and refreshing, and with Finn's guidance they descended into the depths. As they swam, the world transformed around them. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting dancing patterns on the lake bed. Schools of fish darted by, their scales flashing like jewels, and vibrant corals swayed gently to the rhythm of the currents. Leora marveled at the beauty around her, her heart swelling with wonder. They explored hidden caverns adorned with shimmering crystals and encountered playful otters who greeted them with joyous somersaults. In one cavern, they found an ancient statue, its features worn by time but still exuding an aura of wisdom and strength. "This is the guardian of the waters," Finn explained, his voice reverent. "It watches over the lake and all who dwell here." Leora gazed at the statue, feeling a deep sense of respect. "It's beautiful," she said softly, her voice echoing through the cavern. They spent what felt like hours exploring the underwater world, discovering its wonders and learning its secrets. Leora felt a growing sense of kinship with Finn, their friendship blossoming in the depths of the lake. Eventually, they returned to the surface, the stars twinkling overhead like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Leora and Finn sat by the water's edge, their feet dangling in the cool water. "Thank you, Finn," Leora said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I've learned so much today." Finn smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "The forest and the lake are full of wonders, Leora, but the greatest magic is the connections we make with others." Leora nodded, understanding the truth of his words. "I'm glad I met you, Finn. You've shown me a whole new world." As the night deepened, Leora bid farewell to Finn, promising to return and explore more of the lake's secrets. With her heart full of new experiences and friendships, she continued her journey through the forest. The days turned into weeks, and Leora's journey took her to every corner of the forest. She encountered creatures both big and small, each with their own stories to tell. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to see the world through the eyes of others, and to cherish the beauty of nature. One day, as she wandered through a sun-dappled glade, she heard a familiar voice in her mind. "You have done well, Leora," the heartstone of the Whispering Grove said, its voice warm and approving. "You have discovered the magic of the forest and the magic within yourself." Leora smiled, a sense of fulfillment washing over her. "Thank you, Heartstone. This journey has changed me in ways I never imagined." "The forest is a part of you now, and you are a part of it," the Heartstone replied. "Remember the lessons you've learned and the connections you've made. They will guide you throughout your life." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the grove where her journey had begun. As she entered the circle of shimmering trees, she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. The Heartstone lay in the center, glowing softly in the twilight. Leora knelt beside it, her fingers brushing its cool surface once more. "Thank you for guiding me," she said, her voice filled with sincerity. The Heartstone's warmth enveloped her, its voice a gentle whisper in her mind. "Your journey has just begun, Leora. The world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Go forth with an open heart and a curious spirit." With a final, tender glow, the Heartstone's light faded, and Leora knew it was time to return home. As she made her way back through the forest, the trees seemed to whisper a gentle farewell. their leaves rustling in a melody of gratitude. When she emerged from the forest, the night sky was a tapestry of stars, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Her cottage, nestled beneath the ancient oaks, welcomed her with open arms. As Leora lay in her bed that night, she felt a profound sense of contentment. Her journey through the hidden paths of the forest had taught her the true meaning of magic, the connections between all living things and the beauty of an open heart. With a smile on her lips and the gentle whispers of the forest in her ears, Leora drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 89. In the tranquil village of Alderwood, nestled between rolling hills and the whispering pines, there lived a young girl named Mirren. Alderwood was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle murmur of a brook threading its way through the heart of the village. Here, the evenings were adorned with golden sunsets, and the nights illuminated by a million twinkling stars seemed to cradle the world in a soft, comforting glow. Mirren had always felt a peculiar pull towards the stories her grandmother told her, tales of ancient times when their ancestors would gather under the great oak at the center of the village. This oak, with its gnarled branches stretching skyward, was said to be as old as Alderwood itself, a silent witness to countless generations. One evening, as the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced across the walls, Mirren's grandmother beckoned her closer. "There is something I must show you," she whispered, her eyes twinkling with a secret long held. Her grandmother led her to the attic, where the air was thick with the scent of cedar and old books. There, hidden beneath a quilt, was an intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dim light, each marking a testament to an era long past. "This box," her grandmother explained, "has been passed down through our family for generations. Inside lies a legacy, a part of who we are." With careful hands, Mirren opened the box. Inside, she found a collection of artifacts, a worn leather journal, a delicate silver necklace, and a small, intricately carved stone. As she touched each item, a warmth spread through her fingers, a connection to the past that felt both intimate and profound. The journal, filled with spidery writing, spoke of their ancestors' journey to Alderwood, of the trials they faced and the wisdom they gained. It was a story of resilience and harmony with nature, of a community bound by shared dreams and quiet strength. The necklace, with its pendant shaped like a crescent moon, shimmered with an ethereal light. Her grandmother explained that it was a symbol of protection, worn by their forebears as they navigated the challenges of life. Finally, there was the stone, smooth and cool to the touch. It bore a single rune, an emblem of unity and peace. Holding it, Mirren felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the stone itself whispered the secrets of her heritage. Over the following weeks, Mirren found herself drawn to the great oak more than ever. She would sit beneath its canopy, the leaves whispering ancient secrets in the breeze, as she pondered the lessons of the journal. She began to understand that her ancestors' legacy was not just in the artifacts, but also in the values they embodied: kindness, wisdom, and the importance of community. Guided by these insights, Mirren sought to bring the village together in new ways. She organized gatherings where stories were shared, old and new, weaving a tapestry of connection that strengthened the bonds among her neighbors. She introduced traditions that honored the past while embracing the present, fostering a sense of unity that resonated with all. As the seasons passed, Mirren felt a transformation within herself. She was no longer just a part of Alderwood. Alderwood was a part of her. She had discovered her roots, not as a mere lineage of blood, but as a living legacy of love and togetherness. One evening, as she sat beneath the great oak, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, Mirren closed her eyes and listened. She could hear the gentle rustle of the leaves, the song of the brook, and the distant laughter of her friends and family. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of her heritage was the way it connected her to everything around her, to the earth, the sky, and the people she loved. With a heart full of peace and a spirit enriched by the wisdom of the past, Mirren knew she was exactly where she belonged. And as she drifted into sleep, The stars above her seemed to shimmer a little brighter, as if whispering their own stories of time and eternity. Story 90. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, there lay a village known only to those who dared to listen closely to the murmurs of the forest. This village, nestled within a hidden glade, was a place where magic flowed as freely as the streams that cut through the moss-covered stones. The villagers lived peacefully, their homes woven into the fabric of the forest, with roofs of thatch and walls of living wood. Life here was gentle, and though the villagers knew of the outside world, few ever left the comforting embrace of their enchanted woods. In this village there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was known for his curious nature and his ability to see the world not just as it was, but as it could be. His eyes sparkled with the same light as the stars that draped the night sky, and his heart beat to the rhythm of the forest itself. Finn had a friend, a creature of surprising grace and beauty, a fox named Ember. Ember was no ordinary fox. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, glowing with a warmth that seemed to light up the shadows of the forest. Her eyes, a brilliant amber, held an intelligence that spoke of things beyond the understanding of most. The bond between Finn and Ember was as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks that towered above them. They understood each other in ways that transcended words, and together they explored every hidden corner of the whispering woods. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn and Ember set out on one of their twilight adventures. The air was cool, and the forest was alive with the sounds of crickets singing their night songs. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Finn felt a gentle tug on his heart, as though something was calling to him from the shadows. "Do you feel that, Ember?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ember nodded, her ears twitching as she listened to the wind. They followed the pull, weaving through the trees until they reached a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. At the center of the clearing stood a tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark glimmering with a soft, ethereal light. The leaves, though sparse, shimmered like stars caught in a gentle breeze. Finn approached the tree with a sense of reverence. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the bark, and as he did, a gentle warmth spread through him. It was then that he noticed a small opening at the base of the tree, just large enough for him and Ember to slip through. "What do you think, Ember? Shall we see what's inside?" Finn asked, his voice filled with wonder. Ember gave a soft yip of agreement, her tail swishing with excitement. Together they crawled through the opening, finding themselves in a world that seemed suspended between reality and dream. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sweet song of distant birds. Here the colors were brighter, the sounds crisper, and the magic more tangible. It was a hidden world within the natural environment, a place where time seemed to stand still and the possibilities were endless. Finn and Ember explored with wide-eyed wonder, discovering streams that sparkled like liquid diamonds and meadows where butterflies danced on the breeze. In this magical realm, they met creatures both fantastical and familiar. There were luminous deer with antlers that glowed like moonbeams, and talking rabbits who shared riddles and tales of old. Finn and Ember listened eagerly, their hearts swelling with the joy of discovery. As they wandered further, they came upon a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. In the center of the pool floated a small, glowing orb. It pulsed with a soft light, casting ripples of color across the water. Finn knelt by the edge of the pool, captivated by the orb's gentle glow. He reached out, and as his fingers brushed the water, the orb floated towards him, hovering just above his open palm. "Look, Ember," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with awe. "It's beautiful." The orb felt warm and familiar in his hand, as though it had been waiting for him all along. As he held it, images began to dance across its surface, images of the forest, the village, and the people he knew and loved. But there were also images of places he had never seen, of adventures yet to be discovered. Finn realized that the orb was a magical object, a gift from the hidden world that lay within the forest. It was a key to understanding not only the mysteries of the Whispering Woods, but also the mysteries of his own heart. With Ember by his side, Finn knew that they had entrusted with something special, something that could change their lives and the lives of those around them. As they made their way back through the hidden world, Finn's mind buzzed with possibilities. He understood that this journey, this discovery, was not just a chance to explore, but also a chance to grow, to learn, and to share the magic of the forest with others. When they emerged back into the clearing, the moon was high in the sky, casting its gentle light upon the world. Finn held the orb close, feeling a sense of peace and purpose. "Thank you, Ember," he said softly, looking down at his friend, "for always being with me." Ember nuzzled his hand, her eyes filled with understanding. Together, they made their way back to the village, the night air cool and comforting around them. In the days that followed, Finn shared his discovery with those he trusted, his family and friends who had always believed in the magic of the Whispering Woods. Together, they learned from the orb, drawing on its wisdom to better understand their own lives and the world around them. Finn realized that the greatest magic of all lay not in hidden worlds or mysterious objects, but in the connections they forged with each other, in the friendships that defied expectations, and in the journeys that led them to discover the depths of their own hearts. And so, in a village nestled within the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, the magic flowed freely, as it always had and always would, bringing peace and wonder to all who called it home. As Finn lay in his bed each night, the orb glowing softly beside him, he would think of the hidden world within the forest, of the creatures and friends he had met, and of the journey that had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. And with Ember curled up at his feet, he would close his eyes, his heart full of gratitude and dreams of adventures yet to come, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always guide him home. Story 91. Once upon a time, in a forest primeval where centuries-old trees stretched their gnarled branches towards the heavens, a hidden world thrived beneath the verdant canopy. This realm was home to a myriad of creatures, each playing its part in the delicate tapestry of nature's harmony. Amidst the mossy undergrowth, a family of hedgehogs scurried about, their quills rustling against the fallen leaves. The patriarch, a wizened old fellow named Bramble, led his clan with a quiet wisdom forged through countless seasons. His whiskers twitched as he imparted ancient lore to the younglings, teaching them the ways of the forest. "Listen well, my prickly ones," he would say, his voice a gentle rumble. "The forest is a sacred place, a living entity that breathes and sings with the rhythm of the seasons. We must tread lightly, respecting the balance that sustains us all." As the first crisp breezes of autumn whispered through the branches, the forest prepared for its annual transformation. The trees shed their emerald cloaks, adorning themselves in a fiery tapestry of crimson and gold. It was during this time that the forest's magic truly came alive. Deep within a hollow oak, a family of squirrels witnessed an enchanting spectacle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fallen leaves began to twirl and dance, carried aloft by unseen forces. The squirrels watched in wonder as the whirlwind of foliage wove itself into intricate patterns, glowing with an otherworldly radiance. "The leaf dancers have arrived," chittered the eldest squirrel, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "It is a sign that winter's slumber draws near, and the forest prepares to rest." Indeed, as the chill of crept in, the forest seemed to slumber beneath a blanket of crystalline snow. Yet, even in this dormant state, life persisted, and the magic never waned. One frosty night, a rabbit ventured forth, her delicate footprints leaving a trail in the fresh powder. She paused, her nose twitching, as a soft glow emanated from a nearby thicket. Drawn by curiosity, she hopped closer, her breath forming misty clouds in the frigid air. Within the thicket, she discovered a wondrous sight, tiny crystalline flowers blooming amidst the snow, their petals shimmering like diamonds. As the rabbit watched, transfixed, the flowers began to sway and chime, their delicate tones mingling with the whispers of the wind. "The ice blossoms sing of renewal," murmured a voice beside her. The rabbit turned to see a wise old owl perched on a nearby branch, her feathers ruffled against the cold. They herald the coming of spring when the forest will awaken once more. As the seasons turned, the forest burst forth in a riot of new life, the vibrant greens of spring painting the landscape. It was during this time of rebirth that the forest's most magical denizens emerged from their hidden glades. In a secluded glade, a family of deer grazed peacefully, their coats shining like burnished copper in the dappled sunlight. Among them strode a magnificent stag, his antlers adorned with intricate whorls and runes that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. As the deer moved through the glade, the very earth beneath their hooves blossomed with wildflowers, their petals unfurling in a kaleidoscope of colors. Wherever they trod, new life sprang forth, as if their mere presence was a benediction upon the land. "Behold the stags of Verdance," whispered a nearby badger to her litter of kits. "Their coming signals the forest's renewal, a time of abundance and plenty." Throughout the cycles of the seasons, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony with the ebb and flow of nature's rhythms. They understood that all things were interconnected, and that true wisdom lay in respecting the delicate balance that sustained them. As summer's warmth enveloped the forest, the creatures would gather beneath the boughs of the ancient oak, sharing tales and wisdom passed down through countless generations. It was here that the old hedgehog Bramble would impart his most sacred teachings. "Remember, my friends," he would say, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "The forest is a living, breathing entity, and we are but stewards of its majesty. If we honor its ways and tread lightly upon its paths, the magic will forever endure, weaving its enchantments through the endless dance of the seasons." And so, the creatures of the forest lived in reverence of the natural world, their lives intertwined with the ebb and flow of the seasons, the magic and the wisdom that had been passed down since time immemorial. In this hidden realm, where reality and magic converged, the harmony of nature reigned supreme, a testament to the enduring beauty and mystery of the ancient woods.